Fast. Why should I know where the quote's from? Does not knowing make me an embarrassment? Oh, she dared to talk back? Shameless bitch. Jenner's fingers flew across the keyboard. Don't tell me you never studied. The Gardener and Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night are both in the 6th volume of world culture textbooks. You didn't read any of them. It was a low blow and didn't even make sense. True, The Gardener had been added to a lot of English literature curricula recently, but only in the last 2 years. Nassie had graduated ages ago. Still, Jenner knew her ex-friend wouldn't think that far. But what Jenner didn't expect came next. Don't think I don't know who you are, Jenner, you bitch. Her eyes widened. Wait, how did Nassie know this was her alt? She'd hidden it so carefully. Friendship drama aside, the hashtag refund arranged was blowing up on Twitter. Many of the fans who fainted were talking about it too. Some fans who'd been hospitalized said they'd received refund emails but wouldn't be applying for them. They said this was their way of supporting their idol. Netizens started to notice something strange. There'd been over 300 people who fainted inside the venue and about 50 outside. Based on incomplete stats from social media, almost everyone who fainted inside got refund emails. Those outside didn't, because, of course, they hadn't bought tickets. At an average ticket price, that refund totaled over $300,000. He was literally giving money back out of his own pocket. Chu Zhi's act of generosity became a major topic of discussion worldwide. Back in China, though, it barely made a ripple. To the Chinese little fruits, this was nothing new. Many Chinese fans climbed over the Great Firewall to translate foreign comments. Watching international fans gush in disbelief made them secretly proud. My God, I've never seen a celebrity treat fans this kindly. IP, Baxter County, Arkansas, USA. Chu Zhi's always been known for loving his fans. He even covers round-trip flights to invite them to events. IP, Honolulu County, Hawaii, USA. Fans fainting isn't his fault. Legally, he doesn't owe anyone a refund. Emotionally, no one would blame him if he didn't. But he still did it. He's a hero for his fans. IP, South Yorkshire, UK. I couldn't attend because of school, but Chu Zhi's character and music will always be something I respect. IP, Prince Edward Island, Canada. I used to dislike this Chinese star, thought he was fake. But after reading about the LA concert, how long he performed, the refunds, writing songs for fans on the spot, I changed my mind. He's truly one of a kind. IP, Paris, France. Soon, overseas fans started worrying that their idol was losing money from all the refunds. Ironically, most of them didn't earn much themselves, yet they fretted over a Forbes-ranked millionaire's finances. It was kind of absurd and kind of sweet. So they decided to help the only way they could, by buying his albums. The refund incident boosted Chu Zhi's global reputation overnight and sent both his international albums soaring in sales. When all was said and done, he didn't lose money. He might have even gained a little. Was all this part of his plan? Of course not. So why did he feel responsible enough to refund those hundreds of fans? Had capitalism grown a conscience? Definitely not. It was simple. He just felt it was his duty. First, because this damn face of his was too good-looking for its own good. Second, because getting a ticket to his concert was supposed to be something joyful. But instead, those fans ended up fainting, losing both the experience and their money. Going from heaven to hell like that, it wasn't right. He wanted to make it up to them somehow. I'm such an ethical capitalist, he hummed to himself, quite pleased with his own righteousness. That mood didn't last long. The Sun newspaper ran a snarky article mocking his fashion brand, Muji Heat. He happened to see it on a plane, one of the 5 papers handed out by United Airlines. He wasn't mad. Nope, not even a little bit. Not one damn bit. He calmly called his brand's current design director over WeChat, just to check in. The first creative director had been Sai Sandro, then Gao Yuanyao, and now the third, Chizuka Gafuku, a half-Chinese, half-Japanese designer. His father, Chizuka Okami, had been the first Japanese designer ever invited to Paris Haute Couture Week. Gafuku himself was a rare talent, and Chu Zhi had personally recruited him. Boss Chu, some designs aren't finished yet, but we can start selling whenever you want, Gafuku said. Chu Zhi stayed quiet for a few seconds. Truth was, the clothes were ready for sale long ago. Most celebrity brands launched just to cash in, and some were downright shameless, selling ordinary bathrobes for almost $1,000, with the same fabric as a $10 one, and still not offering free shipping. By comparison, the first two design directors had produced genuinely stylish clothes, far above the usual idol merch standard. Muji Heat's only flaw was that its fits demanded perfect proportions. Chu Zhi didn't want his fans to buy clothes they couldn't even wear. "Keep designing," he finally said. Sure, he'd cut some grass. Everyone in business did. But he also wanted to build something real. He was a Chinese man who refused to lose. And just in case things went south, he already had backup plans to avoid any real losses. He had enough international influence now to collaborate with other brands or designers. Co-branding was always the easy route. "By the way," he added, "for our next two collections, I want the designs to feel wild and imaginative. Think classical meets romantic." "I get it," Gafuku replied. "We'll base them on real body shapes. For the waistline, I want to hide an element of mystery, something subtle and secret." He went on explaining his concept in depth. It was clear he had real talent. The idea sounded great, but the plane's Wi-Fi signal was terrible, constantly cutting in and out. Chu Zhi managed to listen for half an hour before the call became so choppy that he had to hang up. He figured they'd talk again in person when there was time. The thought reminded him of his first meeting with Min Zhongbei. It was summer. Chu Zhi would never forget Lao Qian's face that day. It was pure despair. Lao Qian had been in charge of initial recruitment, and Min Zhongbei had talked his ear off for over 3 hours straight. When Chu Zhi looked at Min Zhongbei afterward, the man was still full of energy. His desire to express himself was practically endless. A few hours later, the plane finally landed. Finally off the plane. 10-something hours in the air, and I'm exhausted, Chu Zhi said, stretching his arms. He turned his head and added, "Come on, Xiao Zhuzi, weren't you starving? Let's grab some noodles or something." Xiao Zhuzi replied, "Let's find somewhere else. Airport food's overpriced and awful. You've been whining about being hungry since the walkway. Just grab something to fill your stomach first." Chu Zhi smiled. "Relax, I'm paying. You know what day it is today?" The sudden question made Xiao Zhuzi's brain go into overdrive. Was it the boss's birthday? No way. Her own birthday? Couldn't be. She didn't even remember the exact date, but she still clearly recalled the tuna wasabi cake from 2 months ago. She racked her brain but still couldn't figure it out, and in the end, Chu Zhi led her straight to the KFC in the terminal. "It's Thursday, and I'll show you what real power looks like," Chu Zhi said after placing their order. Crazy Thursday. The moment clicked. Xiao Zhuzi checked her phone. It really was Thursday. Their voices weren't loud, and both wore caps, so no one around paid them much attention. Especially Chu Zhi, whose face was less than 30% visible. Still, diehard Little Fruits fans had eagle eyes. Not only could they recognize Chu Zhi from the tiniest glimpse, but they could also identify people who often appeared around him, like Lao Qian, Wang Yuan, or Xiao Zhuzi. KFC wasn't exactly cheap, but in an airport terminal, it was as good as it got. They ordered juicy double beef burgers, classic chicken wraps, New Orleans grilled chicken sandwiches, a honey-glazed whole chicken, and 2 large Cokes. "It's been a while since I've had KFC. It's actually pretty good," Xiao Zhuzi said with her mouth full. Eating with her reminded Chu Zhi of the time he'd had a meal with Luo Jianwei during Journey Among the Stars. Eating with someone who enjoys their food always makes you eat more. Chu Zhi was the kind of person who could eat a lot, but didn't really enjoy eating. "Haven't had it in a while? Are you dieting or something?" he asked casually. "I'm just trying to save up for a down payment in Shanghai." "Gotta be frugal," Xiao Zhuzi said. As his personal assistant, she'd already had 3 raises, plus bonuses, bringing her annual salary to around 300,000 yuan, with full benefits. That was way above what most assistants made in the entertainment industry, but even then, her pay couldn't keep up with housing prices. While they ate, Chu Zhi went through some unread emails. Declined all the interview requests. "It's just a concert, not worth a media special," he said. "Got it. I'll tell Sister Nyo," Xiao Zhuzi replied. A few state media outlets had requested interviews the moment he returned to China, hoping to tie it into the topic of cultural export. Sure, performing as Emperor Beast at the Staples Center and singing several Chinese songs could technically count as that, but Chu Zhi didn't think it was anything that grand. Besides, he'd already done way too many state interviews. People's Daily, Reference News, Yangqing Evening News, each had interviewed him at least twice. Accepting more would just feel excessive. When Chu Zhi passed the message along, the company had no choice but to turn them down. Other celebrities would have been green with envy, but Chu Zhi genuinely didn't want to deal with any of it. For most, being interviewed by official media was an honor, a recognition of status. But Chu Zhi, he turned them all down, calling him the top tier of Chinese stars. Wasn't much of an exaggeration. Just then, his phone rang, the ringtone playing softly. Musical note, listen to your mom. Don't let her get hurt. If you want to grow up fast. Musical note. He glanced at the screen. It was Director Davis. The moment he picked up, the man's voice came through, urgent and eager. Mr. Chu, the Matrix production team needs your help. What can I do for you, Mr. Davis? Chu Zhi asked. There's been a small issue during filming, so your entry date has to be delayed by about a month and a half, Davis said. A delay of that length meant rescheduling over 40 days of tightly packed plans, with gaps calculated down to the hour. For Chu Zhi's team, that kind of adjustment would be a total nightmare and a major cause of collective hair loss. He couldn't just give an answer so easily. Mr. Davis, I'll need to discuss the details with my company before I can give you a response, Chu Zhi said. Davis, on the other end of the line, knew that an immediate yes wasn't realistic for something like this. I'm so sorry for the trouble, truly sorry, Davis said repeatedly. Everything will be fine, Chu Zhi replied. He could tell from the man's tone that the director was exhausted. The call didn't last much longer. Davis hung up after explaining the situation, and it was only later, when Chu Zhi looked it up online, that he found out what had actually happened. The Matrix film crew had suffered a warehouse fire caused by the managers' negligence, so that was why the schedule was pushed back by a month. A fire meant that all the props and other stored materials had to be remade from scratch. That was no small task. It should have been huge news, but the aftermath of Chu Zhi's Los Angeles concert completely overshadowed it, so barely anyone paid attention. In truth, plenty of other things were happening quietly around the world, while certain countries were making a big deal out of them. For instance, in Japan, the single Come On, Sweet Death had just been released by Yamaha Music Publishing and was taking the country by storm. The Japanese little fruits were on fire. They even launched something called the Attack on Setsukawa Matsuyama campaign across Japanese internet platforms. The target was none other than the Oricon charts, Japan's iconic ranking system that had been around since the 1960s, holding more authority locally than Billboard ever did. Chu Zhi's album had already landed among the top 50 best-selling albums in Oricon history, an incredible feat on its own. You could check the ranking from a year or two ago to see just how well he'd done. This time, though, it was his first ever physical single release, and his Japanese little fruits were determined to push him into Oricon's top 50 best-selling singles in history. The current record holder was Setsukawa Mayachi, whose single from the 1970s had sold a staggering 4.61 million copies, a number untouched for half a century. In second place was Matsuyama Norimasa with 3.72 million sales. So Attack on Setsukawa Matsuyama literally meant they were trying to make Come On, Sweet Death surpass those two legends. And the Japanese fans were absolutely insane about it. Even crazier than the most obsessive fangirls in China. Take two examples, one big and one small. The Chu Zhi Ultimate Support Club had over 4,000 members, and together, they crowdfunded enough to buy 150,000 copies of the single. That's an average of more than 30 copies per person. Each single cost 1,800 yen, about 92 yuan, so that fan club instantly became legendary. Totally insane. That was the large-scale case, purely because of the sheer number of participants. The smaller case? A Tokyo office worker got into a literal fistfight with her boss after asking to get her salary in advance so she could buy 50 copies of the single. The boss refused, and things escalated from an argument to a full-on scuffle. Even when Lee Guoxiuan, the head of Igwa Media's Japan branch, urged fans to calm down, it didn't help at all. When Japanese fans went crazy, they didn't care about family, work, or anything else. The uproar got so big that even sociologists began weighing in. One of them, Aoyama Tetsumasa, a respected figure and advisor to Japan's Ministry of Finance, published an essay titled, "Don't Lose Yourself in Fandom." Fandom culture is now thriving in our country, closely tied to the structure of our national psyche, which I won't discuss in depth today. I divide fans into two main types. The first are those who project their desire for success onto the artist's physical existence, creating a distorted sense of self. For that imagined self to succeed, they're willing to devote all their time, energy, and resources. The second type views the artist as an idealized lover or aspirational figure. By projecting themselves into the artist's world, they experience emotions like affection, admiration, or even redemption. However, when this emotional support surpasses one's actual limits, the result is a collapse between their self and the artistic ideal. True fans should remain grounded while supporting their idols. Aoyama's piece was academic and philosophical, the kind of writing that felt more like a thesis than an opinion, though at least he was polite about it. Others weren't so restrained, flat out calling Japan's modern generation useless trash. Regardless of the criticism, the attack on Setsukawa Matsuyama campaign was wildly successful. Come On, Sweet Death sold 2.13 million copies on its first day, then broke 3.2 million within 2. Meanwhile, digital downloads also shattered records, reaching 4 million in just 48 hours, making Chu Zhi the first artist born in the Heisei era to surpass that mark. Yamaha Music's president, Maya, stared at the sales report in shock. Come On, Sweet Death was a good song, sure. But this was ridiculous. In his opinion, its popularity couldn't even match Fireworks, yet the numbers were literally chart-defining. Just then, knock knock. The sharp sound of someone rapping on the door broke his daze. Maya quickly composed himself, making sure no one would see his astonished expression. He couldn't let outsiders think he'd never seen success before. Number 596. What song should it be? President Maya, Come, Sweet Death, has already broken the company's single record. Should we engrave it onto the Yamaha piano? Secretary Shibata asked respectfully, waiting for instructions. Compared to entertainment giants like J Company and Oscar Productions, Yamaha Music Communications had one unbeatable advantage: its legendary parent company. Setting aside its many other ventures, Yamaha held 23% of the global instrument market, making it an unrivaled titan. What the secretary referred to as engraving on the Yamaha piano meant that the parent company would officially purchase the song's copyright and include it in the small music booklet bundled with their instruments, complete with sheet music. The rules don't say it has to be a Japanese artist. As long as it's a record-breaking single, it qualifies for the honor, President Maya replied. As he spoke, another thought surfaced. He was friends with the NHK chairman. What if he invited Chu Zhi to perform at the Red and White Song Battle? Would Chu Zhi agree? When Shibata noticed the president spacing out, he quietly closed the door and left. He'd already gotten the information he needed. Chu-san probably wouldn't refuse, right? This would be a great opportunity to draw in more fans. No wonder Amori Genjin got transferred to the headquarters. Who could resist that kind of influence? It's a pity it's only a single. If we could somehow persuade Chu-san to release an EP, that'd be incredible, Maya thought. A hit record meant far more than sales figures to a music company. Of course, a few million copies sold was nothing to scoff at, but the real prize lay in expanding distribution channels. For Yamaha Music, it was excellent business. For the Japanese internet, it was headline news. Experts who had once urged fans to stay rational now turned to criticism. But once the single's weekly sales actually broke 4 million, the online mood flipped overnight. Matsuyama had already been conquered, and now Chu Zhi's single was only 620,000 copies away from overtaking Tokyo Boys by Setsukawa. Are these people insane? Are they seriously about to crown a Chinese artist as the best-selling single in Oricon history? What will that say about us? Japan's most popular song, written by a Chinese man. I was fine when the 10th best-selling album, With You, was his. But number 1 for singles? You've got to be kidding. Do you Heisei brats even know Tokyo Boys was your parents' youth? Stop it right now. You're betraying your own country. The debate quickly escalated into one about national pride. But Japanese little fruits thought that dragging ideology and nationalism into showbiz was just ridiculous. Many of the sharper comments could drive anyone up the wall. The highest-grossing Japanese movie is Hollywood's Unsinkable. So what if the top-selling single's written by a Chinese artist? One's our ancient father, the other's our modern one. No difference. If you don't want Chu Zhi's fans to take the crown, shouldn't you all start buying Tokyo Boys? It's still available on Sony Music's official site. Neither side would back down. The attack Matsuyama continued, completely unaffected. Chief Ojima, should we hold back and wait for a better chance? Kamasaka Midori asked cautiously. After all, dozens had already withdrawn from the fan association. Midori thought the experts had a point. Having a foreigner top the Oricon chart was a bit much. Isn't now the best chance we'll ever get? Ojima Matsushika shot back. It's just the mainstream media's tone. Before Midori could finish, Matsushika cut her off. They're even better liars than Tanuki. Even better than Tansaburo the raccoon. Tansaburo the Tanuki was one of Japan's 3 famous mythical raccoons, alongside Shibiman the Tanuki and Yashima's bald Tanuki. And if you really wanted to, you could count Doraemon too. When I was about to die, the one who saved me wasn't some government professor, it was Chu-san, Matsushika said bluntly. His song didn't just save me, it gave me new life. So yeah, I want him to be number 1. Got a problem with that? Midori opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Right, when he'd been heartbroken and suicidal, it was Chu Zhi's songs that helped him crawl out of that pit too. Why did he need someone else to remind him of that? Matsushika even dipped into his private savings. His mother had always given him generous allowances, though he never saved a single yen before. But ever since he'd started planning to outlive his father, he'd begun to stash money away. Matsushika knew himself well. He was useless at everything except eating, and unless he built a solid savings account, he wouldn't survive after his father was gone. Under his lead, Chu Zhi's strongest fan club charged ahead. The traitor to Japan rhetoric online did scare off quite a few fans, but it also inspired even more rebels. People who'd never bought a single in their lives started buying. Because, come on, why should those old Showa fossils control everything, hoard all the national resources, and even tell the younger generation what songs they could buy? It wasn't about the 1,800 yen price tag. They weren't buying the CD, they were buying defiance. The fight for first place between the top 2 singles in Oricon history raged on, even spilling over into neighboring countries. And yes, you guessed it, Sony Music was the one stirring the pot. Their 1970s hit, Tokyo Boys, sold another 240,000 copies in 2 days thanks to the controversy. Nationalism was a profitable business. Emperor Beast, however, rarely dabbled in that kind of business. He had far more scientific ways of making money. At that moment, he was in a meeting at the Igwa Company headquarters in Shanghai. He still felt like he wasn't earning enough. He'd wanted to buy the entire office building outright, but the price was too beautiful, so he gave up, for now. Sometimes he really envied Sony for being able to sell entire buildings. Anyway, Igwa Entertainment had already held 3 consecutive meetings. Neo Jiangxue, Lao Qian, and Bai Weiqi proposed several plans, but Chu Zhi's schedule was packed. There were 7 or 8 events he couldn't miss, so delaying everything by a month and a half was impossible. Brother Chu, maybe I should call Director Davis instead, Neo Jiangxue suggested. She was used to doing the unpleasant work of turning people down, and she worried that her artist was too soft-hearted to say no himself. Soft-hearted, that's what people around him thought. Apparently, Emperor Beast's performance as modest and shy was quite convincing. The director called me personally, so I should answer him myself, Chu Zhi said. He decided to wait. All right, then let's move to the second agenda, Neo Jiangxue continued. The trainee our company signed has passed the idol. Forward audition. The first recording starts next week. Should we make a statement? Our signed trainee? He looked puzzled. Then 2 memories flashed through his mind. The first was from when the Scarlet Boys scandal broke. They'd made fans take out loans to buy albums. He'd told Neo Jiangxue then, we could try training a new idol ourselves. A lot of young fans like fresh faces. I'm an old-timer now, not really what fan circles are after. The second memory was from last week, when Neo Jiangxue had sent him the profile of the trainee who'd passed all the selection rounds. But that was during the Los Angeles leg of his In Harmony with Chu World Tour, and he'd been too busy to look. Then, as usual, he'd simply forgotten. Which was totally normal. Who hasn't opened their phone to do something, only to get distracted by short videos or novels and forget the original task? As for his comment about not being popular in fan circles, that was pure humble brag. Chu Zhi was still the undisputed number 1 in China. But since he was too successful, and many young girls preferred growth type or rookie idols, signing a new trainee made sense. The longer he stayed in the industry, the clearer it became to him. A celebrity with the wrong values could easily mislead young fans. Even mature fans could get swept away by that influence. Feiga fully supported signing new talent, though not for moral reasons, purely from a business perspective. Both the company and Chu Zhi had so many resources and contacts that not using them would be a waste. Signing a trainee and giving them just a fraction of Chu Zhi's exposure would be enough to make them famous. Idol Forward was proof. Countless agencies were desperate to get their trainees on that show. No wonder I kept feeling like I'd forgotten something, he thought. Out loud, he asked, "So what kind of show is Idol Forward?" Neo Jiangxue briefly explained. It was like Ichi's talent shows, a mix between Supergirl and Idol Producer. It wasn't a group debut show, but still followed the same competitive format. The four mentors were Lin Xia, Gu Peng, Chen Qihua, and Han Lulu. The trainee representative was Nan Kuei. All of them were both capable and popular. Lin Xia, in particular, hadn't appeared in any music-related program since switching to acting, so Igwa Entertainment must have paid her quite a lot. Name: Miao Chen graduated from Shenyang Conservatory of Music, briefly performed in a bar during university. His looks had a sort of broken beauty, sharp lines around his nose and jaw that made his face too defined. This face kinda looks like Jerry Yen, the actor who played Chun Daoming on Earth, Chu Zhi thought. When Meteor Garden was popular on Earth, I'd just finished the college entrance exam. There's no way I'd forget that. Do we have any video of his performance? He asked. His performance is quite unique, Neo Jiangxue said. Whether it's the VCR he sent or his live audition, both left a deep impression on me. She projected the interview video onto the big screen for everyone to see. Miao Chen sang, "You Are the Dark," one of rock legend Chun Igwe's songs from before he ascended to divinity. As the intro played, Chu Zhi paid full attention, secretly impressed by Miao Chen's guts. Everyone knew Chen Igwe's songs were a nightmare to cover. The reason was simple. Before he became a devout Taoist, his songs were wild, almost divine insanity. You could say he was God's little lunatic, a thunderbolt in human form. Ordinary people just couldn't capture that manic energy. And after his conversion to Taoism, his songs turned all mystical and cryptic, no easier to sing. The performance in the video genuinely surprised Chu Zhi. Miao Chen's self-introduction was quiet and polite, his voice soft. But the moment he started singing, he went completely off the rails. The emotion he poured into it bordered on madness. He was so skinny that when he thrashed his head around like that, Chu Zhi honestly worried his neck might snap. A few minutes later, the video ended. Chu Zhi agreed with Neo Jiangxue's assessment. Miao Chen's stage presence wasn't perfect, and his singing technique had flaws, but he definitely had that star quality. The contrast between his off-stage gentleness and on-stage frenzy was striking. Fans these days love that kind of idol, right? Chu Zhi said with a smile. They call it a mad beauty, don't they? Anyway, what's his character like? That question mattered. Other companies might not care much, but Igwa Entertainment absolutely did. Neo Jiangxue had done a thorough background check. No issues at all. Good, Chu Zhi said. Then we'll make his contract terms a bit better. For the preliminaries, we should give him something special. I'll write a song for our company's second artist. Brother Chu, your schedule's already packed, Neo Jiangxue said. Wouldn't it be too tiring to write a song on top of everything? I was only planning to have you record a short VCR message. Igwa's priorities were clear. Chu Zhi was the company's core, its soul. I've only released one album this year, so I've got plenty of songs piled up, he said. I'll just pick one that fits. It won't take long. Neo Jiangxue didn't press further. With Chu Zhi's personal backing, Miao Chen's career would be taking off faster than most newcomers could dream of. Woohoo! This kid's gonna soar, Wang Yuan laughed. It's a song by Xiao Jiu after all. Dropping a bomb like that right in the prelims, don't you think that's a bit much? Ha ha ha. How are the other contestants supposed to compete with that? One song from Brother Gio is worth a fortune. Let's just hope this level of investment gets the results it deserves. Chu Zhi had drawn a lot of classic songs from Earth, enough to last years even if he released one album annually. But many didn't suit his voice or image, so giving one away to another artist wasn't a bad idea. He'd turned down song requests before because, as the Emperor Beast, he'd been overly cautious. wanting to save enough trump cards for himself. Now, with his career solid and his foundation deep, giving Miaochen a new song was basically sending a signal to the entire industry. What kind of song should he give him? Something too iconic would make the debut too hard to live up to. After a bit of thought, he found one that fit perfectly. When the meeting ended, Chu Zhi headed for the road to the Migu Music Awards. On the way, he called Davis. The phone rang for half a minute before being picked up. The time difference between Australia and China was only 3 hours, so he wasn't worried about waking him. "Mr. Davis, how's your health?" Chu Zhi asked first thing. "Thanks for asking. I still exercise regularly, so no problems there," Davis said. "But there's been a string of unexpected incidents lately, and it's been a headache." "Chu, could we push back your filming schedule a bit?" Chu Zhi paused for a second. "There are a few state-level meetings I need to chair, so..." A state-level meeting meant the schedule was immovable, and "I need to chair it" meant he couldn't skip it. He didn't need to say more. Davis got the message. "I understand, Chu. Still, thank you for trying. I know how hard it is to rearrange things when you've got a global itinerary." His voice carried a trace of disappointment, even though he didn't doubt Chu Zhi's reason. Ever since the assassination attempt, China's official stance on Chu Zhi had made it clear how important he was. It made sense they'd want him at such events. Big-name actors usually signed filming contracts that specified the time frame. For example, if a movie needed 4 or 5 months to shoot, they'd sign for 6 months. It protected the actor from getting tied up indefinitely. Once the term ended, any reshoots depended on whether the actor felt like doing them. The crew now had to rebuild props, which would take time. Chu Zhi's delay would affect the whole schedule, making it hard to finish filming his scenes within the contract window. It also meant the budget might go over. Davis felt his head swelling just thinking about it. "I read the Australian Associated Press report," Chu Zhi said, his tone light. "I know your production's hit a snag. After some rearranging, Mr. Davis, I can delay entering the set by 2 weeks." Davis froze for a second, then burst out laughing. 2 weeks, that's fine. Chu, thank you so much." It wasn't the 6-week delay he'd hoped for, but 2 weeks was infinitely better than none. "You don't need to thank me," Chu Zhi said. "You're forgetting I'm part of the cast too. If the crew's in trouble, it's my responsibility as well. And if you need extra investment and Warner Brothers won't budge, just let me know." Now that's a real actor, Davis thought. His decision to invite Chu Zhi, after 3 personal visits, was absolutely right. "Sorry if I sound naggy," Chu Zhi added before hanging up, "but please take care of yourself, Mr. Davis. The Matrix crew still needs you at the helm." After that, he called Che Luen, who was now the acting CEO of iQIYI, meaning his words carried a lot of weight. Chu Zhi wasn't asking for any special treatment for his company's artist, just that Miaochen wouldn't be suppressed in the edit or given less screen time. He'd seen enough of those shady tricks in variety shows. At Egret Island, iQIYI's Idol Forward was filming at Galanjiu Island. The chief producer really had skills, managing to partner with local authorities to rent out a section of the famous tourist spot, practically for free. The city wasn't dumb either. As long as the show gained traction, fans would flock there to check in, boosting tourism. On set, 50 trainees were competing for the top 3 spots. Of course, it wasn't that only the top 3 could debut. Even the one in dead last could sign with an agency. But higher rankings meant better resources, more endorsements, and naturally, more public attention. Most of the trainees looked at one another with thinly veiled wariness. Every gaze screamed rival. Some were tightly wound, while others were laid back. One of the latter was Mao Yi from Banana Entertainment, who scanned the crowd for someone approachable. He spotted a gentle-looking guy who seemed easy to talk to, so Mao Yi walked right up to him with a grin. "What agency are you with, brother?" the guy asked. "Me," Miaochen replied. "iQIYI Media." Mao Yi's eyes went wide. "Wait, iQIYI? As in Jiahuai's company?" That legendary Jiahuai. The name alone made the 7 or 8 trainees nearby all turn their heads at once. Miaochen nodded. "Yep, that Jiahuai. Holy shit, bro, don't tell me you're the one Jiahuai personally summoned." Mao Yi gave him a once-over, looking him up and down as if trying to figure out whether this trainee had 4 legs or 8 arms, anything special enough to get iQIYI to sign him. Miaochen wasn't exactly shy, but he wasn't great with people either. Being stared at like a zoo animal made him feel awkward as hell. 2 months ago, iQIYI Media a company known for never signing outside artists, suddenly announced they were recruiting a single trainee. The news didn't trend, but its shockwave through the industry was like a 10-magnitude earthquake. It was said tens of thousands applied, and the one chosen was literally 1 in 10,000. Bro, you've got to look out for me, Mao Yi said. If Igwa's artist covers me, that's basically Jiwai covering me. Damn, doesn't that make me invincible? Miaochen didn't like this overly familiar guy. He wasn't sure if Mao Yi was doing it on purpose, but his loud voice made everyone else look over warily. He could tell this guy wasn't sincere either. He hadn't even introduced himself before running his mouth. He answered half-heartedly, not really engaging. Just the name of the company alone was enough to make him a target. No wonder the boss was seen as a legend in the Chinese entertainment industry. Getting perks came with pressure, and Miao Chun had already braced himself for that. He stared straight ahead, his eyes firm. The sea breeze blew across his face, messing up his already messy hair until a few strands poked his eyes. Then a cheerful electronic voice rang out. "Hello, dream chasers. I'm your strongest assistant on the road to your dreams, Ace. If you have any questions, just say, 'Little Ace, I have a question.'" The voice came from a smart robot rolling toward them. The show I'm a singer-songwriter had used one too, and this one came from the same tech company, Baidu. Since Baidu was Aichi's biggest shareholder, it wasn't just a sponsor, it was basically the money boss. "Little Ace, I have a question. Are you a guy or a girl?" "Little Ace, how do I win the championship?" One after another, playful voices piped up, mostly from attention seekers hoping to get screen time. "There are too many questions. Little Ace can't respond to them all," the robot replied unhelpfully before continuing. "From now on, please find your dream dormitory. The earlier you arrive, the more choices you'll have for your room." The moment it finished, the crowd exploded. The scene looked like the end of the last class before lunch, when students stampede toward the cafeteria. But wait, how did they all know the dorms were north? What if they ran the wrong way? Luckily, they didn't. After 7 or 8 minutes of running, the crowd finally reached the remodeled dorms. The building had originally been a hotel, now redecorated with Aichi and Idle Forward logos. All the furniture inside had been replaced too. As soon as the 50 trainees saw Lin Feifei standing at the entrance, they screamed like they'd just found Flower Fruit Mountain. "Oh, it's teacher Lin Xia. Lin Xia. Lin Xia." Sweet as summer. A chaotic mix of voices rose, but thankfully everyone restrained themselves from rushing in for hugs. "Seeing you all running here," Lin Xia said with a bright smile, "it feels like I'm looking at 50 boys chasing their dreams." He paused. "I say feels like because I'm not sure how much you're really willing to give up for your dreams." Whoever wrote this script clearly didn't care about cringe, but Lin Feifei was a professional. He'd taken the paycheck, so he gave it his all. "Can you give everything for your dreams?" he shouted. "Yes," all 50 answered in unison. "Can you?" he called again. "Your voices don't even echo in this empty field." "Wait, can open fields even echo?" "Yes," the 50 trainees roared again, louder this time. "Excellent," Lin Xia said. "Tomorrow, you'll have your first stage performance. Pick a song you're good at and perform it for the mentors. Based on your performance, we'll score you, and those who rank high will receive a special reward." The royal trainees among them already knew what that meant. The reward was the chance to perform as a guest at one of the mentors' concerts. "All right, now go choose your beds for the next 3 months," Lin Xia said before turning to leave. Several trainees, including Miao Chun, quickly realized that his line basically made the earlier first come, first served rule meaningless. As the variety show officially started filming, the fierce Setagawa Matsuyama campaign finally came to an end after 30 long days. The resulting social buzz could have fueled at least a dozen SCI-level research papers. Global single sales chart, top 50. Tokyo Yuru, Miyachi Setsugawa, 5,076.1K. Released, July 18, 1975. Come, Sweet Death. Chu Zhi, 4,824.8K. Released, November 6, 2026. Otoko no Kata, A Man's Shoulder. Matsuyama Kasei, 3,499.2K. Released, April 26, 1973. Kanpiki no Sora, Azure Sky. Katamari Duo, 2,854.7K. Released January 13th, 2003. The rest aren't listed. Go look them up yourself in that parallel world. Writing them all would be rude. Listing the top 4 alone already shows the huge gap, and that Chu Zhi still hadn't reached the top. If it weren't for his reputation in Japan as the circuit breaker of human suicides and the angelic voice that saved millions, the chaos stirred up by the little fruits there would have completely wrecked his public image. Thankfully, the foundation he'd built as the Emperor Beast in Japan was strong enough to survive this storm. Meanwhile, overseas, something connected to Chu Zhi was unfolding, or at least, it didn't seem connected on the surface. Miss Ryan, do you have anything left to say? The man with the spiky hair looked pained, but his words came sharp and cold. Final words, you mean? Ryan lit a slim cigarette and glanced around. The balcony, the door, the windows, all blocked by members of the Save Hope organization's action squad. No escape. If possible, we'd prefer an explanation over last words, Spiky Hair said. Why did you leak our plan to the police? The group's scheme to use Chu Zhi's death to trigger a new Cold War had been stopped by Ryan, costing him his position as deputy leader. A month later, the organization launched another operation under the codename Bloodlight. Ryan couldn't stop it this time, so she'd done the only thing left. She'd warned the police. The mission failed again. Now, this was Punishment Day. Our efforts were for the people who refused to give up on life. Our protests were to change what the public so desperately wanted changed. Our existence will one day make America freer and better. She recited the organization's founding creed. Some of the squad members looked ashamed, others expressionless, some angry. If possible, let those 3 sentences be my last words, Ryan said, grinding the cigarette into the ashtray. Her hands were shaking. She was terrified. Spiky Hair wanted to curse at her. If Chu Zhi were an idol, at least dying for fans made some sense. But this guy? Why die for strangers? Shouldn't people protect themselves first? Even at the brink of death, she didn't say a word about herself. Is there anyone you want to leave a message for? Spiky Hair asked. Leave a message? Ryan immediately thought of her father. She wanted to tell him the truth, that she hadn't run away as a kid because she was rebellious, but because her stepmother had assaulted her. She wanted to ask why her father had never cared. Her lips trembled, but she shook her head instead. Bang! As Spiky Hair pulled the trigger, the only thought in his mind was, goodbye, Deputy Leader. Number 597. Year in summary. The Galanjiu Arts Center exhibition hall had been rented out by the Aichi production team, who built an impressive stage inside. And by impressive, it meant expensive. Every piece of lighting and sound equipment screamed money. A good stage, after all, was built on piles of cash. But because of the hall's limited size, the audience capacity had to be cut from 3,000 to 2. The venue was divided into 3 main sections. From top to bottom, the main stage and contestant waiting area, the mentor platform, and the audience seats. The lighting design made each zone distinct, with the audience area left deliberately dim. Every seat was filled, the air thick with tension and anticipation. I'm so nervous. It's my first time performing in front of a live audience. They say there are over 1,000 people out there. If I mess up, my face will be all over the internet tomorrow. I'm not nervous at all. What's there to be afraid of? Please, you're not even performing today. You go on tomorrow. I swear I'm about to faint. Quick, hold me down. My inner power's about to explode. Their chaotic chatter revealed exactly how they felt. Nervous, excited, and eager for the stage. The performance order had been set 2 days ago during a group activity. The show was split into 2 days, with 25 trainees performing today. Miao Chun was number 20 on the list. Each contestant got about 5 minutes for an introduction and a song. With 25 of them, that added up to more than 4 hours of performances. Then again, it wasn't unheard of for a recording to run 6 or 7 hours, so Aichi's arrangement was already generous, especially considering the competition format. Time slipped by amid the chatter until a synthesized clapping sound, pa pa pa, echoed through the hall. 4 mentors, Gu Peng, Lin Xia, Chen Qihua, and Han Lulu, stepped onto the stage with trainee representative Nan Kuei. Each mentor performed one of their representative works to kick off the show. Gu Peng and Lin Xia needed no introduction. The first was the socially anxious, folk prince, and the second, a former top idol. The other two, though, deserved a closer look. Han Lulu was born in Hong Kong in 1991, part of the early 90s generation. Now 34, she was one of the most successful female singers in the Chinese music world. She held the record as the most streamed Chinese-language female artist on Spotify and had twice won the Net Asian Music Award for Best Asian Artist. One of her music videos had even been certified by Guinness as the most viewed Chinese MV on YouTube, until it was overtaken by Chu Zhi's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Then there was Chen Qihua. Fans called her the pride of mainland female singers and the award machine. Her critics said she was a connected insider who can't sing. In her 13-year career, she'd won 314 awards, both domestic and international, becoming the first artist to sweep all four major honors: Best Female Singer and Most Popular Female Singer from the Huaxia Music Media Awards, Chinese Music Top Chart, Chinese Song Music Festival, and Global Chinese Music Chart Awards. Teacher Lin Xia: not releasing new songs is such a waste. His voice always feels like summer, one fan whispered. Goddess Han Lulu is forever the queen. Every note she sings tells a story. I really want to be a songwriter like Teacher Gu Peng someday. Teacher Han Lulu's famous in our country too, said trainee Zhang Luiman from Thailand's biggest entertainment company, Grammy. I didn't know teacher Chen Qihua before, but her live performance was incredible. That's exactly why so many agencies fought to get their trainees into Aichi's Idol Forward March. The show had pulled in sponsors and viewers from all across Asia, and even included 12 foreign trainees. Hearing his foreign colleague praise Chinese singers, trainee Su Kong couldn't help feeling proud. He said, Teacher Chen Qihua is the first female singer in China to achieve the 4-award Grand Slam. The first male singer who managed the same thing was Chu Zhi. What do you think about that? Teacher Chen Qihua is that strong? Zhang Luiman didn't quite grasp the prestige of the awards at first, but the moment he heard Chu Zhi's name, he immediately understood. Anyone who could match Chu Zhi's achievements was definitely a top-tier diva. The mentor stage heated up the audience quickly. The response was fantastic, except for trainee representative Nan Kuei, who fell short. As the lead vocalist of Scarlet Boys, he was decent compared to his teammates, but next to the four mentors, he sounded painfully ordinary. He even dodged the high notes with vocal runs. The first trainee to perform was a baby-faced boy with big round eyes and soft cheeks. Hello, mentors, thank you for your time. I'm Jia Su, a trainee from Southern Sky Entertainment, 24 years old. He looked 17 or 18 at most, stammering nervously through his introduction. Southern Sky Entertainment? If I remember right, this trainee's your junior, isn't he, Teacher Nan? Chen Qihua asked. Really? If Teacher Han hadn't mentioned it, I'd still be clueless, Lin Xia joked, studying the boy's face. Kids these days sure make us look old. He smiled. I'm looking forward to this performance, just like I'm looking forward to Jia Su. That was Lin Xia, never missing a chance to add some nonsense to his rambling mentor persona. I know him, Nin Kuei said. Jia Su's one of Southern Sky's most talented in both singing and dancing. He won't let you down, Teacher Lin. Jia Su performed one of Scarlet Boys' hit songs. A smart move for his company, since using their own group's copyrighted material cost little to nothing. It was a dance song, but the lighting didn't quite match the choreography, making the stage look flat. Still, the 2,000 audience members clapped enthusiastically. Since he's my junior, I'll refrain from commenting, Nin Kuei said. Please, teachers, go ahead. His fundamentals are solid, and his breathing's steady even while dancing, Chen Qihua said. But he could put more emotion into the song. Relax, Lin Xia added. Singing needs to feel easy. You can't sound powerful unless you're relaxed. Thank you, teachers Chun and Lin, Jia Su said, bowing. What do you two think, teachers Gu and Han? Lin Xia turned to them. Or did my comment already cover everything? Neither Gu Peng nor Han Lulu liked talking much. The first was socially anxious, the second naturally quiet. They usually only spoke when prompted. And no, you've already said it well. Nothing to add. Gu Peng mumbled without even looking at the trainee. If you gave him a keyboard, though, he'd probably write a 1,000-word critique. His tone's thin and neutral, Han Lulu said curtly. Wrong song choice. Short, sharp, and accurate. Everyone could tell Jia Su probably wanted to sing folk songs, but Southern Sky didn't have any folk singers, so the company went for what was marketable. Jia Su ended with 71 points out of 90. Lin Xia 16, Chun Chihua 15, Gu Peng 15, Han Lulu 17, and Nan Kuei 8. Trainees went up one by one, and it was obvious that every agency had sent their best. 2 original songs appeared among the first 10 performances. The 11th contestant, surnamed Wang, even had an original choreography, earning 77 points. Wow, he actually hired a choreographer and made his own routine. Sneaky bastard, Su Kong muttered. The others nodded in mock outrage, all pretending to condemn him while secretly jealous. After all, agencies with money could buy hit songs for their trainees. Singing a popular track was a surefire way to catch attention early on. The richer ones even commissioned original pieces for their star trainees. The first stage of Idol Forward was really just a showcase of how much each company was willing to invest. The mentors' comment styles were already well known by now. Lin Xia was the gentle one who mixed encouragement with jokes. Han Lulu was funny with her dry Beijing-style humor, despite being born in Hong Kong. I agree, Gu Peng often said, adding a sentence or two of support. Chen Chihua's comments, in contrast, were blunt and precise, always pointing out what needed improvement. As for Nan Kuei, he was basically there to make noise. His feedback was pure filler. Pay attention to rhythm. Your rhythm's off. Good rhythm. Keep working on it. You lack rhythm. Nobody really knew what rhythm even meant to him anymore. Then came Zhang Luiman, the 16th performer, who broke Wang's record with 78 points, the highest score so far. Grammy's got power, after all. They bought the rights for him to perform My Destiny, Thai version, the theme song from the Thai remake of My Love from the Star. The original drama had made Professor Du every Asian teen's dream guy, and Thailand's remake had gotten huge. Grammy had noticed that Chinese viewers rarely watch Thai dramas, but they'd recognize the melody instantly. Paired with Zhang Luiman's vocals, his debut stage was explosive. When he returned to his seat, none of the other contestants dared to underestimate him anymore. Talent was talent. Then came Mao Yi, who performed a rearranged version of the classic Old Bridge. I know the original songwriter, Gu Peng said unexpectedly. Not close friends, but we've talked about music. He wrote Old Bridge for his late grandmother. It uses harmonic minor progressions, and the chorus goes, "The people's bridge remains only in the wind and rain of my heart." The Fengdu Baowan Bridge was once called the People's Bridge, a historical landmark in his hometown. When he crossed it again years later, he couldn't remember its history, only the feeling of his grandmother holding his hand. He frowned. I don't know who rearranged this version, but it's awful. It completely ruins the original emotion. Personally, I hate this kind of reckless tampering. His voice was sharp, and his score even sharper, 12 points. Mao Yi panicked and apologized immediately. His agent backstage almost called the company to ask if they'd somehow offended Gu Peng before. There's no way he'd criticize someone that hard just out of artistic integrity, right? Mao Yi ended with 55 points, second lowest of the day. A few more contestants went up, then it was finally Miao Chen's turn. Hello, teachers. I'm Miao Chen, number 20. Miao, like rice seedling. Chun like morning. I'm from Igua Media. The moment he stepped on stage, the entire room's attention shifted. Partly because of the Igua name, but mostly because of his look. He wore a crooked suit, scuffed leather shoes, and messy clown makeup that didn't quite work. He looked like a clown who'd spent the whole day trying to make people laugh, only to be pushed around and left with nothing but smeared paint and wrinkled clothes. He really went through with it? Oh no, oh no. If her debut score's low, Boss Nyo's gonna kill me. In the backstage area, his agent Lau Kaitu was pacing in panic. He was a veteran in the industry who'd recently joined Igua. Even if it was for performance effect, the mentors wouldn't take kindly to a messy, clownish image. He'd already rejected this concept once when Miao Chun proposed it last week. The mentors won't like it, he'd said. You won't get a good score. But he'd turned his back for one moment before the show, and Miao Chun had changed into that same ridiculous outfit anyway. Song, in tune. Lyrics, Chu Zhi. Composer, Chu Zhi. Arrangement, Chu Zhi. Performer, Miao Chun. When the song info appeared on the screen, Not only did the other 49 trainees start whispering, but even the 4 mentors and the trainee representative looked stunned. They'd all been curious to see what kind of talent Igwa Media's chosen one had. None of them expected that Chu Zhi would actually write him a song. After seeing that, Miao Chen's weird outfit didn't even matter anymore. It's actually a song by Brother Jiu? Lin Xiao leaned back. That's insane, way too much. 6. Gu Peng muttered in his usual cold tone, blurting out a random number as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. With my connections, could I get Brother Jiu to write a song for me too? Probably, maybe. Teacher Chu's songs are the most valuable in the whole entertainment industry, Han Lulu said jokingly. I heard someone once spent several million and still couldn't get one. Is this the perk of being Igwa's artist? I kinda want to switch companies now. Chen Shihua smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to it. Nan Kuei, the trainee representative, said nothing. He was furious. Back when his group was still around, they'd pooled money together trying to commission a song from Chu Zhi and still failed. If Chu Zhi had agreed back then, their group wouldn't have disbanded. Of course, in his mind, that whole mess was Chu Zhi's fault. He hadn't done anything wrong himself. He glanced at Miao Chen again and frowned. This trainee didn't look like much. Comparing himself to Miao Chen, Nan Kuei decided that Chu Zhi clearly had no taste. The lights dimmed. A single spotlight fell on Miao Chen as he began to sing. Musical note, wearing slippers with a suit. One word from me can freeze the crowd. Wiping my face with a rag. Drinking water from a wine glass. How cool is that? I might be first from the bottom, but heroes always start against the wind. Acting dumb when I know better. That's just how I live. Musical note. The lyrics fit his clownish outfit perfectly. He didn't look at the audience at all, keeping his head down like a stalk of wheat bent by the wind. Then his voice suddenly rose, his head lifting. Slightly. Musical note. You ever met someone more in tune than me? I write songs with 1645, and yeah, the lyrics sound pretty cheap. Who cares? So what if I've got no talent? I'll carve my own path. Who's giving me their dull baggage? Don't know the score? They're the ones off key. Musical note. He sat on the plastic steps, legs spread out like a lazy street punk. Compared to the other contestants' flashy props and lighting, his stage setup was ridiculously simple. Just a fake staircase, molded to look like bluestone. He looked like a drifter howling at the world. The electric guitar crashed into the melody, bringing chaos and unrest. This song wasn't simple. Chen Shihua especially liked the guitar riff. It felt like the start of a new motif, opening a fresh movement. Musical note, they take cabs while I walk. They hide from the rain while I stroll through it. They call me a monster, but they're not even as good as clowns. Musical note. He flipped his thumb toward himself. Musical note, being dump's a kind of gift. To eat the tiger you've got to act like a pig. Failure's lonely as hell. Mockery hurts, but I won't lose my style. Musical note. He tugged at his wrinkled collar, mic in one hand, brushing his messy hair back with the other. Whether he had style, left was debatable, but his clown makeup made the act even more absurd, and somehow more powerful. Suddenly he jumped up, his sharp gaze locked on the crowd. Musical note. You ever met someone more in tune than me? I write songs with 1645, and yeah, the lyrics sound pretty cheap. Who cares? So what if I've got no talent? I'll carve my own path. Who's giving me their dull baggage? Don't know the score. Musical note. He dragged out the final note, his voice cracking with raw frustration and defiance. Musical note. They're the ones off key. They're the ones off key, and I'm the only one who's right in tune. Who's more in tune than me? They're the ones off key. Musical note. He went completely wild. Miao Chen threw himself into the performance, limbs thrashing, stomping the stage so hard the mic nearly flew out of his hand. He looked like a possessed puppet, his exaggerated movements so strange that even Han Lulu felt a chill, the uncanny valley creeping in. He shouted in rhythm, "Ba bala bala ba, they're the ones off key. Ba bala bala ba, I'm the one in tune." The weird chant repeated, like a clown backed into a corner by life and finally exploding. Step by step, he climbed the staircase, muttering his strange sounds until he reached the top. Then, unexpectedly, he switched to an operatic tone. Musical note. They laugh at me for being mad. I laugh at them for not seeing through. Where are the heroes of Wooling buried? No flowers, no wine, only fields to till. Musical note. As he sang the lines from the Peach Blossom Hermitage song, his exaggerated posture softened. His voice trembled, weak and distant, like the graves of old heroes fading into farmland. Musical note, they're the ones. Off-key, who's more in tune than me? Musical note. Then he threw his head back and laughed madly. Ha 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 ha. With that clown makeup, the laugh turned his painted smile into something fierce and grotesque. The hall went silent. No one clapped. Is this trainee mentally okay? That was Nan Kuei's first thought. If he sang that song himself, he'd never get that kind of effect, because he was sane. Lin Xia was the first to react, standing up and clapping hard. The applause spread like wildfire. Cheers followed, roaring through the hall. Brother Joe's lyrics are amazing, and this song suits you perfectly, Lin Xia said. When you sang, it felt like the clown himself stood up and told us his story. I loved it. Excellent, Han Lulu said. There were a few flaws in the singing, but they don't matter. This song should have been saved for the final. Using it here's a waste. I agree with Teacher Han, Gu Peng said, half zoning out again. Your acting was stronger than your singing, Chen Qihua added after a pause. I'm not sure if that kind of madness is good though. Maybe if you toned it down a bit? I really can't tell. Miao Chen's final score was 84, the highest so far, and the first trainee to break 80. Backstage, Lao Kaitu finally exhaled. The giant rock pressing on his chest rolled away. Thank God. At least they got a good score. The chief director watching the backstage monitors was grinning from ear to ear. Whether it was Chu Zhi's songwriting or the contestants' performance, both were perfect for boosting ratings. With Idol Onward, set to air in mid-December, there was no doubt it'd be an instant hit. While Miao Chun was recording, ticket sales opened for the 10th and final leg of the In Harmony with Chu World Tour. The venues were massive: Beijing's Bird's Nest with 100,000 seats, Tokyo Dome with 60,000, Seoul Olympic Stadium with another 100,000, Bukit Jalil National Stadium in Malaysia with 80,000, and Munich Stadium with 65,000. Over 400,000 tickets in total. Little fruits all over the world were fired up, especially the ones overseas. After all, it had been 8 years since Chu Zhi's debut, and this was his first world tour since then. Who knew when the next one would happen? Everyone went all out for tickets, using every trick they could think of. Of course, the overseas fans didn't know the full story. Back when Chu Zhi had just debuted, he'd already done a world tour, 5 stops in total. Still, their worry wasn't wrong. No one knew how many years it'd take for the next one. 400,000 tickets sounded like a lot, so fans assumed they'd have a good chance. And technically, they weren't wrong. The tickets didn't sell out instantly this time. It took 3 seconds instead of 1. Out of those 400,000 seats, 300,000 were overseas. Many overseas fans had been waiting for years, and the only reason the servers didn't crash immediately was that international ticketing websites made payments such a pain. Germany's Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung even wrote about the upcoming Munich concert. Even the lizard next door knows that the Chinese superstar Chu Zhi is coming. For most singers, being able to hold a few 10,000-seat concerts was already a brag-worthy achievement, both in China and abroad. Even Michael Jackson's comeback was set for London's O2 Arena, which held about 20,000 people. Chu Zhi, on the other hand, was doing over 40 shows, each with more than 50,000 people. That kind of scale hadn't been seen since the golden age of pop in the 80s and 90s. In the blink of an eye, it was December 7th. The year was almost over. Chu Zhi received invitations from both the Kahaku Yuta Gassen and the Super Bowl halftime show. But that was wishful thinking. He'd already turned down the Spring Festival Gala 2 or 3 times, even when they wanted him to perform as the Emperor Beast. There was no way he'd show up for those either. Even after declining the invitations, he didn't take a break. His schedule was packed, and since his film shoot was delayed, he decided to film as many ads as possible in the meantime. By the time he got home that night, it was already past 10. After taking a shower, he ordered some late-night food. While waiting for it to arrive, he sat down at his desk and started writing as the Emperor Beast. He opened a new document and typed, "Year in summary. 2025 was, from a personal standpoint, kind of disappointing. No major progress, though at least I didn't regress. You could say it was a year of standing still. Right now, my popularity's probably above the level of a global superstar, though whether I've become a true pop culture icon, is still debatable. Completed work. Released English singles Amazing Grace, Jesus Loves Me, and She Taught Me How to Yodel. Released Japanese single Come, Sweet Death. Produced and released Chinese album Besieged on All Sides. Became chairman of the Asian Music Association and launched the first Asian music competition. Completed in harmony with Chu World Tour. Launched Little Fruit's Star Project. He thought about adding things like the Masked Singer, American version, award shows, and charity events, but decided against it. Those were all about fame, not artistry. They didn't matter much to his career as a singer. He continued writing. Declined due to time conflicts, but wanted to attend CCTV's large-scale variety show Young Leaders. Journey Among the Stars 2 as a guest performer. China's Best Songs 4 as a mentor. Cultural exchange events like the China, France, and China, Italy forums. Achievements. Male lead in Unsinkable, now the second highest grossing film in history. Singles performed decently in Japan and Western markets, and the first physical Chinese album did well too. That list didn't even include the 30-plus music awards he'd won this year, among them several Grammys that were mailed to him while he was still in the hospital recovering. As for the decent sales, that was an understatement. Both his singles and albums had shattered records, especially Amazing Grace, which he'd recorded using angelic gospel harmonics. It had become the best-selling single in the world, breaking every previous record. The old record holder was Billie, the Daughter of America, whose single had sold 9.77 million copies. Chu Zhi's Amazing Grace hit 13.77 million in under a year. Add in the yearly copyright royalties from churches, and the Emperor Beast could practically live off that one song for 2 lifetimes. He added another section. Things to improve. Don't get killed. Take care of health, since poor health affects productivity. Chu Zhi had written year-end summaries every year, but this was the first time he'd gone into such detail. Honestly, it'd be even better to write one every month. Back in his previous life as a CEO, he did exactly that. This kind of self-reflection was like keeping financial records, useless to others, but incredibly valuable to oneself. He murmured to himself while typing, "Next year's Woodstock Music Festival will be held in the Sahel region. Gotta be careful. Even with security from Zhongnanhai, I can't afford to get careless. 4 great classics album, international album, and the Matrix shoot. Just finish those 3 things properly next year." Then he heard a notification ping. Delivery's here. No way I'm skipping a midnight snack. He went downstairs to grab it. The delivery riders couldn't enter the complex, but thankfully the security guards always placed the orders in the food locker by the entrance. Otherwise, it'd be too far a walk. Time slipped by as the Emperor Beast pushed through his endless schedule. Soon, it was December 14th, the air date of Idol Forward's very first episode. Number 598. I'm really curious. The 5 guests invited to Idol Forward were ranked purely by popularity, roughly as follows. T1, Lin Xia. T2, Honolulu, Nam Kuei. T3, Gu Peng, Chen Qihua. The ranking was based entirely on fanbase size, not achievements in music or singing ability. Right now, the 4 biggest stars, Zhou, Lin, Meng, and Sun, were considered T0 level. Lin Xia was just 1 step below. As for Chu Zhi, he wasn't even on the same chart. If the rest were ranked with numbers, then his rank would be written in Chinese characters. They weren't even in the same dimension. The production team asked the guests to coordinate with promotions 2 weeks ahead of release, so anticipation was high, especially among younger fangirls. Many were drawn in by the styling photos posted on iQIYI's official account. When the show dropped, the episodes were listed as Episode 1, Dream Chasers First Stage, Part 1. Episode 2, Dream Chasers First Stage, Part 2. Dream House Diary. Only the obsessed succeed. The third one was a spin-off, a behind-the-scenes show featuring daily dorm life and casual mealtime chats. Each of the main episodes ran for about 118 minutes. Nobody knew why variety shows kept getting longer, just like nobody understood why apps kept getting bigger. You could tell who had the most fans just by watching the live comments fly across the screen. Here for my Fei-Fei. It's been forever since I heard Fei-Fei sing. Hope the show lets her perform more songs. Didn't Chun and Han have beef before? Wow, the producers are stirring things up. Captain Scarlet forever the GOAT. It was obvious why the show invited internet celebrities instead of professional singers. Ordinary people wouldn't watch unless the theme matched their taste perfectly. Only fangirls had the time and patience to follow every episode religiously. Watching both episodes back-to-back would take at least 3 hours, even with playback speed doubled. That night, Ichi bought more than 10 trending hashtags. Hashtag Idol Forward Minor Stage. Hashtag Goopunk Critiques Remix. Hashtag Idol Forward International Showcase. Hashtag Choose Your Right Song for Trainee. Hashtag Idol Forward No Group Debut. Hashtag Meowchin Clown Stage. Hashtag Street Dance Champion Tamano. Hashtag Kinoshita hides Japanese accent. There were plenty more, but there was no need to list them all. The current marketing strategy was simple: spam every trend with money. Out of those trends, 2 actually broke out of fan circles and caught the public's attention. One involved Chu Zhi, and the other was about Gu Peng losing his temper. Among the trainees, several also gained attention for their performances: Miao Chun, Tomano, Wang Xiaoxiao, Kinoshita Akihiro, and Zhong Lavaman. Each reached around 500,000 followers on Weibo. Of the 6, Miao Chun was the most controversial. On one hand, he already had fans since he was the first trainee signed under Igwa Media, and he'd performed Chu Zhi's new song, so Little Fruits naturally supported him. On the other hand, his stage was so chaotic it lacked any aesthetic appeal. Some people loved his madness, but others just found it bizarre. The song Blueprint is great. The peach blossom verse at the end gave me chills, but I still can't bring myself to like Miao Chun. I think it's amazing. Totally relatable. I'm just a clown driven insane by life. He got the highest score out of 50 contestants, but honestly, 90% of that was the song. Try another one and see if flailing around like a ghost still works. If you watch Dreamhouse Diary, you'd know that stage was specifically designed around that song. Thanks for the info. In that case, I'd say it's a design failure. Controversy filled the comments, and that was exactly what variety shows thrived on. Meanwhile, major agencies quickly set up fan support groups for their trainees and ramped up online promotions, which only made the show even hotter. Soon, a bunch of sponsors came knocking, eager to squeeze in their ads. In today's idol survival shows, those ads even counted as resources for the contestants. Everyone benefited. Che Luan, one of the producers, praised the Idol Forward team and handed out bonuses. The more profitable the show was, the more influence he had with shareholders. He chuckled, eyes gleaming with nostalgia. My Xiao Jio's still the best. Years ago, we created the phenomenon journey among the stars together, and now he's conquered the world again with Idol Forward. In his mind, he'd already decided that Miao Chun would make it into the top 4. Even if Chu Zhi hadn't asked for special treatment, as long as the kid didn't completely flop, he'd be pushed forward. Che Luan's logic made sense, but if a trainee handpicked by Igwa Media needed backstage manipulation just to reach the top 4, then what was the point of signing him in the first place? While the public argued over the show, the music industry had its own reaction. Just as Chu Zhi expected, his inbox was soon flooded with songwriting requests. Over 30 artists in just 2 or 3 days, both people I know and people I don't, he muttered, scrolling through the emails. And that was only from those who had his contact info, who knew how many more wanted to reach him but couldn't find a way. He paused when he spotted a familiar name, Zheng Hua, who'd retired a few years ago. Didn't Brother Zheng retire? Why's he asking me for a song? The Emperor Beast dialed his number. As soon as Zheng Hua answered, his raspy voice came through the line, already anticipating the question. I've wanted to work with you for years, Zheng Hua said. Things just kept getting in the way. Yesterday my agent told me you're writing songs again, so I figured I'd give it a shot. It was true. Zheng Hua and Su Ji had both been mentoring new rock talents, and Zheng Hua had always admired Chu Zhi, hoping to nudge him toward rock music someday. I've actually got a song that might fit us perfectly, Chu Zhi said. Oh, what's it called? Do you have the sheet music? Send it over so I can take a look, Zheng Hua replied eagerly. There's a simple score. I'll send it soon. They chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. With trains, the internet, and smartphones making everything easier, it was ironic that everyone was still too busy to meet. Even a short call had become a luxury. Chu Zhi sent him fake monk, then noticed another email from Gu Peng, filled with his usual wall of nonsense. Before he could reply, A WeChat notification popped up. Whether we collab or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether Brother Joe's free to take a dump together. The Emperor Beast sighed. He understood that gu peng meant grab a meal, but the phrasing was unnecessary. He sorted through the 30-plus song requests and narrowed them down to 8, choosing. Based on value, potential, and musical fit, gu peng made the cut, of course. Zheng He sent another message. Xiao Chu, you're too good. I especially love this line. I'll walk from south to north, from white to black. I want people to see me, yet not know who I am. It's brilliant. This duet's gonna be amazing, Chu Zhi replied. Let's find a time to record it. Your fans will love it. He kept notes on everyone in his contacts. Gu Peng, for example, was labeled Gu Peng loves pizza. Birthdays were marked on his calendar and favorite foods recorded in chat notes. Handy for spontaneous dinner invites. Just a small social trick, nothing special. Zheng He sent one last message. After New Year, come to the capital then. Chu Zhi promised he would, then got back to writing the 8 songs he'd agreed to. A quick reminder. Even when an artist performs someone else's song, the copyright still belongs to the songwriter, who continues earning royalties every year. Before finalizing anything, he messaged Nyoto to coordinate. With company support, profits could be maximized. The new generation's music godfather was steadily rising. Spring was right around the corner. Streets were lined with red lanterns, homes filled with the smell of chicken, duck, and fish. Once again, the Emperor Beast had a feast waiting for him, and best of all, he didn't have to cook. Su Shangbai loved cooking but hated washing dishes, so after some discussion, they happily divided the chores. Chu Zhi didn't even bother pretending. He fully embraced his laziness and immediately bought a dishwasher with a drying function. After all, laziness was one of humanity's greatest motivators. Never ask if anyone delivers or installs dishwashers on New Year's Eve. There'll always be someone who skips the celebration for a few silver coins. Dinner wasn't at Xiao Bai's house, but at Chu Zhi's new one, a place built like a maze where you could get lost just trying to find a door. When Su Shangbai arrived, he was honestly stunned. The hallway connecting the living room and kitchen was so narrow, he had to bend down and crawl. The Emperor Beast had clearly never thought about cooking at home when designing the place, which made carrying dishes from the kitchen a bit of an ordeal. Fragrant stir-fried king crab, braised prawns in oil, pickled chili chicken feet, dompa pork, and 2 vegetable sides. A full and generous spread. Su Shangbai handed over the dishes. Chu Zhi received them, both bending down and shuffling like soldiers passing ammo through a trench. Dabai, something bothering you? Chu Zhi asked mid-bite. I like someone, Su Shangbai said bluntly, but my family's arranged a blind date for me. I'm not sure what to do. That's not like you. Chu Zhi said. Is there something making it harder to decide? From what the Emperor Beast knew, Su Shangbai's family background wasn't great, and his relationship with his parents wasn't exactly harmonious, so it didn't sound like he'd have trouble saying no. And considering that Su Shangbai already had his own business, it shouldn't have been that hard a choice. My grandpa wants to hand the family business over to me, Su Shangbai said. But if I take over as family head, I'll have to go through with a family alliance marriage. Marriage alliances, the oldest and most reliable form of partnership. If Chu Zhi remembered right, the Su family owned Datang Company in Gue Province. On paper, Dubai Sugar's market value seemed higher, several billion more even. But people who really understood the market knew how massive a 50 billion yuan company like Datang truly was. Inheriting Datang and combining it with Dubai Sugar would be like merging 2 blades into one. Together, they could soar, making him one of the top figures in the country's industrial scene. Love on one side, success on the other. Either path would change a person's life. So even though they were close, the Emperor Beast didn't dare offer advice. No one had the right to decide another person's fate. Chu Zhi silently picked up a piece of dompa pork and chewed. The meat was tender and rich without being greasy. When he swallowed, he finally asked, Xiao Bai, what do you think you'll do? I'll inherit the family business, Su Shangbai said. But knowing I'll have to sacrifice my feelings for it makes me hate how rational I am. A smart and realistic guy, just as Chu Zhi expected. Su Shangbai had always leaned toward logic. What about you, Brother Jiao? When are you planning to settle down? Su Shangbai asked in return. Settle down? I'll focus on my career first, Chu Zhi replied. Su Shangbai nodded. He knew Brother Gio was ambitious, so he didn't push. After all, there's no point trying to talk sense into someone about love. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on the TV, completely oblivious to their conversation. The two of them kept chatting as they ate, hands moving quickly as the dishes disappeared from the table. Whatever you said about Xiaobai's cooking, at least he'd never go hungry. If everything else failed, he could always open a restaurant and make good money. Unsurprisingly, the Parallel World's 2026 Spring Festival Gala flopped again. From weak talk shows to collapsing skits, crosstalk, and singing acts, only the dance performances were half-decent. But who wants to spend New Year's just watching people dance? Still, amid all the complaints online, Chu Zhi's name popped up again. Have there even been any good songs on the gala in the past 2 years? It's all been tailor-made fluff. Not that bad. Chu Zhi's Come Home Often was pretty nice. Yeah, my grandparents play it every year when we visit. They love it. Though honestly, Come Home Often doesn't fit Jia's style at all. Wait, wasn't Come Home Often from 2022? That's like 4 years ago. Holy shit. Really? It's already been 4 years. Chu Zhi might not be performing on the gala, but his legend still lingered there. During the holiday, he finalized the tracklist for his international album, titled Is It Peace? The theme was simple, a wish for world peace. Tracklist: We Are the World, Heal the World, Earth Song, Do They Know It's Christmas, Tomorrow Will Be Better, Amani, One Day, Imagine, Zombie, Dark Age Earth, I So Wanna Live, Tell Me Why, 21 Guns, Sekai and Ayatatsadake, No Hannah / The Only Flower in the World, Together, Goodbye Blue Sky. Maybe listing the songs alone doesn't show how impressive it is, so here's the lineup. Michael Jackson, John Lennon, Green Day, Pink Floyd, Wong Kar-wai, Luo Dio, Phil Collins, SMAP, Martin Garrix, Band Aid, basically an all-star cast that could terrify any producer. 5 languages: Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Japanese. Just a little flex. There are 3 songs in Japan known as their second national anthem. After singing The Only Flower in the World, that makes 2 of them done, he mused. The last one was Mizora Hibari's Kawanagare no Yuta, but he decided to skip it. It was an Inca song, and honestly, one beautiful flower was enough. A chart once listed 100 songs the Japanese are most proud to show the world. Kawanagare no Yuta ranked 3rd, The Only Flower in the World 1st. Calling it Japan's most beloved song wasn't an exaggeration. We Are the World and Earth Song are 2 of Michael Jackson's brightest masterpieces, and Imagine is one of John Lennon's defining works. They Won't Lose to All Nations, Volume 1 in any way. Then Chu Zhi paused, deep in thought about the 2 Chinese tracks. Amani was written by Wong Kar-wai. The chorus used Swahili, Kenya's local language. That song didn't bother him much. What gave him pause was Tomorrow Will Be Better. He'd sung it once before at a Caring for Rural Children charity gala, but never released it as a single. Musical note: Gently awaken your sleeping heart. Slowly open your eyes. See this busy world, still spinning in lonely silence. The spring breeze doesn't understand love. It stirs the hearts of the young, and the tear marks on yesterday's face dry away with memory. Musical note: But Luo Dio's original lyrics were actually. Musical note: Gently caress your numb body. Helplessly close your eyes. This absurd world still spins in blurred black and white. The spring breeze already understands love. It pierces the heart of a girl, and the old torn scars of the past will never heal again. Musical note: 2 completely different meanings. At that charity gala, Chu Zhi sang the usual version, though personally, he preferred the original. From a deeper, interpretive angle, the original had more weight. Don't stir up trouble, the Emperor Beast said decisively. Go with the common version. It fits better for galas and charity events. It'll spread farther. All Nations, Volume 1 had already sold over 25 million copies worldwide, the highest physical album sales since 1997. Of course, that number came after a year and a half of momentum. The Unsinkable film, his performance on The Masked Singer USA, the assassination incident, the concert tour, and everything in between. His best month alone sold 16 million. The global fame's pretty much there. Once Is It Peace? Releases in China as a physical album. Let's see if it breaks into the all-time top 10. Chu Zhi murmured. Then again, those records from the 80s and 90s were terrifying. Back when legends like Presley reigned, a single album could sell 35 million copies in just over a year. Even in the parallel world, there were 7 artists or groups whose total album sales exceeded 50 million. Among them, Presley alone held the only album that sold over 100 million copies, counting vinyl, cassette, CD, and USB versions. But even with that, Presley still only ranked second on the all-time total sales chart with 380 million albums sold. The top spot was held by a British rock band that had taken the whole world by storm, with total sales reaching 440 million. The world keeps changing, and humanity can't stop its progress. Chu Zhi sighed, feeling the terrifying pressure of history's will crushing everything in its path. Even with all the entertainment works from another world in his grasp and his unmistakable looks, he still couldn't fight against it. Even in another 20 years, it'd be hard for anyone to have an album that sold 50 million copies, let alone 100 million. Right now, Chu Zhi had released 8 albums both domestically and internationally. 25117 possibilities. Chu Ci Ode to the Orange Tree. Little Fruits Are Sweet. Chu Ci 9 songs. Besieged on All Sides. The One Gazed Upon by Gods. All Nations, Volume 1, and With You Here. He also had 3 EPs, A Little Expectation for the World, With You Here, and The Clouds Have Cleared, plus a single, Come On, Sweet Death. But altogether, they still hadn't reached 100 million in sales, sitting at around 70 million in total. So breaking into the top 10 in individual history would be tough, though there was still hope for total album sales. Chu Zhi slapped both his cheeks a couple of times. Don't get discouraged. Use your hands to create your dream. Woodstock Festival will shock the world, he muttered. The plan was solid. Once the performance was over and the follow-up publicity came out, both the hype and the moral weight would rise to new heights. But he seemed to have hit himself too hard because his cheeks stung. Damn, my skin's thinner than I thought. I can't do that again, he grumbled. That night, he had another big meal. A familiar sound chimed in his head. Ate spicy food 5,500 times. Achievement unlocked. He earned 11 personality coins. His savings rose from 43 to 54 coins. The Emperor Beast quickly checked other missions, but they were all far away. For the Smoke Emperor task, he still needed another 3,000 cigarettes, around 150 more packs, to reach 25,000. And for the Eat Carbs for 3,500 days mission, he was still a third short, so he dropped that thought. Don't feel lucky with draws today, so I'll skip it, he said to himself. Early to bed, early to rise. Sleeping at 3 a.m. and getting up at 7 a.m. Even the King of Hell would shake his head at that. For the next half-month, the Emperor Beast became a full-time sky traveler, flying overseas non-stop. When the waning moon hung low, Chu Zhi landed in Seoul. Luckily, he didn't get airsick because as soon as he got off the plane, he was thrown right into work without a single break. Boss, should we get involved in this matter? Park No-yo asked. Park No-yo was the head of the South Korea branch, a regional commander on par with Lee Ji-won. The company didn't have any artists under them, mainly handling copyright management and branding. They didn't seem to be doing anything major, but thanks to Chu Zhi's overwhelming popularity in South Korea, Park No-yo had quite a lot of influence in the Korean entertainment industry. Many of the big players there treated him with respect. Can we even interfere? Chu Zhi asked back. It's hard, Park No-yo admitted, though he didn't say it was impossible. Chu Zhi motioned for him to continue, and Park No-yo, once a prosecutor who'd taken down the top boy group Chu Zhi, definitely had his own way of handling things. The issue started when someone exposed a scandal involving Interpark Ticket, the biggest ticketing website in South Korea. Apparently, for concerts including Chu Zhi's Seoul performance, the best seats, the first 2 rows in the inner area, were being secretly hidden. Regular fans couldn't buy them at all. If it had just been the organizer reserving those seats for VIPs, fine, that'd be understandable. But when fans called the company, they were told there were no hidden tickets. Igwa Entertainment even stated directly, our company only gifted around 20 tickets to the artist's friends. All other seats are open for purchase. The closer seats simply offer a better view, so prices rise accordingly. Please purchase according to your budget. That statement only fueled suspicion. Soon, South Korean netizens began digging deep and found that Interpark Ticket had been using those reserved seats to curry favor with Chable heirs. The public exploded. What made the situation blow up even more was that it happened right before Chu Zhi's Seoul concert. There were only 100,000 tickets total, but there were way more than 100,000 little fruits in South Korea. And that didn't even count overseas fans trying to buy tickets across borders. Once all that was factored in, only about 60,000 tickets were realistically available. Many diehard fans couldn't get one. No wonder I couldn't get a ticket. They locked them away. Unbelievable. If it weren't for IT, I'd have grabbed one for sure. Chable bootlickers. Screw that site. I'm never using Interpark again. Most South Korean little fruits who failed to get tickets vented their anger at Interpark Ticket. They didn't care how many seats had actually been locked. They just needed somewhere to unleash their frustration over missing out and their resentment toward the social system that let this kind of thing happen. Park No-yo's plan was to strike from both public opinion and legal angles. Chu Zhi listened and thought it sounded pretty solid. Interpark Ticket was owned by the e-commerce giant Yebegu, a strong player in the market. But no matter how powerful they were still in the wrong this time. Without Chu Zhi's knowledge, they'd used his concert tickets as favors for other people. If it had been a few dozen tickets, fine, but it was the entire first row, hundreds of seats. That was outrageous. Ticketing sites charged a service fee based on ticket prices, and since Chu Zhi's concerts were insanely popular, his rate was set at the lowest 5%. But for a stadium that held 100,000 people like Jamsil Olympic Stadium, even 5% was an astronomical amount. The plan's good. Go ahead and do it. No matter what happens, the company's got your back. We're in the right here, Chu Zhi said firmly. Hearing that made Park No-yo's heart feel oddly warm. No wonder he used to be a prosecutor. In South Korea, prosecutors always said their career goal was to arrest a president. And Chu Zhi's words, "go all out," showed he didn't hesitate either. Not long after, Yebegu's executives came to Chu Zhi to make peace. But let's not dwell too much on the business talk. After all, this story's about entertainment, not corporate politics. The Seoul concert broke records again. South Korea showed the entire world what its idol culture looked like. Every street and intersection around Jamsil-dong was completely jammed. No one knew exactly how many people came, but it was definitely over 500,000. Dutch traveler and writer Pierre Cardin was stunned. "Does every South Korean chase idols?" he exclaimed. That concert also sparked a strange question among South Korean fans on Knowledge Man, their local version of Jihu. Does anyone know why there's always an empty seat in the very front row at the Bird's Nest concert, with a plush dolphin sitting on it? Does that dolphin have some special meaning in China? Picture attached. In the photo, the crowd was a sea of people, and the dolphin plushie fixed on the seat stood out brightly. No wonder the fan was curious. After all, front row seats reopened on Interpark Ticket were selling for over $1,000,000, around 6,000 yuan. No way anyone would just leave a seat like that empty. A Jihu user named Lu Suejo reposted the question because he'd noticed something too. "I went to the Pingqing concert, and there was also a dolphin plushie 2 seats down from me. I didn't take a picture though. I was too hyped singing along." He didn't post photos, but he did show his VIP intersection ticket, row 1, seat 9. Jihu's full of sharp-eyed fans. Soon, another little fruit named Doghead Hida uploaded photos from the Bird's Nest concert. There it was again, the same empty seat, the same plushie. She even uploaded several clear shots from different angles. She added a note. "That's not a dolphin plushie, it's a shark eagle plushie. I volunteered at the Bird's Nest concert. When we were cleaning up, I saw this toy and thought a fan had forgotten it, so I tried to turn it in." The organizers said it was placed there on purpose by Chu Zhi. It really was a shark eagle plushie, a shark's body with an eagle's head, looking hilariously dumb and silly. Jihu blew up. Holy shit. So if it showed up in Pingqing, Bird's Nest, and Seoul, does that mean there's one at every concert? Number 599. The unqualified capitalist. Chu Zhi's name had always drawn attention, so within hours, the discussion spread from Jihu across the entire Chinese internet. More and more little fruits stepped forward, sharing their own experiences. Posts without photos didn't count, because online, if there's no picture, it didn't happen. Here were some of the posts that came with proof. Yi_Azui. There's one at the Chengdu concert. Here's a photo. I happened to sit right behind the empty seat and took this while filming Brother Gio. It's a bit blurry though. Morning's first ray. I was a volunteer at the Jinling concert. I saw this shark eagle plushie while cleaning up afterward. Since I'm in a lot of Little Fruits group chats, I snapped a picture and sent it to them. Ground Walker God Gun Invincible. Hong Kong Coliseum. Photo attached. Go. Yeah, I was so curious too. I didn't expect that plushie to appear at every single stop of the world tour. I took this photo because I was curious. Why does Jiawai always leave a toy in the audience? And so on. Since each concert had between 50 to 100,000 people, and the plushie stood out so much, it was no surprise fans kept spotting it. Based on what they'd gathered so far, at least 20 different shows across China had clear photos. Naturally, that sparked endless speculation. Little Fruits had wild imaginations. If there was something to guess, they'd guess it. It all started when a Zhihu user named Lu Suizhou reposted a question from a South Korean Q&A site, just because he was curious. He never expected it to go viral and pull in Little Fruits from around the world. Soon, reports came in from Los Angeles, Berlin, Ho Chi Minh City, and more. After cross-checking everything, fans confirmed at least 80% of the sightings were real. People flooded the official accounts of Igwa Entertainment and Chu Zhi, asking what was going on. Everyone knew Igwa's official Weibo was usually patient when responding to fan questions. But this time, even after thousands of messages, there wasn't a single reply. Instead, that afternoon, the account quietly posted, Igwa Entertainment official Weibo. Congrats to at A_sapling_morning_4 reaching the top 4 on Idols. Charge forward. Keep up the great work. At Idols Charge Forward Official. That was it. On Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, there wasn't even a single update. Their silence only made things more mysterious. The less people knew, the more they wanted to find out. After all, curiosity's human nature. Wang Zishuan, who still used 4G and wasn't exactly quick on news, found out 2 or 3 days later. By then, the entire internet was buzzing. It's weird though. Why does Brother Gio carry that shark eagle plushie everywhere? He muttered. Wait a sec. Why does that plush look so familiar? A sudden thought hit him. His chest tightened. He opened his cloud storage and clicked on a hidden album titled Memories I Don't Dare Revisit. It was full of pictures with his cousin, Xiao AI. He'd uploaded them there because seeing them on his phone made him too emotional. Honestly, he'd never liked taking photos. But his cousin loved showing off, always dragging him into pictures and asking, do I look good in this one? God damn it, who edits only one person in a photo? Among those photos, there was one taken in Xiao AI's bedroom. Sitting on her bed was the exact same shark eagle plushie. It's probably just a coincidence, Wang Zishuan murmured. He remembered that Brother Gio had only taken the tag, not the toy. It couldn't be. No way. But even as he told himself that, he still went to visit his aunt the next weekend. She lived nearby anyway. His aunt greeted him warmly. She looked like she'd recovered from the grief of losing her daughter, but only family knew better. Grief like that never really faded. Xiao AI's bedroom was still untouched and cleaned regularly. Sigh, Wang Zishuan thought. He honestly hoped his aunt would remarry and have another child, but he also worried she'd forget his cousin if she did. The thought made him sigh again. The plushie wasn't in the room anymore. He asked his aunt about it, and after thinking a moment, she said, oh, that toy? 4 years ago, Xiao Yu's idol came by again. He said he wanted to buy one of her toys. She left so many behind, so I gave him one. He's a good idol. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. In her heart, she was deeply grateful to Chu Zhi, the man who'd made her daughter smile again before she passed. She blinked away tears and asked, but why are you suddenly asking about that? After thinking for a while, Wang Zishuan decided to tell her everything, the online posts, the plushie, and his suspicions. He ended softly. I don't think Brother Gio wanted any attention. He probably didn't want reporters to disturb you. That's why there's never been any mention of it. Xiao Yu. His aunt took a shaky breath, her nostrils flaring as she fought back tears. After a few seconds, she said, before she passed, she kept talking about 2 things, buying me a massage chair and going to see her idol's 8th anniversary concert. Then, something clicked. Wait, a few years ago, I won a prize, a massage chair. I thought it was Xiao Yu's blessing from heaven, but could it be? What prize? Wang Zishuan asked. The JD company called me to say I'd won, and a few days later, they delivered it. I didn't pay a cent. She even kept the little card, believing it was a gift of luck from her daughter's spirit. I shop a lot on JD, so I didn't think much of it, she said, handing him the card. It read, JD Special Grand Prize, Jaren Full-Body Massage Chair 1. Did you even enter a raffle? He asked. His aunt shook her head. The JD rep said every registered user who's made a purchase is automatically entered. That made Wang Zishuan frown. That's impossible. JD has tens of millions of users. There's no way they'd do random auto draws like that. If they wanted to give back to customers, there are way better ways. This was clearly a setup. And he remembered something. Brother Gio had endorsed JD before. It all made sense now. Hearing that, his aunt started seeing the holes too. She'd never seen any announcement about a raffle on the app. If Xiao Yu knew, she'd be so happy, she said, eyes soft. Both her wishes came true. She saw the concert, and she gave me the massage chair. Chu Zhi's really such a good kid. I'm glad Xiao Yu liked someone like him. To her, good kid was the highest praise. Wang Zishuan never imagined Chu Zhi would do so much for a fan, quietly carrying that plush to every concert for years. Online attention rose fast, but faded just as quickly. Since there was no official response, the hype around the Shark Eagle plushie died down in 3 or 4 days. Still, it became one of the 4 great unsolved mysteries surrounding Chu Zhi. The Emperor Beast, however, wasn't what anyone would call a qualified capitalist. At least in this case, he hadn't done anything to maximize profit. He could have easily leaked the story through an insider and reaped waves of praise. But he never even considered it. The unqualified capitalist was currently facing a business deal worth billions. The company Dummy Music wants to buy the exclusive rights to all of JYS songs for 5 years. They're offering $8 billion, the business department reported. Dummy was a newly merged music app, formed after Baidu acquired Migu Music from China Mobile. They weren't the first to try buying Chu Zhi's exclusives, but he'd turned everyone down. The only reason this one was being brought up again was because the offer was massive. Chu Zhi wasn't surprised by the price. He remembered a case from Earth. Tencent had paid 570 million yuan for a 3-year exclusive deal with Jay Chou's entire catalog. That move had helped Tencent Music become the biggest music app in the market. Still, Chu Zhi shook his head. Reject it. Exclusive rights mean they'll start locking songs behind memberships. I promised my fans they could listen for free, and I won't break that promise. From now on, don't even bring up this kind of deal. His word was final. Even if they offered $80 billion, well, there probably wasn't a company on Earth rich enough to do that anyway. A promise was a promise. A few quiet days passed in the entertainment world before a new discussion exploded online. CCTV had streamed a live event where Ku Haion, the president of LG Chem, donated a Tang Dynasty replica painting called Letter on Morning Chaos, Songwan Tai. The attention it got easily surpassed that of the previous Beast Head donation. Not because CCTV had done anything special, but because LG had poured money into PR. Headlines like LG Chem's admiration for Chinese culture and LG Chem as the bridge of Sino-Korean friendship flooded the web. WeChat articles and influencer posts followed up with even more outrageous claims. Ku Haion is a passionate little fruit who donated antiques worth billions just to show his devotion. Or Ku Haion took the LG Chem presidency in China just to chase stars. The donation ceremony itself was boring as hell. There were speeches by the donor, the museum director, and several officials, while the screen time for Chu Zhi and the relic barely totaled 5 minutes. Most viewers clicked out after a few minutes. Only a few hardcore fans, true cultivators of patience, managed to sit through the 2-hour live stream. Still, international fans went crazy over it. They loved hearing that their idol had inspired people to donate priceless antiques. Media outlets and marketing accounts pushed the story everywhere. It was too legendary to ignore. How powerful is Chu Zhi's global influence? How big is a star's prestige? Just look at Chu Zhi. Worth billions, the Beast Head, and the Letter on Morning Chaos. Why does he dominate Forbes' celebrity list every year? And on and on. When you clicked into it, you'd find that marketing articles, while mostly useless, could sometimes be surprisingly insightful. Take that piece titled, Why does he always dominate the charts? You'd think it had some real analysis, right? Nope. The whole thing just praised how much Chu Zhi loved his fans, how amazing his songs were, and how new singers should learn from him to write more catchy, high-quality music instead of taking shortcuts. If any traffic idol read that, they'd probably explode. Like, what the hell? You think we can just make viral songs whenever we want? Soon after, state media released an official announcement. Chu Zhi had been awarded the Special Contribution Medal by the National Cultural Heritage Administration. Besides being a huge honor, the medal came with one neat perk. He could visit any national museum in China for free. Who dare say Chu Zhi isn't the face of our post-90s generation? Someone commented online. +1. He's disciplined, talented, kind, and patriotic. Totally fits us 90s kids. I mean, I'm like that too, huh? I can vouch for that. We 90s folks definitely share all those qualities. The 80s and aughts generations couldn't stand it, watching the 90s shamelessly praise themselves. Hey, what about our contributions back in '99? Who can top that? Shut up, you signed an NDA. So the truth about '99 can't stay hidden forever, huh? Comments piled up endlessly. All jokes aside, the fact that netizens themselves called Chu Zhi the representative of the post-90s generation, and no one objected, said everything about his reputation and influence on the Chinese internet. There was simply no one else. Because seriously, imagine replacing his name with any other celebrity. You'd instantly get flamed into oblivion by the online mob. Speaking of flying high, a plane landed as Chu Zhi arrived in Spring City. At the airport exit, he was greeted by a face scary enough to make a kid cry, Liao Dachong. Liao looked terrifying in person. Unlike Wang Ani, whose sharp features only made her look strict, Liao really lived up to the nickname Big Bug. Must have been a tiring trip, huh? Coming all the way from Shanghai, Liao said with a grin, reaching for Chu Zhi's suitcase. I've always wanted to visit Nanzhou and see the scenery, but never had the time. Thanks to you, Liao Ji, I finally got the chance, Chu Zhi replied politely. Liao looked at the young man in front of him. The same kid he'd watched go from a forgotten star to an international sensation. Yet even with all his fame, Chu Zhi's attitude never changed. He was still just as warm and well-mannered. Anyway, thanks for coming to support us, Liao said, patting his shoulder. If you've got time, have fun here. My crew's covering all expenses. Then I've got to thank you properly, Liao Ji, Chu Zhi said with a smile. One great thing about being the Emperor Beast was that he never forgot a favor. Back when he filmed his MVs and After I Close My Eyes, his acting was terrible, and it was Liao who personally coached him. Under director Wang's later guidance, his acting skills had skyrocketed, but he still remembered those early debts. So when Liao called and asked him to cameo, he agreed without hesitation. Last year, Liao won his third Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Award for Best Art Direction, and many in the industry hailed him as the king of aesthetics. Unfortunately, he was so obsessed with visual artistry that he often sacrificed story logic just to create visual spectacle. As a result, his films flopped one after another. This new film, Yunmeng, was probably his last chance. He'd finally gathered enough investors after years of struggle, and if this one failed too, his directing career would be over. That's why he pulled every connection he had, bringing in veteran actors and big-name stars like Chu Zhi. After a day of rest, Chu Zhi saw his cameo role, the Bull King. The story of Yunmeng was inspired by the ancient phrase, mist rises from Yunmeng's, waves shake Yayang City. In the film, Chu Zhi played a bull spirit who'd cultivated for centuries. The plot was simple. As the Bull King, he led his herd of little bull demons in a dance. Wait, is this an Indian movie? Why are we suddenly dancing? Chu Zhi frowned. So it was a musical? It was hard not to think of Indian films whenever a random dance number appeared out of nowhere. That habit came from India's unique movie industry, where songs were added mainly to stretch runtime, and audiences loved it because it meant more time in the theater. True musicals like Chicago or Singin' in the Rain used dance to express emotion. Liao, however, had far greater ambition. He wanted to create a musical infused with Eastern aesthetics. After the dance scene came a rather shocking line. The Bull King said, "Why shouldn't I eat beef? I control their lives, so I have the right to consume them." Even without reading the whole script, Chu Zhi couldn't figure out what message this movie was trying to send. When shooting began, it started with makeup. This was his first time wearing full special effects makeup, complete with 2 horns, a bull's nose, and ears. Honestly, he felt a little disappointed. He'd expected to wear a full mask or something cooler. Then again, he understood the logic. If you invited a superstar for a cameo, you had to make sure people recognized him. Otherwise, it'd be like parading around in fine clothes at midnight. What a waste. Brave bull. Fear no hardship, he muttered to himself as he looked at his reflection. Then came the real surprise. 3,000 extras, all dressed as little bull demons. Damn, they really went all in, he whispered. The set of Yunming's looks incredible, and they hired this many extras? Must have cost a fortune. But with that many people, coordinating everything would really test a director's skill. Sure enough, the first day was chaos. They spent the entire morning adjusting and rehearsing. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that they finally captured the shot Liao wanted. The result, though, was breathtaking. The choreography was inspired by the ancient cliff paintings in Songyuan, Yunnan, primitive figures dancing with bull heads in hand. Through artistic adaptation, the movements became powerful and hypnotic. The raw, ancient rhythm fit perfectly with the bull spirit's theme. Wearing his silver armor, Chu Zhi stood at the front, surrounded by deep, resonant moo chants echoing through the valley. Even the Emperor Beast himself couldn't wait to see how the post-production would enhance the scene. Liao Ji might actually pull this off, he thought. He'd said he came here to relax, but with such a tight schedule, there was no time to rest. The next morning, he was already flying to Qingtang City. Came quietly, left in a whirlwind. And no, he wasn't worried about ending up in one of those guest star turned lead actor marketing gimmicks. Read carefully, it said starring appearance, not starring role. A sneaky trick, sure, but not technically wrong. If the promotion team ever tried that nonsense, though, it'd basically be career suicide. In today's Chinese entertainment world, no one dared offend Chu Zhi. With this much investment, when the film premieres, I'll definitely help Liao Ji promote it, he thought. A few days later, on January 28th, the Munich concert came to an end, marking the finale of the In Harmony with Chu World Tour. A total of 56 shows, over 4 million attendees, and more than 300 global trending topics. The tour had even expanded beyond its original plan, covering every province, municipality, and autonomous region in China, plus 15 countries overseas. Speaking of the autonomous regions, there were 2 fun stories from Tibet. First, his concert at the Lhasa Cultural Sports Center drew 50,000 fans, earning him a Guinness World Record for the highest altitude large-scale concert in history. The energy that night was incredible, the crowd electric. Riding that wave, Chu Zhi performed a brand new song, Return to Lhasa. Chu Zhi finally understood why those traffic star idols with no real works to their name always held so many concerts. The money was insane. Starting from October and lasting until January, the whole tour took over 4 months. Even after deducting ticketing fees, production costs, taxes, and all the random expenses like transportation and logistics, the total profit still came out to about 1.8 billion yuan. Sound exaggerated? Not really. More than 4 million tickets were sold, and the average price was around 1,000 yuan each. Do the math. In other words, he'd made 4 small goals in a single month. Of course, most ordinary artists couldn't earn that much since their fans didn't all spend real money. But when it came to traffic idols, milking fans was still a solid business. The post-tour follow-up kept the company busy too, since it involved settling accounts with several international ticketing sites. That was never simple. During Old Qian's weekly internal meeting, the feedback department presented the newest reports, basically a summary of what Little Fruits and other fans hoped their idol would do next. There were all kinds of requests, since everyone loved in their own way. The feedback team had to filter through them and pick out the ones that were actually meaningful and feasible. Lately, 2 comments had received overwhelming approval from both Little Fruits and regular netizens. Brother Gio, you've got to rest properly and take care of yourself. No matter how busy you are, make time to relax and get some fresh air outdoors. Only when you're well rested can you create better songs. You've been resting for 2 days already, right? That's enough, isn't it? When's the next world tour? I heard there were lots of new songs in the concert. I know about Moscow, Kepler, and Kimi Jie Suki de Tsukebatai, but I heard there were more. Please release a collection already. The domestic music scene needs that boost. Old Qian rubbed his temples and said, the next tour is still a long way off. Let's not talk about that yet. But a new song compilation, that might work. He turned to Xiaodu, go ask Director Wang for the list of new songs performed during the tour. She should have kept track. A few minutes later, Xiaodu returned from upstairs with the set list. Across the entire In Harmony with Chu World Tour, there were 13 new songs, 5 of which were in foreign languages. Titles like Every Kiss, Back to Lessa, Rong City, and Keep Walking in the Rain stood out. Old Qian personally liked Rong City the most. Lately he'd been into folk music. He checked Chu Zhi's schedule, stayed quiet for a moment, then called Niu Jiangxue, who was still on a business trip. They talked for 7 or 8 minutes before he hung up. His schedule's completely packed. The concert collection won't be recorded until the second half of the year, Old Qian said. And according to Niu too, there's still an international album and another Chinese language album waiting to be recorded. So yeah, no best of album anytime soon. What he didn't say out loud was clear enough. The other fan suggestion wasn't happening either. By the time February came around, even the dragon raising its head day had passed before Chu Zhi finally joined the filming crew for The Matrix. The props and equipment were all back in order, partly thanks to Igwa Media stepping in and adding extra investment. Director Davis was on the verge of a breakdown, but still followed the production schedule. That alone made the Emperor Beast respect him. Most people would have collapsed under that kind of pressure, but Davis was still pushing forward. According to Hollywood custom, when a main cast member joined the set, the whole crew usually threw a welcome party. But this time, everyone needed to recharge, so the celebration was skipped. Davis explained the reason and apologized to Chu Zhi. Don't think only Chinese celebrities care about face. Hollywood's just as particular about that stuff. Chu Zhi didn't mind. The only thing that mattered was doing the job well. My acting might not be great, he said politely to the main cast. So if there's anything wrong with my performance, please tell me directly. I watched Unsinkable. Your final performance was incredible, said Gregory, whose bald head made him look like a boiled egg. Humility's a virtue, Chu, but don't sell yourself short. Gwen, the leading actress, nodded. I remember that scene vividly. The chill from it practically leapt out of the screen. Didn't Unsinkable get you an Oscar nomination for Best Actor? An 11th Son got you one in Venice, added Rupert, the actor playing Smith. That were some beats most of us here. They weren't wrong, but Chu Zhi knew better. It was like Lu Shan bragging about fighting alongside Zhao Yun at Changban. He'd been carried the whole way. During the opening ceremony, everyone had already gotten to know one another, so the conversation quickly drifted off topic. Gregory began retelling some embarrassing story from the night before, then almost tripped after missing a step. Lola's been kicking herself, Gwen said with a laugh. She couldn't get tickets to the Moscow show. I'm still regretting not buying a scalped one myself. $3,000 and I passed. That was my biggest mistake this new year. Well, it was the concert that shook the whole world, Rupert said. I was lucky, I actually got tickets. Before Chu Zhi arrived, Gwen had been the quiet center of attention in the cast, not because of her fame, but because she was beautiful. Now, every conversation somehow revolved around Chu Zhi. The next day, he started filming his first scene. It was a tough one right off the bat. His character learning martial arts from Gregory's Morpheus. Master Jiang, is my movement too light? Chu Zhi asked Jiang Xiaogong, the film's martial arts director. The Matrix team was top tier, and that included Jiang Xiaogong, known in the industry as the father of Korean action cinema. Don't get it twisted though, Jiang was actually from Hong Kong, China. It's just that 3 of South Korea's 4 leading action directors had once trained under the Jiang family team. So in a way, he'd shaped the whole Korean action scene. Ironically, Korean stunt teams were now coming to China for work, and many low-budget films preferred to hire them. Your movements lack flow, Jiang said, demonstrating a clean, sharp combo. Chu Zhi practiced for over 10 minutes before his form finally looked smooth and precise. He might not have been a professional martial artist, but as a worker, he was definitely professional. No matter how tiring or painful it got, he'd grit his teeth and push through. Even for wire scenes, the Emperor Beast didn't use a stunt double. Gwen didn't either, but Rupert did. He had an old back injury and couldn't risk heavy stunts. Chu Zhi did everything himself and paid the price. By the end of the day, he was sore all over, with faint rope marks on his arms and waist. 6, he groaned, taking the water cup Bamboo handed him. If I ever do another action film, I'm a damn dog. Too bad he hadn't drawn the bat's back enhancement earlier. His body wouldn't be half this sore right now. He briefly considered opening another blind box to gamble for a physique-boosting item. Then he shook his head. Forget it. Better to just train on his own. By 6:30, the crew wrapped up for the day. Chu Zhi found Jiang Xiaogong. Uncle Jiang, do you have time? If you're free, I'd love to treat you and the team to dinner, maybe ask a few questions too. Inviting more than a dozen members of the Jiang team for dinner, Jiang naturally agreed. Who'd pass up the chance to befriend a global superstar? Nowadays, martial arts and wuxia films were nearly extinct. Even though the Jiang family team was one of China's 3 great stunt schools, business was rough. Jiang was already in his 60s, but he still carried himself with humility. The older man's politeness meant the younger couldn't act proud, and Chu Zhi was never the arrogant type anyway, so their conversation went smoothly. The Emperor Beast had a knack for dealing with seniors. Before long, the two were calling each other Uncle Jiang and Little Chu. They chose a Cantonese restaurant on Destined Street for dinner. Anyone who'd studied in Australia would know that Sydney's Destined and C Streets made up Chinatown. The food wasn't exactly authentic, but it was close enough to home. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Chu Zhi finally spoke. Uncle Jiang, there's something I'd like to ask your advice on. Number 600. The Shattered Music Festival. Go ahead, Xiao Chu, Jiang Xiaogong said. Gwen must have gone through some basic training, right? Chu Zhi asked. Her movements were really clean and sharp. I, on the other hand, wasn't moving properly, and because of that, I slowed down the whole crew today. So I wanted to ask Uncle Jiang if there's a way to improve in a short time. I'm not asking to be amazing, but at least I don't want to drag everyone down. Jiang Xiaogong had worked with top-tier stars before, like in Palace Within the Palace. In that film, Meng Wuping used a full-time stunt double, while Lin Xia only did a few scenes herself. For China's biggest celebrity to insist on not using a stunt double at all was already surprising enough. But to see him asking for extra private lessons after work, that really caught him off guard. Even the stunt actors from the Jiang team stopped eating to glance at Chu Zhi, their surprise written all over their faces. It's impossible to improve your action performance drastically in a short time, Jiang Xiaogong said. But handling this movie more smoothly? That's doable. If you can spare an hour every day, I'll have Xiao Han go over the next day's action scenes with you. Go through them a few times, and you'll get the rhythm. That way, we'll avoid all those retakes. That basically meant working an extra hour every day. But Xiao Han didn't look unhappy at all. This was an opportunity, after all. Just being able to say he'd personally trained Chu Zhi in action scenes would already sound like a lifetime achievement. Then I'll be troubling you, Brother Han, Chu Zhi said with a smile. An extra hour of practice. How about 3,000 yuan per session, the same as a performance class? 3,000 yuan for 60 minutes? That sounded outrageous. Xiao Han's hands almost shook from the thought alone. He quickly waved them, flustered. No need, Teacher Chu, it's fine really. It doesn't take much time anyway. Brother Han, listen to me, Chu Zhi said. There are 2 reasons why I insist you take it. First, your time helps me keep up with the filming schedule. The time we save can't be measured by 3,000 yuan. Second, training in martial arts choreography isn't any different from studying acting. Since it's a kind of learning, a teacher deserves payment. 3,000 for 60 minutes is the standard for Beijing Film Academy's private tutoring. For those 2 reasons, I won't feel right unless you accept it, he added firmly. Well, since he put it that way, Han, you should take it, Jiang Xiaogong said. His opinion of Chu Zhi went up another notch. He could hear the respect in his tone for the stunt profession. Then I won't say no, Xiao Han said, grinning ear to ear. What a great deal. He'd get paid and work directly with a superstar. His fellow team members watched with envy burning in their eyes. The special lessons started that same night, since there were more action scenes scheduled for the next day. Xiao Han didn't drink much at dinner, carefully staying focused for training. After a short rest, the lesson began. An hour later, Chu Zhi felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Xiao Han might have overestimated his endurance, Or maybe he just felt guilty about charging such a high hourly rate, because he didn't go easy at all, even dragging the session 20 minutes over time. By the time Chu Zhi got back to his hotel, it was already 10. Normally, he'd wash up before bed, but this time he fell face first onto the bed without even changing. Sleep hit him like a wave. I still have work to do. I can't sleep yet. He tried to get up, but every bone in his body felt like it had been fried in hot oil, crisp and powerless. He managed to send a quick message to his team before blacking out completely. The next day, his efficiency visibly improved. Director Davis was thrilled, though he didn't really care how Chu Zhi had managed it. Gwen, on the other hand, definitely cared. She joined the crew 3 months early for training under old Master Jiang himself, and it hadn't been easy. Splits, drills, endless pain. And now Chu Zhi caught up with her in just one day. Didn't that make all her suffering look stupid? Mr. Zhi, how did you do it? Gwen asked curiously. It's just a few unnoticed strengths, Chu Zhi replied casually. Unnoticed? More like blinding. Gwen nearly rolled her eyes. By the 3rd day, he was still exhausted, but at least he managed to take a shower before collapsing. After a week, the Emperor Beast finally got used to the pace. He even picked up his daily study routine again, after 6 straight days without reading or translating, the longest break he'd taken since crossing over. The action scenes took 2 whole months to finish, which meant Xiaohan earned nearly 200,000 yuan, almost a full year's salary for a stunt double. Mr. Zhi, no special training tonight, right? From tomorrow, it's all dialogue scenes. Gwen had tried to invite him to dinner several times, but never succeeded. It wasn't anything romantic. She just wanted to be friends. Rupert often brought snacks for everyone on set, and she wanted to be just as friendly. Sorry, I already made plans, Chu Zhi said. I've got to head to a studio about 20 kilometers away to record for my new album. I'm hoping to finish most of it in the next few months. But when we get a break, dinner's on me. The crew would be taking a few days off soon anyway, since Australia's Good Friday and Easter were coming up. April was full of holidays there. Mr. Zhi, your schedule's insane, Gwen said. You just finished months of action scenes, and now you're recording songs right after shooting ends at 6? I've got too much to do, he said with a faint smile. So I have to save every bit of time I can. Gwen could only sigh. No wonder there was such a huge gap between them. She could barely stay awake after shooting, let alone do more work. There was good news and bad news, so which to hear first? Let's start with the good. The good news was that the filming schedule was moving much faster than expected, especially with help from the Sydney City Council, who persuaded the Allianz Security Center to rent their location to the crew without any restrictions. The bad news? The Matrix went over budget again. Last time was because of that massive fire, an accident. This time, it was because Director Davis kept pushing for perfection. After discussions, Igwa and Warner each invested more, 30 and 35 million USD respectively. That brought total production costs to $280 million. Warner at $150 million, Igwa $90 million, Village Roadshow $20 million, and Digital Domain $20 million. Technically, that meant Chu Zhi had joined the project with his own funding. Including promotion, The Matrix would need to gross over $900 million to break even, ranking in the year's top 5 box office hits. The pressure on Davis was unimaginable, and that pressure started to show. He was constantly on edge, shouting whenever someone made a mistake. He was a bit gentler with Chu Zhi, but still strict. Tell me why you acted like that. Where's your head at? Morpheus wouldn't show that kind of fear. Don't talk to me about emotional transitions. I'm talking about character consistency. Mr. Jiang, the movements need to be bigger. Much bigger than you planned. Props team, why is that background so out of place? Props, set, and costume all fell under the same department, though for films like Unsinkable, costumes would be handled by styling instead. Chu Zhi understood. Imagine facing producers' endless nagging every day, trying to balance progress and quality. It was normal for someone under that kind of pressure to snap. But venting anger at others wasn't ideal. It left the entire crew walking on eggshells. Under that tense atmosphere, even the lighting technician and several extras quit. After 3 more months of high pressure, 6 in total, the filming finally wrapped up. The crew held a closing ceremony, where Davis got drunk out of his mind. In early August, Chu Zhi left the set. He still had to handle the soundtrack, but since post-production would take time, his schedule wasn't too tight. During filming, he'd already used his short breaks to record his piece, and now he only needed to shoot the MV. These days, music videos had to be uploaded to YouTube. Views meant popularity, after all. It was a hassle, but a necessary one. Chu Zhi now held the record for the most viewed Chinese-language MV and the most viewed English-language MV, specifically that one where he sang Sugar while crashing a wedding. A true king of popularity doesn't have weak spots in any field. Back in China, the Emperor Beast's first stop was a hotpot restaurant. He'd been craving it for months. That night, he received devastating news. Director Yang Xiuyun had suffered a stroke after a fall and was now paralyzed on one side. He'd met Director Yang through director Wang Ani, who had introduced him to nearly everyone in the film industry. Yang Xiuyun was an incredible director. Though not a household name, his contributions to China's commercial film development were immense. At 65, he was still active on the front lines, so the stroke hit him especially hard. West China Hospital. In Chu Zhi's impression, Director Yang had always been a kind and gentle senior. He opened WeChat and saw that the director's son was using his father's account to explain the situation. Countless people were leaving messages of concern below. Wang Ani, what happened? We were just in a meeting 2 weeks ago, and he was fine. Ge Zongfeng, what did the doctors say? Wishing him well. Unlike QQ Space, WeChat Moments only shows comments from mutual friends, which meant everyone who left a comment was also a mutual friend of Chu Zhi's. The family was clearly busy, so he didn't want to add to the chaos. He simply wrote a short message, wishing a speedy recovery. There's a flower worth picking, you must pick it now. Don't wait till there are no flowers left, and you can only snap the empty branch. Chu Zhi murmured softly. Was he really picking flowers while they were still in bloom? He asked himself, was he truly working hard, or just making himself look like he was working hard? After a bit of self-reflection, he came to the conclusion he really was working hard. He still had to shoot the MV for Is There a God? He still had to record the concert singles collection, which didn't need MVs, thankfully. Then there was the 4 classics, both its recording and its MVs waiting for him. One task after another, all lined up. Every single one of them could bring tangible benefits. During rare breaks, he also finished organizing the Blind Box Prize, a selected works collection of Thomas Eliot. He removed poems that didn't fit and compiled the rest into a single book titled The Way the World Ends. Maybe one day he'd write it out in 5 languages: English, Japanese, French, Spanish, and Chinese. As for Russian or Arabic, possible, but not worth it. The returns would be too small. It'd be better to let others handle the German, Italian, and similar editions. After all, Huainan's literary reputation was already shining internationally. There's still a bit too much going on. When can I finally retire? Chu Zhi stretched lazily. With your savings and song royalties, you could retire right now, said the system. Brother system, you don't get it. People who keep shouting about retirement are usually the ones who want to keep going the most, he replied with a laugh. Human behavior often contradicts their words, the system commented. Exactly. Humans are awful like that. They say they don't want something, but their bodies always betray them. So, does that mean you're going to go for it again? Chu Zhi thought for a moment, then said, Brother system, it's been ages since I've drawn a special prize. Shouldn't we, arrange something? Now it was the system's turn to go silent. Later, Chu Zhi checked on the progress of Liao Dacheng's film Cloud Dream. He sent him a message. I'm really looking forward to the screening. If possible, could you save me a seat? I can't wait to see the final cut. If it turned out well, he'd even help promote it. That was all he had in mind. It was almost 3 in the morning. Time to sleep. Chu Zhi glanced at the clock and set down his phone. The device was nearly 2 years old and had been dropped once, so it lagged a little. He decided he'd stop by the store tomorrow to grab a new one. Early birds get the worm, but early worms get eaten by the bird. He was neither a worm nor a bird, just a hard-working soul catching an early flight. Xiao Zhuzi, take a nap. We'll reach Pudong Airport in half an hour, Chu Zhi told his assistant, who was nodding off beside him. After 5 years of working together, they knew each other well. Xiao Zhuzi understood he wasn't joking, so she quickly closed her eyes for a short nap. Ordinary people still needed time to readjust after coming back from overseas. 3 hours later, their plane landed at the capital airport. There, Chu Zhi met Zhenghua. Since retiring, the older man had aged noticeably. His hair was grayer, and he didn't bother dyeing it, leaving it to fade naturally. It's good to stay busy, but don't forget to take care of yourself, Zheng said, referring to how Chu Zhi had been working non-stop since the start of the year. In the entertainment circle, the seniors who treated Chu Zhi the best were Zhang Ning, Wang Ani, and Zhenghua, so he held deep respect for all three. Before, he'd promised Zheng they'd do a duet of fake monk. The moment Zhenghua started singing the line, "I don't want to believe there really are demons, and I don't want to stand against anyone," that rough, raspy tone carried a trace of restrained fury. It was perfect. Overall, the duet turned out amazing. "Xiao Chu, you're born for rock music. Your voice carries both conviction and rebellion," Zhenghua praised. "I normally can't hit those notes, but singing with you pushed me higher. Honestly, it's my best performance in years." That conviction probably came from his 10% Emperor Qin resonance, and the rebellion from the 50% Honey Badger spirit. Still, since Chu Zhi had already sung the Internationale, he figured true rock spirit was fighting for the Internationale ideal. "I'll handle post-production," Zhenghua said. "Feels like I've just fulfilled a long-held wish." After business was done, Chu Zhi stayed for dinner at his home. His son, Zheng Lao, was also there. His wife, Jia Shui, was a model, but a great cook too. The classic career woman outside, gentle chef at home type, and the best person Chu Zhi had ever seen prepare Bishan rabbit. "Xiao Chu, I swear I'm only eating this well because of you. Usually, getting Shui to cook is like climbing a mountain," Zhenghua said with a laugh. "She keeps saying kitchen work ruins her skin. And this rascal here, ever since he graduated, I've got no clue what nonsense he's doing with that metaverse stuff." "You big mouth," Jia Shui said, setting a piece of dompa pork in his bowl to stop him from talking. "Old man, that's where you're wrong. The metaverse, the industry of the future," Zheng Lao said heatedly. "One day, you and Mom might be depending on me. But right now, you're depending on us," Zhenghua shot back with a smirk. Jia Shui was Zheng's second wife, but the three of them got along surprisingly well. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on a poor young man, Zheng Lao declared dramatically. "You should focus on something real. I told you to start a band in college, but no, you had to go get a software engineering master's from Carnegie Mellon instead. What a waste," Zhenghua grumbled. "Well, damn," Chu Zhi thought. "That's a whole new definition of wasting potential." Carnegie Mellon's computer science program was literally world-class. "Now I don't even have a successor," Zheng lamented. Family harmony really was something best admired in other people's homes. Chu Zhi listened to their cheerful bickering with an amused smile. "What's so great about being your successor anyway?" Zheng Lao muttered. "If I'm going to succeed someone, I'd rather be Brother Jio's successor." "Hey," Zhenghua barked, pretending to be angry. He was one of the pioneers of Chinese rock, a respected figure in the music world. Sure, he wasn't as influential as Chu Zhi, but he was still a big deal. How did his own kid manage to make him sound so small? Truth be told, Zhenghua had invited Chu Zhi not just out of affection, but also because both his wife and son were huge fans. Yep, even Zheng Lao was a male mama fan. The Emperor Beast was happily devouring his meal, while the others repeated the same old concerns as always. Things like, "You shouldn't rely on takeout all the time, it's bad for your health," and "You look skinnier again, your diet must be all over the place." Even though Chu Zhi couldn't leave Beijing yet, he didn't have time to wander around the 49 cities either. Before coming, he'd already taken on a job, composing the soundtrack for CCTV's new drama Dynasty. It was the network's anniversary production. The concept of an anniversary drama actually came from Hong Kong's TVB, referring to the show broadcast in the same month as the station's founding. Over time, it became the network's most important yearly project. The main production team of Dynasty was downright extravagant. The director was a legend who hadn't had a single flop in his 31-year career. The cast included 2 Best Actor awardees, 1 Best Actress, and even the supporting roles were filled with veteran actors. On top of that, they'd spent a fortune hiring Chu Zhi for the score. That said everything. He had a good relationship with CCTV, but his fee wasn't discounted. It was charged at market rate. After all, CCTV was rich, there was no need to cut corners. The complete anthology of music scores contained far too many famous works. Even though the Emperor Beast hadn't cared much about the entertainment industry in his past life, most of the pieces still sounded familiar. From that collection, it was clear that Japanese composers were indeed strong. This time, Memory of the Forbidden City by Shinsha was used, along with masterpieces like The Forbidden City by Hu Weili, The Grand Ceremony of Etiquette by Tang Jianping, an Impression of National Music Grand Composition by Jiang Ying. Altogether, the soundtrack would include over 20 pieces, covering everything from the main theme to subtle transitional motifs. Brother Chu, the package from the company's here. I left it on the living room table, Chu Zhi said. They were temporarily staying in a Beijing hotel, and writing the soundtrack for a full drama wasn't something that could be finished in just a few days. Got it, he replied. Back in his room, he opened the package. Inside was a wax-sealed envelope. The Emperor Beast had once seen people on Bilibili make incredibly fancy wax seals, but he'd never tried it himself. It's the invitation. It was an official letter from the Woodstock Music Festival Committee. The format looked surprisingly formal. The Woodstock Music Festival in the Sahel region was set to completely replicate the timing of the first-ever event. It would officially begin on August 15th at 5:07 p.m. and last until the morning of August 18th. With only a few days left before the festival started, Chu Zhi wanted to make sure everything was safe before flying to Lagos, the capital of Nigeria. He asked his Zongnanhai bodyguard, Su Xiang, to check on the country's recent security status. It might have sounded unnecessary, but as Chu Zhi joked, if South African press is involved, it's basically the same as Wall Street being involved. And if Wall Street's in, that means the US will make sure things run smoothly. It wasn't strange at all. The US had a strong presence in the Sahel region. The underground oil reserves there totaled several billion tons, not to mention massive natural gas fields and rich deposits of iron, manganese, copper, lead, titanium, and uranium. Middle Eastern tycoons wore white cloths on their heads and ruled the world with oil money because they had resources. Africa, meanwhile, was in chaos for the exact same reason. Still, better safe than sorry. I'd rather stay alive, Chu Zhi said, deciding to play it cautious. That night, Su Xiang submitted a detailed risk assessment. The situation was more complicated than expected. Hardware-wise, the festival's location was in the middle of the Sahel, close to the grasslands. The outdoor venue was already set up with 3 massive steel stages and a huge open space capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people. The facilities were top-notch. Software-wise, meaning the audience, things looked even stronger. A festival's fame depended on who it could attract, and Woodstock was, without question, the most iconic name in the world. The lineup included Chu Zhi himself, global pop star Akinda Bell, 7-man band, Phoenix, Raina Jackson, the genius female singer Anna Gorin, and others. Whether they were international superstars or national treasures in their own countries, every single one had an army of fans. To the public, it was a musical feast of epic proportions. According to Xinhua News and Reuters, over 2 million people were expected to attend, an insane number. For comparison, the world's biggest outdoor metal festival, Wacken Open Air, drew around 500,000 at most. The difference was almost 6-fold. The number wasn't exaggerated either. Airline data backed it up. Direct flights to the Sahel were rare, but airports in nearby countries were already running beyond capacity. Some events were destined to shake the world from the moment they were announced, like the Beijing Bird's Nest Olympics or the Tokyo Olympics. Media outlets from multiple countries had already sent reporters 3 days early, determined to get first-hand coverage. New York Times, Woodstock returns online, saving the world through music. Built. Rediscovering world peace. Stars gather on the Sudan grasslands. The Times, after 27 years, Woodstock is back. Al-Aram, the grandest event in African music history. Can it bring brief peace to a land of chaos? The festival hadn't even started yet, and discussions online were already explosive. All of this was easy enough for the public to find, but Su Xiang's report contained much more. Behind the scenes, the festival's 3 main organizers were a mess. South African press as the financiers, the UN Refugee Agency and the World Food Programme as operational partners, and 2 individual coordinators, George Robdrick and Mike Long.
The fights, as usual, were over money. Unlike the first Woodstock, which was free, this one charged an entrance fee, $300 per ticket. Anyone willing to travel all the way to the Sahel for a concert wouldn't find the price unreasonable, considering the lineup. But when you multiply that by the estimated number of attendees, it was a staggering amount of cash. And those fans would also spend money on food, drinks, and everything else. Even though the theme was peace, all the invited artists had accepted reduced pay. Chu Zhi himself was earning only 1/10 of his usual rate. So how would the profit be divided? That was where the conflict erupted. Mike Long, unhappy with his tiny cut, quit the committee and even prohibited the use of the name Woodstock. Mike Long was one of the original 3 founders of Woodstock and the only one still alive, so he had the right to revoke the name. The UN Refugee Agency and the World Food Program also withdrew many of their people. Civil wars were still raging in Ethiopia, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, and several other countries. While they agreed not to let the conflict spill into the festival region out of respect for South African press, they weren't about to ignore the wars back home. When the talks fell apart, the 2 UN organizations pulled out partially. World peace, huh? Guess it's not as important as dividing profits. Chu Zhi sighed. Then he asked seriously, Brother Su, tell me honestly, is it still safe? If the committee's already in chaos, is it safe for me to go? If Su Xiang said even once that it wasn't, Chu Zhi would immediately find an excuse to stay home. Smart men didn't stand under crumbling walls. It's safe, Su Xiang answered. Even though the UN pulled people out, many high-ranking officials are still involved. And I checked through my contacts. South African press hired the French army for security. Nobody's gonna mess with their money-making plans. Through your contacts, Chu Zhi thought silently. So even France is getting involved now. Since South African press was so determined, Chu Zhi had full faith in the capitalists' desire for profit. But Su Xiang hesitated. Please, Brother Su, go ahead. Chu Zhi looked ready to listen carefully. At this rate, the festival's reputation probably won't be great, Su Xiang said. Normally, as a Zongnanhai bodyguard, his rule was to speak as little as possible beyond security-related matters. But after working with Chu Zhi for a year, he'd come to respect his self-discipline and charisma. That made him willing to bend the rules a little. In all likelihood, there'll be a scene where tens of thousands of fans are cheering for peace, while just a few dozen kilometers away, people are starving and dying from war. That was a hellish kind of contrast. I'll seriously think about your advice, Chu Zhi said sincerely. After a long night of reflection, he decided to go anyway. If there wasn't any real danger to his life, then fine. Even if the festival was messy behind the scenes, its message was still good. And as the most popular global star at the moment, he couldn't afford to draw criticism by refusing to attend. If the Woodstock revival failed, the only ones truly affected would be the brand and the organizers. The performers, after all, were just invited guests. Day by day, time passed. 2 days later, Chu Zhi, Xiao Zhuzi, and his 2 bodyguards flew from Beijing to Dubai on China Southern Airlines, then transferred to a Qatar Airways flight bound for Lagos. Lagos, the former capital of Nigeria, was the largest city in Africa, far better than Chu Zhi had imagined. According to the Global Cities Labs rankings, Lagos was about on par with Jiaozhou in China and Hamburg in Germany. Of course, rankings were just rankings. Chinese cities were almost always rated too low in Western lists anyway. They checked into the Sheraton Hotel near Murtala Muhammad Airport. When traveling abroad, sticking to international chains was usually the safer bet. Number 601. Piggybacking on the spotlight. Chu Zhi had spent a few days in Lagos and was starting to get a feel for this African city. Prices here were wild. 2 extremes that didn't make much sense. Local products were dirt cheap. For just a few hundred yuan, you could hire a driver who'd not only take you anywhere, but would also, if told, beat someone up for you. But the moment something was imported, it turned into gold. Even Coca-Cola was ridiculously expensive. There were 2 reasons for that. Locals were obsessed with foreign brands, and Lagos, being a massive city with tens of millions of residents, had a solid foundation for import inflation. I've got nothing much going on for the next couple of days, Chu Zhi said. Bamboo, if you want to go shopping, go ahead. You can buy some local specialties or souvenirs too. Whenever he went abroad, He always tried to give his assistant a half day or a full day off to explore. If the schedule was too tight, though, well, there wasn't much he could do. Chu Zhi chuckled twice. She was normally pretty frugal, but she could never resist collecting souvenirs from every country they visited. Nigerian butterfly paintings were especially famous, portraits pieced together from butterfly wings of all colors. Be careful, Chu Zhi reminded her. Staying in central Lagos was still fairly safe, but once you drifted toward the suburbs, it got sketchy. As for leaving the city, best not to. I got it, she said in a sing-song tone before dashing off. The Emperor Beast's suite was a two-bedroom family unit with a living room, bigger than a regular one thanks to a children's room. For safety reasons, Huang Yinghua took the master bedroom, Su Xiang stayed in the second, and Chu Zhi ended up in the kids' room. He stared at the 1.6 by 1.8 meter bed for a few seconds, silent. It's fine. It's small but cute, he muttered, convincing himself in seconds. If he slept diagonally, he could stretch his legs. If not, curling up like a shrimp worked too. That's what it meant to be flexible. As far as he was concerned, when traveling abroad, safety came first, everything else came after. Once he settled in, he checked his email. The festival committee had sent over the performance lineup. He was scheduled to perform on the night of the 17th. The same night also featured Akinda and the sexy diva Reina. It was smart programming, really, packing the final night with top-tier artists. The first two nights weren't empty either, with acts like Arctic Bird and Old Man JT holding down the main stage. Still, to avoid any mishaps, all artists, even those performing later, had to arrive early. Chu Zhi was one of them, along with 7-man band. You actually have time to eat with me today? That's rarer than catching a tuna in a lake, Horman joked. Leighton leaned back, thoughtful. You know, prostitution's illegal here, so all that industry's underground and forced. Hygiene's terrible, and there are so many underage girls and boys involved. Most of them are Nigerians. What? Horman blinked, confused for a moment before catching on. He knew his friend too well. Leighton always claimed his countless girlfriends were for cultural research, learning about local customs wherever he went. So basically, Leighton meant there weren't any decent girlfriends to study here, which was why he had time to grab a meal. What a load of shit. Horman sighed internally. Chu Zhi's and Lagos too. Aren't you going to meet your idol? Leighton suddenly found his pasta tasteless. Ever since the masked singer incident with Azazel, he'd turned into a hardcore little fruit. Hell, he was too embarrassed to badmouth China anymore. What a tragic conversion. Don't disturb my idol's rest, Leighton said quickly, trying to brush it off. It wasn't strange that Chu Zhi got invited. Even Leighton had to admit that the man had an insane global fan base. It would have been weird not to invite him to a worldwide music festival, but he did wonder why everyone chose different cities. Reina was staying in Abuja, the capital, and the Phoenix band was in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Meanwhile, one of the richest singers in Europe, Sani, the kind who'd inherit billions if he ever stopped singing, had flown in a luxury RV and parked it 20 kilometers from the venue. The Sahel region spans so many countries that guests and fans had plenty of options for where to stay. Guess you need good rest to perform well, Leighton added. Bullshit. So I don't need rest. Horman snapped, annoyed at the hypocrisy. Leighton just looked at him blankly. What? Horman groaned. I give up. Let the world burn. The Trattoria Italiana was run by a British owner who'd hired a Chinese chef. It had become a must-visit spot for both locals and Western tourists. Originally, they'd planned to stroll around after dinner, but Leighton lost all interest. When he returned to George Hotel, he bumped into Martin, the bassist from his band, who was heading out. They exchanged a glance, didn't say a word, and both walked off in different directions. 7-man band had been together for over a decade, and the members' conflicts ran deep. Still, disbanding wasn't on the table, at least, not yet. Craving a bit of peace, Leighton switched on the hotel TV. It was showing Today News, Nigeria's biggest local media outlet, doing a feature on the festival stage. The camera swept across endless desert and rocky plains, showing an outdoor stage built right in the middle of nowhere. Giant sound systems towered over fenced-in areas where only ticket holders could enter. Meanwhile, emaciated refugees watched from afar. They'd never seen anything like it. In a region plagued by drought and sandstorms, millions had lost their homes. Leighton suddenly felt restless. He turned off the TV with a snap. His peace didn't last long. His manager soon texted to remind him about an upcoming Rolling Stone interview, arranged by IMG, their agency. Even top international bands like theirs couldn't turn down management's plans. There were two different Rolling Stones. One was a weekly magazine from Rolling Stone Music that had once snarked about Chu Zhi's fame being 80% looks. The other, the real Rolling Stone magazine, was a semi-monthly publication founded in San Francisco, born during the golden age of rock. Back then, as rock exploded across the West, Rolling Stone rose alongside it, becoming one of the world's most authoritative music magazines. How authoritative? They published iconic lists like the 200 greatest singers of all time, 50 moments that changed rock, and the 100 greatest guitarists. Fans treated those rankings like gospel. In Japan, Higuchi Hanato owed part of his legendary status to being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and being listed among Rolling Stone's top 100 guitarists. The interview took place in George Hotel's conference room. The interviewer was Barnes, the magazine's deputy editor. Even the arrogant bassist Martin showed him proper respect and greeted him politely. Seven Men Band ranked 39th in last year's list of the 50 greatest rock bands of 2025. What are your thoughts on that? Barnes asked. He was in his 60s, his face flushed like a man who'd been drinking, though he hadn't touched a drop. His speech was slow and deliberate. Thank you to the critics for the recognition. We'll keep creating even better music, Leighton said. Guitarist Dimitro added. And thanks to our fans. Their support keeps us going. Barnes's questions soon took a sharp turn. Your band's style is mostly black metal and death metal, yet your latest album leans into Brit rock. Was that a publicity move? Did you deliberately release a soulless record just to expand your fan base? And your lyrics, so many of them glorify war and death. Are you performing at Woodstock to witness war or to promote peace? Seriously? Their entire identity was built on black and death metal. Of course the lyrics were dark. These questions were clearly meant to provoke. Leighton froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. But Dimitro saved the day. Our music explores certain themes, but that doesn't mean we worship them. We use war and death as mirrors to wake people up, to make listeners face reality. Barnes jotted down every word. To him, a good interview needed some offense to dig out real substance. The members of Seven Men Band were Leighton as lead vocalist, Dimitro on guitar, Martin on bass, Downing on keyboard and rhythm, guitar, and Hopsky on drums. Usually, Leighton and Dimitro handled the talking. Martin used to be chatty too, until his sharp tongue caused too many PR disasters. Now he stayed quiet, while Downing and Hopsky were basically mascots, happy to make music and stay out of trouble. Oh, and a fun fact. Leighton had once lost a bet about, well, size, and shaved his head bald in humiliation. Thankfully, his hair had grown back by now. We're looking forward to your performance, Barnes said as the hour-and-a-half interview wrapped up. This'll be the biggest global music event in history. ABC, BBC, Canal Plus, CCTV, every major network will be broadcasting live. Wait, it's live. Leighton blinked. He hadn't heard that before. Live streaming a festival like this was definitely unusual. More than 50 TV stations will broadcast it in real time. The global audience might exceed 1 billion, Barnes said, sounding solemn. Whatever the reason for Woodstock's return, it's already become a worldwide phenomenon. The South African press really had beast-like tenacity, negotiating over 50 live broadcast deals. Even if each one cost just under 10 million, 57 of them added up to serious money. No wonder there was so much infighting in the organizing committee. Mr. Barnes, do you have time tonight? Leighton asked casually. Tonight? Sorry, I've got a mountain of work. No time. Barnes replied, turning him down. Leighton sighed. He'd wanted to treat him to dinner, hoping that when the band's next album came out, Rolling Stone might be kinder in their review. After that, the deputy editor and photographer packed up and left the conference room. Do you think Mr. Barnes tied his necktie too tight? His face was turning red. Martin almost burst out laughing, but his expression said he was suffering just to hold it in. Rolling Stone didn't even give us a good review, so why should we bother being polite? Martin said. He just called our album half-assed. Why can't we just punch him in the face? Dimitri said. Now he's pretending to be friendly after the fact. Heh, I'd do it if you guys let me, Martin replied. Musicians really shouldn't bicker with each other, but they always did. They hadn't even rested for 5 minutes before they had to face another interview. This time with Q Magazine from the UK. You might wonder why a 7-member band was this busy even though they weren't exactly the hottest thing anymore. But in truth, even the #1 artist in America, Arkindabel, was just as swamped. From yesterday to today, it was already his 5th interview. Any entertainment magazine with half a reputation had sent someone flying in to grab a share of the global attention surrounding Woodstock's revival. The Rolling Stone crew rushed out right after their interview because they had someone even bigger to talk to. Mr. Chu Zhi, you've been ranked 27th among the top 200 greatest singers of all time, and 4 of your songs made it into the top 500 greatest songs in history. Your song Jesus Loves Me even ranked 6th. What do you think of these evaluations? Barnes asked. What did he think? Maybe after 100 years, when he was long gone, that 27 might rise to 7. But first place? Not a chance. The world's still biased about race and nationality, and prejudice doesn't vanish that easily. It's always a blessing when more people love your music. That's something every singer hopes for. Chu Zhi replied, sounding like he answered and didn't at the same time. And what are your expectations for this music festival? From what I know, both Glastonbury and South by Southwest have invited you before, but your response was, unless necessary, I won't attend any more music festivals. Barnes asked again. Chu Zhi paused for a few seconds, then said sincerely, I hope the Woodstock Music Festival can truly bring peace, even if it's just for a moment. Dream on, Barnes thought. As one of the most connected figures in the industry, he knew exactly what was happening behind the scenes. The UN had brought in the World Food Program and the Refugee Agency because they'd made an agreement. 20% of the festival's profit would be donated to starving populations in the Sahel region. Then Wall Street got involved, bought up tickets, and claimed that after deducting operational costs, only $20 million remained. According to the original deal, only $4 million would be donated. $4 million? That was basically tossing crumbs at beggars. Meanwhile, the UN had mobilized thousands of staff, even if most were on temporary contracts. That meant a loss. The result? Bureaucratic squabbling and mass withdrawals of UN personnel. Still, when Barnes looked into Chu Zhi's eyes, he saw something glowing. Could this man really be that naive? But thinking of Chu Zhi's life story, and those 2 songs that felt like they could cleanse a soul, Barnes started to believe he just might be a true idealist. Rare in this world. Barnes almost felt ashamed of himself. Still, he smiled and replied, God bless. The world will find peace. Chu Zhi nodded, looking genuinely satisfied with his answer. Was he really an idealist? That had to be the joke of the year. The only reason he'd agreed to perform was because he was worried that if he turned down the invitation, the organizers wouldn't invite any other Chinese artists again. According to reports, Mr. Chu, you're preparing a new album. Is that true? Can you share anything about it? Barnes asked. Oh, where'd that come from? The new album is at peace? Hadn't even begun its promo phase. Could the leak have come from the recording studio in Australia? Rolling Stone's reach was pretty long, after all. After what I went through last year, my mindset changed quite a bit, Chu Zhi said. That's when I started planning. The recording's finished now. It's an anti-war album. Idealist confirmed. Barnes thought as he nodded and moved on to the next question. Compared to his sharp tone when interviewing the 7-member band earlier, he sounded much gentler now. In his mind, interviews should be comfortable for both sides. Do you have time tonight, Mr. Chu? Barnes asked at the end. Sorry, Mr. Barnes, I already have plans, Chu Zhi said politely. That's unfortunate. I'd have loved to talk more in private if you ever get the chance, Barnes said. Next time, for sure, Chu Zhi replied. Barnes's double standard wasn't about popularity. As an established international music critic, he believed no singer was above criticism. His courtesy toward Chu Zhi came down to one simple thing: power. And Chu Zhi's refusal wasn't an excuse. He'd already promised to have dinner with George Roderick, one of the organizers behind the revived Woodstock Music Festival. To be precise, George had come up with the idea and convinced Michael Lang to help organize it. The guest list was mostly people George had personally called. He'd also arranged the connections between South African media groups and the UN. The dinner itself wasn't anything special. They just chatted aimlessly over food, and by the end, Chu Zhi was sure George was an old schemer. The man talked about faith and peace, but the scale in his heart tipped entirely toward money. With so many forces pulling in different directions, the fact that Woodstock could even take place was a miracle. Every artist performing there needed serious stage control. After all, the crowd numbered in the tens of thousands. The god of the crowd, huh? Anyone who shines in a setting like this will truly be immortal, Chu Zhi muttered. He didn't attend in person. Instead, he stayed in his hotel room, watching the live broadcast. The sea of people was terrifying. He tried switching channels, but no matter where he turned, every station was either broadcasting the festival or discussing it. It felt like the entire world had only one topic left. The last time the media coverage had been this overwhelming was when Russia attacked Ukraine. He switched to a local channel, Vaughn, Voice of Nigeria. That morning, an extremist group had attacked a Nigerian city. It wasn't Lagos, but Karali, a city near the Benin border, barely 200 kilometers from the festival site. On one side, there was extreme prosperity, an influx of wealthy tourists, and a temporary bubble of economic boom. On the other, chaos, hundreds injured, and dozens dead. Even the Emperor Beast himself couldn't help but sigh sincerely. Outside of VON, no major global outlet reported it. Anyone not in the region, or even there but not paying attention to local news, wouldn't know the attack happened at all. Instead, with 57 TV channels broadcasting live, Woodstock became the center of global conversation. The media competed to outdo one another. The festival's insane. Too bad I couldn't get vacation days. There are people everywhere. I heard each of the 3 stages got over 700,000 visitors on opening day. Even watching the stream, you can feel the crowd's pressure. My heart's pounding. Oh my God. Finally, the Westerners did something decent for once. Honestly, even if it's political theater, this many tourists are boosting the local economy. I kinda respect that. Woodstock's second day was just as crazy, maybe even more. It became a magnet for celebrities trying to grab the spotlight, like the closing ceremony of a global sports event. Meanwhile, in N'Djamena, the capital of Chad, things were more modest. The city looked like Shenzhen in the early 2000s, developing but not fully modern. Still, why weren't stars going to Lagos, which was far more advanced? Simple. Every hotel there was booked solid. Without a reservation, you couldn't even get a couch. Brother Jean, have you figured something out? Zhou asked. How are we supposed to get in and ride the wave? The Sahel region was a stretch of sand and grass, but right now, all she could see were tourists. There wasn't a single quiet spot to film a casual clip. How do you ride the hype? Take a few photos near the Woodstock stage, then post a soft article like Zhou attends Woodstock to support world peace. Should we contact Zhou? He's a guest performer and has a special access pass. Bringing 2 people near the stage wouldn't be an issue, Jean suggested. Their company, Sun River Entertainment, worked closely with Igwa Media, so asking Chu Zhi for a favor wasn't unrealistic. No. Zhou waved her hand. We can't bother Brother Gio. Think of something else, Brother Jean. Well, there is one way, but it's a hassle. Then do it, Zhou said before he could finish. I don't mind hassle. If there's no problem, we'll make one and solve it. Of course she'd say that. Jean smiled inwardly. If he'd mentioned the complicated plan first, she would have quit on the spot. Now that Zhou was a top-tier idol, she had her own ideas, and as her veteran agent, Jean had learned exactly how to handle her. Here's the plan, he said. It was simple. There were plenty of refugees in Chad. Find 2, give them some food and money, and take a few photos. Then post a fan-caught article. She's so kind. After watching Woodstock, Zhou went out of her way to help local refugees. Best to frame it in third person, as if someone had snapped the pictures by accident. They acted right away. Zhou even donated 500,000 yuan for the cause. To her credit, she didn't stage fake handovers or demand her money back off camera. Say what you will about China's entertainment industry, but publicity stunts like this happen everywhere. Western singers, actors, and YouTubers were all there too. For them, Woodstock was a goldmine of traffic. Even if it meant stripping down, they'd jump right in. The only thing that can bring peace to the world besides nukes is music. BBC. The Woodstock Music Festival is a symbol of peace and freedom. ABC. On the festival's second day, Over 900,000 people filled the venue, far beyond what Reuters or Xinhua had predicted. Number 602. The radius of influence. Harvey Jordan, head of the World Food Program, paced back and forth in his office, anxiety wrinkling his brow as he waited for the reply. Mr. Jordan, we have an update, a UN senior investigator said over the line. South African press doesn't care about anything after the morning of the 18th. Their exact words were, "Sir, the festival's over, peace is over, our mission is over." Great, Harvey muttered bitterly. Capitalists could be even more extreme than the UN imagined. He paused to lean against the wall, then gave an order. Pull up staff. Execute Plan B. If South African press doesn't care, then even a single or can't row the boat. I'll take care of it right away, the senior operative replied, voice steady. Harvey hung up and stared at the cross hanging over his chest, praying. Now he finally understood. Woodstock hadn't delivered peace. It might have done the opposite. My God, tell me what to do, he whispered. But God stayed silent. Harvey was left floundering. Meanwhile, over 1 million souls at the festival weren't confused. Their spirits were already soaring. Santo, one of the first performers, didn't leave the site. He'd parked his luxury RV more than 10 miles from the stage. With a balcony on the roof, he lounged there sipping wine, legs crossed, enjoying the festival in private. And he had staff to attend to him. Whatever he wanted or needed, it was delivered instantly. If luxury had a standard, he set it. Qatari tycoon Ghazi was a bit more discreet. He'd spent a month beforehand building a 10-meter-high glass structure overlooking 3 stages. Tiny but fully equipped, with a pool and gym inside. Oh Maria, why haven't Mr. Akenda and Mr. Chu Zhi hit the stage yet? Santo sighed over his phone. They played Bird Freeze last night around 8 p.m. I expect Akenda and Chu Zhi will follow a similar slot tonight, replied his butler girl Hafs Maria. Santo's butler and personal attendant was Japanese, trained in both French and Chinese cuisine. I'm getting a little hungry, Santo admitted. We have fresh salmon flown in from English waters, Hafs Maria offered. Pass. I'm tired of that. What's being served at the grounds tonight? Santo asked. Before she could answer, he added, never mind. The band is on. Hafs Maria quietly brought strawberries and stepped away, giving him space to watch the show. On day 3 of the festival, the logistics were staggering. The food, drinks, portable restrooms, satellite trucks, stage equipment, all required by tens of thousands, were immense. Luckily, South African press had invested in Woolworth retail supermarkets. The daily consumption of soft drinks, fruits, fast food, etc. was astronomical. They'd struck gold. So much so that even Woolworth's biggest distribution warehouses across Africa were running out of stock. Back to the stage. Santo referred to the band, meaning Eagle Band, a German industrial rock group known for synth blasts, pounding rhythms, and politically charged lyrics. They performed on the Horn of Somalia stage, one of the 3 festival stages named Cape of Good Hope, Horn of Somalia, and Africa's Horn. Their setlist hit hard. Think of what I gave up. Family, freedom, love. Have you grown strong? All that sacrifice is my reward, just used shoes? Industrial rock blended sampled sounds, steam engines, nail guns, forging machines, electric drills, with harsh guitars and confrontational lyrics. It was not metal, but it carried a similar raw edge. Santo, who'd been singing along earlier, was now fully absorbed. Its loss, pain, rage. The pain was in the distortion and the message. After 5 songs, Eagle Band stepped down, replaced by Akenda Bell, one of Santo's most admired singers. Santo didn't even waste a bite of fruit. He listened in rapture. On the surface it's calm, but inside I'm burning. I want to turn to ashes and float in the sky with you. Akenda opened with his signature song Ashes. Given his star power, he dared to sing. An emotional ballad in this harsh festival context, and it triggered a massive sing-along. Woodstock had invited nearly 100 musicians. Each artist's slot was roughly 30 to 40 minutes. ABAB, I'll love you forever. Ah, we're still here. Forever Akenda. High-altitude flight. Akenda fans shouted, high-altitude flight, my heart lives eternal. Some bold Western fans even tossed their bras onto the stage. Wild atmosphere indeed. Being called heir to the Pop King throne wasn't empty for Akenda. He drove thousands of European girls wild with fandom. Here's a fun twist. In Western media, the label Pop King never seems to go to Chu Zhi, even though that's accurate. Political positioning often outweighs facts. Akinda and his team weren't dumb. He wrote a new song, We Are in Africa, just for this festival. The rights and promotion value were huge. They intended to brand it the theme song of this Woodstock revival. That way, when people talk about the biggest music festival in history, they'd talk about this song and him. Have you heard that math? But after he left the stage, Akinda got terrible news. His agent, nicknamed Longhead for his waist-length brown hair, approached him grimly. Bell, we can't leave tonight. The local airports are sold out. Booking return flights well in advance was part of an agent's job. Akinda's schedule was packed. But earlier that morning, they'd received word. Flights canceled due to capacity issues. Airline offered full refund plus a $20 voucher. Everything's gone. Akinda asked, what about flights in other countries? Longhead shook his head. The only remaining flights are from Conakry, but the route's unsafe. Conakry is Guinea's capital. Reaching it required passing through Burkina Faso and Mali. Too volatile. We must leave by tomorrow. Day after that will be too unsafe, Akinda said. If we can't get tickets, we'll charter a plane. Day after tomorrow is too late. Longhead didn't ask where the intelligence came from, but the warning was clearly valid. Agents on other nearby flights were now scrambling too. Meanwhile, George Roderick was safe in Madrid, far from the danger. The festival was being controlled remotely by him now. If this is too much trouble, sir, we can enact the final plan, George said into his phone. We'll donate all stage equipment to the Sahel. Any other issues? Your plan solves most problems. Thank you. I'll verify costs immediately, came the voice on the line. The man calling George addressed him as chairman. George was also the current vice president of the Grammy Committee, which gave him leverage to raise and orchestrate the festival's revival. Send them to me by tomorrow, George said, then hung up. The equipment itself was worth a fortune. 3 major stages, massive audio systems. They'd used 7-figure budgets just to ship and set up. And now, because the situation changed, they couldn't evacuate it. Special transport vehicles were blocked, and airlifting would cost too much. This is humanity's spectacle, and also my feast, George thought as he watched RTV, Spanish national TV, broadcast the mass choir shots. Thousands upon thousands of people expanding outward, a sea of light and bodies. No exaggeration, day 1 had 600,000 viewers, day 2 900,000, day 3 1.36 million attendees. A gathering of human scale rarely seen in all history. This resurgence had been planned for over a year. Even by conservative estimates, George's share would net tens of millions of dollars. Ding, ding, ding. The hotel room phone rang. George answered. The voice of the hotel front desk asked politely, Sir, there are UN staff in the lobby asking to see you. Should I send them up? What's their name? George frowned. Mr. Beksun Sher, the clerk replied. Beksun from the WFP executive office? George thought for a moment, then chose to see him, not just because Beksun was high rank, but because he'd once been governor of South Carolina before assuming his WFP role. They met in an administrative lounge. Beksun's hair and beard were streaked gray. His forehead showed deep lines like trenches. He wore a blue knit shirt under a rust-colored vest, a typical southern redneck look, but George didn't underestimate him. Mr. Roderick, I apologize for the sudden visit, Beksun said bluntly. There's something I hope you'll do out of due responsibility. The phrase due responsibility instantly made George Roderick uncomfortable. He pressed down the irritation building in his chest and replied calmly, Please, go ahead, Mr. Beksun. Once Woodstock wraps up tomorrow, I hope you'll ensure that all the sound and lighting equipment on site is removed immediately, Beksun said, his tone straightforward and firm. The United Nations doesn't want to see this equipment become the cause of conflict among extremist groups in the Sahel region. The festival may not bring peace to Africa, but it mustn't bring war either, Beksun added. Do you understand, Mr. Roderick? The ultimatum in his voice ignited George's anger. Mr. Beksun, I'm only the organizer, he said sharply. You should be talking to South African press or your colleagues at the refugee agency about execution. And as for your claim that this could bring disaster to Africa, I can't agree with that, George continued. Buy a newspaper, say, the ABC Journal.
and you'll see it's full of headlines like "The Stars Shine Bright, Bringing Hope to Africa." That coverage represents what the UN, the participating celebrities, and even the United States want to see, George said coolly. If that's what you came here for, I'm afraid you'll leave disappointed. Beckson's face tightened. George had just pushed every bit of responsibility away. Containing his anger, Beckson said, "Then authorize us to handle it. We'll hire people to pack it all up." "That's very considerate of you, Mr. Beckson," George replied with false courtesy. "You've worked hard for Africa's peace, but I'm afraid I can't give you that authorization. When the time's right, I'll move the equipment myself. The UN doesn't need any unnecessary trouble." He had no idea how much it would cost to ship everything back, but anything that made him spend extra money was an enemy. Still, there was no way he'd hand the disposal rights to the UN. What if the situation wasn't that bad and he could reclaim the gear later? Beckson wanted to smash his fist into that smug, apologetic face. George, meanwhile, wore that very face like armor. Their talk ended in failure. Enough of unpleasant politics. Back at the festival grounds, joy and noise reigned. The current performer, Rena, was on stage. Unlike Akinda Bell's emotional performance earlier, the crowd's roars this time were deep, rough, and full of masculine excitement. "My turn next," Chu Zhi said with a lazy stretch. His 5-song set was ready. 2 new tracks, 3 classics. There was no need for titles like King Ning. Concerts were meant to be wild, not solemn. And honestly, this was just another show, just bigger and in a stranger place. Nothing more. Over the past 2 days, the pattern had been clear. Metal bands played metal, ballads stayed soft, and maybe 1 or 2 peace anthems were tossed in for show. The Emperor Beast realized he'd been overthinking it. He decided to swap one of his new songs, Earth Song, for something else. In this environment, that one just wouldn't dominate the stage. "If that's how it is, don't blame me for not playing nice. Rena's voice is lovely," he muttered. That lazy, detached tone, perfect. He hated it when people said someone's success was all thanks to natural talent. Good genes only set your lower limit. The upper limit? That's all hard work. Like Rena, who used her voice to the fullest and flaunted her charm effortlessly in a sleek, body-hugging gown. Beautiful. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for these wonderful 40 minutes, she said sweetly. "I hope this becomes a happy memory for you. Goodbye." Rena swayed off stage with the same elegance she sang with. "I divorced my wife for you. You're my goddess forever. Encore. Encore. Rena, I can't live without you." Shouts in English, French, German, Chinese, and even Japanese filled the air. With over 1 million people gathered, you could hear even the rarest language somewhere in the crowd. Chu Zhi wasn't just a performer, he was also a spectator. After 7 or 8 hours of live music, his ears were buzzing. Thankfully, Rena's pop jazz style had soothed the noise a little. But the moment he stepped backstage, something inside him surged. Surrounded by 1 million people, his madman god trait was fully triggered. Every sense sharpened to its peak, and he felt like he could control every muscle in his body. Since he'd swapped in a harder song, he brought his black thermos up with him. He'd need a sip from the wine immortal to hit his top form. The moment he walked on stage, the entire atmosphere flipped. Those who'd just been crying out, "Rena, I can't live without you," were now screaming, Chu Zhi, my only faith. Chu Zhi, Jiwai, I've waited 2 days for you. Oh, look at me, Jiwai, look at me." The roaring waves of sound boiled like lava. The ground itself seemed to tremble. And not just inside the venue. Outside, tens of thousands without tickets had gathered, climbing onto cars and rooftops, some using binoculars. Qatari tycoon Ghazi nearly fell off his 10-meter-high glass pavilion from sheer excitement. Brother Joe's on stage. "Everything before this is just warm-up. My sister's gonna be so jealous she missed this." Santo, watching from his luxury RV, saw Chu Zhi step into the light and shot up so fast he overturned the entire fruit tray. Every camera turned his way. CCTV, ABC, BBC, France 2, RT, NTV, SBS, Canale 5, RTL 4. Every outlet tuned in. The New York Times, The Times, Bild, The Sun, People's Daily, Chosen News, Asahi Shimbun, Le Monde, Stoicha Zeitung, Marca, Folha de S. Paulo. Every artist, Eagle Band,
7-man band, Rena, Akinda Bell, Horman, was watching. The spotlight of the entire planet focused on him. The roar of the crowd carried for more than a dozen miles. Normally, concert sound waves reach maybe 2 kilometers. This defied reason, but then again, there was no city noise in the Sahel to block it. It was a miracle. Over 10 miles away, at the UN's last temporary command post, even the guards outside could hear the screams. "Who's on stage?" asked Chu, one of the hired staff, startled that he could hear the audience from so far. "Either Akinda or Chu Zhi," replied Scorpion, a veteran worker. "Only those two can stir up that kind of madness." "Oh, Chu Zhi. I really like that Chinese singer," Shuyu said. "My grandma's Catholic," Scorpion answered flatly. "I get it," Shuyu said with a nod. Inside the tent, most of the UNHCR and WFP staff, everyone except Baeksun, were still gathered, discussing next steps. But outside, Chu Zhi's concert was reaching its peak. He opened with 3 classics perfectly suited for the atmosphere: Despacito, Thriller, and The Nights. As Despacito played, Chu Zhi twisted his waist in rhythm. The crowd followed every move, and even older fans started dancing until their backs ached. "Oh, this song's perfect for me." Santo, known among fans as Booty Santo because of his famously big hips, wiggled gleefully along. Right there and then, he swore he'd find a way to buy the rights to cover the song. "Too bad Chu can't dance," he muttered. If he could, this song would have been an absolute killer. The Nights lit up the stage with electric beats. Thriller brought back disco funk. Nostalgia. Both tracks had the crowd losing their minds. Then Chu Zhi quieted the stage with a soulful new song, "What's Going On?" from one of the Rolling Stones' top 5 greatest albums. It was a heavy track, full of meaning. The audience didn't know its history. They didn't connect it to Vietnam veterans. To them, it was just a protest song, a call for peace. Chu Zhi's voice was flawless. The way he breathed the word war across 5 notes made it sound effortless, so smooth the audience barely noticed the high notes, only the sudden sting of the word itself. Then came the butterfly resonance. His voice surrounded them like a living thing, echoing from every direction. The Emperor Beast added the angel's gospel buff, his divine aura surging through the music. After all, soul music was born from rhythm and gospel. When it came to gospel, Chu Zhi had no equal. The effect was stunning. Even people who didn't care for soul music felt something stir deep inside them. Some teared up without knowing why. "My God, war's terrifying. Let there never be war again. Those who start wars are sinners. The world isn't peaceful. Africa still suffers." Moments ago, they'd been screaming their heads off. Now, 1 million people listened in perfect silence. Only a few singers alive could command that. The crowd's reaction said it all. "What's Going On" crushed Akinda Bell's "We Are in Africa." If Mozart was the unmatched genius of the classical age, said Rolling Stone's deputy editor, Barnes, then Chu Zhi is the creative genius of modern pop. Jazz, funk, rock, soul, he bends them all to his will. Barnes was stunned. Soul music had always been dominated by black artists. Even white singers struggled to break in, let alone an Asian one. And yet here was a Chinese man singing real soul. "Incredible," Barnes murmured. "But idealists always fall first." He sighed. "I just hope he's ready for the truth." As the 4th song ended, Chu Zhi stepped up for his final piece, a new one. The song to blow the roof off. Dangerous. A new Jack Swing track, one of Michael Jackson's masterpieces. Last time, he'd released All Nations, Volume 1, and performed Thriller. This time, he wanted to bring it full circle, with choreography. Chu Zhi couldn't dance, not really. But he'd studied MJ's moves, and had some help. The Madman God in full gear, and the Wine Immortal at 7/10 drunk. Song and dance, soul and rhythm. The Emperor Beast's true form was about to take the stage. Number 603. That move, an absolute kill. When the 4th song ended, the stage lights suddenly went dark. The massive platform turned into a pitch-black warehouse where you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. The audience screamed again, the atmosphere rising to a fever pitch. At that point, whatever happened on stage, the crowd would explode anyway. The intro began with a messy mix of sounds. It felt like being in the middle of New York traffic, or maybe on the streets of Dearborn, Detroit, near a factory with machines roaring in the distance. Barnes caught the hint right away. The The song's prelude was made of industrial noise samples. Interesting. Backstage, Chu Zhi had changed into a new outfit. White shirt, black suit, and a trilby hat. The perfectly tailored pants showed off the gleam of crystal white socks above his ankles. It was a flawless recreation of Michael Jackson's iconic look, except for one thing, the left arm. MJ's stage outfits almost always had a band around the left arm, worn to remember all the children suffering across the world. Chu Zhi's version didn't. Instead, he had red tasseled shoulder pads on both sides. 3 spotlights snapped on one after another, casting bright circles that connected into a glowing path across the dark stage. The industrial noise sped up, blending into the rhythm of synthesized brass and pounding drums. Chu Zhi stepped into the light right on beat. With both the Wine Immortal and Madman God traits active, he delivered a stunning performance of locking dance moves. His neck swayed, his feet advanced with rhythmic precision, his fingers moved in sync with his arms. Every motion, big or small, fit perfectly with the rhythm, like a living metronome. The million-strong Madman God effect really let him control every muscle in his body. Musical note, the moment she walked in, I could tell right away, this girl was different. Musical note. Musical note, her stride. Her hair, her face, her graceful lines. Every move she made carried a kind of power. Musical note. Musical note. I could feel her presence. Everyone turned to look. Desire filled the air. Musical note. He sang in a low murmur, like he was whispering to himself. But with his dance, that quiet voice turned magnetic. Straightening his bow tie, stepping forward, flicking his jacket, snapping his fingers with the rhythm. Each ordinary move came together to form a powerful, hypnotic charm. Especially the moment his hand brushed his hip, the crowd erupted. If not for the earlier soul song cooling things down, people might have already fainted in waves. Musical note, this girl's so dangerous, I can't let my guard down. She's got me under her spell, but there's danger hiding beneath. Musical note. Musical note, I know it all too well, but I still crossed the line. Musical note. Musical note, she said. Come with me. I said, I've got no time. Musical note. There were no backup dancers, just lighting and sound effects filling the space. He stomped his foot, and a flashing red light came alive on the left side of the stage. He tilted his head right, and yellow lights followed his gaze. Red and yellow lights crisscrossed, hitting the dancer in the middle, creating the illusion of a broken traffic signal in a busy city. Chu Zhi hit the beat perfectly, rising on his toes, hips rolling in time. If anyone else did that move, it'd look like a greasy sex gimmick. But if it was MJ, it wasn't about lust. It was instinctive, natural rhythm. According to Michael himself, the motion wasn't even choreographed. It just came naturally with the music. The Emperor Beast's version didn't have the same raw power as the original, but his looks more than made up for it. Oh. Santo pointed wildly at the stage, then at himself, too stunned to even speak. Maria Hanzawa, sitting beside him, jumped in shock. For a second, she thought he'd choked on fruit again. Sir, are you all right? She asked, handing him a cup of warm water. Santo's eyes gleamed. Who choreographed this? It's dripping with masculine energy. I'm telling you, Chu Zhi's #1 in the world. Anyone disagree? Coming from Santo, that meant something. He wasn't just a rich playboy, but a star himself. He'd seen everything, and still, he was floored. So you could imagine how insane it was for the average fan. I'm gonna faint. Oh my God, I can't. Stay strong. You'll get trampled if you pass out now. Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi. Most of the crowd couldn't even form words anymore. They screamed incoherently, all reason swallowed by heat and hysteria. Seeing the chaos, the Emperor Beast toned down the seductive moves just a bit. Musical note, this girl's so dangerous, she took my money and wasted my time. Musical note. Musical note, you can call me baby, but you'll never be any good for me. Musical note. Musical note, dangerous. Musical note. The lyrics of Dangerous weren't complicated. Forget the hidden metaphors. On the surface, it was just a story about a sexy woman who'll rob you, blind, and waste your life. But from the looks of it, that dangerous seductress was the man dancing on stage. As the chorus hit, MJ's iconic moves appeared in this parallel world for the first time. The dance that shook Earth decades ago now reborn before a million people. Chu Zhi stepped forward, but it looked like an invisible force pushed him back. Musical note. All I can do is pray, 'cause I know how greed blinds the soul. Musical note. Musical note. There's a fire hidden deep inside me, but you're not my lover, not even my friend. Musical note. Musical note. I can't sleep tonight. I'm all alone, trapped in my thoughts, drifting into the dark. You've broken me. Musical note. Then came the moonwalk. Chu Zhi slid across the stage like electricity itself. His shoulders and arms rippled with fluid waves. Thanks to his earlier concert training, his breathing stayed steady even as he sang and danced at once. A million spectators stared in stunned silence. What was that? They'd never seen anything like it. Backstage, a kinda bell blinked. Sideslide and backslide? Rena, who had formal ballet training, nodded after a moment. Yes, but he added a still point glide in between. The movement smooth, like hair coated in silk. When he slid back, it felt like gravity stopped working. It's not just a moonwalk, it's a moonwalk plus. Akinda's face went pale with disbelief and frustration. If Chu Zhi's earlier soul piece, What's Going On, could at least be used for PR alongside his own We Are in Africa, this was a total knockout. He cursed under his breath. Fuck, are you kidding me? Who uses both jokers in one hand? What am I supposed to do with pairs of 2s, 3s, and 4s? He could feel the shockwave all the way from half a venue away. If he had this kind of performance, he'd have saved it for the Grammys, not wasted it on a festival. Nobody had ever seen Chu Zhi dance before. Not once. And now he'd not only danced, he'd invented a new style right on the spot. Sliding steps were always just transitions in modern dance, Santo said, hitting the nail on the head. He turned an appetizer into a main course. And that moonwalk variation, brilliant. Perfectly my taste. Of course he'd notice. The man was nicknamed Booty Santo for his hips alone. Years of Latin and tango training spoke through his words. And the brilliance didn't fade, it exploded again. Musical note. Then it happened. She touched me. Musical note. Musical note. That stranger's lips, sweet as honey. Musical note. Musical note. Her words were smoother than her kiss, but her heart, sharp as a blade. Musical note. The choreography looked deceptively simple, but in truth it fused locking, popping, tap, modern, and jazz into one seamless flow. Between the chorus and the bridge, the lights went out again. The sound of breathing echoed in the dark, the seductive kind, straight from the lyrics. A million people held their breath. Everyone liked to think they were decent, but even decent people can't resist temptation like that. The crowd boiled with restlessness. When the tension peaked, a single spotlight snapped on. Chu Zhi's shadow appeared on the ground, tipping his hat and lowering his head. The beat kicked in again, and the silhouette turned real. The moonwalk returned. Click, click. The reporters went wild, cameras flashing nonstop. That move, no doubt about it. Absolute kill. Number 604. The Fuse. According to a message posted by Rolling Stone deputy editor Barnes after the music festival, Chu Zhi choreographed his own stage performance, and that special backward slide move he did was called the moonwalk. So how did Barnes get the news first? He'd interviewed Chu Zhi before. He tried to treat him to a meal, which didn't work out, but at least they exchanged contact info. That's how he could text and ask right away. Barnes shared the news immediately on Facebook, and it went viral on the internet in a frenzy. His Facebook gained 420,000 followers within half an hour. Previously, the deputy editor's account had just over 1 million followers, so this spike of a third in such a short time was insane. Chu Zhi hit the stage in Cape Town at exactly 8 p.m. local time, performing for 40 minutes. More than 50 TV stations broadcast the show, reaching over 1 billion viewers. Even though Woodstock Festival hadn't ended yet and many international artists were still to perform, the world's attention had already peaked on him. Looking closer, even without mentioning news agencies and newspapers, the more personal social media reaction was telling. The entertainment industry's big spenders, the Victoria's Secret models' top boyfriends, guys who never freeload, $1 million 1-second losses, are forever scandalous, but King Santo. None of them stayed on their RV balconies after seeing the stage. They rushed back inside to post online immediately. Santo, why can a man's dance be this damn captivating? I thought only a blonde exotic stripper could grab my attention, but this man, he just did. Hashtag Chu Zhi moonwalk hashtag. Rena. Hashtag Chu Zhi on stage hashtag some people are truly gods in pop music. Dangerous is the best new jack swing I've ever heard. And what's going on is one of the finest soul tracks I know. Hormone Hulky. Bullshit, how can a dance be this seductive? Jack Ray, lead singer of Freezer Band. I won't admit it, but my neck got sore at the live show. Black clothes, dress shoes with white socks, rapid, stiff footwork transitions. Everyone's gonna copy it. And yes, that includes me. Almost all the festival stars posted something. Some stayed quiet, but their fans pressured them. Yes, I'm looking at you. Chu Zhi's hardcore fan Leighton. Why isn't little golden boy saying anything? Mr. Leighton, we're waiting for the fans' POV coverage. Don't rush him. Ordinary fans are already going crazy over Chu Zhi's dancing and singing. Mr. Leighton must have fainted from excitement. That makes sense, but millions of people fainting shouldn't hurt, right? Are you okay, Mr. Leighton? Damn it, I didn't faint. Leighton admitted the moonwalk and slide moves shook him a bit. He was about to tweet, "Dangerous is the peak of music and dance, but Woodstock is a peace-themed festival, so Mr. Chu should still be cautious." Which was ironic, because other singers only sing songs vaguely related to anti-war or peace. Chu Zhi's Dangerous actually fit the theme perfectly. Leighton was ready to double standard Chu Zhi, but when he opened Twitter, he saw comments like, "Fainted? That's ridiculous." Beyond the celebrities, ordinary fans also joined in. Gotzi posted a short clip on his YouTube channel, shot with some digital device from the right angle, making it seem like he was on stage himself. Naturally, the Qataris were envious. Women in Qatar had extremely low social status, more like property than human beings. But the royal princess Maysa, as a member of the royal family, could go anywhere. If any woman wanted to appear publicly, who could stop her? So Maysa, like many rich heiresses, hadn't gone to the festival for safety reasons. They were starstruck, but scared of dying. Watching the live broadcast on Al Jazeera, the Qatari princess regretted it instantly. Maysa, why didn't I go to the Sahel? Why didn't I go to the festival? Why did I make such a stupid decision? This will be my greatest regret ever. Others shared the same feeling, like Chen Wu, daughter of Pangu Bank's president, Gu Hyoyen, CEO of LG Chemicals, Spanish Princess Sofia, Kim Su, son of Kakao's founder, Monica and Pablo, children of Santander's major shareholders, and Sumitomo Yaharu from the Sumitomo Zaibatsu. They'd all skipped for safety, whether due to family restrictions or personal choice, and were now regretting it. Moonwalk, Dangerous, Chu Zhi, Soul Music What's Going On, Woodstock Festival. These instantly became trending keywords online that night. Even people who didn't care about music festivals or African peace were drawn in by countless social media clips. Keep in mind, all this excitement was immediate feedback right after Chu Zhi's performance. Within the industry, the aftereffects of Chu Zhi's combined singing and dancing hit hard. McNulty felt it the most, since he performed right after Chu Zhi. He was a national treasure in Finland, with many global hits. His set had songs with over 200 million YouTube views, but no matter how hard he tried, the audience's reaction felt light. Why? Because the million spectators had already seen the ultimate show. Once you've seen Chu Zhi, nothing else compares. McNulty left the stage slowly, frustrated by the audience's muted response. Singers are like athletes, but while athletes need worthy opponents, singers need audience approval. He scowled, muttering, "Who arranged the lineup?" Even Karelian stew without pork is easier to stomach. Karelian stew was a Finnish classic, tasty or not. Depended on taste, but it was every Finn's childhood memory. Even though the festival will last 7 or 8 more hours, continuing until tomorrow morning, in reality, Woodstock ended the moment Chu Zhi left the stage, McNulty said. The crowd was still hyped, but after peaking, excitement inevitably drops. Chu Zhi, the cause of the festival's early peak, now faced some consequences. "Mr. Chu Zhi, I recommend you don't linger at the venue," said an event staff member, the on-site operations manager. It sounded like they were kicking him out. Chu Zhi wasn't in a rush and listened patiently. The manager quickly corrected himself. "Your stage attracted too much attention. The crowd is moving toward the resting area, so for your safety." Wait, moving toward the resting area? The audience faces the stage, and the artist's resting area is behind to the left. They're not even going the same way. Looking closer, Chu Zhi saw it was true. The million-strong crowd was shifting like a moving continent. Terrifying. He took the manager's advice and left immediately. As Chu Zhi departed, Huang Yingwa noticed the festival staff erecting a huge handwritten sign. Chu Zhi is not in the resting room. Please maintain order, written in Chinese, English, Japanese, French, German, Spanish, and Russian. To be visible at night, small spotlights surrounded the sign, creating an absurd scene. For light sources, 3 stages plus the sign. No trouble for the organizers, and no need to arrange a driver. We've got our own, no manpower wasted, Chu Zhi said in Chinese. Many staff were Chinese, and UN and WFP officials also included Chinese personnel. No trouble, no trouble, The official hesitated. Wanting an autograph? Chu Zhi guessed, but didn't ask. What if he was wrong? Too awkward. Needly to arrange the car to step out for a smoke. Chu Zhi patted his left pocket, found it empty, and said sheepishly, "Awkward. No cigarettes." "I've got cigarettes." The official handed some over and added, "Brother Gio, my girlfriend and I are hardcore Little Fruits fans. Could we get an autograph?" Hardcore Little Fruits. Chu Zhi smiled, pulling out paper and pen. Even abroad, his habit of carrying them never changed. After signing, Su Xiang drove them away. 2 Zongnanhai bodyguards, 1 close protection, 1 rear guard, or scouting ahead, maximize safety. They were supposed to use their own rental car, but the parking lot was blocked by crowds, so they borrowed a UN vehicle. I get it now, why legends of seductive rulers exist. Male or female, when personal charisma peaks, they can wreck nations. Like Daji, Baoxi, Chu Zhi. Huang Yingwa murmured, leaving a guard behind to investigate. He felt a tale earlier and wasn't sure if it was a fan or someone with bad intentions. Huang's investigation revealed 2 groups, both from Japan. One was the Bride's Chu Support Club, basically obsessive fans wanting to devote themselves. The other was the Chu Zhi Ultimate Support Club, trying to intercept the first, fearing confusion for their idol. Completely unnecessary, these kids, Huang thought. The next day, dawn. Lagos brightened around 6:30. Chu Zhi felt groggy, not from lack of sleep, but from full-body soreness. His arms, knees, and leg muscles felt torn. Not possible. At concerts, I jump around for hours and even do wire stunts, and I never feel this sore. Yesterday's dance lasted only 6 or 7 minutes. It shouldn't hurt this much. System, what's going on? Is this the after effect of the peak frenzy god state? Chu Zhi wondered. Bro, should we file a complaint with customer service? The frenzy god has no after effects. The host's pain comes from movements exceeding the body's threshold. The system answered immediately. Chu Zhi understood. Concert choreography, though long, was rehearsed and within his body's limit. But yesterday's dance was unpracticed, relying entirely on the frenzy god controlling his muscles, copying moves mechanically. For example, that signature knee bend with toes pressing for 2 seconds. Perfect on stage, but his toes actually hurt. Compared to MJ, who trained since childhood, Chu Zhi only paid a bit of pain for a dance that looked 90% perfect. Totally worth it. Alright, probably just soft tissue bruising, shouldn't be serious. Chu Zhi headed downstairs for breakfast. Huang Ji, want me to bring something back for you? He asked politely. Chu Zhi always treated his 2 bodyguards respectfully. They risked their lives for him, and they were exhausted. No matter when he woke up, the close protection guard always rose earlier. Lagos air was humid but otherwise didn't disturb sleep. The Emperor Beast ate leisurely and did some light exercise. The world's media, however, didn't rest. Early morning was filled with Chu Zhi news. Washington Post. As the first democratic republic covering a large population, the U.S. has built a layered governance system, surviving the Great Depression and 2 world wars over 200 years. It has balanced race, party politics, labor rights, social welfare, while leading global economic development, bringing peace. August 15th to 18th, the Woodstock Festival in the Sahel, representing freedom and democracy, exemplifies this cultural legacy. American newspapers are bold depending on political alignment. The Post praised enthusiastically, ending with, Akinda, Rena and Phoenix Band delivered stunning performances showing American democracy and freedom, while Chinese star Chu Zhi also performed brilliantly, showing his respect for the festival. Chu Zhi's performance was just too good. No choice but to mention him. Times, what can peace look like? Peace can mean no guns, children running freely, expressed through music. Akindas were in Africa, 7-people band's Arc de Triomphe, and Chu Zhi's What's Going on all show yearning for peace. And dangerous. Newspapers favored their own country's stars, but every single one mentioned Chu Zhi. Le Monde. Woodstock Festival. Remember 2 words, peace and Chu Zhi. Helsinki News. The festival brought rare peace to Africa's Sahel. Chu Zhi's singing and dancing shocked the calm music scene. Norway Evening Post, Morning Edition. If I had to find a flaw in Mr. Chu Zhi's stage, it's that I, editor Mahler, wasn't there. Chu Zhi always claimed the C-spot in reports, but the Japanese praise was something else. Tokyo TV. Many artists, like Naughty Panther Band, Presley, Wellington, General Mouse, were era-defining stars appearing at different economic downturns. Chu Zhi defies the lipstick effect. Anyone who sees him, male or female, can't help but be drawn in. His voice touches collective souls. Other stars are heroes of their times. He is the creator of his era. Chu Zhi's grasp of pop music and creative ability has reached human limits, making fans naturally flock to him. They'd turned era of Chu Zhi into Chu Zhi's era. Watching news often, the impact may not feel impressive, but here's a concrete example. The original series You from the Stars on Netflix was free for non-members, but because of Chu Zhi's global stir, starting the 18th, it required a membership. But amidst the hype, a discordant note appeared. From former Woodstock organizer Mike Long. Mike Long said, I didn't authorize South African media or UN affiliates to use the Woodstock Festival trademark. All activities in the Sahel are illegal. Now things got serious. Not unlike pouring fuel on the fire. Chu Zhi, still in Lagos, faced a crisis. If needed, we can contact the Chinese embassy in Nigeria to help you leave Lagos, Su Xiang said. I'll do it immediately. What's happening? Chu Zhi noticed their serious expressions. 4 extremist groups are setting up in the Sahel. Once the audience leaves, there'll be a small-scale conflict in a day or 2, Su Xiang said, relaying intelligence. Why? Chu Zhi asked differently, realizing his first question sounded dumb. Nearby civil wars? They're after festival equipment, Su Xiang replied. Chu Zhi thought he misheard. What? The entire festival gear costs about $3.5 million from France's top brand Accuse, Su Xiang added 2 stats. Stockholm International Peace Institute reported last year that Africa's 60-plus countries spent $39.1 billion on defense in 1 year. Crunching numbers, each country had under $700 million. Festival equipment equals roughly 1/200th of national defense. Extremists would be tempted. Guns in Africa are cheap. Second-hand AK-47s cost a few $dozen, M1 carbines a couple hundred. Nigeria and Chad might try to grab it too. No one wants this cash to go to extremists. Africa has no shortage of refugees. Money buys armies. Small-scale war is imminent. South African media could move the gear, but they won't waste time. George refused UN authorization. Chu Zhi realized this Woodstock festival couldn't even pull off surface-level peace. It might have directly sparked war. Why is this happening? Chu Zhi fell silent. Number 605. The Martyr. System brother. Tell me, if I take out tens of millions to help foreigners, am I an idiot? Chu Zhi suddenly asked in his mind. Didn't the host say that as long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough? The system replied. Yeah, why think so much? As long as he felt no guilt, it was fine. Chu Zhi never thought of himself as a good man, and he'd always believed he was a full-fledged capitalist. After all, ordinary people just wanted a clear conscience. Chu Zhi picked up his phone and first called George. Far away in Spain, George Robdrick frowned at the incoming number. The music festival was over, so why was Chu Zhi calling? Could he be trapped somewhere in the Sahel? If that were true, George would be willing to help connect the dots, since Akinda had chartered a flight from Spain. Thanks to his Hollywood Gold Standard music producer credentials and his position as vice chairman of the Grammy Committee, he still had some face to maintain. But once the call connected, The news was completely different from what George expected. Chu Zhi wasn't asking for help. He wanted to buy the festival's sound equipment. What? George couldn't understand at first, but hearing the potential to make money, he immediately offered. $3.8 million. $3 million was the principal, and $800,000 was a service fee. Pretty fair, right? Very fair. Chu Zhi wasn't stupid. Using the bargaining skills ingrained in his bones, he haggled it down to $1.5 million, eventually purchasing it at half the original price. Looks like Chu Zhi has a lot of connections in West Africa, George murmured after hanging up. He guessed Chu Zhi wanted to act as a middleman. Buying it for $1.5 million, then spending tens of thousands more on shipping, he could still make over $1 million from reselling. Even though George had made tens of millions from the festival, he was still envious of how easily Chu Zhi could turn a profit. In today's information-transparent world, having the channels is the most valuable. Like, I have the connections so I can bring people to organize Woodstock, but I don't, so I can't just move the equipment back. Before he finished his thought, another call came in. It was a Goldman Sachs executive. George quickly picked it up. The task was simple: get Macron under control. After the initial leak, Macron had sent out a tweet within 2 hours, preparing to file a lawsuit against Perfect Idea Studio and South African press for trademark infringement, seeking $160 million in compensation. If not for the star-studded attendance, if not for the Western media portraying it as the last shining beacon of freedom and democracy, if not for Chu Zhi's screen-flooding stage, this trademark infringement would have barely been noticed. The public wouldn't even care. But now it was completely different. Media loved hyping some and tearing others down. Audiences enjoyed watching myths crumble, thinking, oh, so this is that music festival with all those stars, and all these messy things happen too. Annoying. That idiot Macron would eventually fail. The Woodstock brand mattered. Even if the event was over and the money in the bank, what if a celebrity guest turned against them? Hundreds of top global artists were willing to perform for only a third of their usual fee, not just because of Woodstock's past glory, but because of the Music Brings Peace to Africa banner. At least one of those two had to be true, otherwise it was just contract fraud. Artists couldn't beat the South African press and the UN, but taking Macron down was still easy. Oh, smart George was still scheming. Chu Zhi, having signed the e-contract and hung up, wanted to call the UN Refugee Agency, or WFP, but realized he didn't have their contact. Su Xiang watched Chu Zhi's moves the whole time, roughly understanding his plan. He had no opinion and wasn't about to voice one. Luckily, Emperor Beast had enough connections. He knew the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, and through some convoluted contacts, reached Executive Officer Baeksun. You're saying you bought the stage equipment? Chu Zhi, you're not joking, right? Baeksun's voice on the line distorted. Slightly, enough to show his disbelief. Of course not. I've signed the contract with Mr. Robdrick. All lighting, sound, and control consoles at the festival are now mine. I hope you, Mr. Baeksun, can figure out a way to handle them to prevent conflicts, Chu Zhi replied. Mr. Chu Zhi, I must tell you, the roads in the Sahel are almost completely cut off. Our only option is basically destruction, Baeksun said. All right, when can you handle it? Chu Zhi asked. It was basically throwing money into the water. Baeksun was stunned. For the refugee and food agencies, a proposal where a capitalist spent his own money to buy equipment was seen as covering someone else's mess and normally rejected. While dazed, Baeksun's mind raced, and he gave an approximate answer. Around 9 in the evening. Our colleagues can come, and the night will make it easier to destroy. 9, can it be faster? Chu Zhi asked. Sorry, I'm just worried many organizations won't control themselves. I understand, Mr. Chu Zhi. I'll discuss with my colleagues and try not to waste your money, Baeksun said. After finalizing the details, Chu Zhi hung up. He felt uneasy. The festival ended just this morning, and before it even ended, Su Xiang had intelligence that over 20 extremist groups were ready to start deploying. And now they had to wait all afternoon and half the night. It was impossible for them to hold back. What to do? Wait, Ning Wang. Chu Zhi asked himself. Firmly, system brother, honestly, does Ning Wang really have the power that even if people are ready to fight, they'd calm down when hearing music? Even if they pull a grenade, they'll fully feel the serenity in the music that the system replied. Nice, that reassured Chu Zhi. Still missing a team? Yes, a team. The control consoles needed people, the lights needed pros. One person couldn't handle it all. Chu Zhi flipped through his contacts, thinking who could help. Anywhere in Asia, he could assemble a team in minutes. But he was in Lagos, Africa, powerless. He really was a global superstar, including South America, but the global never included Africa. Emperor Beast suddenly noticed a name that might help. Barnes, deputy editor of Rolling Stone magazine. Chu Zhi called Barnes. The deputy editor, eager to get close to him, picked up immediately. Within 2 to 3 minutes, Barnes had heard the entire plan. Mr. Barnes, please help, Chu Zhi said. I can do it in an hour, Barnes replied. Thanks. Things were urgent, so they didn't chat more and hung up. The deputy editor, having seen storms before, was dumbfounded by the call. 7 or 8 seconds later, he regained his senses, muttering, Crazy, 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 this is insane. Before, he thought Chu Zhi was an idealist. Now he realized Chu Zhi was a martyr. Not only was he spending his own money to buy treasures for destruction by the UN, he also wanted to use music to prevent conflicts between extremists and surrounding nations. Even Arabian Nights stories didn't develop like this. He's too idealistic. Even if conflict happened, at most a few hundred would die. Why risk your life? Barnes couldn't understand. China was one of the 5 major rogue powers. Most people wouldn't dare touch someone as high-ranking as Chu Zhi in China, but it didn't mean he was completely safe. Extremist groups were crazy. Their minds didn't work normally. What if they decided to do something huge? Stupid, Barnes thought. That was pure impulse. Still, Barnes couldn't help admiring Chu Zhi, murmuring, Woodstock is a capitalist scythe, and Chu Zhi from China is the light of humanity? Whether it succeeded or not, Chu Zhi had slapped Woodstock in the face. Actually, maybe it was too soon to even call it that. This time, I must get the exclusive first scoop. Barnes contacted ATV to cooperate in broadcasting the story. ATV was Hungary's first private commercial TV station. First, the country might not report it for political reasons. Second, ATV's deputy director was his former Princeton classmate and trustworthy. The station would film the scene while he interviewed participants. Barnes coordinated traffic and then called to find professional staff for the festival. Using music to moderate extremists and surrounding national defense forces was insane and dangerous. Most people's first reaction was, why are extremists called extremists? But Barnes knew a lot of people. In a big tree, there's every kind of bird. Many would risk their lives for money since Chu Zhi offered good pay. So, in half an hour, Barnes had contacted over 10 people who could serve as stage crew. The whole setup wouldn't fail. 3 celebrities even joined for free, willing to fill other band positions. For ideals or fame, all 3 were on their way to the stage. The 3 were McDantley, drummer of Freeze People, Fidel, bassist of Manic Beast, and Horman Hulk, guitarist. Freeze People and Horman were familiar friends, while Manic Beast was a Finnish prog metal band. Everything was proceeding smoothly. As for the audience, 1 million were mostly stranded in neighboring capitals. The Sahel was a multi-country border zone, chaotic, but if the capitals stayed calm, they were mostly safe. Time to leave, totally worth it, Qatari tycoon Kazi said, leaving in his private plane. The rich kid Santo, traveling in an RV, was taking a plane instead. The luxury RV would stay in a star hotel garage for now. Meanwhile, Japan's Chu Zhi's strongest supporters cleaned up trash under the leadership of Tail Island Branch, holding signs flashing neon. For Chu Zhi, protect the environment. It was 3 in the afternoon, and only 2 or 3 cats roamed the site. Nothing like the previous sea of people. Number 606. Pull him away. Even with the Chu Zhi's strongest support team picking up the trash, the remnants of the festival's chaos were still everywhere. After all, the crowd had been in the millions. Add in the celebrity guest rest areas and backstage, which together covered 0.6 square kilometers, and there was no way it could be cleaned all at once. They only managed to sweep parts of it. Within a 5-kilometer radius, people from groups like Holy War, Liberate Africa, Love and Peace, and the Rebellion Army were lying in wait. The names sounded decent enough, but of course, they'd gone extreme. If you don't play the religion card or the justice card, why would anyone follow you? Nearby, National Defense Forces from Nigeria, Chad, Niamey, Benin, and Togo were also stationed. Compared to the extremists, their weapons were only slightly more organized, but not significantly more advanced. Lying in wait was really just showing their hands. All the factions were wary of each other, and the air practically smelled of gunpowder. There were probably at least 20 or 30,000 firearms in play. Leading a squad was Tofa, the twin brother of the Holy War leader. Most African tribes consider twins cursed and kill them at birth. Luckily, Tofa was a Fong tribe member, and their Vodou faith revered twins. Vodou, known in the West as voodoo, is famous worldwide. Modern zombie culture actually has its roots in the deep-sea Vodou traditions. Tofa gripped his gun tightly. Every second was agony. His face was iron gray. Well, it wasn't obvious since he was black, but his nerves were stretched to the limit, waiting for someone to fire the first shot. Colonel Tanya, stationed in Niamey, led an external unit just under a kilometer from the Holy War group. Using binoculars, he scanned the rebel organizations, his finger never leaving the trigger. His soldiers stayed on high alert, ready for an ambush. It was a vicious cycle. The constant battle readiness of national forces only fueled the aggressiveness of the extremist groups. With the tension already at its peak, a full-blown skirmish seemed inevitable. Amid the anxious, greedy, brutal, and fearful eyes, more than 20 people approached the stage, making things even more tense. "Boss, what do we do?" one subordinate asked. Losing a bird in hand was frustrating. "They're United Nations personnel. Don't you see the uniforms?" "Idiots." Tofa stopped him. "But what if they're trying to take our sound system?" another asked nervously. "Fair point," Tofa thought, but then he laughed internally. "Bullshit. Do you really think a group of 20 people could move this stuff?" True, without trucks, there was no way to move it by manpower alone, so the Holy War members relaxed a little. "Keep an eye on them anyway. If something goes wrong with the UN people," Tofa added, "but don't attack them if there's no issue." "Yes, boss," they replied. The Holy War feared the UN? Not at all. How many divisions did the UN have? They only feared France. Mostly it wasn't necessary. After all, the idiots at the UN occasionally helped African refugees. "Boss, how did you know this stuff was worth so much?" "I thought singing equipment was only worth a few 100,000 francs, one asked curiously. A few 100,000 West African francs was just a few thousand RMB. "What, you think I don't know?" Tofa replied. Even Tofa wasn't sure how his twin knew. He wasn't interested in music, so he shouldn't even know the equipment's value. He didn't know who had informed him either. Even more intriguing, the rebel groups in the Sahel had already heard the news. Of the 20 people arriving at the scene, 10 were UN staff. Their uniforms were sky blue vests with a clear logo of hands holding a spire to shelter a small figure from the rain. The other 13 started adjusting the central control, lighting, and audio equipment. Within half an hour, the Hungarian ATV crew arrived in a rush. They walked, not drove. Worried about provoking nearby extremists, they left their vehicles 2 kilometers away, carrying all filming gear by hand. Working overtime after getting off work. "God, my life is so bleak," Janos sighed. ATV was one of over 50 global broadcast channels. They packed up and left after the festival ended in the morning, but hadn't even reached the airport before being called back. A bleak life comes with a fat bonus. 100,000 forints per person, said Zoltan, the filming team. Leader. Hungarian forints. 10,000 forints equaled roughly 2,000 RMB. Not bad. After setting up their equipment, the media team waited for Chu Zhi to arrive. "Are we in danger?" Janos asked nervously. Chu Zhi isn't afraid of danger. "Why are you?" Zoltan replied. No. Chu Zhi is a legend, a righteous man. During the earthquake in Japan, he risked his life to save people. He's the type to give himself for the world. So what he's doing isn't necessarily about safety, just about peace, Janos explained, his sharp eyes gleaming like a clever husky, as if he'd figured everything out. Zoltan fell silent for a moment, then said, "Don't worry. There are UN people nearby. If the UN were truly reliable, they wouldn't let a celebrity step in to prevent an imminent conflict." Janos silently prayed the extremists wouldn't act rashly. The rebel and national forces stared at the small group approaching. The festival hadn't even fully ended. Why allow these outsiders near their sound equipment unless they feared another group lurking behind? 10 more minutes passed, and the four-member Rolling Stone crew, led by Barnes, arrived. Everyone but the leader was drenched in sweat. Armor vehicles are intimidating, after all. I've already got the title for my article. The ultimate humanity for peace isn't Woodstock, it's Chu Zhi, Barnes said, staring at his phone and the chaos triggered by Leighton. He needed to add fuel to the fire. Don't worry. The UN will hand over uniforms shortly. Put them on and don't resist. They're only after money, Barnes said. That comment made the Rolling Stone staff even more nervous. So there really was a chance of getting shot? Stage, journalists, and crew were ready. The only thing left was the band. Horman, staying at the hotel closest to the stage, was the first to arrive. Fuck, am I an idiot? Why did I agree to be the guitarist? Why did I get hot-headed? What if I get shot? I'm such a pile of shit, Horman muttered. He'd borrowed a guitar from a friend. Nearsighted, he'd noticed the armed men along the way. Outwardly calm, inwardly he cursed himself relentlessly. Sir, we've finished setting up the equipment, said the lead backstage staff, Govsky, from Russia, a typical East Slavic with a narrow nose, thin lips, and straight jawline. What should we do next? Or is there a set list? Govsky asked. Horman paused, glanced around, and replied, I'm just the guitarist. You'll know the full plan once Chu Zhi arrives. He should be here soon. All right. Govsky left promptly. He was practically a little fruit, after all. Who didn't love Chu Zhi's Moscow Nights or Katyusha? 15 minutes later, the lead singer Chu Zhi, drummer Mac Dantley, and bassist Field finally arrived. I want to make up for Woodstock's mistakes. We can't cause a war, Field said. Mac Dantley added, an event this cool, I'd regret it if I didn't. Come. Their words felt like a vow. Horman said nothing, consumed by endless regret. Chu Zhi handed the USB drive to Govsky. It contained tracks popular in Europe and America because the band hadn't gelled yet. Performing original songs was out of the question. Only familiar songs would work. Mr. Chu, can we really stop the war? Govsky asked hesitantly. Of course, because we tried together, Chu Zhi replied. Maybe it was the mood, or maybe the heavens themselves were in on it. There's a poem that says, black clouds press down on a city, and the city is about to collapse. And right now, the sky was heavy with dark clouds. People often have the wrong impression about Africa, thinking it's all desert, scorching, and rainless. The Sahel region, however, sits between the Sahara and the West African rainforest. It's a tropical savanna climate with a rainy season from April to July and September to October. And now it was mid-August, so technically, this weather shouldn't even be happening. The black clouds were just another straw on the camel's back. Next, we're holding a special concert. No tickets, no applause required, Chu Zhi said. I believe soldiers with guns desire peace more than anyone else, because they're the first victims of war. This concert is for them, he added. If it were any other sound system, people a few kilometers away probably wouldn't hear clearly, but the equipment left at the site had been custom-built for the festival. The music carried crisp and clear. No way, no way. Seriously, did anyone really think music could save the world? Colonel Tanya of Niamey heard this and felt like the celebrity had lost his mind. It was understandable, though. The guy had never faced war firsthand, and even acting with good intentions carried a risk to his life, Tanya thought. The reaction of Tofa, the third leader of the Holy War Organization, was much the same. Actually, everyone among the 20,000 plus people lying in wait felt the same. If music could bring peace, then why did humans even bother making weapons? Were we just playing house? No one in the organizations or armies made any sudden moves or interference. It was easier to just listen to the free performance anyway, especially after standing guard for so long. Many were drawn in by Chu Zhi's words. Soldiers with guns truly felt the pain of war fastest. Like the soldiers from Chad's National Defense Forces, they didn't want to fight either, but $3 million worth of equipment couldn't fall into extremist hands, or more people would die. So a lot of people agreed with Chu Zhi in their hearts, though they couldn't help sighing. Stopping it? Impossible. Even if Jesus himself came, he couldn't organize today's battle. All right, the African Peace Concert starts now. First song, We. It was the signature hit of the Wild Beast Band, one of the most famous songs in the Finnish music scene, ranked in the top 10 on multiple countries' SPO charts. Gems. Without clouds, what else is there?
Absolutely not. Wildcat. One song after another, all with a calm rhythm. Chu Zhi didn't activate his Ning King title, instead adding an angelic gospel touch to the songs. He knew it wasn't night yet, and the situation wasn't critical. Feedback from the 20,000 plus audience was more like, hey, this celebrity sings pretty well, better than VCD singers. Is he trying to spread peace with his voice? And even, should we tie up the star instead? The heavy rain never came. Starting at 4 in the afternoon, Chu Zhi performed over 30 songs, nearly 3 hours straight. Field and Mardantley, the band's members, got a first-hand look at his endurance and skill. By 7, in West Africa, sunset happens around 6:50 p.m., and the sky was dark. Previously on the phone, Baeksun had said the UN Refugee Agency would arrive around 9, but in reality, a big truck and 3 off-road vehicles were almost at the site by 7. The African Peace Concert, calming the audience with music. What a great man, Baeksun said, genuinely impressed after seeing Chu Zhi's actions. Now it's up to us, he added. Baeksun had brought a truckload of destruction tools to destroy the equipment on site. But just as he spoke, the truck ahead braked sharply. Luckily, there was enough distance to avoid a collision. They were now only a few hundred meters from the stage. What's wrong? Baeksun asked, tense. They moved, the refugee agency staff stammered. Moved. The extremists began their attack. For the Holy War Organization, Tofa ordered a few hundred people to advance immediately. Clatter. One place moved, everywhere moved. Madness. The extremists surged forward like starving tigers, kicking up yellow sand under the night sky. From afar, it looked like a school of piranhas in the Amazon River. Colonel Tanya saw this and immediately ordered the army to advance. The sound of armored vehicle tires on the ground was like a machine shop firing up, piercing the calm of the night. Don't be afraid. We're UN Refugee Agency staff, stay calm. Baeksun and his team shouted through loudspeakers to announce their identity. The vehicles had UN logos that glowed even in the dark. It was useless. Baeksun had overestimated the UN's influence in West Africa. No organization gave an inch. According to Tofa, if there's no conflict of interest, we won't provoke you. But what's a few bucks in front of a US dollar? The stage, reporters, staff, and band members were all terrified. Who wouldn't be facing death head-on and be scared? The armored vehicles and the barrels of guns were just a kilometer away. Nose of Hungary's ATV TV held the camera, using night vision, barely daring to move a muscle to avoid misunderstandings. The rebels are hopeless. They have no humanity. They don't understand music, said Banis, deputy editor of Rolling Stone magazine, his usual rosy face now pale. Chu, what do we do? Mardantley panicked. They really dare to fight indiscriminately in front of civilians? Field couldn't believe it. How dare they? The National Defense Forces wouldn't dare, at least if they wanted their country to develop, but extremists didn't care. Idiot, you're a piece of shit. Horman continued mentally cursing himself. Mr. Banis, the food supply officer is here. Let's hear Mr. Baeksun first, Chu Zhi said calmly. Baeksun ran over, panting. Mr. Chu, sorry, the situation is worse than I thought. We can't destroy this batch of equipment, no one can take it. It'll be destroyed in the chaos of war. I've made arrangements. You all leave first, Chu Zhi replied. Field, Mardantley, and the rest of the staff breathed a sigh of relief. Their lives were safe, for now. Everyone moved quickly, packing up to leave with Baeksun. Missed this chance, and there'd be no other. Feeling reluctant? It's fine. You did your best, Horman said, noticing Chu Zhi. He was walking slowly, so Horman comforted him a little. It was understandable. Even after spending money and effort, they couldn't stop the war. Anyone would feel bitter. Humans can decide when a war begins, but they can't decide when it ends, Chu Zhi said. So what I want to do is make sure the war never starts. With that, Chu Zhi turned and returned to the stage. Fuck, these Chinese people are really something. Horman muttered, watching Chu Zhi's back and unconsciously following. Chu Zhi silently activated Ning King. Now was the moment. At the main console, he played the new song Earth Song. The accompaniment started with cicadas and birds, then soft piano melodies. Baeksun and the others glanced over, noticing Chu Zhi and Horman back on stage. Is he still going to sing? Too idealistic, Baeksun thought. Before, nobody intervened.
Now the guns are aimed. Singing is meaningless. True martyrs, Banis reflected again. Mardantley and Field were brave and idealistic, but facing 20,000 plus armed people and armored vehicles, they retreated quickly. Don't blame them for fear. Who wouldn't want to live? Field and Mardantley were among the top 95% of survival instincts. Go first. I'll get Mr. Chu Zhi, Baeksun said. A good man shouldn't die like this. Mr. Baeksun, I'll go too. I'll try to reason with him, Banis said. This naive fool had to understand that music had its limits. Banis thought Chu Zhi was foolish, but incredibly great. All right, go fast. They might strike at any second, Baeksun urged. Both ran back, jogging. They meant the 20-plus extremists, who were annoyed by the intro noise anyway. Nobody had time to enjoy music while dodging bullets. Then, everything changed when Chu Zhi opened his mouth. Musical note, the sunrise, the rain, everything we thought we'd get. Musical note. Number 607. Witnessing a miracle. Musical note. Where are the enchanting fields? When will they come? All the things you promised me. Did you ever stop to notice? All the killings and bloodshed in the past. Did you ever stop to notice? The crying planet, the sobbing earth? Musical note. The Chinese often describe beautiful singing with the phrase, "This song should only exist in heaven." How often can humans hear it? But right now, everyone present was certain the voice came from this world. It was the kind of sound that could bring peace to humanity. Chu Zhi sang softly, passively triggering, perfect voice. It was like a music box that normally played a delicate melody, now shattered, yet the fragments still spun and produced music. Even the extremists and national defense soldiers on site couldn't help but sigh. Most obviously, Tofa, one of the three leaders of the jihadist group, whose nerves were about to snap, now involuntarily relaxed. What have we done to the world? Look at what we've done. All the peace you promised your only son. The blooming fields, when will they arrive? All the dreams you said belonged to you and me? Colonel Tanji of Niamey had 4 children, 2 of whom had died in the chaos of war. He hated war, yet peace in the world wasn't something a colonel could decide. If surrounding groups had been willing to retreat, he wouldn't have acted further. His mission was to use every method to ensure this batch of equipment didn't fall into extremist hands. He could never have imagined, until his superiors told him, that the things Chu Zhi used to sing were worth millions. Tanji stared at the 2 thin figures in the center of the stage. Nightfall in the Sahel was terrifying. The sky and earth merged into a black expanse, hiding violence, guns, and armored vehicles. Horman shivered in fear, swallowing hard, frozen in place on stage. The song Chu Zhi was performing was brand new, and Horman didn't even know it, so he couldn't play along, standing there like a wooden post. I'm the biggest idiot in the world. Horman's inner voice didn't stop for a second, his hands visibly trembling on the guitar. Darkness meant the unknown, and the unknown terrified him. It felt like a massive Glock pointed right at his eyes, the small barrel magnified to infinity. Any bullet fired could blow his head off. Musical note. Did you ever stop to notice all the children who suffer in the flames of war? Did you ever stop to notice the crying planet, the sobbing earth? Musical note. Chu Zhi's soft chanting snapped Horman back. He looked up at the singer in front of him. That frail figure stood resolute, taking a stand against the Sahel itself. Chu Zhi didn't rely on fancy techniques during the performance, only voice, the Ning King, perfect voice, and raw emotion. I used to dream a lot. I used to look forward to the future. Now I don't know where I am. But I know we've drifted too far. The 20,000 people present could be divided into 4 groups: extremists, national defense forces, the entertainment circle, and UN personnel. The emotional impact ranked 1, 2, 4, 3 from deepest to shallowest. The entertainment folks, having never experienced war, found it harder to immerse themselves in the song. Through his night vision camera, Janish saw something miraculous. The extremists, fingers on triggers, guns aimed at every moment, began lowering their weapons. Was it just a few? Or a collective shift? He slowly scanned the scene. Not isolated. About 80% of extremists around him had lowered their guns. Faces that were once fierce calmed. Jesus has come, Janish whispered, nudging the team leader, Zoltan. Zoltan, quietly listening to the music, was initially irritated by the interruption. Janish pointed to the small screen on the camera showing the scene. Zoltan's disbelief slowly turned into awe. The two exchanged glances, both thinking, this is precious footage. Get every angle, Zoltan instructed softly, mobilizing all their equipment. Luckily, all three cameras had night vision. Musical note, musical note. Chu Zhi's voice, naturally a gift from heaven, paired with perfect voice, was stunning. At this moment, it sounded like a broken music box, yet the melody was still enchanting, with a granular static that left a sense of incompleteness in the heart. Barnes from Rolling Stone realized the sparks in the air had diminished. He had succeeded. He checked. The footage captured by ATV. Musical note, yesterday, the sea, heaven is falling. I can barely breathe. The bleeding planet, don't we feel its pain? What about the value of nature, the source of the planet, the animals? We've turned the three realms to dust. Musical note. Chu Zhi added his own harmonies. Earth. Song was essentially a song for the planet, subtly anti-war, but mostly urging people to cherish their home. A direct anti-war message might provoke resistance, but this song simply asked, what are we leaving for the next generation? The UN staff felt somewhat redundant. Stopping wars wasn't their doing. It was a star giving it his all. Musical note, what about the elephants? Have we lost their trust? The crying whales, we pillaged the seas, the forest paths, pleading yet still burned. The holy places, divided by religious strife. The innocent, can we not protect them? The dying children, can't you hear them cry? Musical note. Baeksun reflected silently that his mother had been right. Mrs. Chelf had told him seriously. This Chinese man is the reincarnation of Jesus. Even the Pope respects him. Geez, reincarnation of Jesus? Baeksun had never believed it, but now he felt a flicker of faith. If the South African press running the festival had half the social responsibility of the singer, this confrontation wouldn't have happened. If those scheming behind the scenes had a tenth of his kindness, nothing here would have escalated. Baeksun realized the most heart-wrenching part of the song was coming. Musical note, where did we go wrong? Who will tell me why? Musical note. Chu Zhi's voice sounded like a question rising from the deepest soul of humanity. Even the Emperor Beast's inner voice questioned why. What had he done wrong? Was it just bad luck? Born unlucky? He never blamed his mother, knowing her hardships, but he often wondered why he couldn't have a normal family like other kids. These questions were buried deep inside, never shown outwardly. From the previous stages, it was clear that pushing skills, emotional buffs, or title skills to the extreme affected the body. Now, even the extreme Ning King made Chu Zhi unsettled. The lyrics pierced like needles through the soles of shoes, reaching even the thickest layers. Musical note, what about the infants, life, all the joys of living? Humankind, crying humans, Abraham, will they perish again? Do we care? Musical note. With emotions pushed to the limit, the final note ended, and Chu Zhi knelt, as if pouring all his strength into the song. The crowd was silent. 80% of the extremists had lowered their guard. Now 100% felt the same. The effect was terrifying. Three leaders, we. Many jihadist members wanted to speak, but none felt like raising weapons. Even Tofe sensed the anticipation in his team. He took a deep breath. There are national forces and other groups here. We can't take the equipment. Sacrifice won't help. 4. Jihad, preserving more warriors is my duty, so we withdraw. With a command, hundreds of jihadists slowly retreated. Like dominoes, their withdrawal collapsed the tense situation. The Liberation of Africa Army withdrew. Love and Peace withdrew. Survival Base withdrew. Anti-violence forces withdrew. Child Protection withdrew. East A withdrew. Over 20 extremist groups gradually left, leaving no extremists on site. National Defense Forces from Niamey, Togo, Benin, Senegal, Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, Sudan, South Sudan, and Eritrea breathed a sigh of relief. Only those scheming behind the scenes wanted conflict tonight. War meant death. Attention. Salute. Colonel Tanji commanded. Over 2,000 soldiers saluted, and in total, 15,000 soldiers across 13 nations paid the singer the highest respect. The national forces slowly withdrew. None intended to seize the equipment. They just wanted it out of extremist hands. After 27 minutes, all armed forces were gone. Su Xiang helped Chu Zhi to his feet, while Huang Yingguo provided guard. The escape routes were ready. If conflict erupted, Nigerian forces would intervene. Thanks, Brother Su, Chu Zhi said. You did well, Su Xiang replied. Not that well, haha. Chu Zhi laughed, patting the still stunned Horman. Horman, regaining composure, stared at him before blurted out. Damn it, you're amazing. Even half. An hour later, the reporters, UN staff, celebrities, and crew still hadn't fully processed what happened. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they wanted to believe their vision had tricked them. Ha ha. I knew with Mr. Zhi here, it'd be fine. One staff member cheered, knocking on his friend's shoulder. Too hard. 3 collapsed before he stopped. Everyone's gone. McDantley asked, jaw aching from holding it up too long. This is a hero. When everyone else gave up, he persisted. We gave up. Only Chu Zhi persisted, and he succeeded. Field ignored Horman on stage. We witnessed a miracle, Barnes said excitedly, snapping the salute photo of national forces toward Chu Zhi. From now on, the world's greatest music festival wasn't Woodstock. It was Chu Zhi's African Peace Music Festival. Barnes declared it. The Hungarian ATV crew was thrilled. Not only had they witnessed it, but they'd captured it all. I'm so glad I got this filming assignment, Janish said. The fate of ATV will change because of this, team leader Zoltan said. He wasn't exaggerating. A news story could change a network's fate. Beksun, UN officer, suggested. Since everyone's gone, let's wait until tomorrow, then bring trucks to haul it away. I'm not sure if extremists really left or might return. Chu Zhi said. Better to destroy it. No worries later. Beksun agreed. Trucks arrived with cutting and metal compression machines. Millions of dollars worth of equipment were destroyed in 2 hours. Mr. Chu Zhi, we at the UN won't let you suffer any loss, Beksun promised. Treatment didn't matter, Barnes thought. Once ATV aired the footage, that scene. Number 608. Messenger of God. Horman, I didn't see you at the club. Did your flight have some problem? Tonight's Secret Los Angeles has a batch of new sisters from Irmau. Oh, the difference between the East Slavic and Scottish looks is just too huge. You're getting the short end of the stick. Leighton, the main vocalist, had promised his friends to check out Secret Los Angeles that evening, but now no one showed up and the phone wasn't connecting. Finally, at 11 p.m., he got through. Leighton, a true bro, immediately dialed after his girlfriend played around with the phone. Once connected, Leighton rattled off a ton of stuff, but the other side stayed silent, like a swamp swallowing words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly pulled on his underwear, got out of bed, stood on the windowsill, and shivered a bit as the wind hit his legs. Could the flight really have had a problem? Leighton panicked. He'd given Horman $30 million to set up a business together. Shit, this can't go wrong. Leighton silently prayed for his close friend. Everyone attending Woodstock more or less knew a music festival would only bring trouble. Leighton, Horman's voice finally came through after a long pause. Horman, don't be so silent, damn it. What? About your fuck and bullshit? Leighton shouted. I finally understand, Horman said. No wonder. Even though you used to be such a staunch anti-Chinese guy, you'd love a Chinese star so much. Question mark. Leighton blinked. Because Chu Zhi is destined to be a great singer. Horman said each word with weight. Question mark. Leighton repeated. He won't just become a symbol of the times. Our era will be forever lucky to have a singer like him. Horman continued. Leighton asked, bewildered. What are you even saying? Hungarian ATV will air a program in 3 days, or you can check Rolling Stone to see what your idol has done this time, Horman explained. ATV wasn't as slow as Horman implied. The show could have aired in 2 days, but Barnes used a few contacts to adjust the schedule. Since Rolling Stone would release on the 22nd, it made sense to synchronize them. Horman overheard this plan. What the hell? Leighton stared at his phone. The other side had already hung up. A gust of cold wind blew. He sneezed and quickly crawled back under his warm blanket. It was just a bit chilly by the window. Los Angeles autumn barely touched the teens in degrees. A little weird, but as long as his close friend was alive, Leighton resumed his rest. The club's ragdolls really liked servicing guys like Leighton, not because of fame. Most of secret Los Angeles's clientele were rich, and Leighton was popular mostly because he didn't spend too long. From Lagos to Los Angeles, over 12,000 kilometers, the cities couldn't be more different. The Sahel situation was resolved. Chu Zhi left Lagos on the 20th, flew Qatar Airways to Dubai, and immediately got a call from Gotzi. Little fruits who had met Chu Zhi offline, like Gotzi, Gu Hyoyin, and Monica, usually only messaged him on holidays. Now Gotzi called suddenly, and Emperor Beast probably knew why. The festival went smoothly. Didn't expect Brother Gio to dance. So cool, Gotzi said, ending with 3 Chinese words he learned at the Confucius Institute. Originally, Qatar had no Confucius Institute, but Saudi Arabia and the UAE had 3. Since Chu Zhi appeared, the number of Confucius Institutes in the Middle East skyrocketed. Don't think they're useless, they teach more than the classics. From Chinese history to cultural landscapes, they're a direct method of cultural export. As Emperor Beast thought, Gotzi small-talked a bit before asking, "Has Brother Gio returned to China?" "Just arrived in Dubai," Chu Zhi replied. "Ah, that's perfect. I just got to Dubai too, and I happen to have some property here. If you've got time, Brother Gio, come check it out." The schedule wasn't too tight, so Chu Zhi accepted Gotzi's lunch invitation. Lunch gave him a small shock from Arabic luxury. Gotzi's property was a 6-star hotel. Anyone who studied hotel management knows stars stop at 5, so 6 stars just meant ridiculously luxurious. Emperor Beast guessed. Building a 6-star in Dubai costs astronomical amounts. Hummus, manakish, shawarma, baklava, all classic Arabic cuisine. Normally cheap, but in a 6-star banquet hall, they were extravagant. The shawarma was chicken rolls made with Annan Dantao chicken, costing about 300 renminbi per jean. After half a day in Dubai, Chu Zhi returned to Modu without adjusting to the time difference, and seamlessly attended the 29th Modu International Film Festival closing ceremony that night as an award presenter. He jumped out of the competition entirely. Even 90s directors were still fighting for the Golden Deer Awards, but Chu Zhi was already presenting. Little Bamboo adapted completely to this work style. After a dozen hours in the air, he had to jump straight into work. Chu Zhi treated his assistant well. Even if small details slipped, it didn't affect the major pace. Emperor Beast could rest well mid-flight using the dead pig god medicine, something others couldn't manage, and still maintain his work state. Let's welcome our award presenter, Chief Consultant of the Cultural and Tourism Department, Executive Director of the Chinese Filmmakers Association, renowned singer and actor Chu Zhi, host Xiaoning announced. Please welcome Chu Zhi to present the Artistic Achievement Award. The Artistic Achievement Award considered costumes, editing, makeup, and more. Unlike pure film awards like the Oscars, these were combined. The committee's bio carefully avoided mentioning his governmental role, but Chief Consultant was familiar to insiders due to his copyright protection and anti-plagiarism work. Chu Zhi appeared in a deep brown suit. Even among industry elites, the audience erupted into genuine applause, very different from polite claps earlier. "I just saw Brother Gio's incredible performance abroad yesterday. Didn't expect to see him in person today," Xiaoning said. "Brother Gio, first time at Modu Film Festival, what's it feel like?" "Our domestic film talent keeps growing," Chu Zhi said immediately. "In film, I'm just a beginner, still learning. But with so many teachers here, my future learning path will be smooth. I'm really happy." Even with his words, no one thought Chu Zhi was a beginner. 11 Lang and Never Sinking secured his place in Chinese and global film history. You from the Stars might be a drama, but it was a hit. Chu Zhi is humble. If he's a beginner, then I, with only a few cameos, am preschool level, Xiaoning joked. Xiaoning was the lead host at Tomato TV, so he kept it light, but meaningful. Receiving the sealed envelope, Chu Zhi announced, "The winner of the 29th Modu International Film Artistic Achievement Award is Little Tiger Lu Shihua. Congratulations, Mr. Lu." A man in his 40s stood. Lu Shihua, the art director of Little Tiger, wasn't well known to the public, but was a cornerstone of the industry. "Congratulations, Mr. Lu," Chu Zhi said, handing him the trophy and giving him a hug. "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you to the committee," Lu Shihua stammered, too excited to wait for the cue. Emperor Beast planned to pour his limited life into infinite work. 4 or 5 months remained in the year. He aimed to release 4 great novels, the new concert album, and is at peace. On the 22nd, global audiences still debated the true Woodstock Festival. Macron's $160 million compensation was rejected, and his $80 million claim started a tug-of-war. A YouTube comment got hundreds of thousands of likes. Woodstock's location in the 21st century's most chaotic area should have been legendary, but endless money fights ruined it. Meanwhile, Hungarian ATV aired a documentary called A Concert of One. Its opening narration said, "Woodstock 1969 was a historical accident, a rare, beautiful accident in daily life." Founders Michael Lang, John, Joel, and Artie spent $135,000 inviting guests. 1999, the third Woodstock, left a scar at the 20th century's end. The 3-day festival saw riots, fires, and assaults. 44 were arrested, and hospitals reported 10,000 injuries, killing the global goodwill toward hippie culture. In 2026, Woodstock restarted. Lang contacted South African media and George Robdrick sold tickets online, and even if fences were breached, no problem. Sadly, post-festival lawsuits tarnished its reputation again. Everyone thought Woodstock no longer needed to exist in the world. The breached fences meant that in all 3 festivals, tickets were sold via fences, but too many people tried to attend. At first, few noticed, thinking it was like other critical documentaries. Positive reviews about the African Peace Festival had peaked, and with Macron criticizing it, negative comments appeared. Just a flashy stunt with a peace cover, undies colored for profit. Woodstock was born in the hippie era, so it should die with hippies, and so on. Then the documentary cut to a dangerous battlefield. Yes, no one had fired, but over 20,000 people, over 20 extremist groups, 13 national defense forces surrounded the stage. Even with unloaded guns, it was a real war zone. Could they stop a war? The narration. West Africa's Sahel region has seen hundreds of thousands die yearly from hunger and disease. Daily income is $5 per person, while concert equipment costs millions, seen as treasures with no resale outlet locally. Then Chu Zhi, Horman, Field, and McDantley took the stage. They want to stop this war with song. Viewers were stunned. Only now did they realize the documentary was about 4 idiots attempting what only gods could do. No way, aren't they scared of dying? Extremists kill without mercy. I always thought Horman was a foul-mouthed lunatic. He still is, but not a lunatic. McDantley, drummer of Frozen Band, looks frail, but he's tough. I could tell from him snapping drumsticks. Suddenly, I respect the wild beast. Banmore. I heard Chu Zhi has PTSD, fears the stage, and still stands up. What courage is that? The documentary couldn't show hours of performance, only highlights. Soon, the UN refugee and food trucks arrived. Extremists and defense forces prepared to swarm. Night had fallen, but viewers felt the suffocating threat of death. Is the war starting? No one can stop a war with 40 forces ready. They tried. Leave now or risk injury. God bless them. No one blamed the quartet. Surviving the scene alone made them heroes. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Zhi didn't flee. He stayed to prevent the war. Musical note, sunrise, rain, everything we were promised. Musical note. Alone against 20,000 rifles, any could kill him. Against such danger, he was like a mantis before a chariot. Many female viewers cried. Earth's song lasted 6 minutes, capturing all 40-plus forces changes. Alert, relaxed, no longer aiming, guns lowered. Every moment recorded in detail, thanks to ATV's excellent equipment. As the song ended, extremists began to retreat. 1, 2, 3, all 24 withdrew. Viewers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Then, soldiers from 13 countries saluted Chu Zhi before leaving. Chu Zhi really did it. The documentary title A Concert of One made sense. Compared to Woodstock's fall from grace, Chu Zhi's African Peace concert truly brought peace. Did he really stop the war with song? If the 21st century has a miracle, it's Chu Zhi's voice. The Nobel Peace Prize must go to him. Otherwise, it's meaningless. This has to be made into a movie. Even then, it needs a real event to back it up. Horman stood firmly behind Chu Zhi like Jesus and St. Peter. His voice is one of the world's most precious artistic treasures. I'm crying watching it. Hungarian ATV's ratings exploded. 1-hour documentary. Last half hour broke the channel's record. Countless viewers called to confirm its authenticity. Worldwide, the documentary went viral. Unlike Woodstock, which held concerts without contributing to peace, Chu Zhi's performance stopped a war for real. Even Pope Francis wrote in L'Osservatore Romano, titling the article The Sacred 6 Minutes. Number 609. Popularity. Chu Zhi's rise to global superstardom owed a lot to Pope Francis I, the legendary figure who once fought guerrilla warfare in Latin America. His praise turned Amazing Grace and Jesus Loves Me into must-listen tracks for Catholics, earning Chu Zhi millions every year and cementing him as the official worship idol of believers worldwide. Being a star's fanbase had a religious side, but if you really wanted to measure numbers, you had to look at Catholics. Last time, the Pope casually complimented him during an interview. This time, he wrote an article intentionally, and the resulting storm was on a whole different level. The Sahel region's wars have left countless nations facing famine, losing loved ones, and losing their homes. We know that every war leads to mass starvation and turns food into a weapon of rebellion. The politicians who deliberately start wars will be forever nailed to the cross of historical judgment. Micah 4 verse 3 says, "He will judge between many nations and settle disputes for many peoples. They will turn swords into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not lift sword against nation, and they will never learn war again." Micah 4 verse 4 says, "Everyone will sit under their own vine and fig tree, with no one to make them afraid." This is what the Lord of hosts says. The plowshare is forged by the Lord as King of hosts, and the foundation of this prosperity is peace. Those who deliberately start wars will go to hell. Pope Francis really said whatever came to mind. No wonder people joke that he was a liberation theology master, calling out the instigators behind this incident. He didn't name anyone directly, which was already generous. The Sahel is a land of suffering, full of pain and death. I originally thought the light had been completely extinguished there. I hated to admit it, but I must say that since the last century, it has entered eternal night. Sharp words, extreme beliefs, aggressive ideas, and militarized actions have become the only way for them to protect themselves. No one can disarm their hearts. Thanks be to the Lord for 6 glorious minutes. Earth Song Stop Day. Conflict that was about to erupt. The Lord never abandoned us, and Chu Zhi will ascend to heaven, standing at the Father's right hand, after the Lord and all the angels. There were a lot of things to unpack in the Pope's words. First, Francis's philosophy itself differed from the religious tradition of justification by faith. He believed in justification by action. If someone followed their conscience, even if they weren't a believer, they could enter heaven. So even though Chu Zhi had never declared himself a follower, the Pope still lavished praise on him. 1 Peter describes Jesus ascending to heaven, standing at God's right hand, ruling over angels and earthly powers. Don't get curious about whether Christ is Jesus or Yahweh. Religion has always been reshaped by political divisions. In short, Francis's praise was the highest religious compliment possible, coming right after the Lord and all angels, on par with many other authorities. Some cardinals had minor criticisms of Chu Zhi, maybe because of his nationality or his star status. Those critiques completely vanished. Religious publications like Christian Science Monitor, China Church News, Today's Christianity, Catholic National Chronicle, Gongyi, and OSV News Weekly all put him on the front page. He holds the microphone in one hand and the Bible in the other. Today's Christianity. Witness. Chinese Christians witnessed the miracle. China Church News. Why does he have the voice of an angel? Because with a mortal body, he created a legend even angels never could. Christian Science Monitor. There was too much content to list line by line. A small note. By rule, all church cardinals should be appointed by the Vatican, but Chinese Catholics followed a 3-governance system and didn't accept Vatican appointments. That caused tension for a long time. Chinese religious papers were relatively normal, but Western publications often defined Chu Zhi as a believer without his confirmation. Many probably know that Catholicism played an important role in rural China. Over 500 million people there had limited access to the internet. Life in the countryside was extremely poor, and the church filled that gap. Even villages without a single fast food shop had a small church with a large outdoor area for sports equipment. Farmers wouldn't spend 2 yuan on newspapers, but the village priests would buy them and read the contents aloud to the congregation. Chu Zhi, the superstar who stopped a war abroad, is said to be the reincarnation of an angel, the priest said. An old man chuckled. How can a Chinese person be the reincarnation of an angel? Why did so many believers gather? Many only came for eggs. Believers got eggs and volunteers often helped at home. The priest quickly said, "The Lord loves everyone. Anyone can be granted glory by him." Then why could this singer stop a war? Someone asked. Because his singing was so good the bandits retreated, the priest said. The believers blinked. That sounded unreal. The old man said, "Pastor Wang, don't fool us. How can singing alone make armed bandits leave? Does this star have Zhang Fei's throat from Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" "I'm not fooling you. The news said so," the priest explained. It wasn't the volume that scared them, it was his singing. His voice made them realize what they were doing was wrong, so they all retreated. Seeing the disbelief on the elders' faces, the priest changed tactics. It's like the song, "Always Go Home." Don't you think of your children far away when you hear it? The believers started chatting. That's true. You tell your mom about troubles and dad about work, and the song reminds you of that. I think of my grandchildren, who haven't visited in 2 years. My child only stayed for a few days during New Year before going back to work. It's hard for them, and so on. Many elders wiped their eyes. They shared the common trait of calloused, wrinkled hands. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that, Pastor Wang thought, quickly changing the topic. Yes, that's right. Because the songs are well sung and well written, they have this effect. Always Go Home is also sung by Chu Zhi. The elders were surprised. They all knew the song and often heard it during the New Year market gatherings. So it's him. I knew it. Amazing. Singing can stop a war. He should be sent to the front. Lines, play a song wherever there's fighting. The elders discussed excitedly. This religious promotion spread Chu Zhi's fame into rural towns. Calling him the most popular singer in China was a bit exaggerated, but his popularity was now easily in the top 10. Popularity differed from fame or traffic. Think about Lu Xiaoling Tong and his commercial endorsements. Even if he wasn't a top-tier star, how many could match his popularity? The religious hype was a pleasant surprise. Globally, the discussion was already wild. Rolling Stone magazine's monthly issue had him and Horman on the cover, standing on stage. Deputy editor Barnes really knew his stuff. One long shot captured them surrounded by armored vehicles and 20,000 guns, looking like a tiny boat in the ocean, waves threatening to capsize them. But Chu Zhi stood like Santiago, the old fisherman, unshaken by the waves. One person can be destroyed, but not defeated. That was the perfect caption. Huge letters read, "I never believed music could stop war." I was once invited to the Violins of Hope exhibition by Israeli violinist Amnon Weinstein. They collected and restored violins from World War II, mostly played by musicians forced into concentration camps. Amnon said restoring them helps people hear and remember that history. One founder, Schmal, said, "As a descendant of victims of World War II, I want to dedicate this complete set of Bach pieces to all those who suffered injustice in the war." This event made me feel helpless. For war, ordinary people can do nothing. Music can only comfort or serve as a reminder, never affect the course of war. Until Chu Zhi appeared. He organized the African Peace Concert and stood on the war-torn Sahel, risking gunfire, calling for miracles with the purest human emotions. The miracle happened. The miracle was Chu Zhi himself. The repeated melodies and simple lyrics of Earth Song, sung by this great performer, achieved more than the UN peacekeepers could. It was as if Chu Zhi sang on behalf of the world. His voice carried the scarred earth, parched plants, terrified children, and bloodied corpses. The gentle chorus was his desperate cry, echoing the emotions in all of humanity, touching every extremist present. August 19th, 2026, will be remembered in history. At the article's end was a photo of over 10,000 people saluting, captured perfectly by Barnes. The caption read, "This salute thanks Chu Zhi for keeping soldiers safe." Undoubtedly, next year Rolling Stone would re-rank the top 500 most important songs in history, and Earth Song would be very near the top. Subscribers were either music lovers or industry insiders. After reading Barnes's article, their perception changed. Professionals and semi-professionals often favor the old over the new. After 2000, music overall declined. They said the new pop king Akindajan couldn't compare to Elvis. Chu Zhi's popularity was high, but they thought that was only due to necessity. His overall artistic achievement couldn't compare to the greats of the 80s and 90s. Now, their public comments had changed a lot. British critic, idealistic Chu Zhi always weaves beautiful, happy scenes. He carries all humanity in his heart. That's why he has fans worldwide. His music conveys universal values. French singer, Chu Zhi is a creative singer. His extraordinary songwriting has always been admired, but we were surprised to see his exceptional vocal skills. He is chosen by history. American YouTube music fan. Chu Zhi's creative works have contributed massively to global culture. He makes music more than music, something few artists have done. Mexican music professional. Chu Zhi is a genius artist of this era. People of all races adore him. He revived a languishing industry. He's not just a Chinese star, he's a model of peace. Russian Record Association chairman. Chu Zhi's style is vast, like the Pacific. From metal to soul to classical opera, he produces it all. He's an amazing musician. His untrained voice perfectly expresses lyrics. On stage, he's God incarnate. His voice carries unexpected power. Inside the industry, Chu Zhi's status skyrocketed. It was rare, since this generation grew up with the 90s stars. Childhood filters are hard to break. Only decades later, after the legends die, can comparisons be made fairly. The Emperor Beast lived, breaking their filters, by accomplishing something unimaginable for humanity. In a Los Angeles apartment, people watched the news. Every major channel urgently reported the event. Even an India-born anti-China host ranted live. How could a song stop a war? This Chinese singer must be a mastermind. He started the war, then pretended to save the day. The extremists couldn't possibly know the equipment prices unless someone leaked it. The leak must be Chu Zhi. Team leader, what do you think? I love hearing him talk nonsense. That's too conspiratorial. Chu Zhi couldn't start a war. They were members of the Save Hope organization. The leader, Spikehead, said, if the news says it, it must be true. The official probably instigated this conflict. Everyone agreed. They'd lived in America for decades and knew how their country worked. Most conspiracy accusations were self-admitted. Elsewhere, Leighton saw the news and swore. Was today April Fool's? He'd just left a secret LA club, bought a drink at a kiosk, and grabbed Today's America because it had colorful images. He wanted to check yesterday's MLB Subway Series, Yankees versus Mets, but the front page screamed, a concert of one, peace over Sahel. Subhead, McDantley. I was scared, now regret not standing on stage. Leighton's interest got pushed to a secondary page. He picked up the Global Post, headline, Why They Left. Subtitle, Chu Zhi. People can only decide when a war starts, not when it ends. What I want is to make war impossible. My brain's a mess. It's full of bras. Let me sort this out. It took him 90 seconds to piece it together. His only reaction, Horman isn't supposed to like Chu Zhi. By facts alone, he's Chu Zhi's biggest fan in all of Europe and America. How could Horman get that spot? Traitor. You. Leighton dialed his friend, but the call failed. No signal there. When one rises, even the dog flies up. Yes, following the big brother brings 9 meals in 3 days. Horman Hulk, a top West Hispanic singer in Hollywood, still lagged behind top bands and Akindajan. This time, standing firm on stage, even stiff as a board, symbolized human courage, even American courage. Media flocked, more than he'd seen in a month, in one morning. F***K, are they deaf? I said no interviews, and they scaled in. Don't they know I can shoot in my own house? Normally, Horman might fire 2 warning shots, but after the recent concert incident, he avoided guns unless necessary. He hid in the underground garage while his manager dealt with reporters. It was 9 or 10 in LA, 11 p.m. in China. There's a saying, if you don't get home by 11, bad things happen. Chu Zhi got home around 11 and realized little Fatty was missing. He panicked, checked the doors, all locked. Did he jump out the window? He checked, confirming all were locked. No paradise bird triggered. Little Fatty shouldn't disappear. He must be hiding somewhere inside. Chu Zhi grabbed a cat toy, shaking it while searching the room. Meanwhile, his fame spread worldwide. Songs on SPO were downloaded like crazy in every language. Comments were wild. American, I love the most romantic thing. I want to play it at my wedding, but I don't understand Chinese. Is it okay? Chinese kind-hearted user. Of course. The lyrics are the best confession. I use it at my wedding every time. Or, Icelandic user. Someone told me Chu Zhi has high morals and the world's highest notes. Which song has the highest note? Answers poured in. Opera 2. You haven't heard Chu Zhi's high note without it. Left hand points to the moon? Check headphones. I'm sure it's dedication. The Icelandic user cranked up his speakers, trying each song. The rest of the story is obvious. Online hype didn't die down. After a night of searching, Chu Zhi finally found Little Fatty in a cabinet corner. He nearly scolded him, but decided finding him was enough. He patted his head and said nothing. Next day, no sleep wouldn't stop work. The Is It Peace? MVs were finished, 7 in total. We are. The World MV had a unique bullet's-eye view of human factories making guns. Chu Zhi didn't appear at all, so technically it wasn't an MV. Tomorrow will be better featured over 10 stars singing together, a rare collaboration since he usually did all the harmonies himself. The album would draw global attention. The MV also gave exposure to the company's trainee, Miao Chun. Miao Chun wasn't a trainee anymore. He debuted first in Idol Forward as Crazy Clown. His numbers weren't the highest, but votes skyrocketed. People either loved or hated him, no in-between. Having a big star as backup helped. Apart from Tomorrow Will Be Better, he joined Mango TV's evergreen variety Showtime Music Concert as a Season 4 permanent guest. His first album, Helping Seedlings Grow, let him cover Chu Zhi's new songs, gave interviews, and put him on magazines, skyrocketing him to top-tier fame. Why are there so many useless people in showbiz? Because connections let you do anything. Chu Zhi knew and stopped the company from over-investing in resources. We can give high platforms, but the path must be walked by the artists themselves. Other companies lacked resources. Only Igwa Media had resources, but used them selectively. Number 610. International Influence Lifetime Achievement Award. In South Korea, there was a WI Media company. It wasn't well known, but it made a lot of money. It grew slowly and quietly, and its annual revenue even ranked it among the top 10 entertainment companies in South Korea. WI had a close partnership with Igwa's South Korea branch, handling Chu Zhi's derivative copyrights, creating secondary works, and selling them. Funny enough, WI actually earned more than Igwa's South Korea branch. This kind of thing was common in China's short video industry. The hardworking creators often earned less than people who just reposted videos. The only difference was the former had proper collaboration and authorization, while the latter was illegal. The front page headlines of Chosen Ilbo, Jungong Ilbo, and Donghae Ilbo all had his name. Even HKK couldn't do this. Incredible, just incredible, WI's President Kim said, looking at the papers, feeling the overwhelming fame of this Chinese artist. HKK was South Korea's first-generation boy band, a point of national pride often bragged about by Koreans. They were the only group from this small country to have a single album sell over 10 million copies. In their time, that achievement could even be called the only album in Asia to reach 10 million. Jungong Ilbo is South Korea's most authoritative newspaper, mostly reporting on national decisions and social news. It's a choice for the middle class, said the chairman of the South Korean Foreign Press Association. Chosen Ilbo has the largest circulation. Families who subscribe to a newspaper usually choose it, and it has a firm stance on China. Donghae Ilbo is more liberal and sharp. The three papers almost never report the same news from the same perspective, which is rare. Wouldn't the Sahel thing make him even more famous in South Korea? President Kim slammed the pen on the table. If he pressed it too hard, the tip would snap. No. Stopping a war is just adding flowers to silk. Chu Zhi won the International Influence Lifetime Achievement Award a year ago. No domestic stars. Influence can compare, the chairman explained. International Influence Lifetime Achievement Award. President Kim looked puzzled. What kind of award was that? If it was really prestigious, he should have heard of it. Not hearing anything meant it probably didn't hold much value. You don't know? The chairman pulled up his phone, searched,
and showed it to President Kim. The KBS.News platform reported. Seoul's renowned scholar Choi Young-sung stated that Chu Zhi is South Korean, providing 3 strong pieces of evidence. First, Chu Zhi's grandfather lived near Lotus Pond, 7-Star Hill, in Sansong. Lotus Pond number 38 was once the site of South Korea's provisional government. Is this real news? President Kim asked. Choi Young-sung was a famous South Korean scholar, even pushing for the abolition of the death penalty last year. Even though South Korea hadn't executed anyone since 1997, the law technically still existed. South Korea did indeed set up a provisional government in Sansong in the 1940s. Based on this, it could be true. Chu Zhi was South Korean. President Kim felt a little excited. Anyone from any country would be drawn to Chu Zhi. No way that's true. Chu Zhi's genealogy has been traced, and even counting upward, he's from Makong, China, the chairman explained. Don't you know? The International Influence Lifetime Achievement Award is awarded by our country's top scholars to strategically make someone appear as if they belong to our nation. President Kim wanted to argue, but realized he couldn't. The chairman was one of those intellectual elites every country had. They were part of the nation's elite, but they always assumed the worst and constantly mocked their own country. From South Korea to China, no such public intellectuals were active domestically right now. You're one of the men called by Chu Zhi? Zhou Yu sized Miao Chen up, but didn't see anything unusual. Brother Yu, I wasn't chosen by Brother Jiu. I joined Aigwa as a trainee, Miao Chen explained. I'm not talented enough yet to get Brother Jiu's attention. Makes sense, Zhou Yu thought. He was the one who had received Brother Jiu's favor. Seeing it's for Brother Jiu, I'll give you a tip. During the award ceremony, make sure to follow the applause. Otherwise, who knows what they might do with you? Zhou Yu said, grinning. He remembered the bitter lesson last time. Full scowl the whole time. Zhou Yu refusing to accept Zhang Dan's award. The humiliation still vivid. All right. Miao Chen hurriedly promised. I have a question, Brother Yu. Is the TikTok Music Festival Award respected in the music world? Miao Chen asked. Respected, Zhou Yu said. Kid, do you think I could get Best Male Singer of the Year if it wasn't respected? Damn, Miao Chen had no idea how to reply. He just smiled awkwardly but politely. You just debuted from a variety show and won Best Newcomer. That's impressive. Keep producing those viral online songs. That line musical note. I've spent my life across the south and north of the river. Musical note is catchy, even if it's a bit awkward, Zhou Yu said. Your singing style is a little wild and free. For short videos, it's perfect. Miao Chen wanted to say the lyrics were by Huang Tingjian. He also wanted to say his goal wasn't just viral TikTok songs, but creating better music. Forget it, he thought. No need to show off or shout slogans. He swallowed the words. They walked into the award ceremony. Zhou Yu sat in the front row, Miao Chen in the second. Seats were arranged by fame. Miao Chen and Zhou Yu had opposite personalities. Miao Chen wanted to focus on his first album, spend more time writing songs, and avoid variety shows. Zhou Yu just released albums half-heartedly, putting all his energy into image building and variety shows. The poet uses dreams as a horse, the actor lives for the play, and the singer creates songs from life, writing dreams into music. Chu Zhi showed us another side of music abroad. One microphone, one stage, and the world can be at peace. Our TikTok music festival also. Zhou Yu, a professional idol, held back a smirk. He'd been trained by South Korean experts on expression management. But inside, he was thinking seriously? TikTok viral songs and world peace? Give me a break. Chu Zhi's popularity had exploded in the past few days. Every music-related variety show had to mention him, and music awards were desperate to connect somehow. Annual Best Short Video Popular Album, Zhou Yu, 30. Best Newcomer of the Year, Miao Chen. Best Surprise Singer, Gu Peng. No need to know the rest of the TikTok awards. These 3 were enough. This host has to be joking. Always cueing me. Don't they see I'm about to have an anxiety attack? Gu Peng muttered while driving. He regretted coming to the award ceremony. He got home, collapsed onto his bed, and started scrolling on his phone. Chinese internet was still flooded with posts about Chu Zhi. Shu Lily 233. Mom, come see God. Damn, Brother Jiu might actually be God. Lung Huaping. Brother Jiu performed a miracle.
Will a miracle happen to me too? Yuan Jin Fei Hong. I wanted to die last year, but next year's 8th anniversary concert is coming, and I haven't seen Chu Zhi live. I'll live until next year first. I couldn't get tickets this year. Now that Brother Gio is even more popular globally, tickets will be harder to get. Tung Li. Because someone like you exists in this world, I still have hope for it. Zeng Darren. Living had no meaning, but I don't want to die. Now it feels okay to live. At least I can see Brother Gio create miracles. Zhang Tan is a good girl. My narcolepsy torments me. My family thinks I do it on purpose. They don't understand. I could only seek comfort in fandom. I've written many letters to Brother Gio, never expecting a reply, but I actually got one. His letter made me stronger and want to keep living. Number 611. The Futures Market. Zhang Shan is a good girl. Comment instantly grabbed the attention of everyone online and all the little fruits. It even made Gu Peng, the undercover king, scrolling through videos, jolt in surprise. Hey, this is a bit much, isn't it? Gu Peng muttered to himself. He knew Brother Gio spoiled his fans, but replying to letters? That had to mean he actually read the letters. Even if the current letter writers were only a tiny fraction of the little fruits, Chu Zhi's popularity was so insane, it just seemed impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Peng's reaction reflected what many others were feeling. The comments section was exploding. Wake up, sisters. Time to work. The village cows are flying. Gotta plow the fields. Got 2 acres today. No, it's not that I don't believe it. It's just too ridiculous. The internet had everything, including the reckless. If the layer owner's brain is broken, go see a doctor, then live stronger. Yu syndrome, maybe? Laughing so hard. Some fans tried to reason calmly. Could it have been a staff reply? For Brother Gio, fans are basically like his own family. How much does Igua app spend every year to maintain things? Hiring someone to reply to letters isn't that strange, right? If it were any other celebrity, hiring someone to reply would be laughable. But with Chu Zhi, the credibility instantly skyrocketed. Even casual onlookers knew how much he cared for the little fruits. Here, casual onlookers didn't mean fangirls pretending to be outsiders. They meant people who normally didn't follow the entertainment scene. Hiring someone? That's possible. Considering the Orang Home app spends tens of millions yearly just on server rental and maintenance, especially after launching Little Fruits projects, costs spiked. And yet, the app still stays ad-free and doesn't charge users to give them the best experience. Gu Peng grabbed a couple packs of dried fish snacks to calm his nerves. Gu Peng had liked sites like Jihu and Tianya before, but now Orang Home had taken over part of their space, becoming the second largest online community, though still below Tieba. Orang Home had started as a Little Fruits hub, but as more users posted original ancient-style music, more fans of that genre came to mine for gold. 2 internet-famous singers even emerged from the app. Now, casual users were flocking to the app simply because it permanently preserved records. That accumulation of attention had caused some Little Fruits to harbor frustrations. Arguments even flared online, but the app's official team eventually stepped in to mediate. Leaving the app's development aside, back to the buzz caused by Zhang Shan is a good girl. Before the person involved could respond, more Little Fruits chimed in. Bays 123. I also got a reply from Xiaojio. Starlight Tian. Whether it was staff or not, I'm so touched, I cried my eyes out. I never thought I'd get a reply. Picture attached. Red Obsidian. So many people got replies from Jiwai? Can someone tally the ratio? Feels like a massive project. 16-year-old support. I started writing letters to Ajo 2 years ago, roughly 1 per month. Last year I got a reply. It was the best gift for my coming-of-age ceremony. Picture attached. Under that thread were countless comments. 3 years, and this ID hasn't changed. Damn, someone's impersonating a minor. Layer owner knows coconut tree brand coconut juice? That brand updates its numbers every year. 16-year-old support replied again. Ahem, my ID comes from the Vine pattern. Since it's the Vine pattern, I use this name for all my social accounts except WeChat. Reasonable, right? It was reasonable. The joking comments instantly turned into admiration. A Vine pattern ID now sold for over 4,000 yuan, and the Star Cluster pattern IDs were even pricier. The price inflation traced back to Emperor Beast himself. Even Little Fruits overseas who primarily used Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, and not WeChat, still wanted the IDs. Wait, I think I have 2 English IDs, Little.Prink and Adventures.in Wonderland. Gupeng remembered buying them years ago, not for fandom craziness, but because he found it fun. The former was a Vine pattern ID, the latter a star cluster pattern ID. What are they worth now? Gupeng opened the Orang home. Discussion section, music, free talk, study problems, other, and clicked the last one. He froze at a high response post. This year, Western and European little fruits drove English ID values up 14%, hitting a 2-year high. Other ID types. Emoticon IDs held strong in the first half of 2026. Special symbol IDs weaker. Japanese/Korean IDs surged thanks to the world tour, just behind English IDs. Thai IDs are rare, selling for 23,000 THB, Vine, and 58,000 THB, Star Cluster. French IDs are weak, trading index up 8%, but no real market. Russian IDs, numeric IDs, trade volumes. Huh? Did I just enter a financial forum? This is insane. Gupeng gawked. It was like a futures market. Domestic netizens' wild creativity had divided Vine and Star Cluster IDs into 13 types, each subdivided into flawed, near-perfect, and perfect tiers. For example, an English ID with a missing letter counted as flawed. Professional, very professional. Gupeng scrolled down. Why did James II sell for 17,000 US dollars? I really don't get it. Star Cluster IDs for $17,000? That's tens of thousands in RMB, people's entire yearly salary. Clicking the post, Gupeng found it had been bought by an American rich second-generation heir named James. His grandfather was Robert, so James II wasn't a joke. It was literally James II. Wow, a full 3-tier market had formed. Scrolling further, Gupeng found a post valuing accounts. The undercover king logged into Little.Prink and Adventures.in Wonderland, took screenshots, and posted them. Within 10 minutes, replies came. Little.Prink, Vine pattern ID, seems to reference the Little Prince, missing an E, near perfect. This week, a slightly flawed English Vine pattern sold for 4,800 yuan. Adventures.in Wonderland, Star Cluster, a very valuable account, starting with A, great English meaning. Reference price, 12,000 yuan. Personally bullish, recommend collecting. Bought for under 7,000, now worth 12,000 after 2 years. If you want digital collectibles, our accounts are where it's at. Any virtual currency is trash. Gupeng leaned back, satisfied. Of course, he wasn't selling. He didn't need the money. Then he remembered something and quickly switched to Weibo. Dozens of little fruits replied that they'd received letters from Chu Zhi, some even posting photos. The world is so big, little fruits don't cry. I can't hug you. Thanks to Zhang Yanan, little fruit, for liking me, for letting me be part of your youthful memories. From letters, you can see little fruits love life. Even if people around them don't understand, they still seek comfort. So brave. If listening to my songs makes them braver, I'll keep creating. The letters started with my most precious treasure. Little fruits received, roughly 400 to 500 words each. Only a portion was shown. The tone was what mattered. According to online data, dozens of little fruits got replies within a couple hours. Let me calculate. Taking all factors into account, Gupeng estimated that thousands, maybe tens of thousands of little fruits had received replies. The tone doesn't seem like staff replies. Could it be? He thought boldly. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan managed the personal brand department, keeping constant tabs on news about Chu Zhi. Seeing the online discussion veer from Sahel concert awe to reply incident, she called Xiao Jiu immediately. Company announcements always had to be coordinated with the person involved. On the other end, Chu Zhi smiled to himself. The groundwork had been laid for a long time, and now it was time to activate it. How to maximize the effect? The Emperor Beast brainstormed. After a few seconds, he replied, "Don't respond yet. After I finish this schedule, I'll do a live stream in the afternoon and explain everything directly." Live stream? On Douyin or Orang Home? Wang Yuan asked. Orang Home is easy enough. Chu Zhi decided on the latter. Ultimately, it was about fan interaction, so his app was the best choice. He hung up, and without any instruction, his assistant Xiao Zhuzi immediately handed him a thermos. He gulped 2 big sips. Unlike others who drank to rest, he drank before resuming work. Chu Zhi, book a flight back to Modu around 3 p.m. Chu Zhi headed to the crew center while giving the instruction. Got it. Chu Zhi nodded and quickly started checking flights. The current schedule was reshooting some close-ups for the Cloud Dream Marsh crew. Looking at his outfit, tattered clothes, a terrifying scar painted on his back by the makeup artist, he was ready. The filming location was the Selenium Canyon, stunning enough to rival the Colorado Grand Canyon, though far less famous. Reenacting the bull spirit, Chu Zhi quickly got into character under director Liao Dazhong's guidance. Brave bull never fears obstacles. A few shots took just over an hour, plus prop setup time. Chu Zhi thought director Liao should open a training class. Forget method schools, acting schools, or Lekik, it was all trivial. They finished half an hour early. Chu Zhi got up to greet acquaintances before slipping out. Thanks for the trouble. The post-production team noticed some plot points weren't clear, so we had to reshoot. Liao Dazhong said. No wonder the release date hasn't been confirmed, Chu Zhi observed. Seeing the director's worried expression, he asked, Liao, what's the problem? Not a big deal. Liao Dazhong hesitated. Just, from the Emperor Beast's experience, not a big deal. Usually meant quite serious. We don't need to beat around the bush, Chu Zhi said. Maybe I can help. The film censors required a major scene cut, Liao Dazhong sighed. About 10 minutes. The story is already fragmented. Cutting more. I'm worried audiences won't understand. Even without deep film knowledge, Chu Zhi knew a 10-minute cut was serious. It wasn't. Post-production, censors forced it. Liao Dazhong wanted to shoot more close-ups of Chu Zhi to please his fans. What did the bureau say? Chu Zhi asked. I asked around. One scene about souls and ghosts can't remain, Liao Dazhong explained. That made sense. Since 2007, the bureau banned promoting superstition, and regulations got stricter over time, especially after 2017. They never explicitly banned ghost films, but promotion is vague. Ghost water tales could be said to promote maternal love instead. But the rule was basically one-size-fits-all. Liao Dazhong had worked in entertainment long enough and hit many walls trying to lobby. Can I see the clip? Chu Zhi asked. Clip? Liao Dazhong thought, then pulled up the 10-minute footage on his tablet. The sequence had the main cast descend into the Nether Nine Springs to find return. A huge female whale spiraled through a vortex, representing one of the 9 abysses, drawn from Lizzie. He tried to depict spring and autumn-era ghosts, demons, and immortals. Massive whales swirled faster and faster. The imagination was boundless. The film defined ghosts differently than usual. 2 types: wandering souls without temples in the living world, and plague ghosts from the nether, spreading disease. Chu Zhi found it fascinating. The effects and creativity were too good to cut. I'll see if I can help keep more of it, he said. How? Liao Dazhong hesitated. He knew this was difficult, even with Chu Zhi's influence. Why hesitate? Chu Zhi pulled out his phone and dialed. Liao Dazhong wisely stepped aside. Calls like this were delicate. Anyone asking had to beg properly. Half a minute later, Chu Zhi returned. Liao, it's fine. The clip can stay. ? Liao Dazhong was left with a head full of question marks. Number 612. Clear stream, washing the murky pond. Liao Dazhong stared blankly at his little buddy, like he didn't understand a word of Chinese. Perfect timing, Chu Zhi continued. The Bureau's about to launch an event called Promoting Classical Culture, Witnessing the New Era. I feel like a lot of the ideas in your footage come straight from classics like Lizzie, Shanhai Jing, and Chu Ci, so it perfectly fits the theme. I went ahead and signed you up. I hope you won't mind me acting on my own. And no, of course not. Liao Dazhong hurriedly shook his head. That's good. Chu Zhi smiled, then added, I also gave your number to the staff over there, since the official side will provide some promotional resources. Chu Zhi wasn't showing off his connections. Ghosts, demons, and immortals were one thing, but even the Bureau's officials couldn't just bend the rules. Still, once Chu Zhi spoke, they couldn't just say no, so he found a compromise. Okay, I'll make sure to answer the calls, Liao Dazhong said, not realizing that this compromise had already shaken him far more than Chu Zhi intended. It was normal for the Bureau to run events. From March's campaign promoting Lei Feng's spirit, June's labor-themed events, to July's party day activities, Liao Dazhong could easily be a tool for filming the assigned content. His connections were decent enough. But why a tool? Because the filming content and schedule were strictly dictated, like a set essay topic. He'd never imagined shooting a movie only to be forced into an official slot. And just now, Chu Zhi had made a call that lasted only half a minute. That little buddy of his was brutal in his efficiency. Ahem. Thanks a lot, little buddy, for all your help. Are you free this afternoon? I know a place that does really good cuisine. Their Mianyang 3 steams are amazing, Liao Dazhong said, finally snapping out of his daze. He wanted to show gratitude but didn't know what to say, so inviting Chu Zhi to eat was all he could manage. Mianyang 3 steams? What's steamed? Chu Zhi feigned curiosity. There's no fixed recipe. It's mainly poultry, seafood, and vegetables, like steamed wuchang fish, steamed crown daisies, steamed meatballs, or steamed mackerel. It depends on the season, so it's pretty flexible, Liao Dazhong explained. Sounds delicious. Wait, Liao Dazhong, let me check my schedule, Chu Zhi said, asking little Bamboo beside him. Bamboo responded immediately. He had a flight to Modu after 10, no time to spare. Then save this meal for me, Liao Dazhong. Once I'm done, I'm definitely eating it, Chu Zhi said. The little buddy had real business to handle, so there was no way to stop him. Liao Dazhong hurriedly agreed to save the meal. After all, one meal was nothing compared to Chu Zhi's help. Without much small talk, Chu Zhi headed to Shujiaoping Airport. The Grand Canyon was still quite a drive from the airport. Shujiaoping, Shujiaoping, Chu Zhi suddenly said in the car. Which airport names do you think sound nice? Baiyun Airport, clouds drifting in the sky. Maser Ma Weihao immediately replied. I think Taoxian Airport sounds better, Little Bamboo added. Driver Chiu chimed in from the front. Phoenix Airport. That's a nice name too. The discussion continued, with suggestions like Taoyuan Airport and Lepanshui Jiaowei Airport. The flight went smoothly. Since Chu Zhi held a ceremonial role in the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, his itineraries were well protected. Unless the company announced it in advance, there wouldn't be crowds disrupting the airport. Back at the company, Wang Yuan and the team had everything ready. The live broadcast explanation was prepared, and promotional content was already out. Even with limited time, the red, micro, DO channels were well coordinated, yielding good results. Live broadcast time, 7 p.m. sharp. Participants, Chu Zhi, a photographer, and several staff members. Little fruits and fans gathering place. Chu Zhi's Treasury, live stream. Many people watched, including fans who downloaded the app just to catch the hot gossip. Over 700,000 were online as soon as it started, putting a huge load on the servers. Luckily, Wang Yuan and the team had prepared well. The barrage of comments was overwhelming. He's here. Why is Brother Gio blacked out? Over 50 little fruits have already posted their replies. How many people got letters? I didn't get one. +1. 2 or 3 minutes past 7 o'clock, the live stream went from black to color, showing the greenery of the neighborhood first, then the sound came on. Is the camera ready? The picture's clear, all good. Even this short exchange let the little fruits recognize their idol's voice. When Chu Zhi appeared on screen, the feed briefly stuttered from the flood of comments. There are 3 romances in the world that are most tragic: Romeo and Juliet, Liang Shanbua, and Zhu Yingtai, and me with Chu Zhi. Brother Gio, do you know why I've always failed at dieting? Because when I see you, I can't lose weight. My whole life I've sinned, but it's my fault. Brother Gio is mine, all mine, drooling. Little Gio should stream more. Girls get tired of studying, but seeing this face gives hope. Boys feel hopeful too, doghead. You better really be a doghead. On the internet, clever comebacks never end, and neither do trolls. Even in a harmonious chatroom, someone will always argue hard, from sharp angles. Check. These are the comments, not the floating. Barges. I want British hotpot. Frankly, what kind of crappy livestream app is this? Useless features, just trash. A little fruit couldn't resist, replying with love for the platform. The Orange Home doesn't have a livestream function, and you just call everything trash. Who are you then? I want British hotpot. I'm an idiot. Great talent arises in every generation. It's been a while since I chatted with little fruits via livestream. Last time was probably the online concert, Chu Zhi greeted. This stream mainly explains some discussions about me online. Enough talk. I'll take you somewhere. He led the way through the neighborhood courtyard, photographer following. Igwa Company had coordinated with the property management, but Chu Zhi's exaggerated celebrity status still drew many residents to film with their phones. It was after work hours or people collecting packages. Even with staff clearing the way, the crowd gathered just passing through the courtyard. That's the young singer who performed Yang Guifei's song. What Yang Guifei? It's New Drunken Concubine. Such a talented, patriotic guy, different from other stars, a great role model. Ah, it's Brother Gio. Murmurs confirmed Chu Zhi's solid casual fanbase. Some older residents even called their grandchildren to announce the celebrity in the neighborhood. The livestream audience grew as people recognized the area. Wow, I know this place. That pavilion is unique. Reaching Building 6, Unit 1, Chu Zhi pressed the elevator to the 14th floor, arriving at 1402. This unit has 6 apartments per floor. 5 are mine. We'll go into 1402, Chu Zhi said. The photographer aimed the camera away while he input the code. The building, finished in 2020, was neither too new nor old. Good neighborhood relations were obvious. Most people couldn't afford apartments like this, but Chu Zhi bought 5. Unlike other stars, no one criticized him. People felt he earned it. Works, character, and morality mattered. Most people weren't jealous. They just disliked spoiled young stars flaunting wealth. Inside, the living room looked more like a media store than a home. No sofa, no coffee table, no TV, just metal shelves neatly holding letters instead of albums. Pink, orange, transparent, tied with bows, cute patterns, or simple pretty cardstock. It was overwhelming. Even the photographer and staff, seeing this for the first time, felt like stepping into a giant garden from a wild story. Chu Zhi, all these are? The photographer asked. Over 8,000 letters arrive every month from Little Fruits, Chu Zhi said. In 5 years, over 500,000. These days, anything could be looked up online. Most celebrity agencies had websites with addresses, emails, and phone numbers. You keep all of them? The photographer asked, the same question the livestream audience wanted answered. Each is a little. Fruit's heart, of course I keep them, Chu Zhi said naturally. I'm busy and don't have much time to read them, but I save them to enjoy in retirement, maybe in a scenic place. Just thinking about it is enjoyable. The livestream's corner split screen showed the photographer capturing the shelves. Many letters included gift bags, so no strict mailing format was needed. Super little fruit. To Brother Gio. Heavenly spirits, keep others out. Some had smiley faces, others blank. Each letter was unique. Letters were organized chronologically and protected with dust covers. I feel guilty, Chu Zhi said. Little Fruits carefully write these letters by hand, and though I try to reply, I mostly print my responses. You reply weekly? The photographer asked. Since 5 years ago, Chu Zhi nodded. I spend time every week, about 40 or 50 letters. Only the gun injury ever interrupted 2 weeks. Years ago, Chu Zhi had used super finger candy from the oddities shop to type faster. His hands became nimble, perfect for fingerwork, though he didn't learn dance with it. Over 5 years, with 40 to 50 letters a week, the photographer did quick math. So many letters. The live stream exploded. He keeps them all. What kind of godly idol did I follow? I remember writing one in high school. I want to write to Little Gio too. Wow, he really reads fans' letters? He replies every week. The reaction was intense. Chu Zhi then showed the other 4 rooms, filled with plush toys, all organized into land, sea, and air displays, like a plush Amazon warehouse. One room held 20-plus thermoses. Even changing one a month, he'd never run out. Fans sent these after seeing assistants carry 2 each. Gifts without addresses were returned, while the rest stayed. All so clean, the photographer remarked. The live stream lasted an hour and a half, peaking at 1 million viewers. 2 main obstacles existed. This wasn't a concert, and many casual viewers downloaded the app just to watch, a minority. The app's traffic pool, second in China, couldn't compare to Douyin. At the end, Chu Zhi sang a medley. This broadcast quickly stirred the Chinese internet. Fans sending gifts were normal, often not for the idol personally, but for staff. Not a rule, just tradition. Chu Zhi's approach was a refreshing change. Honestly, my brother's letters used to be sold as scrap, awkward. With thousands of letters, storage is tricky. News broke recently about a young celebrity's plush gifts sold online. Some idols exploit fans, some treat them as fools. Only Brother Joe treasures them. Chu Zhi's schedule is insane, yet he finds time to read and reply. An angel? Thinking the gifts are cherished makes me so happy. Many little fruits were moved to tears, especially those who had sent letters. Take Huang Wen. She started standing idols in high school, but naturally drifted off in college. Seeing this, she felt embarrassed but touched knowing her letters were preserved. I've spent 10 years at the fish market thinking my heart was cold as steel, but I still get moved. I didn't like the wrong person. Oh ha 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 ha. Huang Wen laughed dramatically. As discussions grew, fans shared their letters. They noticed two types: standard replies advising fans to care for people around them, and personal replies of hundreds of words. From every angle, Chu Zhi set the standard for idols. His refreshing approach cleansed part of the entertainment industry's murk, deterring obvious resale of fan gifts. Zhou Yu immediately called manager Zhang Ge to check if gifts were handled. The plush toys. Zhang Ge asked. You rented a warehouse. Everything's stored there. Oh, right. Zhou Yu smiled, relieved. Zhang Ge, arrange it. We need to ride this wave, he said. Zhang Ge knew the trending news and immediately acted, cleaning and organizing the warehouse. Chu Zhi, the instigator, didn't stay in Modu. After the live stream, he took a night flight to Beijing for the Dynasty press conference. According to producer Wang, the music team barely counts as main staff. Attending is normal. If not for his experience, he might have believed it. The production clearly wanted to leverage Chu Zhi's popularity. Sai, what's going on? Kwahai sighed. What's wrong, Kwagu? Why the? Sai, co-star Guohong Yu asked. We have so many great actors, director's son at the helm, and now promotion depends on someone else, Kwahai grumbled. At 40-something, he'd won the Bai Yulan Best Actor twice. Number 613. Triggering a big war. Brother Kwa, if you watch the kind of dramas young people like these days, would you actually watch them? Guohong Yu asked, first nodding in agreement with a knowing look, then posing the question. I followed Palace Within Palace with my kid a couple years back, Kwahai said. I heard it was pretty popular at the time. Guohong Yu nodded. It's said to be the most influential Asian drama since He's from Another Star. It was definitely a hit. It was more than a hit. That drama had launched two half-top-tier stars, first Meng Wuping, then Lin Xia. But for Meng Wuping, going big overseas might not have been all that great. Was it watchable? Guohong Yu asked. Not really, Kwahai replied. I thought it'd be some kind of palace intrigue thing, but after 2 episodes, I realized not only was the plot sloppy, even the fight scenes looked floaty and unconvincing. Yeah, that's basically it, Guohong Yu said. If there's another drama like that in the future, you probably won't watch it either. But what if there's a show with a similar theme and it features teacher Wu Kangxia? Would you bother checking it out? Definitely, Kwahai nodded. Wu Kangxia was his idol, a veteran artist praised for both skill and virtue, with countless brilliant roles under his belt. Having played so many emperor roles, netizens even joked he'd acted through 5,000 years of Chinese history. Every generation has its own tastes, Guohong Yu summed up. Kwahai knew what she meant. To appeal to young audiences, you had to bring in the young stars they liked. Still, he felt a twinge of frustration. He hated it when seasoned actors got sidelined while young stars hogged the spotlight despite little screen time. Brother Kwa, you're still bothered? Guohong Yu asked. Little Chu is a good kid. There's no reason to be upset with him. No, I'm not targeting Little Chu. He's polite, and he earned his current popularity through real effort. I'm just annoyed at how the entertainment world is now, Kwahai said. Guohong Yu got it. She thought as long as actors did their job well, that was enough. Everything else was beyond their control. The reporters present were restrained. Even though 2/3 of their questions were about Chu Zhi's role in the soundtrack, they didn't pry into unrelated matters. It wasn't easy, considering the past 2 weeks the global internet had been flooded with discussions about Chu Zhi, especially yesterday's news about his response letters. After the press event, the producers invited everyone to dinner. Chu Zhi had planned to slip out, but the TV station's production department had organized a banquet. The Emperor Beast decided not to refuse, especially since his company had just been awarded top 10 TV companies by the station this year. He'd never understood the official criteria for excellence awards.
But Agua Media donated a lot every year and partnered with the national publisher on numerous projects. In a restaurant in the capital, 3 tables had been set. Dynasty had 2 Best Actor winners, 1 Best Actress, and 6 veteran actors, a true gathering of talents. Too bad the schedules don't align. I'd love to work with little Chu someday, director's son said. Teacher Wang once mentioned that kid, though his acting isn't perfect, he has great talent. Even director's son, a gold standard director, respectfully addressed Wang Ani as teacher. Despite Wang Ani's previous film flopping, $50 million in investment for a $140 million box office, their standing in the industry remained untouched. Their credibility with investors was intact. Chu Zhi was similar. Even if an album underperformed, his reputation and fan perception remained strong. Of course, some critics would still claim he'd lost his touch, since the nitpickers could always find a sharp angle. Teacher Wang supported me, Chu Zhi said. I'd like to work with director's son if I get the chance. The Emperor Beast had no idea how much praise Wang Ani had spoken on his behalf. He was great at interacting with elders, so they held him in high regard. The third table was filled with the attending reporters from platforms like CCTV, Kantai High, and CBox. Basically, these were all official platforms, so no wonder they followed rules so strictly. Can we go over and toast? My dad really likes director's son's dramas and wants an autograph, a Kantai High reporter asked curiously. You're doing it for director's son? It's clearly your idol, Teacher Chu, over there, a CCTV reporter said. I'm getting an autograph for my dad too, the Kantai High reporter admitted, a bit embarrassed. Wait a bit. The main table is still eating. Now's not the time, the CCTV reporter said. Teacher Chu is very kind. You'll definitely get an autograph. Kantai High managed the station's new media platforms, including WeChat, Weibo, Tushio, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and more. If I can get an autograph, this trip's worth it, the reporter muttered, checking their phone as they ate. Work never stopped, and they had to stay on top of online trends. Currently, the buzz on Chinese internet was, which celebrities really treasure fan gifts besides Chu Zhi? Another option for fans who love their idols. Why Zhou Yu becoming top tier makes sense. And other similar sponsored articles. No doubt, it was Zhou Yu's promotion campaign. Other big-name celebrities didn't keep fan gifts, and most agencies never informed the stars, so no one else could leverage the hype. Zhou Yu went through the warehouse, cleaning and sorting, as it hadn't been done for years. Many fan gifts had rotted or gone bad. He secretly disposed of half and displayed the rest, which was quite impressive. If we talk about spoiling fans, besides Zhou, it's Zhou Yu, one fan said. Just saw Little Fruits getting praised earlier. Didn't expect Yufei to be doing great too. I think I spotted the little bear bracelet I gave. I made it myself, kinda excited. Of course, Zhou Yu is Zhou favorite young star. You think he'd ignore that? Even fandoms had hierarchies. Career fans looked down on appearance fans, male fans disliked female fans, and Yufei dismissed other fans. At the top of this chain was always Little Fruits. Yufei's posts annoyed other fan groups. A fan, Tao Ku, responded, "It's just playing badminton with Zhou. Stop exaggerating. The kid Zhou really favors is our Xiao Taozi." The screenshot was from Chu Zhi attending the Eastern Billboard Awards, praising the annual Breakthrough Singer. Keep striving, produce original Chinese music. That's great. By age, Chu Zhi was a year younger than Tao Ku. Though Tao Ku had just risen as a top star, he was actually 31. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but his fans were thrilled. The broadcast screenshot had been forwarded countless times. The watermark was nearly a foot thick. Shitsi, Sunshire's fan, chimed in, "I can't with those blind fans. One image for months nonstop? Zhou only said a polite word, and you twisted it. Eastern Billboard? Even a third-tier chart, and you brag." Fans who disliked Tao Ku called him Taozi. Other celebrities had similar nicknames in fandoms based on their behavior. Zhou Yu was the bootlicker, Lin Xia was mute, Sun Shi was Sun Thief. There were exceptions, though. Chu Zhi had no nicknames now, even though he'd been blacklisted online 5 or 6 years ago. Who Chu Zhi favored most sparked a new round of fan arguments. Soon, Meng Whooping arrived, albeit late. Top stars showed up, including some actresses who just joined the scene. A Lu Jia fan said, Jiawai probably likes Jiajia's looks. Earlier, Jiajia posted a 9-grid picture and Jiawai liked it. Whether or not it was instructed by the agency, fans knew Chu Zhi's approval meant more than Weibo or TikTok awards. That's why celebrities had to be careful. Every move under the spotlight was magnified. Liking Lu Jia's post might have been a slip years ago on Weibo. Fortunately, the Emperor Beast was smart enough not to undo it, or it would have sparked more controversy. The internet never rested. One day, top stars fought for dominance online. The next day, someone wrote a guide on Xiaohongshu titled How to Get Brother Gio to Accept a Gift. Don't leave the mailing address too detailed. Just use the street name, not the building or community. Don't send overly expensive gifts. Some sisters sent bracelets worth thousands, but Brother Gio returned them. He doesn't like fans spending too much. Gift suggestions: thermos, ragdolls, notebooks are preferred. Handmade crafts, like folded little stars, are even better. Point 4. The guide even listed Igua Media's office address. Many little fruits got it. Within a few hours, thousands replied. The trend spread from Xiaohongshu across the internet, since little fruits were numerous. Some platforms exploited this for traffic without care. The trend was essentially guide fans to send gifts, but Xiaohongshu blew it up because topics could go viral. At the company, Wang Yuan was already in a meeting to handle it. Xiao Zhuzi felt tense, not because of the meeting. She was just the personal assistant and not under Wang's department. She was nervous because she was about to ask a friend, Wen Xinxin, for a loan. The amount was large, so she hesitated. Xinxin, can you lend me 20,000? I'll repay it when I get my year-end bonus. What? 20,000? I don't even have 10,000. I can only lend you 2,000, Wen Xinxin said quickly. Remember to pay me back on time. Xiao Zhuzi, a culinary prodigy in the dark cuisine world, was momentarily confused, not because she was stupid, but because Wen Xinxin spoke too fast. Just kidding, Wen Xinxin said, patting her head. WeChat or Alipay? Alipay, Xiao Zhuzi said. She stayed on the Alipay page. Wen Xinxin paused, then asked, Xiao Zhuzi, your salary isn't low. You shouldn't be short on cash. You're not investing in stocks or funds, are you? I don't do luck-based stuff, Xiao Zhuzi immediately shook her head. Wen Xinxin wasn't just a colleague. They'd gone to university together, and Wen had introduced her to the company. Igua Media's employee benefits were possibly the best in China, if not the world. Many people queued just to get in. Because they were close, when asked to make sure Xiao Zhuzi was financially stable. I won a lottery and need to pay the down payment, Xiao Zhuzi explained. 60+ square meters in Qingpu, not downtown. I'd save for the down payment, but my mom was hospitalized, so I need a bit of cash just in case. What happened to your mom? Is it serious? Which hospital? Why didn't you tell me? When asked, don't worry, Xinxin. It's complications from high blood pressure, an old problem. Usually nothing serious. I'm just being cautious, Xiao Zhuzi said, spitting on her words. Nothing will happen, but if it does, I'll be prepared. Looking at her habits and appearance, people thought Xiao Zhuzi was scatterbrained, but she planned ahead. Makes sense. If she was truly forgetful, she couldn't handle being a personal assistant. Chu Zhi was a good boss, but not running a charity. When Xinxin sighed and transferred the money, adding an extra 5,000. I spent a lot last month, so not much left, when Xinxin said. I ate fine, my family's okay. No urgent expenses. Pay me back when you can. I'll sort it out once I get my bonus, Xiao Zhuzi said. Don't worry. When Xinxin said, I'm not worried. But Xiao Zhuzi, you have an older sister too. You shouldn't cover your mom's expenses alone. Your sister should contribute. My nephew's in kindergarten, which costs a lot. My family's finances aren't great either. My brother-in-law had his salary voluntarily cut. I'm unmarried, so I have no pressure, Xiao Zhuzi explained. Better to clarify, otherwise people take it for granted. Still, this was Xiao Zhuzi's family matter. Even with close friends, she couldn't overshare. I must repay your kindness. Tomorrow night, Brother Zhou's schedule isn't busy. Come over, I'll cook you a big meal, Xiao Zhuzi said. Lending a friend 5 figures now was real friendship. Cooking yourself? When Xinxin was shocked. Holy shit, Xiao Zhuzi, why repay a favor with a meal? Everyone was just living seriously. After twists and turns, the Matrix was scheduled for April 1st next year. The date was chosen carefully, April Fools. Meanwhile,
Yunming's, selected for classical cultural promotion, was renamed Spring and Autumn Tales, set for a Christmas release and an entry to the Tokyo International Film Festival. Chu Zhi only had a cameo in Spring and Autumn Tales. Liao Dachong wouldn't trouble his little brother again. He owed enough favors already. Unexpectedly, Chu Zhi actively posted online to help promote it. He posted a photo eating a big orange with the caption, "At Spring and Autumn Tales Official, scheduled for December 25th. This is the most beautiful movie I've seen. If you love cinematic visuals, look forward to it." Number 614. Chu Zhi City. Man, you really treat me better than my own brother. Liao Dachong immediately knew Chu Zhi had gone out of his way to promote something, and he couldn't help but sigh. Liao Dachong's actual younger brother, Liao Qi, spent all day borrowing money and asking for favors. Dachong knew Qi moved in the right circles, but even if he didn't, there were better ways to show family loyalty than just constantly taking. Since he knew his brother's name, he casually mentioned his own. Liao Dachong was born Liao Zhong. His father was an interesting man named Liao Bin, inspired by the idea of balancing strength and restraint, one firm, one loose. While they were talking, Dachong got a call from some production crew. His brother Liao Qi had gotten himself into trouble again, and Dachong needed to go clean up the mess. He muttered an internal curse he wasn't sure he should say out loud, thinking, "I'd trade 10 years of Liao Qi's life to have Chu Zhi as my real little brother." Anyone who knew Chu Zhi's talent in acting as the Emperor Beast could tell he was genuinely a good person, not just Dachong. Xiao Yu, an associate professor of Japanese at Beihai, also felt this firsthand. Xiao Yu did freelance translation for a lot of industrial manuals from Japan, and anyone familiar with technical translations knew it wasn't about writing style, but precision. His hobby was brutally honest critique, which often left his daughter Xiao Qing with sore knees. "Old Six, I might need your help with something." On the other end was Professor Ma from the Renmin University School of Sociology and Population. "Ma, what's up?" Xiao Yu asked. They'd been friends for years, which was obvious from their casual way of speaking. Professor Ma might not know the online meaning of Old Six, but Xiao Yu sure did, realizing Ma Jiao was a pawn. Within his abilities, he'd never refuse. "You know my granddaughter Xiao, she is a fan of Consultant Chu," Professor Ma said. "I've noticed a worrying trend." "A worrying trend." Xiao Yu tilted his head, holding the phone and setting up his notebook and pen. "Go on." "Chu Zhi went trending a few days ago for responding to letters. You know that, right, Old Six?" Xiao Yu nodded. "In the past 2 weeks, there have been tons of online tutorials teaching fans what gifts to send Chu Zhi. Even after Igwa Company issued a notice, the trend hasn't slowed," Professor Ma explained. "You have authority in the fan community, so Old Six, this is up to you." Anyone else would have been confused. A professor with high standing among fans? More precisely, Xiao Yu commanded respect from the Little Fruits because of his research, particularly on how Chu Zhi's interactions helped fans with exams. One reason Little Fruits occupied the top of the fandom hierarchy was that their internal environment encouraged study, and the self-study room function in the app remained its most popular feature. "I'll sort out the data," Xiao Yu said, realizing it wasn't urgent but could get out of hand. In that kind of environment, sending gifts to idols sparked competition. Fans can be ruthless when it comes to comparison. Anyone who's been in some of these groups knows it's chaos. Consultant Chu is one of the few positive examples in the entertainment world, and the way he behaves is a good role model. It takes years to produce someone like him, Professor Ma added. He had a hidden motive too, since one of his research topics involved the entertainment industry and Chu Zhi. 2 things stood out in their conversation. Both professors' children were Little Fruits fans, showing deep loyalty, and both referred to Chu Zhi with respect, which is rare for a celebrity among intellectuals. After hanging up, Xiao Yu recorded plenty of notes. By afternoon, he drafted an article whose title alone caught attention. Has Chu Zhi lost control of his fans? Xiao Yu clearly understood fandom culture. Chu Zhi and the Little Fruits have always been a positive story in entertainment. Keywords like cherishing fans, order, belief, motivation to live, and emotional impact frequently pop up online. I've surveyed and studied Little Fruit's internal environment and Chu Zhi's influence, covering things like diligent studying, setting exam expectations, emerging from hardships, and cultivating correct
Values. In today's commercialized and almost religious fandom culture, Chu Zhi and the Little Fruits are truly unique globally. But recently, things are about to change. Search trends like how to choose gifts that Jiawai will use often. Check out 1,000 plus gifts that probably won't be returned. Is Xiao Jiao's bracelet a fan gift? Have risen across Zaihongshu, Douyin, and Weibo. Official statements by Igua Company and Chu Zhi himself only fueled the craze. Data shows the average value of fan gifts has jumped from 180 to 400. It looks like a car about to lose control. Xiao Yu even linked 3 news articles about extravagant fan gifts and public criticism. Despite spending little time, his article was thorough and full of charts. This shook the fandom, specifically the Little Fruits. One prominent fan, Meow Meow, admitted, Jiawai has always wanted fans to live well. His usual reply is, I'm happy with your gift and will treasure it, but your company is enough. If you want to give me something in the future, consider giving it to your family. Pay attention to your elders. I can't always be with you. We really misunderstood him this time. Soon, a famous superfan, Wei Tongzi, posted a video on Weibo. Remember why the Orange Home app exists? Jiawai wanted to grow together with Little Fruits and increase our value. He isn't happy just receiving gifts, but he will be happy if you improve your life and care for your family. The fandom's mood flipped. Instantly, Chu Zhi noticed the change and had the Orange Home team launch a new feature early. I really want to say I love you. Fans could gift their family or friends, share photos or thoughts, and receive the outstanding Little Fruit title each month. The exclusive title carried weight since it couldn't be bought. Chu Zhi recorded a short video. We Chinese are reserved. By the time I want to say something, it's often too late. Sorry for rambling, but these are some small life lessons. I hope Little Fruits work to love those who deserve it and love themselves. Wang Yuan watched, tears streaming. Fans followed suit, leaving apologies and comforting words. Little Lanhan left a message. Brother Gio, don't be sad. We're here. I'll always be with you. She had used her saved pocket money to customize a blue bear for Jiawai. Thanks to the app event, she decided to give it to her father instead, writing a short note. Dad, wishing you health. I love you, Dad. Han Lanhan. Her mother had died when she was young, leaving her father to raise her. Despite living together, they didn't have a close relationship. At 9:30 p.m., her father returned from work. Lanhan handed him the bear and a letter, leaving him momentarily stunned. He finally set it aside, muttering, This kid is into some strange stuff, and reached for a cigarette, the secondhand smoke stinging. Lanhan wasn't alone. Many Little Fruits had gifts for their parents. The wave had finally calmed down. Chu Zhi didn't feel burdened. He knew popularity came with responsibility. A few minor leftover issues would be smoothed over quickly by his company's PR team. Meanwhile, his drama Dynasty premiered. The story wasn't amazing and included some odd, rush marriage, rush birth, plot points, which were odd for a political drama, but thanks to veteran actors and excellent production, it scored well. 2.6% premiere rating, 7.6 on Dubon, 70 million online views on the first day. Chu Zhi, however, wasn't happy. I'm the clueless and unhappy sucker. Nothing's safe. He was currently in the Parisian suburb called the Choiseroy Triangle, aka Little Asia, home to many Chinese and Southeast Asians. Being a star too long makes you drop your guard. I actually got tricked by a little stunt, he muttered. He had just gone shopping and spotted a Chinese specialty store plastered with his posters. Thinking the owner was a fan, he let his guard down and ended up paying over 300 yuan for a 100 yuan item. The store did great business, especially among foreigners. Each day, a third of the foot traffic was drawn by his posters, thinking it was celebrity merchandise. Owner Chi Datu prayed daily for Chu Zhi's success, placing incense before a Buddha and a cross, switching from his previous, unusual single statue. God bless him, let Chu Zhi stay famous for decades. And keep him healthy, Chi whispered. Chu Zhi's posters worked perfectly, attracting both interested buyers and curious fans without seeming out of place. Later, the Parisian newspaper Le François reported the ongoing renaming controversy. Last year, the city renamed itself Chu Zhi City for a 2-day concert celebration. Fans petitioned to keep the name,
and after a month-long vote during Chu Zhi's peak popularity, 66% agreed. The cabinet eventually compromised, officially naming the city Chu Zhi, St. Denis. Chi Dada was thrilled. Europe's only city named after a Chinese person. Tourists will love it. He pasted extra posters despite their cost. 20 yuan each, maybe just copy one online, he muttered, but decided against it. Chu Zhi, you're even more handsome than that official the rabbit god liked. I'll make sure you stay famous for 100 more years, he whispered to himself, oblivious that Chu Zhi was actually nearby in disguise. That night, Chu Zhi attended an internal screening for The Matrix, joined by Davis and Jiang Shaogong. The script was solid and exciting, but he wasn't impressed, just curious. The dialogue had philosophical undertones, touching the question, who am I? The producers and executives, however, were blown away. Who wouldn't love Chu Zhi? The director Davis grumbled. After all his hard work on the script, everyone only cared about the male lead's looks. Number 615. Traffic jam. Internal screenings, preview screenings, test screenings, public release. Everything was made unnecessarily complicated, confusing anyone outside the industry. The Matrix didn't have test screenings or preview screenings. Preview screenings are a tactic used by smaller films to generate some word of mouth for theaters, while test screenings invite critics or influencers to stir buzz for the audience. Internal screenings, however, were for industry insiders, the big distributors who could gauge a film's potential and allocate resources faster. That's why executives from Paramount were present. The effect was impressive. Everyone in the industry agreed that The Matrix had a shot at breaking into the global box office top 10. Davis's ideal box office was $2.8 billion worldwide, shooting straight to the top. But ideal is ideal. Realistically, hitting $1.2 billion would already be excellent. The first film is just the start of the series. The second and third films will have even more complete content. Davis had meticulously crafted the entire script for the series. All he wanted was the highest possible box office, so the sequels would get bigger investments. The specifics were out of Davis's hands. Only the Warner executives could negotiate. Securing final editing rights alone had been a huge accomplishment. After the screening, Paramount hosted a reception, unsurprising since Paris is their stronghold. Across France, besides Woodpecker Company, which other studio could match Paramount's revenue? Chu, aren't you going to the reception? I heard you don't get drunk at all, Davis asked. I'm a bit under the weather, so I want to get back to the hotel early, Chu Zhi said casually. Davis didn't press, only mentioning he knew some doctors if needed. Chu Zhi couldn't afford any mishaps. The French promotion had only just begun. Just a night's rest should do it. Chu Zhi refused. The excuse was half-hearted anyway. The scrutiny from Paramount's executives made him uncomfortable, but there was no need to make a scene. Still, performing as Emperor Beast at the reception was out of the question. The boy needed to take care of himself out there. He had no idea how much Davis and the others had drunk the night before. Even during the afternoon's promo poster shoot, he still felt the lingering buzz. Short promotional clips and posters were being prepared for France, the Netherlands, Italy, and other countries. These clips were targeted precisely, like ads appearing in Chinese theaters just a minute or two before the movie started. Such specialized promotion wasn't cheap, so not every film could have it. Ideally, roadshows in each country would be better, but Emperor Beast didn't have the time. For a sci-fi blockbuster with over $200 million in investment, promoting it 6 months ahead of release was already considered late. Many big films start marketing from pre-production. Flying all over the world meant Emperor Beast couldn't even feel the seasons changing. Frosty autumn passed, and they were now in early winter. Is It Peace? Was scheduled for global release in mid-December, deliberately avoiding Christmas. The album had 8 language versions: Chinese, English, French, Japanese, Korean, Spanish, Russian, and Arabic. Releasing on Christmas would risk religious complications, and even the date itself differed between calendars. Chu Zhi had a lot of religious fans, some even considering him a reincarnated angel. Better not to stir the waters. Promotions for the album started a month early, and Aigwa had completely avoided working with Sony Records this time. Feeling your wings are finally ready? Ready to soar like a crow? Amori Genjin received the news. He had been closely following Chu Zhi ever since they collaborated on the legendary Neon EP, shedding a little expectation on the world. The EP's sales weren't the absolute top, but its influence on Neon was massive. One classic evaluation said, "There are only 3 art pieces that showcase Neon culture: The Tale of Genji by Murasaki Shikibu, Osaka Castle's Tenchikaku, and Chu Zhi's Shedding a Little Expectation on the World." AC Nielsen Music Market Hot Artist Report. Name: Chu Zhi. Age: 28. Major commercial achievements: reduced Adidas Asian market share by 17%, indirectly causing their full-scale defeat in Asia. Professional achievements: only post-90s singer whose album sales exceeded 30 million, ranked number 1 on SPO and Apple Music digital album sales. Excerpt. Vice Chairman of the Grammy Committee, George Robdrick, said, "Warhol said everyone could be famous for 15 minutes. The future is now. In a multi-entertainment era, stars like Presley shouldn't exist anymore. Fans' cohesion isn't strong." But Chu Zhi appeared, a true anomaly of the multi-entertainment era. Comprehensive Index, 273. Rating, 11 grade. Album sales exceed 30 million. Black Feather is fully grown. Nielsen is a globally renowned market analysis firm, once capable of evaluating TV station values. The rating system has 11 levels. By comparison, Akinda, Frozen Man Band, and Lena were rated 10, 9, and 8 respectively. Horman, originally rated 8, had recently been upgraded to 9. Though the numeric difference between 11 and 10 seems small, in Nielsen's system, it's a universe apart. Amori Genji's chart showed other stars' commercial achievements mostly involved brand endorsements or creating their own brands. Chu Zhi's accomplishments were in an entirely different league. It's just that channel distribution isn't something fame alone can achieve. It takes years of accumulation. Aiwa's company had self-released albums for a while, but still partnered with Sony for distribution. Physical albums had to reach every corner of the globe, and unlike China, most countries didn't have advanced e-commerce. Sony's expertise was invaluable. It's such a shame about the Wild Beast band. Fidel seems strong, yet he's braver than a fly. Amori Genji sighed. Rolling Stone deputy editor Barnes invited Horman, Fidel, and McDantley. Even though the latter two didn't stick around till the end, public feedback was mostly positive, boosting their popularity. But the Wild Beast band, signed under Sony, still felt incomplete. If only they had stayed with Horman. If the solo concert project had been directly led by the Wild Beast band. That's impossible. Fear is human nature. Chu Zhi isn't normal. He's sick, Amori Genji muttered. Meanwhile, Emperor Beast was already CPUING himself again. 2026 had only a couple months left. No time to slack off. He had to give the world a shock worthy of a king of productivity. App lottery plans for Little Fruit's Dream Project, both domestic and overseas, plus the next Orange Festival, all required Emperor Beast's involvement. It was another busy morning. Every month, he got a single day off. The Big King and the Bull decided today would be a rest day. After making a small breakfast, Emperor Beast quickly drafted a memo. 8 to 11 o'clock record songs. 11:10 to 11:50 rest. 12 to 12:30 lunch. 12:35 to 12:50 rest. 12:55 to 13:05 continue rest. 13:10 to 2200 hours handle work. Judging by this schedule, most of the day was technically rest. Morning's recording was for the Concert Highlights album, which old Qian kept reminding him about. Chu Zhi listed the tracklist in detail. Moscow, Kepler, Every Kiss, Back to Lessa, Rome City, I Want to Shout I Love You. Jingaoki da Tajiaobitai. Shower all the way, C.Chill. T. Relax a bit. Don't listen to slow songs if you're sad. Revolution, Grow, Roar, Dancing Van Gogh, Will, I Want It. 12 new songs in total for the world tour. He wasn't showing off. Every song required redemption. Even with custom album tickets, given Emperor Beast's habit of hoarding, he wouldn't release a new song unless the mood was right. Will came from the Berlin concert. Those German guys went completely wild. Chu Zhi even worried the stadium materials wouldn't hold up. During a short break, he checked. The Berlin Olympic Stadium, built in the 1930s, had undergone several expansions, the latest by China State Construction Group. All good then. With that vibe, producing a German tank masterpiece made perfect sense. A treadmill on stage would have made it even better. His new place didn't have good music equipment, so he returned to where his dream began. Old habits die hard. Even though he wasn't living in the old house, he still recorded here. The vines and star cluster patterns in his study were all painstakingly printed by him. Honestly, the property value had more than doubled. Many mom fans were willing to pay. Just check the real estate prices in Jinshan Mansion after his live streams. Even if Chu Zhi wanted to sell, Weibo would buy it for him and give it back for free. Just kidding. The Weibo ID speculation was called a representative of post-era virtual economy by the Wall Street Journal. You think Weibo's market value of $4.5 billion came from nowhere? Even if I've sung in Annamese, my Vietnamese is still shaky. Too few real-world scenarios, Chu Zhi muttered while recording the electronic track Relax a Bit. Annamese EDM might lead Asia, but it still outshines Chinese pop. Afternoon work was simpler, handling emails. Emails were of two types: company schedules and requests, which had already been well organized by Igua Media over the past 3 to 4 years, and invitations from industry peers, which he answered selectively. Some he accepted, some he didn't. For example, Meng Wuping wanted to sing for a drama adaptation but had no interest in the source material. Emperor Beast wasn't opposed to cross-industry projects, but if someone relied solely on auto-tune without effort, it was a waste. Still can't forget, huh? Dolce & Gabbana thinks I need money? Throwing cash will get me. Chu Zhi laughed. Ever since Masked Singer in the US, luxury brands had been throwing offers at him. Capital never fights money. Dolce & Gabbana wasn't blue blood or red blood, but they were willing to pay $20 million per quarter plus a $1 million signing fee. Chu Zhi refused decisively. Dolce & Gabbana's designers and bosses loved shady tactics. This one rejected, that one rejected. He turned down Dolce & Gabbana, Decathlon, Mizuno, Cabin, and Only. He realized Only was a women's clothing brand. Makes sense. Male idols often endorse cosmetics. If fashion follows male stars and women's brands isn't shocking. Qianzong, you've got to do well. Design the Wood Blaze brand properly. While I still have influence, appear publicly as much as possible. It'll help with sales, Chu Zhi sighed. Luxury is lucrative, especially in France, the trendsetter, reaping small money worldwide. The fashion supply chain alone provides 200,000 well-paid local jobs. Emperor Beast knew very well. There are talented designers at home, but breaking in was impossible. Not just in Asia, even in America, only scraps are accessible. The only way to break the deadlock was to skip the usual channels, using solid products and fan influence to push forward. With his current popularity, the Emperor Beast might just pull it off. The next day, the sun wasn't shining, and the sky was dark. It looked like a storm was coming, and a power outage caused by nearby construction made things worse. The staff could still manage, but efficiency was painfully slow. It was a bad omen. Chu Zhi's flight to Japan hit one setback after another. First, a 70-year-old taxi driver rear-ended him. Then, while dealing with the traffic mess, fans spotted him. It was like a tidal wave, but instead of white foam, it was a dense, black crowd. I know this subway line's always packed, but this is ridiculous. I heard some celebrity got into an accident up ahead. Everyone went to see. Another idol? Idols can't stop us from doing our jobs. If we don't work, the country grinds to a halt. Is it a girl idol? No, not a girl idol. Seems like Chu Zhi-san showed up. I actually like Chu Zhi-san. But where's Yasuda-san? This was a typical exchange between two Tokyo salarymen stepping out of the subway. Chu Zhi's influence in Japan was no secret, and unsurprisingly, the traffic jam around Kyoto reached unprecedented levels. Chu Zhi tried to organize some order, but it didn't help at all. In an open outdoor space, the Emperor Beast's powers didn't stretch far, especially without a sound system. Ning Wang couldn't even do much. Please don't worry, Chu-san. I've already contacted the Metropolitan Police, said the staff in charge of his arrival. The plan was to meet officials from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology and executives from NHK at 10 a.m. But plans can't keep up with reality. By 3 p.m., they were still stuck in the jam. The staff had overestimated the Metropolitan Police's ability, basically underestimating the man known for breaking the limits of his era. It took 3 more hours and the police's efforts before Chu Zhi could finally move. The time had shifted, and so had the meeting location. A kaiseki restaurant. Foreign media called Chusan a strategic weapon, and they weren't exaggerating. The jam at Shibuya Station's west exit is the biggest fan-induced blockage in 2 years, said Nagao from the General Affairs Division with a smile. Kumiko Toyota, Deputy Director of Cultural Affairs, added, Chusan's been #1 in NHK's most popular foreigner voting 4 years in a row. I'm also a fan of Chusan. I'm grateful for Japanese fans' support, Chu Zhi said. He noticed the deputy director's surname and figured her praise of fans was probably just courtesy. Kumiko Toyota was in her 40s. In Japan, a woman in her 40s heading a department's 4th-ranking position wouldn't happen without family backing. Of course, Toyota's power wasn't extreme. Names like Mitsui, Sumitomo, or Iwasaki carried real weight. Familiar brands like Toshiba, Sony, and Toyota all trace back to the Mitsui Zaibatsu. While eating and chatting, Chu Zhi observed Japan's well-developed table culture. This year's China-Japan Cultural Exchange had a slightly political, ice-breaking vibe, but let's not go into that. Here's the result. The Cultural and Tourism Ministry sent a senior advisor as the advance officer to discuss the general flow of China-Japan Cultural Exchange. The Japanese side took it seriously, led by the deputy director. Chu Zhi was on the national payroll for this trip. Conversation went smoothly. He knew he was basically a decorative vase in this event. Just listen, don't give advice. When talks ended, Nagao presented Chu Zhi with a gift on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology. It was a book with brushed aluminum edges, gold embossed spine and cover. The paper's quality couldn't be judged without opening it, but the single character, "Good," on the cover immediately signaled its value. At least 2 or 3 times more expensive than a regular book. Chu Zhi's Japanese was excellent, and he immediately recognized the book, The Way the World Ends. Exposed? Should he wipe out everyone involved? His mind raced. Murder was definitely a joke, but why was it exposed? Chu Zhi-san. This is the limited collector's edition of Huainan's poetry collection, The Way the World Ends, released just 2 weeks ago. Only 100 copies exist worldwide, all personally signed by the poet, Nagao explained. I hope you enjoy it. Nagao had gone to great lengths. The gift couldn't be too extravagant, yet it had to show the ministry's respect. It's a very thoughtful gift, Chu Zhi said, genuinely pleased. By the way, Nagao-san, are you a Huainan expert? Not exactly an expert, but I've read all his collections. Every volume's a marvel, Nagao said. The Japanese edition sold 341,000 copies on the first day. I had to put in a lot of effort to get this collector's edition. The Ministry of Education in Japan covers culture, education, and science combined. Nagao, as General Affairs Chief, could make requests non-stop, but there's a difference between knowing and actually delivering. That's incredibly rare. I don't have anything to return, but here's a preview of my new album. It won't release for another 2 months, so please don't laugh, Chu Zhi said. His assistant immediately pulled out the album. The preview lacked cover art, a simple black case. That's exactly the point. The most appealing part? It's 2 months ahead of the global release. Even someone indifferent to music would feel the thrill of early access. With greetings done, Nagao, a senior bureaucrat with an official car, left. The driver carefully navigated the Takeda 53 station's route, a costly experience even in Shibuya. Staying overnight at Narimajuku exhausted Nagao even more, but that's standard when handling such luxury. He wouldn't dare skip the official hospitality allowance. For curious readers, the Takeda 53 KTV has 53 rooms named after the ukiyo-e stations. Going home, Nagao said suddenly. Huh, did a big Tengu just spit out the moon? The driver didn't ask questions and turned toward Setagaya. Nagao opened the album case. The disc inside was plain black with a single number, 3. He didn't know much about music, but guessed it was for the producer. This was likely the 3rd album. Setagaya is an old wealthy district in Tokyo, favored by the older generation. Young people prefer kichijoji. Doorbell rang. His apartment, over 100 square meters, saw Nagao adjust his tie and sit back in the car. His face was flushed from alcohol, though he'd sobered up. About 2 minutes later, his daughter Keiho, in her 20s, came to open the door with obvious annoyance. Why? Are you back? Didn't you say you had a dinner gathering? I got a gift. You'll probably like it, Nagao said. He didn't know if his daughter liked Chu Zhi, but at her age without family burdens, who wouldn't? Oh, Keiho turned back inside, showing no excitement. Her relationship with her father was poor. In childhood, he had indirectly caused her mother and grandmother's deaths. This is the album. Nagao started, but she cut him off. I know. She took the album upstairs without saying another word. Nagao sighed, as if trying to exhale all remaining alcohol from his body. He wanted to fix his relationship with Keiho, but something felt off. He called the driver. The seasoned driver smiled knowingly. It was finally time to use the hospitality allowance properly. Keiho tossed the gift casually onto her bookshelf. She didn't expect anything worthwhile from her father. Her room was tidy, dominated by train models of all kinds. Galaxy, Shinkansen, E233 series, complete with tracks running around the room. She studied systems control at Tokyo Institute of Technology. Near the large bookshelf were technical books and several Chinese classics. Although she studied science, her Chinese language skills were excellent. Keiho flipped through a comic, her only interest being Onsha study manga. Today she felt annoyed. You'll probably like this, her father had said, and it rubbed her the wrong way. The album cover was black, without title or artist. Name. She guessed it was an experimental concept, likely punk rock. She put it in the DVD player and took a deep breath to calm herself. DVDs are rare among Chinese youth, but Japan still held on to discs and even VHS. Blu-ray and DVD are still crucial for anime merch profits. The first song, The Only Flower in the World, MV. Performed, Chu Zhi. Arranged, Chu Zhi. Composed, Chu Zhi. Lyrics, Chu Zhi. Keiho's eyes widened. A song by Rongsan? She wasn't a fan, but Chu Zhi's music had accompanied her through the hardest times. She was certain this was new. This is Rongsan's unreleased album? She searched online. Pre-orders were mid-December. Details hadn't been released yet. She'd gotten early access thanks to her father. 3. Could it be called 3 in Japanese? She murmured. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all things. What a meaningful name. Looking at the black case, she appreciated the minimalism. No distractions meant no preconceptions. A soft melody and gentle voice washed over her. Musical note, it's okay not to be first. Each one is unique. Flowers line the shop, each in its own way. Though tastes differ, every flower is beautiful. Musical note. The lyrics resonated. She hated her father, not because of the childhood tragedies, but because he once dismissed her, saying, Keiho is a girl. She can't contribute to the country. What's the use? Musical note. When the flowers bloom, none compete. They stand proud and tall. So why do humans compare? Musical note. The warmth in the music felt like a winter hand warmer, comforting and sincere. Musical note. Even though everyone's different, why crave being number one? Yes, we're all the only flowers in the world. Musical note. So beautiful, Keiho whispered. The most beautiful Japanese song she'd ever heard. After over half an hour, the album finished. She decided to give family a chance and talk to her father. Knocking on his door, no answer. No shoes at the entrance. He'd gone out again. Frustration surged, and she returned to her room. Separated, Chu Zhi and Nagao later checked the bookstore's reception of The Way the World Ends. Over 10 o'clock. I wonder if any bookstore's still open. Chu Zhi found a 24-hour branch of the popular Tsuya chain. What's this new thing? He decided to lay low, avoiding more traffic jams and recognition. Tomorrow, he said, returning to the hotel. Number 616. Unexpected delight. After some discussion, the Chinese-Japanese cultural exchange events were set to be held in 3 sessions each in Okinawa and Torii Island. Chu Zhi had checked the Okinawa venue, and everything looked fine. Beyond that, the guest list was no longer his concern. By the time he returned to China's capital airport, it was already past midnight. On the flight back, they even ran into a thunderstorm cloud. But thankfully the pilot was experienced and managed to land half an hour early without incident. This trip to Japan had been unlucky both going and coming back, completing a full circle of mishaps. Brother Gio, you must be exhausted. The hotel I booked is right at Terminal 3, an airport hotel. We can just head straight there, Xiao Zhuzi said. This arrangement is a huge help. I can shower and sleep early. Chu Zhi stretched lazily. The airport hotel was basically a business hotel, though far pricier than a normal one, thanks to the prime location. After a good night's rest, Chu Zhi woke up fully recharged the next day and headed to 43 Baojia Street. Baojia Street 43 was fairly well known. Many people recognized it as Zhongyin's address. It wasn't a huge deal, really. Emperor Beast had been invited as a guest professor by Zhongyin's composition department to collaborate on research about new Chinese style and pop music. Since 2018, some universities had started inviting celebrities as guest professors just to boost their reputation. To be honest, last year Chu Zhi had already been offered an honorary professorship by Chuan Yin and Shenin, but he had politely declined, citing insufficient credentials. Guest professors and honorary professors were both honorary titles without contractual obligations. However, guest professors generally collaborated on research topics, while honorary professors had no duties at all. This year, Emperor Beast was 28. Given his achievements in pop music, he was perfectly qualified to serve as a guest professor. After receiving the certificate, Emperor Beast casually gave one lecture on how not to overload lyrics with obscure references in ancient style or Chinese-style songs. He had stumbled across the lyric Tianshui Gong Wo Wei Mub and found it absolutely ridiculous. With all his creative experience, his lecture had plenty of substance. Strictly speaking, Emperor Beast could still write songs himself, but there was no need. There were already so many great works. Did he need to write one just to prove himself? Sorry, he wasn't interested. He preferred treating the whole world as a stage. Since he was already in Beijing, he stopped by Choingmen North Street to report as a vanguard officer, which was standard procedure. The 5th International Youth Beijing Forum. If you have time, Counselor Chu, you could check it out, Director Shui suggested. I won't be able to go. Things are just too busy right now, Chu Zhi replied. Emperor Beast actively participated in national events mainly to increase his personal value and avoid pressure from second-generation elites or tigers. There were plenty of examples of officials coercing celebrities. Now that Chu Zhi had enough leverage, he didn't bother with unnecessary entanglements. Life was just one busy task after another. Half a month passed without him noticing, and Chu Zhi felt like something was missing. Wait, did I forget something? He asked the system. Host, your own birthday. You didn't wish yourself a happy birthday. The system replied promptly. Never mind whether the answer was right. The speed was impressive. That's not it. Chu Zhi shook his head. Speaking of birthdays, though, he quickly claimed the new achievement for Apprentice Magician. Turning 28, he collected 9 personality coins, raising his total to 63. Though he was nearly 30, thanks to the artifact, 1 + 1 = 1 spicy strip, he aged at half the normal rate, so his appearance gave no hint of his true age. Since he mentioned blind boxes, it was time to open one. He chose a box and revealed the greatest hero, a legendary title, radiating chivalry. Simply put, if he were in a movie, standing there with this title, he'd look like a heroic figure robbing the rich to help the poor without saying a word. My rating? Not as good as the Sun King title, Chu Zhi muttered to himself. No wuxia dramas were airing anyway, and acting wasn't his main career. He opened another, revealing a custom album voucher. He stopped himself from drawing a third. The previous one still had 3 song slots left. Not bad. Better to be prepared. He glanced at his assets. From 63 coins, they dropped to 53, self-inflicted shrinkage of 10%. Wait, that seemed off. Even after all this, he still couldn't figure out what he'd forgotten. November rolled around, and with it the annual Nobel Prize in Literature announcement. In 2026, the winner was Fulio Donoso, a Barbadian who moved to the United States as a child. He was a renowned Latin American writer, famous for the Boat of Suffering and Coup, a cheap Barbadian food. The award citation read, Fulio's dedication to immigration topics and depiction of racial discrimination are astonishing, bringing Latin America to life as. In recent years, the committee had shown a particular preference for niche literature. By niche, they didn't mean poorly written, just underappreciated. In the past 6 years, 2 Latin American authors had won, forcing the world to notice Latin American literature. How niche was Fulio? In China, Only Zhongyi Publishing had translated his selected Latin American short stories, and only one story had a Chinese version. Other works had yet to be translated. Publishers capable of handling his major works had just begun the translation process. Other publishers were busy reprinting books by Chinese authors likely to be nominated, including new releases by Huainan. As usual, the Nobel Prize's popularity gradually waned after the winner's announcement. Any award generated the most buzz just before being announced. But this year's announcement carried a small surprise. In 2025, Nobel laureate Roberts said, "I noticed a phenomenon I can't keep to myself for global literature. The Nobel Prize hasn't awarded a poet in 28 years. I don't mean purely professional poets. The line between poet and writer is blurry, but a writer's representative work determines their achievement. The Nobel Prize should maintain the stability of world literature. The world can't survive without poetry. Humanity needs poetry for romance, love, and freedom. Few were eligible for a nomination: National Writers Association heads, Literary Academy members, and past laureates. This year, Roberts recommended Huainan, but he didn't win. His remarks weren't just to complain. He loved poetry as a child, wanted to be a poet, but lacked talent. He accidentally started writing novels at a newspaper job, which became a commercial and literary hit overnight. Roberts' comments, coming at the peak of his fame after winning the prize last year, sparked worldwide debate. I checked. Since the 1990s, no poet has won. Are poets just failing these days? I can name plenty from last century, but none from the past 20 or 30 years. Outside school, hardly anyone reads poetry. If someone carries a poetry book on the New York subway, I wouldn't say anything, but I'd think, look who's trying to impress a girl. Most poets are writers too. Take Pushkin. Plays, novels, fairy tales. One novel even became an opera by Tchaikovsky. Yet people still think of Freedom Hymn or If Life Deceives You First. I don't like poetry, but I admit it's essential to literature. The last time a poet won the Nobel was in '98, the one before that in '72. The prize is the pinnacle of literary honor, so a gap of decades is normal. But nearly 30 years without a poet shows the Swedish committee undervalues poetry. This stirred heated debate, splitting opinions. Supporters echoed Roberts, arguing the Nobel's evaluation of poetry was too low. Critics said it wasn't the prize's fault. Poets just weren't strong enough for the award. Internet discussions fizzled in a day or two, but the literary world kept buzzing. Critic Lapham commented, "Poetry can immortalize a city. Why say poets lost their spirit or ability? Most information now gives instant pleasure without thought. A society full of anxiety leaves no room to pause and savor the aesthetics and wisdom in poetry. Poetry isn't without soil, it's barren land. Even barren land can grow." Lapham identified 5 poets as the barren generation, including Huainan. The others were mostly over 50, globally famous. Huainan can't be seen as a simple individual. His life is complex, and his poetry years were full of events. Huainan can represent 4 poets. He's like a garden growing in barren land. Red roses, storm-defying olive trees, dense vines. Huainan's evaluation was unmatched. While others were flowers or trees, he was a whole garden. Most people misunderstand literary critics, thinking they're busybodies nitpicking works. Outstanding critics, broadly speaking, drive literature forward. Narrowly, they push authors to improve. Here, Lapham's influence was immense. The barren generation would soon become a common term in literary magazines like Beat Generation or Angry Youth, with Huainan at its forefront. Chu Zhi learned about this a month and a half later. The general public hadn't sparked widespread discussion, but the evaluation had caught the attention of experts. He found out from Ono Akio's email. Estonia, Poland, and Lithuania's secondary education textbooks planned to include an excerpt from Mr. Kajito's poetry. Even with increasing notoriety, it was unusual for 4 countries to make such a change simultaneously. Textbook revisions weren't made overnight. They required committee meetings. The odds of 4 countries acting at once were smaller than a short-tailed cat updating 300,000 words in a month. Something important had happened. Ono Akio checked further. Lapham's evaluation caused a chain reaction. Many poets evaluated Huainan's work, creating another chain reaction. These countries were all Eastern European, within the Russian linguistic influence. Authorization wasn't the issue, it wasn't about fees. For a poet to gain global fame and be remembered, inclusion in textbooks was the most direct method. In China, foreign famous poets mostly became known through middle and high school curricula. This brought him one step closer to the Nobel. This period was also the busiest for Igwa Company. Too bad. Jiwai can't use his ace promotion move, Chi Chio sighed. Ace move? The PR staff perked up. What was that? Could the boss have a secret trick? Everyone knew Chi Chio had been hired 4 years ago from Wayua Company for a high salary. Now she was a company elder, with shares and real authority as COO, definitely a capable person. Attentive staff might have noticed overlap between Wang Yuan and Chi Chio's management. Wang Yuan mainly handled artists' personal branding, while Chi Chio managed overall promotion. Usually, agencies wouldn't split responsibilities this way, but Igwa was primarily focused on one artist. Even trainee Miao Chun earned some money, though very little. Chi director, tell us more. Let us see your ace move. Is this something we can hear? If Jiwai were in the US, he could form a party and run for president, trending on social media instantly, Chi Chio said. A clever idea, but unnecessary. Just joking. My original PR plan was to make this the best-selling physical album of the millennium. The new album's theme was special, so the plan got rejected. It sounded like the second plan lacked experience, but anyone who'd done PR knew it was actually more feasible. Enough jokes. On December 17th, Is It Peace? Would launch worldwide. Number 617. Night in the Middle East. Igwa Group was like a massive, loosely connected machine. Once you opened the main valve, the whole thing started running in sequence. The Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos branches had already set up physical albums 2 days in advance. These countries didn't have many music stores. In Vietnam, there weren't even dedicated audio shops. Most were just attached to bookstores. For most people, the music market in these 3 countries had long been out of sync with the world. And honestly, that was mostly true. But if you looked closer, their music history hadn't always been off track. In the 60s and 70s, European and American rock spread through the region. In the 80s and 90s, Hong Kong pop swept Southeast Asia. And after the millennium, the Korean wave exploded to dominate. Those 3 periods were just barely in sync. The branches had already secured strong partnerships with the region's largest bookstore chains. On release day, Is It Peace? Filled all offline retail shelves. That wasn't all. Diamond Shopping Center, Viken Mall, Jimao 271 Mall, Vientiane Mall. These high-traffic malls were plastered with promotional posters. Mom's Divine Song creator Chu Zhi new album release. Did Mother in My Dreams make you cry? The man who created Mother's Day is back. Other branches operated similarly in their own regions. South Korea, the global idol of 3 billion people descends. Malaysia, foreign star Malaysians love the most. Top of FHM Thailand's sexiest male stars chart every year. Middle East, Night in the Middle East new album launch. Japan, demonic composer, Angel Boy, Child of the Stars, Human Life Cutoff Breaker, Record Sales Emperor, Live Performance God, Miracle Creator, Chu Zhi's new album. Release. America, Voice of Peace Chu Zhi, new album Is It Peace? On sale. Australia. You'll know him, the greatest Chinese person. Europe, the greatest singer of the pan-entertainment era Chu Zhi, new album on sale. Every branch tailored their banners to local culture. South Korea, a tiny place, loved emphasizing big numbers, while Japan's posters emphasized 2 things, giving Chu Zhi over-the-top nicknames and cramming the entire poster with text. FHM magazine was the Thailand version of Men's Health, known for its softcore style. It mostly listed sexy female celebrities, but occasionally Thai culture let them rank men too. Night in the Middle East came from a random Al Jazeera segment. They were interviewing people at night on the streets of Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Walking a few blocks, you could hear Chu Zhi songs playing. Arabian Late Autumn was especially popular. It didn't reach the coverage of Akadyusha in Russia, but it was close to 70%. Once the news hit online, Chi Chio moved quickly to guide the discussion a bit. Soon, YouTube was full of videos from Saudi Arabia, Iran, Kuwait, Iraq, UAE, Oman, Qatar, and other Arab countries. People uploaded clips showing their streets at night, with stores playing Chu Zhi's music, cementing the night in the Middle East reputation. Yes, people really uploaded videos, but many influencers did it just to ride the hype. Truth is, Chu Zhi was the world's hottest singer. If you wanted footage, you could find it. Interestingly, once the Arab world embraced night in the Middle East, more streets started playing his music, a perfect example of cause and effect reversed. Compared to the more traditional, methodical campaigns of other branches, Aigua's Spanish-language branch in Madrid was a different story. Whether it was extra budget or the manager's love for spectacle, in countries like Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Cuba, they built a massive wall in a busy district that drew constant attention. By the album release, the graffiti on the wall was done, becoming a hot topic in multiple countries. It made a splash, but the head office calculated the cost-effectiveness. It wasn't great. Looking at the global coordination, here's the headline. 8 versions of Is It Peace? Worldwide, first-day physical album sales hit 13.79 million copies, including online pre-orders. 13.79 million. Mind-blowing. If IFPI hadn't reported it the next day, who'd believe it? In an age where newspapers, books, magazines, and records were declining, selling 1 million copies in any country was a hit. 5 million was legendary. 10 million? Only 2 albums in the last decade had done it. The One Gazed Upon by Gods and All Nations, Volume 1. Near millions, around 800,000, only happened 7 times in the past 10 years. 2 of those albums, Besieged on All Sides and Little Fruits Are Sweet, were Chu Zhi's. Little Fruits Are Sweet had been boosted artificially. Sales hadn't even reached 500,000, but because of overseas fame, the numbers were pushed up. Foreign fans of Little Fruits bought it for collection once they realized there was a dedicated album. In this sluggish environment, selling over 10 million on the first day? That was insane. Even in the golden age of records in the 80s and 90s, no singer sold 13 million copies on release day. This figure is scarier than Hyaki Yagyo, said Mori Genjin, seeing the IFPI report. As a Sony executive, Mori had a more detailed report. Asia alone contributed 7.15 million on the first day. The region's potential has been fully tapped. Seeing Vietnam's 230,000 first-day copies split into 150,000 delivered and 80,000 online pre-orders, he felt the distribution strategy was terrifying. Last year, Vietnam's top-selling physical album barely hit 300,000. First-time simultaneous release of the Chinese version, 1.39 million in China alone. Mori marveled at China's numbers. Delivered, 140,000. Online pre-orders, 1.25 million. Chinese consumers are used to online shopping. Most copies sold online. And surprisingly, over 100,000 Little Fruits still bought them offline, Mori said. When did Aigua ramp up distribution to this level? Mori couldn't believe it. This capability rivaled the world's top 3 labels, especially with 200 million renminbi global promotion. Mori knew the reality. Without channels, money couldn't be spent effectively. Aigua even hung promotional banners in Kringland Shopping Center in Reykjavik, Iceland. The shock didn't stop at Sony. Warner and Universal also noticed the sales and became wary. Of course, all the resources Chu Zhi spent on subsidiaries weren't wasted. Aigua hadn't done it intentionally. On December 19th, the last Nobel Prize of the year would be announced, the Nobel Peace Prize. Number 618. The Anthem of Humanity is. The Nobel Prize consists of 6 awards. In the parallel world, they're usually handed out in 3 waves. First comes the Nobel Prize in Literature in early November, awarded by the Swedish Academy in Stockholm. Then, in early December, the Nobel Prizes in Physics, Chemistry, and Physiology or Medicine are given, jointly organized by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and the Karolinska Institute. Finally, the Nobel Peace Prize and the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences are awarded in mid-January. The Economics Award is different. Its full title is the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel. In a way, it exists to ride the Nobel brand, which somewhat goes against Alfred Nobel's original will. The Nobel family has repeatedly protested it, and even laureates have called for its abolition.
Scheduling the Economics Prize alongside the Peace Prize is a practical move, designed to link prestige and public attention. The Economics Prize has honored plenty of familiar contributions, like the Nash equilibrium, the Black-Scholes option pricing model, and the founding of public choice theory. This year, 3 people won, each for different reasons. One studied the impact of minimum wage and social environment on employment. The connection between minimum wage and unemployment isn't straightforward, it's complex. He even wrote a book called Myth. And Measurement, though there's no Chinese edition. For economists, it's mind-blowing. For those with no background in economics, it's like reading an alien language. Because of this barrier, even when the Economics Prize and the Peace Prize are awarded at the same time, public attention overwhelmingly focuses on the Peace Prize. And this year, the Norwegian Nobel Committee announced the laureate for the Peace Prize, Chu Zhi. The committee citation read, "For his efforts to prevent conflicts in Africa through his music and to help heal the wounds of war." American netizens, I didn't even need the announcement. Of course it's him. It's like kicking someone in the ass with pointy shoes. You just know it'll hurt. Japanese netizens, he deserves it. If angels really existed in our world, it'd be him. British netizens, the Nobel Peace Prize has always been political. Winners don't necessarily bring peace, but they align with Western values. I accept the 2026 laureate. Italian netizens, a voice as pure as spring, healing so many. Colombian netizens, Chu Zhi will become the most unique singer on this planet. Even though Chu Zhi had been tipped as a nominee and people expected him to win, the official announcement still caused a sensation. No celebrity had ever won before. Expanding from stars to artists, even artists hadn't clinched it. Chu Zhi's each strong enough to be a single. Frankly, Is It Peace? Is the best anti-war, pro-peace album in the world and parallel worlds. No competition. Its energy was blinding. By the second day, sales reached 10.43 million copies, including online sales. It dropped a little from the first day, over 2 million fewer, but album sales are like movie pre-sales. The advance purchases from Little Fruits counted in the first day, so a natural drop would have been 6 to 7 million. It's obvious how the Peace Prize fueled sales. In 2 days, it easily surpassed 20 million, a feat unseen in the 21st century, until Chu Zhi achieved it. The Black Iron era of physical albums has one advantage. As soon as you hear news about a singer or writer, you can instantly pre-order online. You don't have to leave your house like 20 years ago. After all, leaving home is a hassle. You have to change, wash up, psych yourself up. Most people give up or forget. Amazon, Flipkart, Taobao, Best Buy, Shopify, all of them had Is It Peace as a top seller. The sales were outrageous, and the shockwaves from the Nobel Peace Prize were everywhere. Fuck, I've been in the industry for 12 years, and my global sales barely hit 25 million. He did in 2 or 3 days what took me 12 years. Shit. Holman was referring to his 9 albums, plus 1 EP. Even in rap, his total sales are top 20 historically. Being born in the same era as him is bullshit. Seriously. Bullshit. Holman muttered loudly. The voice echoed through the villa. Suddenly, a cold laugh cut through. Heh. If it weren't for the albums you bought today, I might have believed your words. It was Leighton, one of the 7 lead singers. These referred to the 8 versions of Is It Peace? Albums. I just bought them online, Holman immediately explained. You're not going to accuse me of buying them to support him, right? And you're the hardcore fan. You've probably got dozens. Dozens? Who the hell buys that many? Leighton knew he wasn't crazy. He only bought 10, staring at the different album covers on the table. It was the second day of release, yet Holman already had all 8 versions, something most loyal fans wouldn't achieve so quickly. This album is destined to go down in music history, Leighton admitted reluctantly. The timing of its release was perfect. The 7-member band had been active for 19 years, released 22 albums, and sold just 30 million. No matter the era, they were top tier, but against Is It Peace, they were like paper, easily torn apart. Holman, aren't you jealous Chu Zhi got the Nobel Peace Prize? You stood on stage with him, Leighton suddenly asked. The Peace Prize often allows multiple laureates. Fuck, I'm not jealous. I'm religious. Envy's one of the 7 deadly sins, Holman said. Leighton was speechless. Holman's only religion was the dog cult,
sworn enemies of the cat cult. As a human, I can't be jealous of Chu Zhi, Holman said. Do you know how scared I was? If I hadn't drunk so little water, I'd have pissed myself. I've never felt death so close. But Chu Zhi was in front, shielding me. If the rebels had shot, he'd be first, I'd be second. I've never seen anyone so brave. Humanity's anthem is human courage, Holman said. I was just protected. I don't deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Without experiencing it firsthand, and with Holman's chaotic words, Leighton couldn't really imagine it. One thing was clear. Holman had become a fan of that Chinese man. IFPI checked their report. 18th sales, and by the 19th, it's over 24 million? Could an album even reach 30 million in this era? Akinda's mind was spinning. I've said it forever. He's the cannon that shatters Golden Age records. No, he's an intercontinental missile, Danny said. The last global entertainment event was Never Sinks. 2 worldwide discussions were created by Chu Zhi, overcoming racial disadvantages. If he were white, his achievement would be even greater. No, if he were white, he might already be dead, Diva Rena mused. She meant Asians face prejudice in Western entertainment. Asian pride. Collaborating with him on a song is one of my career highlights, Indonesian diva Zhu Sufu said. Chu Zhi will always be synonymous with miracles. Selling 100 million records is reasonable, Koguchi Yoshihiro commented. Under the dollar-dominated system, for an Asian to become a pop king, Chu Zhi is rewriting history, Ryoko Hiramatsu added. Celebrities were all stunned by his at peace sales. Baeksun of the WFP suddenly said, Tell me, did Chu Zhi create this world's miracle, or did the world create Chu Zhi? Levi, WFP secretary, thought for a long time before replying, I can't answer. What do you think, Baeksun? Let's look from another angle. Without Chu Zhi, would another star have created the Sahel legend? Baeksun asked. No, I don't think so. Levi adjusted his glasses. History is full of heroes who risked their lives to stop war. But no other hero's song could reach Chu Zhi's level. The Sahel legend requires both courage and vocal mastery. Both are essential. Baeksun could easily imagine other singers starting a chain reaction by accident. Chu Zhi isn't a symbol of this era. This era is called Chu Zhi, Baeksun said. I bought 5 digital copies on SPO, supporting him, Levi added. So fast. I ordered on Amazon, and it hasn't shipped, Baeksun said. SPO is digital, not physical, Levi explained. Digital album sales haven't been explicitly reported, not because they weren't impressive. In China, digital copies are free. Since slightly expecting the world, overseas digital sales have dominated in Japan, South Korea, China, the US, and globally. The digital version always hits the top 3, just like Is It Peace? Hitting number 1 on release. Abroad, waves of discussion. In China, tidal surges of debate. A sudden report interrupted. The West still can't handle it, Foreign Minister Zhang laughed. He assumed Norway had forced the prize to others last time. The solo concert event was too famous. 100% certain it was Chu Zhi, especially among Christians. Were there more deserving 2026 candidates? Sure, the planet never lacks people radiating humanity. But with Hungarian TV documentaries amplifying Chu Zhi's fame, anyone else would be overshadowed. Is It Peace? Sold 8.36 million on its 3rd day. It easily broke 30 million total. The album's success wasn't just about sales, it earned enormous acclaim as well. Number 619. Self-interest comes first. The famous music critic Liu Kufro published his review of Chu Zhi's new album in Village Sound. Everyone knew Village Sound was one of the most professional music magazines in the US, and Liu Ku was notorious for his sharp tongue. He had a nickname, Priscilla's Public Enemy, because Liu Ku made his name by criticizing the former pop king. Back in the 90s, he almost got beaten to death on the streets by Elvis Presley's fans. Crazy fans exist in every era. It's not just Gen Z. It just looks like modern fans are crazier because the internet's more developed. Anyway, if Liu Ku was only a keyboard warrior, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. At first, Presley was furious and even called out Liu Kufro on a show. But in '97, his ambitious album flopped, leaving him stunned. As a genius, whose debut album had taken the US by storm, this was his first major setback. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and somehow, they ended up meeting at a gay bar. Nobody knows what they talked about, but Liu Ke became the music director for Presley's next album. In '98, Rolling Stone's Don't Grow Moss became the most important album of Presley's career. It proved that Liu Ke wasn't just a keyboard warrior. As music director, he helped fix some of the flaws he had previously criticized, and the album became a legendary story in Hollywood music. Sadly, something happened later that caused a falling out between them. Whether it was romance or musical differences, no one knows for sure. The media speculated endlessly, but the truth was, neither admitted to dating, and Liu Ke repeatedly emphasized he wasn't gay. He also praised Is It Peace? Highly. I'm dead. If you can't guarantee my grave won't be bombed, bury me with the Is It Peace? Album. Let me take peace with me. Earth's song is the song of the planet. Its lyrics show the songwriter's empathy for our home. The woven synth bass, bluesy backbeat, and gentle gospel piano are tied together by a desperate, wailing chant. Its pitch lies somewhere between the whale's deep, distant call and a neutral wind flooding the forest. The three ah-ooh chants drown everything. It's the song's hallmark. Light always rises on the horizon. In Zombie, Chu Zhi's lyrics remain raw and reflective, awakening clarity amidst shrinking pain, embracing sobriety. The main melody, highlighted with bass and appropriate intensity, pulls back with piano at the right moments. The B section chants Zombies. Zombies. Zombies packs real power. Every melodic turn surprises. Every rhyme is clever without losing sincerity. No needless shouts, no pointless grandeur. Goodbye Blue Sky starts with Look, Mom, there's a plane in the sky. A childlike awe intertwined with fighter jet engines, like launching rockets inside an inner universe. A 2-minute 47-second psychological journey moves from calm to war, desolation, and finally the blue sky, Goodbye Blue Sky, striking the high seas like lightning. Every note in Chu Zhi's melodies flashes like a lighthouse, guiding wayward ships through the dark. Together is the best anti-war electronic song. Endorphins surge throughout. Lyrically, it's clearly an EDM rallying anthem, but musically, it leans toward modern Swedish pop radio. When the glittering synths and pulsing beats build to a pupil-dilating climax, it feels like, just hold my hand, never let me go. The filters drop, creating a rapid auditory ascent before plunging sharply, returning to calm. It's about stepping back from battle, not grabbing a gun and charging. There were also reviews of 9 other songs, including Do They Know It's Christmas, Tomorrow Will Be Better, Amani, One Day, Imagine, Takejith, Tell Me Why, 21 Guns, and The Only Flower in the World. Too long to quote everything, because that would just be padding. Liu Ke concluded, Chu Zhi's albums always have unity issues, and Is It Peace? Is no exception. Sometimes his songs reveal religiosity, sometimes irreligion, which may reflect his unstable mind. The deputy editor of Rolling Stone once told me, his mental state is unusual. He sleeps only 3 or 4 hours a day, with the rest of the time his brain highly active. Liu Ke didn't dare trash the album like he used to. Normally, if he found one flaw, he could shred an artist to pieces. But this review in Village Sound not only wasn't aggressive, it actively found reasons to excuse Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi's dominance was evident even from that. Even a cardinal in California, whose critique wasn't as professional, expressed his love for the album in simple terms. Is It Peace? Is my favorite record since I became a believer. I'd recommend it to all believers, especially We Are the World, which is sacred. The song carries the singer's inner thoughts. I suggest using it as an elementary music exercise. The melody flows smoothly and isn't too wide vocally, so anyone can sing it. When we hear this heartfelt call, the world should unite. In some places, people are dying gradually. It's time to reach out. For life, this is the greatest gift. While speaking, the cardinal even sang a bit, at least Ktiva level mic dominance. A cardinal, officially a high-ranking bishop, wields huge influence. In states like California, with strong autonomy, it really matters. California's state government submitted the cardinal's proposal, and given Chu Zhi's U.S. popularity, it had a very high chance of passing. Chu Zhi's fame overseas had hit its peak. Even the U.S. elite were paying attention. The U.S. doesn't usually allow a Chinese artist to wield such influence. But with elections approaching, President Steele wanted re-election and couldn't afford to anger voters. Chu Zhi has huge influence in religion, and his fans too. I can't risk it, Steele said, unwilling to lose votes. A Chinese artist's existence might hurt U.S. cultural promotion, but national and personal interests collided. Steele didn't hesitate to choose the latter. Number 620. Slap myself. Why is there only one Chinese song on the Is It Peace album? Doesn't Brother Joe care too much about the international market? The domestic market is the root, Wang Zhi said, glancing at the others as if looking for approval. The other 5 celebrities recording the show stared at Wang Zhi, astonished. Whose subordinates are this bold, saying that on camera like that, and not afraid of little fruits charging at him? Yet after a long silence, Gu Peng finally spoke. Is it peace? Is an album advocating peace and anti-war? There are mostly English songs because it's crucial to promote it in English-speaking countries. There's only one Chinese song because peace is always a vision for our Chinese nation. The other stars were amazed. Who would have thought this quiet guy could talk so well? Makes sense, Wang Zhi nodded. Looks like Brother Joe is on the 5th level, while I'm still on the 2nd, haha. Wang Zhi wasn't stupid. He called himself 4th brother, and whether Chu Zhi agreed or not, he felt entitled to say it. Right, he was also one of the 10 sworn brothers of the children of the future, Leader Tong Mao, 2, 3rd brother Yulan, 3, 8th brother Jiang Bin, 4, 9th brother Chu Zhi, 1, and youngest brother Su Shangbai, 6. The numbers in parentheses were their ranks on the variety show. As an older brother, it was natural to talk to his younger brothers. Wang Zhi even felt he nailed his tone, only to have Gu Peng ruin it. Gu Peng had come to record Star Journey 4. Netizens on Douban rated previous seasons highly. Star Journey 1 was legendary, 2 wasn't bad, 3 relied on debates. Aichi didn't want to abandon the money-making IP, so under pressure, they launched the 4th season. Season 4's location was Ankara, Turkey. Gu Peng returned to the hotel at night. If it weren't for his agent's repeated persuasion, he wouldn't have bothered joining. Reality shows were no different from monkey performances, in his opinion. Why are these brain-dead ideas happening, and why only one Chinese song? Wang Zhi had debuted for 7 or 8 years. Has he ever had one that could match Tomorrow Will Be Better? Foolish humans, Gu Peng thought, keeping a straight face. Star Journey even had cameras in the bedrooms, supposedly to capture the beauty of daily life. He opened NetEase Cloud Music and played Tomorrow Will Be Better, humming along while scrolling through the comments. Stock market's been awful lately. Joai just dropped a new song, so I'm listening to calm down. Will tomorrow really be better? Chinese songs hit differently. The rest of the album is great, but only this song gives me a real feeling. Tomorrow will definitely be better. Let's go. Little Fruit songs always bring hope. Wait a second. I need to sneak a comment in while Brother Joe isn't looking and yell, "Hey wifey." Gu Peng wanted to post that on Orange Home, not because he was gay, just because he liked trolling. But thinking of the cameras, if he exposed himself or other alternate accounts, it'd be a disaster. So he swallowed his mischief, frustrated. He'd been woken up early for tasks, sleep-deprived and grumpy. Luckily, Journey Among the Stars 4 was only recording. The past week, the entire entertainment news cycle had been dominated by Chu Zhi's new album. Is It Peace? Sold over 5 million copies globally in just 4 days. The total had exceeded 35 million, a number other singers could barely compete with. Today, most people listen on their phones, so such ridiculous sales numbers surely included plenty of wasted purchases. South Korean white-collar Little Fruits fans bought an average of 3 copies each. In the Middle East, wealthy fans led by Ajazi purchased over 500 each. In Finland, Norway, Germany, loyal rock fans contributed heavily. Meanwhile, European Catholics added significant sales. Rock. Chu Zhi sang the international anthem of peace to the world. Nothing could be more rock than stopping 1,000 armies with just your voice. Religion. Chu Zhi was the only singer recognized by the Pope. Is It Peace? S success was the fruit of everything Chu Zhi had done. In Japan, Double Mouth, Koguchi Yoshihiro, and Higuchi Kazuto bought over 50 copies each. Yoshihiro collected all 8 album versions for the mini cards. Kazuto had brought his younger sister Hiroya home from the 53 stations of the Takedo. When he first met Chu Zhi, he tried to charm him for a Takedo outing but was rejected. turning him into a reluctant hater. Are you a ragdoll fan too? Hiroya asked, her eyes sparkling at the bookshelf expert. One side held Kazuto's own albums, the other side, Chu Zhi's albums, plus a Sony collab Japanese EP Kimi Jie Iru Kodo. Come on, Sweet Death. All Nations, Volume 1. Besieged on all sides, is it peace? The EP Kimi Jie Iru Kodo had around 100 copies. Oh, you're a fellow follower. Higuchi Kazuto asked. Ragdoll has saved my life countless times, Hiroya rasped. Not exactly pleasant, like a throat tickle, but her beauty made it endearing. Kazuto half-joked. So your talk of past suicide was real? Like the usual scripts of Chinese massage girls, divorced, abused single mom doing this for her kids, Japan had its own scripts. Abused as a kid, forced to drop out, desperate, ended up in this work. Kazuto, an old hand in the industry, didn't take such lines seriously. They'd interacted at a distance, no wrist marks. Of course, Hiroya's tailing tone and flirtatious glance made it seem like teasing, the suicide topic long forgotten. Wearing her collar constantly made Kazuto feel a rush of conquest. He stepped aside, ready to show off. Do you have this album? Kazuto picked up the black vinyl collector's edition of Kimi Jie Iru Kodo. Inside were 2 intro essays, basically like book forewords, exclusive to the collector's edition. Intro. Chu Zhi set many astonishing records. He was a role model for men, an object of admiration for women. His looks, vocals, songwriting, even lifestyle, earned top praise. The strongest idol in history produced works like Riding the Silver Dragon, Even If Our Hands Are Empty, Jealousy, Counting the Distant Stars. Introduced by Higuchi Kazuto, Hall of Fame rock singer. That's me, Kazuto said. I knew from the Hokkaido singing event that Chu Zhi would change the music world, so we talked a long time that day. When his second EP came out, I was invited to introduce it, just like for Come On, Sweet Death. Only I could do it in Japan. Awesome. Hiroya genuinely complimented him this time. Very different from her usual quick praise. Her starry-eyed gaze thrilled Kazuto internally. What followed was private. Afterwards, Kazuto sent Hiroya off, lit a cigarette, and stared at the shelves full of Chu Zhi's albums, lost in thought. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself but stopped before touching his cheek. He was frustrated. Why, after decades in rock with unmatched achievements, did he find himself bragging about being someone's introducer? In reality, Kazuto had a huge reputation and had introduced many Japanese singers, but those were for publicity. You can't be this weak, he scolded himself. Yet his eyes fell on Is It Peace. This Chinese singer's songs were amazing. The Only Flower in the World's lyrics and melody were unmatched in Japan. Not weak after all. Writing an intro for Chu Zhi is quite an achievement, Kazuto muttered. His judgment was spot on. The Only Flower in the World was praised widely in Japan, even considered the real lead song of the album by local fans. Check any online platform, like Amazon Music. I don't know why I cried so much. My father beat and scolded me. I couldn't inherit his factory as a woman. My mother just told me to marry. When I grew up and did, I felt like a household robot. No one ever said such kind words to me. Comparable to I once thought of ending it all, a song like a human mountain. I love this song. Full of energy. Listening on the subway in the morning makes my mood so much better. Thus, Chu Zhi's famous Japanese trilogy was complete. Some Japanese sociologists even claimed his trilogy, I Once Thought of Ending It All, Don't Give Up, The Only Flower in the World, saved 1/3 of Japan's suicide rate. Japan had its trilogy. Russia definitely had one too. Yandex Music comments for Takatith. Do you know? This line, I Just Want to Live, brought me to tears. The best Russian anti-war songs I've ever heard. Mr. Zhi's songs always make my eyes wet. June 22nd should play this song. Mr. Zhi's Russian trilogy, Katyusha, Moscow Nights, I Just Want to Live, impacts our entire nation. Exactly. Mr. Zhi doesn't have many Russian songs, but each one profoundly affects the whole nation. In Chinese, many trilogies exist. Fans like to categorize them that way. In English, there are too many classics, so trilogies aren't really a thing. But South Korea couldn't accept it. Korean fans started self-reflecting online because Is It Peace? Had no Korean songs, unlike previous international albums. The absence didn't affect sales. 3 days contributed 2.13 million copies, but Korean fans felt they had hurt their idol. So Korean online discussions looked very different. Was it because of the last SBS vote? Most popular Korean star got second. I knew Deep Sea couldn't beat Professor. Deep Sea, the hottest boy group in South Korea, swept every award last year and did even better this year, hence surpassing Chu Zhi on SBS votes. I don't think so. We didn't even compete for the charts. Agreed. Seeing Japan gloat makes me sick. Maybe we're overthinking. Whether we're peaceful isn't up to our country, but the US soldiers stationed here. Anti-war album, no Korean songs, isn't that normal? Debate raged online. No matter how successful, Chu Zhi's plan stayed on track. He continued his work, though with the new year approaching, not everything could be finished at once. Number 6, 21. Fu Lei Translation Award. The first week sales of Is It Peace? Had already smashed 40 million. All the media were watching. Influencers and self-media could report album sales every day, but official media couldn't report in real time, not even with breaking news. Everyone had to wait for the official first-month numbers. Chu Zhi was waiting too, but he didn't really care about album sales anymore. Once he saw the first-day numbers, he knew Emperor Beast had it in the bag. He was waiting for the announcement of the Fu Lei Translation and Publication Award. His translation, Searching French Art in the 18th Century, had been nominated. Usually, Emperor Beast translated Chinese classics into foreign languages for cultural export. But recently, Timothy, the president of the French Literary Association, contacted Chu Zhi through Ono Akio. He went on at length, but the gist was to have Chu Zhi translate a few challenging French books, and Timothy, in his capacity as president, would help promote the subtitle of Yuyang Zazu, Chinese collection of fantastic stories. Translating Yuyang Zazu as collection of stories made sense. In classical Chinese, there's a term, Er Yu, referring to the greater Yu Mountain and lesser Yu Mountain. Legends say the Qin carried thousands of scrolls and hid in these mountains to study secretly. Er Yu came to mean abundant books or vast knowledge. The Yuyang in Yuyang Zazu came from this term, meaning miscellaneous records of vast knowledge. Why did Timothy pick Huainan? On one hand, he had enough reputation. On the other, his own French translations of poetry showed he knew the language and French culture well. Misunderstanding French culture could lead to embarrassing translations. For instance, many classical French paintings include a warm stove. Someone unaware of the culture might think it's just a stove, but it actually implies sexual innuendo. In cold winters, after a long day outside, you had to light the stove to get comfortable. Belgium and the Netherlands had similar connotations. Got it. The 18th Fu Lei Translation and Publication Award Social Science winner, Huainan, Searching French Art in the 18th Century. I feel like mastering a language in a blind box kind of way is basically a grand prize level. Anyone who tries hard enough can become an excellent translator. Chu Zhi had drawn 5 times in total across French, Japanese, Spanish, English, and Russian, and he thought about trying a couple more times. When he retired, he could quietly be a plain, unremarkable translator at home. Helping him accept the award would fall to the editor at Magic City Translations Publishing. Soon. Maybe next year or the year after. He can get the Nobel, Chu Zhi muttered. The Nobel Prize for Literature had long ignored poets, and in European and American circles, Huainan, under his alias, led the so-called barren generation, many poets even labeling themselves as such. What are you looking at, Jiwai? A familiar male voice suddenly came from behind, startling Chu Zhi. He instinctively locked his phone. Huainan's identity couldn't be exposed just yet. Hey! Lao Qian noticed his reaction. It was like when Chi Chiu reacted to the AVN Awards. AVN, many people pretend not to know. It's the Adult Film Award. If you haven't crossed over, you've probably seen adult versions of Nightmare on Elm Street, Pirates of the Caribbean, Edward Scissorhands, Downton Abbey. Those films often won big at AVN. For example, Caribbean Female Pirate won 11 awards. No wonder Chi Chiu looked so nervous at the ceremony. What were you looking at just now, Jiwai? Lao Qian asked, smirking from head to toe. I wasn't looking at anything adult. Stop talking nonsense, Chu Zhi said. Cough. It's fine. We're all adults here. Lao Qian patted his shoulder, signaling. him not to get worked up. Cough, cough. What's up? Chu Zhi smoothly changed the topic. Lao Qian continued down the steps. It's nothing important. Has the song for the 80th anniversary of our country in 2029 been decided? Next year was only 2026, so it was still a couple years off. The officials want the song ready early, so it spreads longer. By 2029, everyone can sing it together, Lao Qian explained. It's also my fault for not clarifying their plans. All right, I'll send it to the company email next week, and they can handle the handoff, Chu Zhi said, immediately using his album selection coupon for My Motherland and I. Too familiar. My Motherland and I can't be separated for a moment. Wherever I go, a song of praise flows. If Emperor Beast remembered every lyric, he could write the whole song himself. The officials bypassed submissions and directly gave Chu Zhi the task. It showed the trust they had in the artist. After all, the 80th anniversary celebration was a huge event. No problem, Lao Qian said, moving on. Jiawai, our 10th anniversary is in 2027. Still no concerts? The little fruits are really asking for it. Haven't we discussed this many times? Chu Zhi frowned slightly, decisively refusing. We did a concert for the 8th. 2 years isn't enough to justify another one. Even if we do, it'll be 2032. Lao Qian got it. The 15th anniversary concert. Today, Chu Zhi had to host the company's year-end meeting, so things were busy. Igwa Media's year-end meeting was popular because of the bonus segment. The company guaranteed 18 months' pay, with 6 months reserved as the year-end bonus. Guaranteed, meaning if the company did well, it could be higher. Last year, it was 8 months. So, with a 10,000 monthly salary, the bonus could be 80,000. After board discussions, the 2026 year-end bonus was set at 9 months' pay, totaling 21 months' salary. The high bonus considered as a piece? Selling 10 million albums. After taxes, Igwa Media would get around 600 million. Xiao Zhuzi was thrilled. No more starvation. Recently, she was busy, but whenever she had time, she cared for her mother. Even eating a lot, she visibly lost weight. Our company's benefits are awesome. Hee hee, another year passed. My seniority pay will go up again. Xiao Zhuzi loved that the company offered the highest seniority pay around. For someone who hated moving around, it was perfect. Late winter turned into January. Early in the month, the Grammys announced their nominations. The media scrambled on the official Grammy website for Chu, then saw something shocking. Is it Peace? Chu Zhi, nominated for Producer of the Year. Is it Peace? Chu Zhi, nominated for Album of the Year. Earth, Song. Chu Zhi, nominated for Song of the Year. 21 Guns, Imagine, Zombie, Goodbye. Blue. Sky. Chu Zhi, nominated for Best Rock Song. We Are the World. Chu Zhi, nominated for Best Gospel Song. 1 Day. Chu Zhi, nominated for Best R&B Song. Together, Chu Zhi, nominated for Best Electronic Song. Earth, Song. Chu Zhi, nominated for Best MV. Chu Zhi nominated for Best Pop Singer. Chu Zhi nominated for Best Rock Singer. 10 unprecedented nominations. Anyone who studied the Grammys could tell the Recording Academy was trying hard to hold him back. At least Best Instrumental Composition, Arrangement, Instrumental Accompaniment, and Rap Song should have been nominated. The Grammys had always suppressed Chu Zhi. Even My Heart Will Go On only got nominated for Best Film Song years ago. Even with suppression, Chu Zhi's momentum was unstoppable. 10 nominations broke the record for most in Grammy history. If he won 5 of 10, he'd share the record with American rock genius Kevin Alexander Carter. Any more, and he'd hold the record alone. The Grammys really picked a time to mess with me, right? Right during New Year, Chu Zhi said, seeing the list. The Grammys can. Wang Yuan interrupted. The Grammys can handle it. Little Gio, remember? Last time Jesus Loves Me won Best Gospel Performance, Lao Qian went to accept it. But this time, Little Gio, it's better if you go. You might create a Grammy legend, Wang Yuan added. All right then, Chu Zhi nodded, thinking, let's hope I get at least 6 out of 10, and I can claim the record myself. By the way, Little Gio, do you want to perform? Wang Yuan asked. Seeing his puzzled look, she explained. With so many nominations, and Is It Peace? S phenomenal sales and acclaim, you're bound to win a few. You should leave a classic stage at the Grammys. Chu Zhi's eyes flickered. His show-off instincts kicked in. You have 20-some days to decide before the ceremony at the end of January, Wang Yuan said. She knew his mind perfectly as a mom fan, so this advice was spot on. The Grammy ceremony didn't sell tickets. The audience included nominated stars, invited guests, producers, critics, sponsors, basically half of the Western music scene. Chu Zhi had to pick a song from Is It Peace? For live performance. Which song would suit a live show? We are the world. Haven't sung with 100% angel gospel for a while. If I add some seductive tone, I'll be the brightest star at the Grammys. Chu Zhi thought. Previously, 100% angel gospel alone drove Christians worldwide wild, and he hadn't even added the seductive part. Emperor Beast's voice channels were unified, wide in range, and strong in breath control. He handled vibrato, melisma, strong mixing, weak mixing, nasal, head, chest, and even sphenoid resonance effortlessly. It wasn't that any one technique was unparalleled. Like the idiom, Shuho Yubin's strong mix is strong, Gu Peng's vibrato was top-tier folk. Compared to them, Chu Zhi was evenly matched. The key was he mastered everything and had an extraordinary range. Calling Emperor Beast the world's best singer was a bit exaggerated, but definitely one of the best. If he didn't make the Grammy audience cry, it would be a mistake, he thought. Feeling great, he drew twice from the blind box. Both gave him 2 albums. Even though he was helping write songs, he still had plenty of cards. Using 10 personality coins from album coupons, his balance dropped to 33. Why was he suddenly so bold? Because he was about to earn a huge pile of coins from his charity achievement, low-key donation, 10,060,000. He'd already donated over 500 million. No gimmicks, real money. Just 30 million more, and he'd reach 60 coins. Keep pushing, and he could hit triple digits. Emperor Beast wasn't in a rush. He donated gradually. At his pace, in 2 to 3 months, he'd reach the goal. No need to rush. The next morning, Chu Zhi headed to the capital for the Chinga competition restart. He had to attend. The previous competition ended due to scandals and declining ratings. Ratings fell, so it was canceled. With Chu Zhi as chief planner, he could easily keep the competition legitimate. On January 5th, Igwa Media announced the copyright for Tomorrow Will Be Better. Any charity could use it for free. On the 6th, Chu Zhi personally donated $5 million to UNICEF to help children affected by war. He was invited as International Goodwill Ambassador and awarded the UN Peacekeeping Award and Felix Ufur Peace Award. Considering his popularity, a small donation would be inappropriate, so he carefully chose this number. Brother Gio, this is the New Year's Eve dinner spot. Is it okay? Chu Zhi asked, giving the location chosen by logistics. Farmhouse restaurant. No problem. I think it's better than a fancy restaurant. Chu Zhi nodded. During New Year, he always envied company employees. Their eyes showed hope for the next year. Even so, variety show filming couldn't stop. Journey Among the Stars 4 was still in Turkey. Chin just left, and he's already followed, Gamba said, lowering his gaze. Gu Peng thought this chatter was too boring, not pure enough. Qin Xiao played along. Xiaolin, say something. Haven't heard your nonsense in a while. Everyone looked at Lin Feifei. Lin Xia calmly checked his watch, then said, Do you know? You waited 60 seconds just to hear nonsense. Do you know what that equals? Everyone shook their heads. That's 1 minute of your life, Lin Xia said firmly. Ouch. Sounds logical, but totally nonsense on second thought. Journey Among the Stars 4 tried to replicate Season 1's setup. Big sister Zhang Ning invited Qin Xiao. Min Zhongbi's comedy role was Gamba. Athletic and quiet Luo Jianwei was Gu Peng's replacement. Game girl Kai Jia was Wang Ji. Youth leader Chu Zhi was just back from a solo challenge, taking over Chun Yonghui's role. The concept was good, but apart from the big sister, the rest felt low budget. Min Zhongbei was a box office guarantee for domestic comedies. Gamba only did mediocre ones, and most jokes relied on name puns. Gu Peng and Luo Jianwei were both pros, quiet, but Luo's early morning athletic image was memorable. Gu Peng tried to hide. The camera struggled to capture him. Kai Jia genuinely mastered games, finding Easter eggs and no damage clears first. Wang Ji just played a role. The key was the leader choice. Season 4's leader, Chun Biao, in his 30s, almost made it into the top 2 seasons, wrote songs, and was marketed as a genius songwriter. Chen leader has left. Let's work hard. Gu, Xiaolin, you do task A. Gamba and I do task B. Qin Xiao instructed. She was Zhang Ning's talented friend. A few years ago, Chu Zhi had saved her, earning her fandom. Zhang Ning's over-the-top praise made Qin Xiao a mom fan little fruit. She'd watched season 1 many times. Chen Biao, even 10 years older than Chu Zhi at the time, couldn't match his smarts. She had to give instructions herself, feeling a bit resentful. Hence, Chen leader sounded formal. Everyone else just said leader. The big sister's words carried weight. They split into 2 teams. Gu Peng and Lin Xia weren't familiar, so their conversations went quiet. The director thought, this is torture. At the designated spot, their task was earning a living. Easy at home, tough in Turkey. Xia, what's your skill? Gu Peng asked. I forgot to ask. Skill, Jixia technology. Lin Xia immediately pulled out a card from his clothes. Journey Among the Stars retained its classic mode. Each guest had a skill to help complete tasks. Sponsorship remained with King of Glory. The skill activates Jixia Academy's mysterious tech, letting us call for help outside. Lin Xia read from the card, then explained plainly. Basically, we can call friends or family for help. Number 622. New King ascends. Ask for help. Lin Feifei thought. He didn't know anyone in Turkey, so Jixia technology was basically useless. Just as I expected, participating in a variety show, and my character skills are completely worthless. Lin Xia thought inwardly, speechless. So what now? Lin Xia considered whether there was a Chinatown in Turkey. If it was a Chinese community, he could rely on his influence, maybe raise funds by selling autographs. After all, he had once been a top-tier celebrity for 2 consecutive years, and even after stepping back, he starred in Palace Within the Palace, a movie that had gone viral across Asia. But with the phone taken by the production team, even if there was a Chinatown, he wouldn't know where. How was he supposed to complete the mission? As Lin Xia was thinking, his quiet teammate Gu Peng spoke up. I have an idea. What idea? Lay it on me. Lin Xia said immediately. We could ask little Gio for help. Gu Peng said quietly. Luckily, Lin Xia had good hearing and caught his teammates' words even amidst the noisy street. Little Gio. Chu Zhi. Lin Feifei froze in hesitation. Yesterday, the record store next to our hotel had several albums selling like hotcakes, including Is It Peace, All Nations, Volume 1, and the one Gazed Upon by Gods, Gu Peng explained. That proves little Gio is really popular in Turkey. So, we can use your skill to ask him for help. He should know what to do. Lin Feifei never doubted Chu Zhi's popularity, but this wasn't in the script, right? Would it really be okay to call him out of the blue? He worried it might offend him. Whatever. It's Gu Peng's idea anyway. Ahem, I'll try. Lin Xia said. I hope it won't bother little Gio. Before the participants could even dial, the on-site director, nicknamed Steering Wheel, got excited. His boss had climbed to the top of his career thanks to Star Journey 1, so he wasn't about to miss a chance to sneak a bit of fame. The nickname was well-earned. His surname was Fong, and after crashing into Aichi's glass doors twice, everyone jokingly said he couldn't steer properly. The nickname stuck, and most of the crew secretly used it. Activate skill, Jixia technology. Later, Lin Xia would add Master Luban from Honor of Kings, since Jixia technology was Luban's passive skill. No flashy effects, just the staff handing over a phone. Since there was no phone sponsor, the back logo was covered with a Journey of Stars sticker. Lin Feifei held the phone for a long moment without moving. He had a very serious question. I don't remember little Gio's number. Of course, Feifei had Chu Zhi's contact, but this phone was for the show's Jixia technology. I remember it, Gu Peng said. My contacts list only has about 20 numbers, so I remember all of them. He typed in Chu Zhi's number and dialed. His ringtone, Run, Proud Youth, with determined hearts, was set to Proud Youth. Gu Peng, the masked prince, hummed a little along, but his voice was quieter than a mosquito's wings. Lin Xiao wondered how he managed to have so few contacts in showbiz. Normally, it would be impossible, and he'd have to ask later. After 7 or 8 rings, someone answered. Little Gio, it's Lin Xia. Gu-san and I are recording Journey of Stars Season 4, and we've got a tough mission. We thought of you first, Lin Xia said smoothly, skipping small talk. Oh, so the Season 4 lineup is Lin Xia and San? That's exciting, Chu Zhi said, pausing briefly before complimenting them. Many might have forgotten, but Gu Peng was once criticized for his folk style and called Shan Ge by haters. After releasing hit songs, he became San Ge. Chu Zhi first met Gu Peng at the North Beach in Beijing, at the Writers Association headquarters. His attitude hasn't changed, regardless of Gu Peng's fame. Chu Zhi greeted both Lin Xia and Gu Peng on the call. Wait a moment. I'm rehearsing, so I'll step outside to talk more clearly. Lin Xia and Gu Peng had almost identical thoughts. Lin Xia, he's really giving face. The friendship formed and I'm really a singer shows. Gu Peng, little Gio still takes care of me. About 2 minutes later, Chu Zhi's voice returned. What's the mission? Raise $2,000 for event funds. We're in Ankara, Turkey, Lin Xia said. 2,000 in a foreign country? That's tough. No wonder you two reached out, Chu Zhi said, thinking quickly. The fastest method is street singing. I've used it myself. I trust your performance skills, but finding the right spot will be tricky. Ankara doesn't really have a Chinatown. I think Demirtepe Street, near the Five Rams Hotel, has more Chinese people. You can try there. The city buses are convenient. Just ask, and you'll know which one to take. Perfect. Lin Feifei rubbed his hands together, eager to move. No instruments, Gu Peng muttered. Lin Xia realized they didn't even have a guitar. They'd have to busk with pure vocals. He trusted his skill, not out of arrogance. Instruments aren't a problem. I met Mr. Seal Pu, GM of Warner Music Turkey, during my concert in Greece. I can ask him to help. Lin Xia and San, you go there first, I'll set it up. Don't worry, I'm not breaking the rules, right? Warner Music Turkey GM. Were all his friends this high profile? Lin Xia felt humble, but couldn't prove it. He glanced at the on-site director for reassurance. The director nodded vigorously. No rules broken, Lin Xia said. San's outside help idea is perfect. Without it, we couldn't pull this off. Chu Zhi remembered the 2 albums he'd drawn earlier, including Jay Chou's Bedtime Stories, and had promised to write a song for Gu Peng. The timing was perfect. San, getting to the Five Rams Hotel will take about half an hour, right? Chu Zhi said. About, Gu Peng replied. The crew had already checked. Bus ride takes about an hour. I'll send you something soon. Just use this phone, Chu Zhi said. Despite curiosity, Gu Peng kept a straight face. After the call, he deleted it to protect Chu Zhi's number. According to the show's rules, the phone would be returned after using Jixia technology, but Chu Zhi said he'd send something back, so the crew ignored it. Lin Xia mapped the route, and the two stumbled their way to the bus, helped by English-speaking locals. Since Season 1, Star Journey had never featured someone like Chu Zhi, fluent in multiple languages. There weren't many Chinese in Turkey, but near Demirtepe Street, they saw several Chinese restaurants. After about 50 minutes, they reached the Five Rams Hotel and saw a group of foreigners holding a sign. Welcome Mr. Lin Xia and Mr. Gu Peng, written in Chinese. Slightly crooked, but readable. Lin Xia glanced at Gu Peng, who was about to ask, but Lin Xia stepped forward in English. Hello, I'm Lin Xia. Hello, Mr. Lin Xia. I'm Selu from Warner Music Turkey, the foreigner said. His Chinese had an accent, but it was perfectly understandable. No mistake. Lin Xia hurriedly said, Hello, hello. Selu continued. Mr. Lin Xia and Mr. Gu Peng, the band and instruments are ready for you. A band? Lin Xia expected just a guitar or bass, but Chu Zhi had arranged a full band. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. They're the Atomy Band, fairly well known and capable. They won't drag you down, sorry. Won't hold you back, Selu said. Lin Xia was completely impressed. Jiwai is amazing. Gu Peng silently applauded Chu Zhi in his heart. Right, the item Chu Zhi wanted to send. Gu Peng reminded Lin Xia. Phone. Phone. Lin Xia blinked for 2 or 3 seconds before realizing. Chu Zhi was sending something. Oh right, let's check my Jixia technology. A new message popped up. It was handwritten sheet music with some edits and an attachment. Downloaded, it revealed the accompaniment track titled Turkish Ice Cream. Lin Xia and Gu Peng exchanged glances. Could it be an impromptu song by Chu Zhi for their show in Turkey? Back in China, the Fulé Translation Award ceremony was in a Beijing hotel conference hall, attended by editors from Mountain Flower, Contemporary, People's Literature, Writer, and other major journals. Who's Huainan anyway? Both domestic and international awards are being accepted by proxies. Wang, deputy editor of Poetry Journal, said, watching someone from the Magic City Translation Publishing House accept an award. Trying to become the Tao Yuan Ming of the internet era. Jian, deputy editor of Huaqing, asked, Wang, you don't know either? The Poetry Journal was the only central-level journal in China. Even Wang didn't know, since the Ministry of Education couldn't locate Huainan either. Education doesn't know? That's ridiculous. Those trying to find Huainan can't, and those who could just don't care, Jian said. Also, rumors say he's quite young, maybe in his 30s or 40s. Half right. The truth was Huainan was Chu Zhi, and he wanted to keep it hidden. 40 is impossible, at least 50, Wang said firmly. I've studied his poems. Mr. Cogito couldn't be written under 50. I've just heard, Jian shrugged. Hard to believe he's that young. He's accomplished in poetry and translation. Both take years. Ono Akio, his editor, also said Huainan seems young, said deputy editor of People's Literature. Those who knew Huainan best remained silent for a moment. It's possible Ono is being deceived, or Huainan is just a playful old soul, someone speculated. Personally, I still think Huainan isn't one writer, but two sharing a pen name. Then it's not two. Huainan wrote 7 collections, so maybe 7 writers, another said. Debate ended with no conclusion. The Fule Translation Award ceremony was January 7th. January 13th was special. Is it peace? Sold millions globally in its first month. IFPI, 63.49 million. Nielsen, 62.89 million. Ipsos, 64.10 million. RIA, 63.77 million. Different stats came from different channels, some overlap occurred, but all numbers exceeded 63 million. One album by Chu Zhi outsold most singers' entire careers. Environmental factors helped, but his skill is undeniable. That doesn't even seem like much, billions of Christians globally. No question, all other stars of this era pale in comparison. These were casual opinions. The New York Times, serious and influential, called him the Gray Lady. Yet Chu Zhi's numbers prompted the subheadline. Is it peace? The greatest album in modern pop history? George Robdrick, absolutely. Headline, 63.49 million, recorded in music school textbooks worldwide. Announcing a pop king's coronation, the fake one, Akinda, versus the true one, Chu Zhi. More accurately, the NYT front page signaled Chu Zhi as the representative star of this era. To explain, a Past Earth survey asked, which star represents Hong Kong cinema's golden age? Over 70% chose Stephen Chow. That was the benchmark for a representative name. Speaking of George, the music festival lawsuit followed. George spent 2 to 3 months negotiating, compensating Michael Lang $3 million for Woodstock brand usage. Of course, he paid. The South African press wouldn't voluntarily pay. Fortunately, Chu Zhi's media storm overshadowed George's case. As Grammy vice chair, he praised Chu Zhi in an interview. Where the wind blows, Chu Zhi's music echoes. If I'd known, I'd have just held the concert. Under Chu Zhi's name, George said, holding the Washington Post, whose headline celebrated Chu Zhi's new album sales. Normally, entertainment news can't hit front pages unless the celebrity is in legal trouble. But is it peace? Became a cultural phenomenon. No, if it started under Chu Zhi's name, it wouldn't be as grand, and I wouldn't make money, George said. Making money is more important. If you can't make money, what's the point of stopping a war? Number 6, 23. Careless moves. Do you think it's necessary, Sister Wang? Chu Zhi asked. I think it's absolutely necessary. Wang Yuan replied firmly. All right, then we'll follow your lead. Let's go ahead and apply, Chu Zhi conceded. The two of them were discussing applying for a diamond certification for Is It Peace? At the RIA, Recording Industry Association of America, and IFPI, International Federation of the Phonographic Industry. The former tracks sales in the U.S. only, while the latter tracks global sales. Chu Zhi thought it was enough to apply to IFPI, and the RIA wasn't necessary since their diamond certification required a huge fee. Why pay for it? Even without the certification, Is It Peace? Was one of the greatest pop albums in history. Still, since Sister Wang insisted, there was no reason to argue. Wang Yuan's motive was simple. She didn't care much about foreign certifications. She just wanted every honor to be credited to Gio. The domestic 316 diamond certification from the National Bureau was something Wang Yuan had already secured. In China, the threshold for a diamond album is 200,000 copies, and in 2026, aside from Chu Zhi, only 6 other singers managed it, 2 of whom counted cumulative sales. Given the declining CD market domestically, even a single diamond certification was rare. Chu Zhi's 316 diamond certificate almost felt like a number photoshopped onto a page. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by a male voice. It was Fei Gu. "Oh, Sister Wang's here too," he greeted. "Good. I've finished here anyway," Wang Yuan said briskly and left the office. Fei Gu and Wang Yuan were handling different tasks, so she didn't need to stay. Besides, she had plenty on her plate and no time to linger, especially since Mu Chire had already flaked several times this year. No matter what, even the ugly bride had to meet the in-laws. To perform as the Emperor Beast at the Grammys, Chu Zhi would wear Mu Chire and see if it could make a splash. Chu Zhi asked, "Fei Gu, what's up?" "I have a very constructive proposal," Fei Gu said. "Brother Chu, hear me out. You're recording the live concert album, right? We can use the concert footage as the MV. It's creative, saves costs, and improves efficiency. 3 birds with 1 stone. This guy is a damn genius," Chu Zhi thought. All 12 songs performed at the concert had the live energy that no polished MV could match. And the best part? Chu Zhi never liked filming MVs anyway, so now he had a legitimate excuse to slack off. He gladly accepted Fei Ge's suggestion. Chu Zhi roughly calculated that cutting MV filming would shorten post-production time, letting the concert album release by February or March. "I'm just an ordinary person, but today I feel so happy," Chu Zhi hummed as he worked. A good mood always improved work efficiency. While filming, performing as the Emperor Beast was effortless, and the afternoon's ad schedule finished an hour early. This proves that staying happy at work really helps. Of course, it helps to have a good boss. Otherwise, frustration builds, like with the iQIYI program director, Fong Pan, who had just stepped out of the production office and got berated head-on. Follow Journey Among the Stars Season 1? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Chen Biao can even compare to Chu Zhi? Shit, do you think Journey Among the Stars succeeded on its own? 4 epic scenes, all created by Chu Zhi. You really think it was the program that drew people in? Fong Pan's face darkened like a storm ready to break, but he held back, professional skills in action. Back in his office, his subordinate Xiao Bai came in to report. After reading just a couple lines, Fong Pan slammed the report on the desk and yelled, "This is your report? It makes no sense at all. How did you even survive your internship? Tell me, how am I supposed to read this?" Xiao Bai was stunned. "The report was no different from yesterday, so why today's scolding? What are you standing there for? Go fix it," Fong Pan barked. No guidance, no feedback. Xiao Bai quietly took the report and left. Work pressure doesn't disappear, it just shifts. When it can't shift anymore, it can crush a household in minutes. The issue started with Journey Among the Stars 4, whose 3rd season had flopped, so the 4th season drew little attention. The premiere's ratings were far below iQIYI's expectations. Ratings aside, viewers' first impressions weren't good. Chen Biao, Gu Peng, Qin Xiao, Gan Ba, and Wang Zhi should have had strong chemistry, but they didn't click. Dubon gave it 6.3, barely passing. High-rated Dubon comments read, "You can tell the production wanted to recreate the feeling of the first season, even matching guest types to the first season's template. But sincerity doesn't equal execution. The nostalgia for Season 1 isn't just about Jiawai, it's about team spirit. Even with the Mei Heroes squad name being awful, seeing Jiawai, Min Lao Ko, Kai Kai, Nyang Ao, and Big Sister shout, 'We are the Mei Heroes squad,' together genuinely moves me. Nyang Ao, Luo Jianwei, loves food, but when he got a food card, his first thought was to see if team members could share. Min Lao Ko is tight with money but helped Kai Jia, celebrate a birthday, basically spending all his small funds. Oh, and the team also helped Big Sister, Zhang Ning, celebrate hers. The next 2 seasons were weaker. Season 2 felt like a merchant caravan, and Season 3 was pure drama. Season 4's 5 guests felt scattered. Good luck. Some noted that Season 1's team spirit existed because Chu Zhi acted as the lubricant. Otherwise, how could friends form in just a 2 to 3 month variety show shoot? In another show, recreating the Long March, Chu Zhi, Jiang Xingyue, and Fong Yi were even nicknamed Three Melons online. Xiao Jiao is indeed kind and considerate, but Niang Ao, Lao Ko, Kai Kai, and Big Sister are great too. No solution here. May Heroes Squad's team spirit is basically bought with Chu Zhi's life. Remember the Ishikari earthquake? iQIYI's VP, Che Luan, also saw the comment and agreed, noting Season 1's luck and conditions couldn't easily be replicated. Still, he had to think about the present. If Season 4 flopped, could Season 5 bring back the original cast of Season 1? That would instantly explode online. Zhang Ning has semi-retired, only returning for suitable scripts. To bring her on a variety show, we can just pay more and convince her husband. Kai Jia, Luo Jianwei, Min Zhongbei? No problem, as long as their appearance fees are sufficient. The only question was Chu Zhi. How much to get him? Che Luan thought he had a good relationship with Chu, but even then, small money wasn't enough. Maybe 200 million renminbi? Or add another 100 million. The Chinese market alone couldn't justify that, but getting Chu Zhi would make Journey Among the Stars sell in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam. Western markets wouldn't work, no matter how popular he was. Most Western fans wouldn't watch foreign variety shows, similar to domestic fans of Western celebrities rarely watching Western variety shows. Selling in Japan and Korea alone was enough. 300 million RMB for Xiao Jiao wouldn't be a loss. While preparing the invitation, Che Luan remembered something and sifted through company emails to find the 2026 top 100 companies in Modu. Igwa Media ranked 95th with 912,361,000 renminbi in revenue. Shit, 91 billion, he swore. Even though iQIYI's annual revenue exceeded 30 billion renminbi, double that of Igwa Media, once you subtract content production, marketing, promotion, and management, net profit was only about 2 billion. And that was good. Most video sites besides iQIYI and Mango TV were still losing money. But Igwa's annual costs? Since there's no boss, Che Luan estimated costs at under 2 billion, meaning net profit. How does a management company for just one artist make such ridiculous profits? Even if the new album sold 60 million copies, I can't make sense of this, he thought. Che Luan did a quick internet check, breaking down Igwa's revenue into 4 parts. Revenue from the 2025 tour, small income from Besieged on All Sides and Come On, Sweet Death, massive copyright fees, and highly profitable endorsements. Exactly. Is it Peace? Only launched globally. Mid-December, so its sales weren't counted for 2026. Reviewing the Modu Top 100 again, only Igwa Media appeared from the entertainment industry. My vision was too small, he muttered. And I was too abrupt, he added. Filming a variety show takes over 2 months, so even asking for 300 million renminbi was bold. No wonder Niu Jiangxue got repeated recognition as an outstanding entrepreneur and Modu senior talent. High taxes and entertainment make Igwa Media's scale terrifying. With so much money, the Emperor Beast could spend endlessly. So he started spending. Global promotion for Is It Peace? And setting up distribution channels made him recognized worldwide. Many domestic and international labels reached out to collaborate. Igwa's annual investment in distribution matched Warner, Universal, Sony, and BMG. More importantly, Igwa didn't have many albums to distribute, while the big 5 labels fought for their own artists. Controlling distribution meant easy money. Chu Zhi's spending just made the setup more meticulous. It wasn't possible to open a branch in every country, even the big 5 couldn't. So 4 branches were added, covering Eastern, Southern, Western, Northern, and Central Europe. Igwa branches had 3 main roles: distribution, promoting Chu Zhi, and managing song copyrights. Promoting Chu Zhi was the most interesting. In fan terms, it meant soft marketing. Fame fades quickly, so continuous output was necessary. For example, an Italian singer recently went viral on YouTube with an Italian folk song adaptation of Santa Lucia. Then Italiana, an Italian portal, would publish articles like "The Voice of Kazakhstan Suits Like Chu Zhi. How does he compare?" or "Kazakh Interview. Chu Zhi is my idol. I can't compare," sparking debates online. Soft marketing needed persistence. Hearing a singer's legend from childhood shapes your lifelong perception. A week later, Journey Among the Stars 4 Episode 2 aired. Ratings rose slightly thanks to Lin Xia's appearance in promos. The episode improved the show's reputation, as Chu Zhi wrote a song live on stage. Just having the Emperor Beast didn't guarantee praise. He needed skill. The positive response came from Chu Zhi's flair and Gu Peng's first-time experimental electronic jazz. Turkish ice cream is like a woman's heart, spinning in front of you, impossible to grasp. This music works with both walking and locking. I trick you like Turkish ice cream. Gu Peng and Lin Xia's street performance at Wyong Hotel earned over 4,000 renminbi, exceeding their target. That night, the performance went viral. Fun fact, walking is a hand swing dance, locking is lock dance. Thanks for the info. Otherwise, I wouldn't get how Xiao Jiu wrote this song in under an hour. Insane. Has anyone seen Xiao Jiu dance? His festival performance was amazing. When's the next one? Who says Chinese-style songs need lanterns? Who says Chinese-style music requires traditional instruments? I'll just step off the stage and direct the music scene myself. I wanted to roll my eyes, but it was written by Jiu Wei, so never mind. Wow, the Atomy Band is famous in Turkey too, and they're used as accompaniment. What connections? Gu Peng and Lin Xia's duet topped new song charts, delighting fans with a double treat. Eventually, Grammy Day arrived. The 69th Grammy Awards took place at the MGM Hotel in Las Vegas. For Chu Zhi, LA and Vegas were the same. Modu had direct flights to both. Before Chu Zhi and Xiao Zhuzi arrived, Su Xiang got there early for precautionary measures. MGM, the largest hotel in the gambling city, had over 5,000 rooms. By comparison, Dubai's Burj Al Arab had just over 200. It was also a hotspot for influencers, as it housed the world's largest casino. In other words, MGM was basically a resort. Number 624. Moonrose. On the morning of the award ceremony, Chu Zhi's plane finally touched down at McLean International Airport. Brother Chu, are you feeling especially tired? Xiao Zhuzi asked as she put away the neck pillow and lumbar cushion. Not really. It's not a big deal, Chu Zhi replied. Flying to Las Vegas is more exhausting than flying to Los Angeles, Xiao Zhuzi explained. Las Vegas is farther away, so the flight's 2 hours longer. Makes sense, and there's no arguing with that. Chu Zhi said, if you're really tired, don't wander around the hotel. Rest. Well, there'll be time tomorrow. Igwa's company had a well-organized plan for business trips. Personal assistants flew business class, and the performer Emperor Beast flew first class. On planes without business class, first class was the default. If one had to compare, economy felt like a crumpled tissue after a dozen hours of sitting, while business class was like folding that tissue into a neat block. Got it, Zhuzi nodded. She wanted to explore the gambling city, but knew poor energy would affect her work. The award ceremony started at 7, and assistants had some prep to do. Also arriving on the plane was Huang Yinghua, who turned off airplane mode and saw messages from Su Xiang. The hotel check-in was fine, and the route from the airport was already arranged. As Chu Zhi left the terminal, he noticed a commotion at the gate. Fans were waiting for someone. There was no doubt that Western entertainment had entered commercialization earlier. These fan pickup scenes were highly practiced. Without even asking, it was obvious the chaos was caused by a recently debuted star, probably a Grammy Best New Artist nominee. McLean Airport was busy already, and the Grammy drew even more travelers, making the crowd denser. Huang Yinghua drove through the streets of Las Vegas. Contrary to the glitzy, golden image in films, that was just downtown. The suburbs were very poor. Without state intervention, wealthier cities often had surrounding slums. Las Vegas couldn't even be called slums. Some people slept on the streets. After 10 minutes, they entered the high-rise area and noticed two peculiar things. One was young women standing by the roadside, constantly greeting passing drivers. The other was street performers at intersections, stop for a moment, and someone else would instantly demand tips. They arrived smoothly at the MGM Hotel. The first thing that caught the eye was the iconic lion statue outside. MGM, built by Hollywood's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, had a lobby modeled after The Wizard of Oz, full of film elements. MGM even offered a $5 coupon on their website without conditions. Mr. Gio, is this Mr. Gio? While Xiao Zhuzi handled check-in, Chu Zhi replied to texts on his phone and then heard that call. Was that for me? Chu Zhi looked around as a round, soft figure rolled closer. The voice introduced itself. Mr. Gio, I'm Milwaukee, a Christian and Buddhist. I'm a host, and I really love your songs. They're so heartfelt, they calm people. I even went lighter on my kid last time I punished him. So many odd points. Emperor Beast didn't know where to start. Hello, Mr. Milwaukee, Chu Zhi tentatively said. It's better not to use physical force on children. Mr. Gio, you misunderstood. My kid is a husky. It always makes a mess of my house, Milwaukee explained. Ah, a husky. That makes sense. You can't hit them or they'll wreck the place even more. Milwaukee asked for an autograph, and Chu Zhi signed the back of his t-shirt with a marker. He could clearly feel the broad, solid back beneath his hand. While they chatted, Xiao Zhuzi finished the check-in. I'll head up first, Chu Zhi said. See you soon, Milwaukee replied. A quick check on his phone showed that Milwaukee was a kind of Hollywood legend. His name indicated Native American heritage. Despite recent protests against discrimination, Native Americans were still among the lowest social strata in the U.S., though some privileges existed, like Thanksgiving's origin. Milwaukee was naturally overweight, yet he became one of Hollywood's most famous hosts. Considering the entertainment industry's bias against fat people, let alone a Native American, his achievement was incredible. Some people really can win with a bad hand, Chu Zhi thought, silently praising him. Chu Zhi stayed in a two-bedroom skyloft. MGM had rooms from a few $100s a night to 5 figures, because anyone could gamble, rich or poor. He quickly steamed his clothes, especially tonight's suit. Last time in Lagos, Nigeria, sleeping in the kids' room was an accident. Most of the time, he took the master bedroom while Su or Huang took the second. He set out toiletries, shampoo, and shower gel per Wang Yuan's instructions. Not because he was picky, but hotels' products might irritate hair or skin, so it was better to be cautious. It took over an hour to get everything ready. Want to play a bit? Chu Zhi asked Xiao Zhu. I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Call it a business trip perk. He wanted to check it out too, never having been to a Las Vegas casino in either life. But his bodyguard Su Xiang advised against it. Su and Huang would only offer suggestions unless danger arose. They didn't demand obedience. Zhuzi, tempted, hesitated, imagining people losing everything gambling. She couldn't risk her 1,000 yuan. No, she refused firmly. Chu Zhi didn't push. Actually, he already regretted suggesting it. How could he let someone gamble with his money? Think before you speak, he told himself silently. Zhuzi returned to her room at the end of the third-floor left corridor, passing other assistants struggling with 3 to 5 suitcases each. She felt lucky her artist wasn't so troublesome. She'd heard some Western stars had to carry bedding everywhere. By afternoon, MGM was swamped. 8 reception desks couldn't keep up, and the security system was overloaded. Any commotion only grew with the crowd. There are so many stars today. I just saw Fabiser. From Deo's Fabiser. That's nothing. I saw Susan Kilnan, my goddess. Where's Horman? I didn't see him. His album's nominated too. Am I late? I hope Lombardo wins. I've listened to his new album over and over this year. Fans even jostled for autographs. Celebrities didn't linger, not because of attitude, but to avoid stampedes. Security struggled to maintain order. Red barriers collapsed under the crowd. 2/3 of the fans were Western, as the Grammys were a Western award, while the remaining third were mostly Chinese, not little fruits, but wealthy, curious Chinese who liked the spectacle. Like He, who had been watching Death Valley's Moving Stones in Nevada, and flew over when she heard about the Grammys. I wore sunscreen but still got darker. He lamented, regretting her trip to the blazing, dull Death Valley. Why did I eat so much and go look? Her idea came from years of watching American TV, where Death Valley's moving rocks were always described as magical. In reality, it was a smooth, algae-covered mud layer. The slightest wind moved the stones. Oh. She heard cries and joined reflexively, tiptoeing to see a protected singer. Slightly overweight, in a stretched suit, wearing sunglasses, she couldn't recognize who it was. She wasn't a fan and only knew the hottest actors. She didn't recognize Horman, and clearly, it wasn't him. Excuse me, are you Chinese? A voice in English asked. She turned to see a Middle Eastern or North African woman. Who are you? She asked cautiously. Always protect yourself abroad. I'm Panti, from Iran. I just arrived. Sorry to bother you. I have a question. In Persian folklore, Panti was the most beautiful woman in the world. This Panti wasn't exaggerated, but very pretty, and he didn't mind beautiful women. What's your question? Has Moonrose arrived? Panti asked. I'm a fan. Moonrose? Who's that? Seeing her confusion, Panti explained. Moonrose was the Western nickname for Chu Zhi. The nickname had two origins. First, it literally meant China rose, apt for his beauty. Second, Moonrose was also the name of a cultivated flower called the ninth angel, echoing his angelic voice, angelic actions, and being ninth in China. So Moonrose was Chu Zhi. He concluded that ninth angel was likely forced reasoning. The nickname was simply because Chu Zhi was gorgeous. Westerners weren't good at nicknames. Chu Zhi knew, of course. Singing Under the Gun's Gaze, a core prop of psychological magic, he had earned numerous Grammy nominations. Amazing. I just got here too, he said, and she squeezed forward with Panti. Even if not a fan, she couldn't resist seeing Chu Zhi up close. If the MGM lobby was a pot, the guests were dumplings filling it to the brim. The lobby could handle 1,000 guests, but today it was several times over. Some came just for fun. MGM temporarily opened the lobby bar for check-ins. By 6 in the evening, the sunset bathed the city. Half the crowd panicked from losing money. Half the street glowed red from the carpet leading to the entrance. Click, click, click. Reporters pressed shutters, while fans screamed behind high fences. Tonight, performers wore haute couture from Dior, Armani, Chanel, and more, while fan cheers sounded the battle horns. From his tours, Chu Zhi knew Western crowds were more expressive. European and American concerts had far more fainting fans than Asian ones. Screams pierced the air, reaching a peak as Chu Zhi appeared. Moonrose, we love you. Look over here, baby. Juwai. Holy shit. This man's even hotter than me. It was so exaggerated that even reporters in front felt temporarily deafened, stepping forward unconsciously. The Muchire-designed outfit was for the red carpet, not daily wear. Though a suit, the materials and colors were unique. The collar usually had silk satin, but this suit had faux deer satin for environmental reasons. The cuffs differed from normal suits, featuring a simplified Great Wall embroidery, looping from wrist to shoulder, ending in 13 centimeters by 4 centimeters shoulder pads. Shoulder carrying the Great Wall, invincible in the world. Chu Zhi liked the outfit, plus a wig reaching his waist tied with a ribbon, matching the double-breasted white shirt with an open collar, blending Chinese and Western aesthetics. He waved to fans, but left the carpet quickly. The barricade leaned inward when he waved, and the nearby security struggled to maintain order. For a moment, he considered more fan interactions for headlines, but stopped. Safety first, and his popularity didn't require such stunts. At the signing wall, he left his autograph and met the previous red carpet performer, Susan Kilnan. Susan, the lead dancer of the late 90s group Y.Not.Smile, had thrilled audiences with energetic performances. USA Today called her every pore radiating sexy charm. After over a decade, she produced many albums, earning the title dance queen among 90s American youth. Meeting Mr. Chu Zhi for a photo is a small surprise, Susan said. They posed for a photo at the signing wall. Female stars usually outshone male stars on the red carpet. Chu Zhi's high personal beauty stood out, but even so, Susan's thigh-high slit black dress drew attention. The ceremony was in MGM's largest theater, seating 3,000. Chu Zhi took the front row seat. Next to him, a male singer spoke first. I've seen countless news reports, always wanted to meet you. Mr. Chu Zhi, you're the only genius in pop music history, said Lamberton, in his 40s, a country singer and guitarist from Houston's Poor District, a representative of the country rock revival. Number 625. Everyone stand up. Facing someone who greeted him first, Chu Zhi responded warmly. Mr. Lombard is incredibly creative on the 6 strings of the guitar, Chu Zhi said. Lombard's new album had 2 nominations overlapping with his own, for Best Rock Song and Song of the Year. The two chatted easily, and soon another singer joined their conversation, Whitehouse. Whitehouse Reid was a black musician skilled in multiple instruments, keyboard, violin, harmonica, drums, and guitar. His songs carried deep messages. Anyone Familiar with him could guess that he was also a social activist who had participated in multiple protests about discrimination against lower-class white people. While upper and middle-class whites discriminated against black people, lower-class whites also faced discrimination from black communities. Compared with the large-scale black protests in Europe and America, lower-class whites lacked effective means to resist. White House insisted that opposing racial discrimination wasn't about seeking racial privilege. Because of his views, he had been expelled from the black community. All three had some knowledge of instruments, giving them plenty to talk about. Reed admired Chu Zhi's encyclopedic knowledge. He and Lombard were both surprised to learn that the world-famous star Chu Zhi could play all 18 types of instruments. As they talked, Chu Zhi noticed how comfortable the chairs were. He'd attended many award ceremonies, and most seats were hard, leaving his backside sore after long periods. This hotel, built by MGM specifically for wealthy guests, was luxurious and, above all, comfortable. At exactly 7 p.m. Washington time, the Grammy Awards officially began. The opening song was performed by Faberge, who walked onto the stage in a pink and blue crystal gown. The familiar intro rang out through the stage speakers. The clothing store near my square plays this song every day. I've sung it from 23 to 31, and I could probably keep singing it for a few more years. Doesn't she have any new songs? Many guests quietly wondered, some with envy, some with reluctance. Faberge was a star made famous by one song. She wrote, composed, and performed Promise, which had gone viral, hitting over 1 billion views on YouTube. In 8 years, it had been covered more than a dozen times. Rock, jazz, country, folk, often by popular singers. One song alone could have ensured her financial security. Perhaps it was Promise that defined her talent and fortune. For today's opening, she was definitely singing it. The song ended, and the audience applauded. No matter how jealous, resentful, or disdainful anyone felt, after Promise finished, they had to admit the song was incredible. Welcome to our grand event. I know I have a huge responsibility tonight. I can't let the 69th Grammy Awards fall apart. I'm not 69 yet this year, so let's treat the elderly well, host Milwaukee said as he walked on stage, his stout figure even more imposing under the lights. A single award ceremony that spans half the world and draws this much attention must be successful. Tonight we'll see artists in pop, rock, R&B, rap, country, jazz, Latin, and more, picking up awards and putting on performances. Just like Faberge's performance, hearing Promise reminded me of that summer, and the promise I made to myself, to lose weight. Laughter broke out in the audience before he could finish. Milwaukee had always been overweight. If the difficulty for ordinary people to lose weight was 99, his challenge was 300. He often joked about it on shows, so Hollywood audiences were familiar with the gag. This year's Grammys had 85 awards, down from 111 at its peak. The number of awards varied yearly depending on the music industry, but Album of the Year, Record of the Year, Song of the Year, and Best New Artist were fixed. First up were Best New Artist and Best Pop Solo Performance. Best New Artist went to McClendon, a male singer who debuted after winning the Sarah Vaughan International Jazz Vocal Competition. His first album received critical acclaim, with Jazz Times calling him a 21st century jazz prodigy. Chu Zhi also noticed the singer who had caused a stir at the airport earlier. It was McClendon. Winning Best New Artist with his debut album meant this young man had a limitless future. Next was Best Pop Solo Performance, and the screen displayed the 8 nominees. Not only was Chu Zhi nominated, but Horman and Susan were too. Every singer on that list was formidable. The award went to dance queen Susan Kiernan. Horman looked a bit disappointed but applauded politely, likely muttering his frustration inside. Susan gave a heartfelt acceptance speech. Then the host handed her the stage for her performance. She sang the lead single from her album. The dance queen's vocals were solid, and her stage presence was graceful. Her silver-pink evening gown seemed to shimmer gold under the stage lights. As the golden-hued lights flickered, only 4 words came to Chu Zhi's mind: Golden Snake Dance. The next 4 awards, Best Pop Duo/Group, Best Traditional Pop Vocal Album, Best Pop Vocal Album, and Best Metal Performance, didn't involve him. He applauded politely, smiling, eyes genuinely wishing the winners well, as a professional audience member should. The winner of Best Metal Performance was a young musician Chu Zhi knew from the Wacken Open Air and Summer Sonic Festivals, Quark. His English name was even harder to remember than his Chinese one. Chu Zhi couldn't recall the names of Quark's bandmates, but remembered the three were university scholars from Munich, fluent in multiple languages, and could give him a challenge. After applauding for so long, it was finally time to stand as his name was announced. The winner of the 69th Best Rock Song is, oh, a legend, Chu Zhi with Zombie. Zombie is an alternative trash rock song with blurred, noisy, angry melodies combined with distorted guitars to create a tense yet calm listening experience. Chu Zhi's vocals clearly denounce war, a rare masterpiece of the 21st century. Winning Best Rock Song was expected, given that half of the 8 nominated songs were his. What surprised him was that it was Zombie that took the award. The lyrics referenced Irish politics, specifically echoing the Easter Rising in Dublin against British rule. Chu Zhi wasn't about to get involved in Ireland-Britain conflicts, so he changed the year to 1931. I believe music isn't just entertainment. It can carry more meaning, Chu Zhi said simply during his acceptance speech, echoing his shared view with Grey Wolf. He'd be back. How the Grammys chose performers seemed random. Chu Zhi collected his award and stepped down without performing, while the Best Rock Album winner took the stage instead. There wasn't a fixed program. Sometimes, after 3 awards, there'd be a performance. Other times, nothing. The trophy used to be gold-plated. Now it's alloy, Chu Zhi said, holding the Grammy, shaped like a gramophone. The award's name and design matched perfectly. Next were Best Alternative Music Album, Best R&B Performance, Best Traditional R&B Performance, Best R&B Song, and Best Progressive R&B Album. Chu Zhi didn't win Best R&B Song, but White House did win Best R&B Performance. Traditional R&B focused on purity, without electronic elements or fusions. The 4th stage performance was by Best Traditional R&B Singer Lewis. He seemed off, his voice not fully opened, but polite applause still echoed. The Grammys were broadcast domestically by CBS and internationally sold to several networks, including in China. Lewis's performance was widely seen as a disappointment. The Grammy categories are detailed. Honestly, if I didn't have experience creating music with many world-famous artists, I wouldn't even know what best bluegrass music is, Chu Zhi thought. Bluegrass is a branch of country music, faster-paced with more harmonies, named after the band that pioneered the style. Compared to Chu Zhi's relaxed attitude, others were anxious. Damn it. If I don't win any of the 4 nominations, I'll be a complete failure. Horman was stressed. Best Melodic Rap Performance, Best Rap Song, Best Rap Album, and he hadn't won Best Pop Solo Performance. The rap awards began. Horman sat in the 2nd row, a little far from Chu Zhi. He noticed Chu Zhi but didn't know how to approach him. Chinese singers were some of the most masculine in the world. Horman admired him, but didn't want to show it. That was his inner struggle. Thanks to the judging panel for awarding me Best Melodic Rap Performance, Horman said. I was born in Zaragoza, Spain. Even though I moved to Manhattan at 16 to study, my childhood memories remain vivid. Spanish culture inspires my music, people, bullfighting festivals, and even escaping the dragon of coca. I've used Spanish percussion in my arrangements, Horman said, holding his gramophone-shaped trophy high. I will always love Spanish culture. If Chu Zhi remembered correctly, Horman was American, proud of his roots, which was admirable. The winner's pride was evident. Horman beamed, celebrating his 6th Grammy, making him the rap artist with the most Grammy wins. The losers looked downcast, like Min McClendon, who'd lost his nomination for Best Jazz Song, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. Winning the Grammy for Best New Artist with a debut album was a powerhouse start, but history showed it wasn't impossible. McClendon had hoped to make a record by snagging 2 awards, yet reality was harsh. The 2 artists' completely different reactions revealed how much industry insiders respected the Grammys, even seeing them as career-defining milestones. The 5th stage performance featured an artist who hadn't won an award, which made sense. If no one's winning, shouldn't someone get a chance to perform? Chu Zhi had predicted it pretty accurately. The choice of performers was totally chaotic. During the 15-minute intermission, anyone with sore bottoms could stand and stretch. As for going to the bathroom, that was tricky. Male stars could manage, But female stars in evening gowns had a nightmare situation. Even in the intermission, the stage wasn't empty. Foreign artists performed to keep the atmosphere flowing. Don't take filler act the wrong way. No star would agree unless it was a golden opportunity. Many even volunteered, because who would pass up the chance to shine? Once the break ended, Milwaukee came back on stage and the ceremony continued. 10 awards were announced, including Best Gospel Song, Best Electronic Song, and Best Music Video, all of which Chu Zhi had nominations for. Chu Zhi won Best Gospel Song and Best Music Video. When it came to gospel, he had it in the bag. Endorsed by the Pope, what chance did other singers stand? By now, he already had 3 gramophone-shaped trophies. Thanks to the judging panel for the awards, and thanks to all my fans who've supported me, he said. It's because of you that I can be a singer. My wish is for world peace. I know it's a huge goal, but it's a hope shared by all humanity. If I can bring us a little closer to it, that's my success as a singer. 2 awards, 2 speeches. First one thanking fans, second one on the moral high ground. Chu Zhi missed out on several other nominations, including Best Rock Song and Producer of the Year, which felt a bit unfair. If Best Rock Song wasn't being presented with the other rock awards, why hang it here? Now came the 2 core Grammys, Song of the Year and Album of the Year. The whole room tensed, and even Chu Zhi felt a flicker of nerves. Really, there was no suspense. With the presenter's words, Song of the Year went to Chu Zhi. Who else could it be besides Earth Song? That made 4 trophies for him. Then came the biggest one, Album of the Year. I'm so nervous, really nervous. Here it comes, here it comes. Who'll win this year's Album of the Year? The screen shows the 8 nominees, Milwaukee said. Is it David? Is it Alex? Is it Chu Zhi? Is it Ross? Oh, I have no idea. The lighting crew played along, shining spotlights on each nominee as the host read their name. I have the envelope, but I can't open it, Milwaukee said. Please welcome the award presenter, Cindy Wanda. A short, frail-looking elderly man walked on stage. Despite his appearance, he had once been a giant in music. Cindy Wanda had won 20 Grammys, 2 Golden Globes, 1 Oscar, 1 Tony Award, and had even received the Kennedy Center honor. Just those accolades alone confirmed his legendary status. He was one of America's biggest living music stars. Without a doubt, the Album of the Year for the 69th Grammy Awards goes to Is It Peace? By Chu Zhi, Cindy Wanda announced. The judging panel's comment, it can be determined as one of the greatest anti-war albums in music history, influencing countless people. Chu Zhi had half of the 10 nominations and now shared the record for most Grammy wins with Kevin Alexander Carter. Whether the committee suppressed him because of his nationality, no one could say for sure, but probably. Chu Zhi got up and walked back onto the stage. I ran into you in the hotel lobby this afternoon. I knew we'd meet at the ceremony, but 5 encounters in one evening? That's incredible, Milwaukee said. Yeah, what a coincidence, Chu Zhi nodded. My granddaughter and son are your fans, Cindy Wanda said as he handed over the award. They always talk about how much you've moved them. It's not me who moved the fans. It's them who moved me, Chu Zhi replied. You're too humble, Cindy Wanda said. You've already accomplished so much. The old presenter meant, you're already this famous, so why stay humble? Now, Chu Zhi will perform a song for us, Milwaukee announced. Finally, my stage time, Chu Zhi thought. He'd worried it might be wasted. The audience still saw it as just a performance by a superstar, unaware of its gravity. He placed the 5 trophies aside and returned to the stage. The angelic gospel and alluring tones were set to 100% and 50%. He didn't push both to max. Causing a riot mid-performance wasn't worth it. Song performance. We are the world. Genre. Gospel music. Musical note. When we hear the earnest call, the world should unite. Musical note, he sang. Musical note. In some places, people are dying. It's time to lend a hand. Life deserves the best gift. Musical note. Musical note. We can't keep pretending day after day. Musical note. The moment he started, over 1,000 guests' faces registered surprise, as if hearing the Lord's call. Again, Horman knew this all too well. He'd stood behind Chu Zhi before, hearing this irresistible voice that overpowered reason. Musical note. In some places, there are always people trying to change. We're all part of God's big family. Musical note.
Musical note, actually, what we need is love. Musical note. Musical note, one world, one family. We are God's children, and building a better future depends on us. Musical note. Everyone became focused, listening seriously, even the lighting crew. The music was like a path for lost souls, offering direction to confused hearts. The voice felt so sacred that Whitehouse crossed himself. Musical note. The choices we make now save our own lives, and we really can create a better tomorrow. Musical note. Musical note. Give your heart, and they'll know someone cares. Musical note. Musical note. Their lives become stronger, freer, just as God showed us by turning stones into bread. Musical note. People thought about the lyrics. Chu Zhi had arrived in Las Vegas a day early and lost over $1 million gambling. If he donated it to refugees, could he save more lives? Rumbleton pondered. Calling Chu Zhi's voice brainwashing was exaggerating, but with 100% angelic gospel and 50% alluring tones, his performance fully awakened the goodness in people's hearts. Not surprising. Unless someone was born a sociopath, there's always something that could stir their innate kindness. Musical note. We should all reach out. One world, one family. We are God's children. Musical note. Musical note. Creating a better future depends on us, so let's start giving ourselves. Musical note. Musical note. The choices we make now save our lives, and we really can create a better tomorrow. Musical note. The song moved stars, critics, guests, and producers alike. They couldn't help standing. This was a song that demanded people stand. Musical note. When your will is low, when you're rejected, and everything seems hopeless, if you believe, we can't fall. Musical note. Musical note, let me think clearly. One change, standing together like a family. Musical note. Musical note, one world, one family. We are God's children. Musical note. Number 626. An honor. Yesterday I walked past a street corner and saw a homeless man. I should have tossed him some change. Why do I keep dumping my misfortune on others? Susan Kieran recalled that evening in Los Angeles. She'd had a rough day filming, and her mood had exploded. Passing by a homeless man that night, she not only didn't help but looked down on him with disdain. She hoped that man was still around, she thought. She'd planned to return to Los Angeles tomorrow, but this song made her want to rush back right after the ceremony and make up for what she hadn't done last night. Most black people in the world follow Islam, but most black Americans are Christians, including Whitehouse. You've all heard the saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I'm telling you, don't fight evil with evil. If someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn the left cheek too. If someone sues you or wants to take your inner garment, let them have your outer one as well. Whitehouse silently recited the original passage from Matthew. If someone forces you to go 1 mile, go 2 with them. He treated the Bible as his guiding principle, and Chu Zhi's song made him recall his entire life, like a revolving lantern of death flashing past. After a long moment, he looked at the singer on stage with confidence. If Chu Zhi was the embodiment of God, he could face it honestly, because he had done enough in his life. Chu Zhi's voice carried on, the song running over 7 minutes, like tossing a pebble into a still lake. The pebble was small, but it still created ripples, and that lake represented the hearts of everyone in the audience. Before he even left backstage, Cindy Wanda, who had just presented an award to Chu Zhi, clutched his chest. There was something he deeply regretted in his later years, and now his conscience was ignited, a raging fire scorching him. His heart couldn't take it, and he had to take his medication to calm down a bit. Fuck, this song makes me feel like even swearing is a crime. Shit, I'm never cursing again. Absolutely. Horman felt the impact too, but what affected him more was seeing Eva fanning beside him. She had been nominated for Best New Age Album, but didn't win. Eva couldn't hold back her tears, and it wasn't just sadness. She was Mexican, grew up very poor in Flagstaff, Arizona. The expensive tuition at the Music Academy was partly loans and partly support from the Mexican community, especially Uncle Alfonso, her neighbor, who had been a huge help. Now, she was a representative of New Age music, worth tens of millions, with several albums selling over 3 million copies combined. Quick note, New Age music is similar to light classical music, but the latter is more traditional, mostly piano-based, while New Age is more varied.
Once, Uncle Alfonso's daughter got leukemia, and Eva refused to lend him money, not because she didn't have it, but because she worried he couldn't repay. There was no miracle. His daughter died because he couldn't cover the medical expenses. Now, her tears were of regret. She tried to control her expression, but the tide of emotions was unstoppable. She managed not to cry out loud, but her lower eyelash extensions quivered. Is this a bit over the top? Horman thought, but then he noticed that many others in the audience were crying too. He didn't know how many guests were shedding regretful tears like Eva Fanning, or how many, like Rumbelton, hadn't done all the good they could have. Chu Zhi's song touched everyone, regardless of gender or age. It was a massive emotional attack, no defense possible. Just look at Made in the third row. Made had been a boxer, then a famous rock singer. He was tough in every way, but now tears filled his eyes. Fuck, the whole Grammy stage has turned into a sea of tears. Is he even human? Horman thought. It was unprecedented. In nearly 70 years of Grammy history, nothing like this had ever happened. Horman felt this performance was more historically significant than winning 5 trophies. Shit, the entire Grammys has become Chu Zhi's stage. Human or not didn't matter. What mattered was that Chu Zhi sang with pure joy and completed the song perfectly. Musical note: we're making choices that save our lives. We really can create a better tomorrow, thanks to you and me. Musical note. Musical note: one world, one family. We are God's children. We really can create a better tomorrow. So, let's start giving ourselves. Musical note. Musical note: we're making choices that save our lives. Musical note. The song ended, leaving only the faint sounds of sobbing. I'll give myself a 9 out of 10, leaving 1 point for improvement, Emperor Beast thought. The live performance of We Are the World surpassed even the US version of Masked Singer. Jazz Vocal Magazine's top 10 best live performances from 2020 to 2025 were mostly rock or jazz stages, and only Chu Zhi had 2 performances selected, with his gospel song widely celebrated by fans worldwide. In fan circles, it was considered legendary. And this one? God Among Gods. Chu Zhi was used to quiet audiences after his performances, so he calmly set the mic down. Milwaukee was the first to recover, a seasoned host, and he started clapping. Good. Milwaukee's hands were red from the applause. That single good was like a signal. Standing guests began clapping in unison. Many hadn't even wiped their eyes yet. The thunderous applause seemed ready to tear off the ceiling of the MGM Theater. I'm grateful to witness one of the most important stages in music history. It'll be one of the most important moments in human history. No wonder he can make people lay down their guns. His voice affects everyone. Nobody can stay calm in front of Chu Zhi's singing. Once this ends, I want to donate money. Me too. A brief discussion broke out among the audience. The performance was too stunning. Even at the Grammy ceremony, people had to comment. Once Chu Zhi returned to his seat, Milwaukee got back on stage, and the chatter subsided. If there's a god of modern pop singing, I think his name is Chu Zhi, Milwaukee said. There were hundreds of singers here, half the best vocalists in the West gathered in one place. Even if Chu Zhi hadn't performed, calling him the god of singing would have seemed arrogant. But now, no singer dared to question it. Grammy Chairman Thurman and Vice Chairman Robdrick exchanged glances, seeing the same thing. Having Chu Zhi perform at the 69th Grammy Awards was the Grammys' honor. It was like the 46th Grammys diva Sharon Isabel, who spat blood but still finished her performance. That stage became legendary because Sharon never performed publicly again. People remembered Sharon, and now Chu Zhi's performance was even more breathtaking. Vice Chairman Robdrick was fine with it. He was a thorough businessman. He didn't discriminate against Asians, just against the poor. Chairman Thurman had dismissed Chinese pop as immature, never imagining he'd feel proud, even slightly, because of a Chinese singer's performance. The core awards were over, but the ceremony wasn't finished. Lifetime Achievement Awards, Trustee Awards, Technical Awards, and Music Cares Person of the Year followed. Interest was low because no one had recovered from the song's emotion. Even industry insiders reacted like this. Imagine the viewers at home. Number 627. Towel sent. Excuse me, is this the Red Cross? I have a donation I want to make, and I hope we can discuss the details. I remember the French branch of Oxfam called me before. Let me find their number. The exact donation amount is still undecided. I just haven't paid enough attention to charity. Even when I want to donate, I sometimes don't know where to start. The Grammy Awards at the MGM Hotel had ended, with MGM sponsoring the dinner, usually a luxury brand thing. Some singers attended, some didn't, and some left Las Vegas immediately. Still, many celebrities had the thought to do something good, and donating to charity was the easiest and quickest way. Fuck, why are you so slow answering the phone? Horman had reached out to the California Fire Foundation, a well-known charity in the state. He'd tried the American branch of Vision International first, but it was too late. No one was answering. The night shift operator, Chuck, was used to this. Their foundation helped families rebuild after fires. After all, when homes are stolen by disaster, who could possibly be cheerful? Sir, may I ask your name? This is Chuck on the line. Horman. I'm Horman. I want to donate. A donation, got it. Chuck immediately said, Mr. Horman, may I ask how much you'd like to donate, and which method you'd like to use? $1 million, Horman said. I want the fastest, simplest method. If the process drags, I might regret it and back out. Give me an account right now so I can transfer online. Immediately. Chuck paused, a bit stunned. First, $1 million. Even with the global depreciation of the dollar, $1 million still had insane purchasing power. The Nobel Prize in Literature was just over $700,000. And then there was the part about regretting if the process is slow. Was someone forcing him to donate? Mr. Horman, all donations to the California Fire Foundation are voluntary, Chuck clarified. If you regret donating, we don't support refunds. Please make sure you're certain. If someone's pressuring you, I suggest calling the FBI directly. I've thought it through. My conscience is forcing me to donate. Speed it up. Horman was mad at the thought of losing $1 million, so another curse slipped out. Shit. Can you guys hurry up? Chuck noticed the familiar string of fuck and shit, but now wasn't the time to dwell. Donations over 100,000 usually warranted a donor assembly, and $1 million? That was huge. Chuck rushed the report and sent the foundation's account info. Success. For context, Chinese internet news often says if residents don't pay fire fees, firefighters won't respond. That wouldn't happen in LA or Manhattan, which have public fire budgets. Only small towns with a few thousand residents might experience it. In short, the poor are screwed. Journalists from The New Yorker were busy too, tracking which attendees had donated. Chu Zhi's song reminded me of my grandma. She always told me to do what good I can, a reporter said, watching the donation list. Already over $10 million had been pledged. Hard not to feel emotional. Media outlets like Q, Gramophone, Rolling Stone, and Billboard weren't idle either, interviewing winners. Everyone wanted Chu Zhi, tonight's biggest winner, but interviews weren't possible. The live event was insane, but the internet frenzy outpaced it. On YouTube and TikTok, Chu Zhi's performance was clipped and spread with ever more exaggerated titles. It took 7 minutes to make the whole crowd ache. The great singer # Chu Zhi. Jack reviews. Playing this song during a fundraiser would be magical. I cried listening. How about you? Musical note. Anko Music Review. I won't even comment on the melody today. I dare not. Since pop music began, the greatest performance, bar none. Some bloggers clipped the Grammy stage, calling it magical. Others just couldn't comprehend it. Anko, a well-known Western influencer and music producer, known for rational reviews, wrote, I want to know why Chu Zhi's voice can have this effect. I can analyze his technique, imitate his singing style, even mimic his pronunciation, but the performance effect is drastically different. I strongly believe Chu Zhi uses a singing method completely distinct from modern techniques. Furthermore, I suspect Chu Zhi has an incredibly strong adaptive system genetically. He smokes, drinks, and has other bad habits, but the only time he was injured was during a university lecture when he bled from his throat. This defies logic and science that I hope Chu Zhi can undergo a scientific exam. Maybe it could advance human evolution. Anko could phrase things differently, but he chose the most provocative style, and the comment section exploded. I don't know if this blogger's joking or serious. Seriously making nonsense. I agree a bit. I covered Munro's song at karaoke. Same song, totally different feel. No cover of Munro's song surpasses the original, period. Anko replied, Of course I'm serious. Fans chimed in. Anko, buy a plane ticket, don't try to touch Chu Zhi. Moonrose spoils her fans, so she didn't show any vocal injuries publicly. Chu Zhi is top Forbes celebrity list for 5 years. He has great medical care. Don't jump to conclusions based on results. Anko added, I can give 2 more examples. 1. He was previously shot. Liver and lungs were injured. Recovery never allows perfect singing, but Chu Zhi not only recovered perfectly, he improved. 2. Global tour performances often last 4 to 5 hours. Singers know how demanding that is. Given all this, is he even human? Even with countless fans, Anko was adamant. Chu Zhi was a genetic anomaly, and he debated fiercely online. Some shared the same suspicion. Aurora's dad, Vajim, outright claimed Chu Zhi was a vampire. The New Yorker published a headline. One song brought $240 million in global donations, with over 600 donors afterward. Image. The list showed names. Some small print indicated unconfirmed guests. That's $240 million, at least. With 600 donors, each gave about $400,000 on average. 4 top Hollywood stars, not massive, but still insane. France and the UK combined don't even donate that much annually to UNICEF, yet Chu Zhi did it in one night. A single song. No wonder the British Prime Minister said via Reuters, the microphone in Chu Zhi's hand carries more meaning for humanity than a nuclear bomb. One mic, one miracle. Honestly, without the New Yorker's detailed report, it'd look like fake news. Today America said, UNHCR and UNICEF should hire him. CNN said, Chu Zhi truly achieved all the world as one. One song awakened countless acts of kindness. Fox News. Chu Zhi, with 5 wins, was tonight's biggest winner. After this, all global charities owe him thanks. Newsweek. Best Gospel Song, Best MV, Best Rock Song, Song of the Year, Album of the Year. We think the annual production award should also go to him. No doubt, other Grammy winners were completely overshadowed. By 2027, Chu Zhi won 10 out of 15 nominations, including Song of the Year and Album of the Year. Even if his total trophies didn't hit double digits, everyone knew the Grammys were putting on a show. With only 3 foreign-language albums released, his record-breaking total was inevitable. In other words, even if Chu Zhi never wins another Grammy, his musical status is untouched. If we got him to write a campaign song, would that create a miracle? Steele thought, seeing the news. Chief of Staff Del Porto hesitated, thinking stars could only influence superficially, not in deep strategy. But Chu Zhi could make extremists put down guns or push people to donate. Unbelievable. If he helps compose a campaign song, that'd be better, Del Porto said. Try contacting his team, Steele replied. He survived White House assassination attempts under our protection, so we have a foundation of trust. Del Porto stayed silent, then nodded firmly. What's the cost? Chu Zhi earns over $1 billion yearly, Steele added, implying money wouldn't buy him. Steele pondered and realized power could grant access, anything for re-election. Politically aside, even if CCTV broadcasted it domestically, honestly, Chinese audiences didn't care much about the Grammys. They didn't care about any awards ceremony, not even the Oscars. By the time winners were announced, the U.S.-China time difference meant Washington 9 p.m. was 9 a.m. in China. Too early for office workers to slack, cultivation sects to sleep, and night owls to still be in bed. Chinese internet reactions were slightly delayed, but the flavor was unusual. Hands sore from holding trophies. Red carpet photos of Zhou Wei are insanely handsome. This man owns my heart. Last time at a florist, a flower caught my eye. The seller said it was a red tulip, symbolizing passionate love. I didn't buy it, because no tulip compares to Brother Gio's towel scent. I used to be a blacklisted debtor, but after seeing this video, I suddenly have credibility. Hey upstairs, you better mean credibility, not. And so on. Number 628. Brother Gio, oh Brother Gio. Chu Zhi hung up the phone and let out a soft sigh. What's wrong? Su Shangbai asked, noticing his expression. There's just over a month until The Matrix comes out, Chu Zhi said, and that was a call from Director Davis. He sounded really nervous. He's called me 4 times this week already. Nothing specific, obviously, he's just anxious. Davis is a famous director, right? Why would he be so nervous? Su Shangbai asked. I remember he even won the Oscar for Best Director. For an investment of $300 or $400 million, even an Oscar-winning director gets scared. At this level, if it flops, even Davis would basically fade from the mainstream scene. Chu Zhi explained. It's not just a movie's success or failure. It's his entire career hanging in the balance. Su Shangbai nodded, understanding. Exactly. Chu Zhi nodded, then asked curiously why I came to Las Vegas. I'm here for business. The client insisted on Las Vegas, so I had no choice, Su Shangbai replied. Makes sense. The client's always the boss. It's been a while since we met. I'm not familiar with this city either, but I arrived a day earlier than you, so tonight it's on me. I'll take you to eat well, drink, and have fun. We'll skip the gambling, though, Chu Zhi said. Dubai gladly accepted. Back in China. Are you kidding me? Does it have to be this over the top? Blackening Chu Zhi. Han Jian pondered. Call him a traitor or heartless, it didn't matter. He was taking money from foreign organizations to push historical revisionism. Previously, Han Jian's work glorified Song Meili as a great feminist pioneer fighting for China. Or he'd angle to criticize Old Yuan. To be blunt, what were Old Yuan and Song Meili even in the grand scheme? Why bother targeting a celebrity now? But if money's offered, Han Jian would do anything. Han Jian found an angle and started spreading it widely on Jihu, Weibo, and Douyin. Feels like Chu Zhi is a little pro-America, a friendly attitude toward Americans. Am I the only one who thinks Chu Zhi's songs aren't that good? Overhyped, doesn't feel worthy. Can someone tell me what's so good about We Are the World? I'm serious. I'm not a music expert, I just don't get it. He didn't attack directly. Han Jian was professional. Straight-up slandering would be too crude and could get his account banned. Instead, he set out bait. Anyone slightly displeased with Chu Zhi would chime in. And just like that, it started to work. But Han Jian had no experience attacking popular stars. He didn't know how strong the anti-black squads and fandoms were, and he had no idea. Little Fruits was a full-on fighter. No more than 3 seconds after posting, he got a reply. Athelrones, don't get it? That's okay. Everyone has their own taste. On this long journey of life, you'll meet people who share your interests and people who don't. We must respect individual differences. I wish you well in the future. Farewell, tasteless thing. A signal to battle. Little Fruits and other netizens flooded in. Little Fruits aside, random users left comments like, Bro, your standards are really high. Not even talking about new China style, but rock, soul, love songs. His range is insane. Chu Zhi overhyped? Nah, I don't follow celebrities, but I agree with the fandom. There are only 2 kinds of stars in the world, Chu Zhi and everyone else. Not only that, Wang Yuan noticed suspicious activity. Normally there'd be doubts, but with hundreds of topics and thousands of discussions at once, something wasn't right. So Wang Yuan had the tech team dig to find the culprit. Could it be a rival? No way. Xiao Jiao doesn't have rivals, Wang Yuan thought, standing behind the tech staff. The director hovered behind them. The techs were nervous, like students being monitored during an exam, but soon they found multiple clues. After about 2 hours, Igwa's company traced the culprit. Wikimedia, a company organizing Chinese Wikipedia, with over 3 million followers on Weibo and Douyin. They also discovered Wikimedia was involved in the World Democracy Conference held in Taiwan. A traitor company, of course, Wang Yuan realized. Anyone active online knows the World Democracy Conference is run by America's NED, funding pro-American groups in China. Bad intentions all around. Should we report to 12,339? A tech staff asked. 12339 is China's national security reporting platform with a 500,000 yuan reward. Wang Yuan thought for a moment, then said, I'll discuss it with Xiao Jiao first, see what he wants to do. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi was happily editing videos. Following Fei Ji's suggestion, he planned to use concert footage as an MV and do the post-production himself. Especially satisfying was filling the screen with nines. Truly, the Emperor Beast's taste differed from typical Gen Z aesthetics. Jiao Daughter read, Brewing an 18-year dream. Seeing the nines, Chu Zhi suddenly remembered this Earth song. What's the name again? He asked the system. Jiao. Huh? That doesn't sound right. Chu Zhi frowned. Jiao on a sunny day, 18-year-old brother sitting by the river. Jiao Daughter read, Brewing an 18-year dream. Jiao Mei, pretty little sister. the system sang in its cold, mechanical voice. The first two lines fit, but the last felt stitched on. Before he could ponder more, his phone rang. Wang Yuan. After Wang Yuan explained the situation, Chu Zhi considered the money. Some could be taken, some absolutely must not. Got it. The propaganda department plans to clean up the internet. I'm nominally an inspector, so I'll propose taking care of these cash-hungry media outlets, Chu Zhi said. This kind of internet cleanup is usually run by propaganda with cultural tourism assistance. Chu Zhi could serve as advisor, but he was also a Guo Wu Yuan counselor. Wang Yuan nodded. Shut down all their accounts. Time to teach them a lesson. Account bans aren't enough. Taking money to spread unsafe opinions is clearly illegal. Send them in, Chu Zhi said. Sending them in? Even better. Wang Yuan wasn't worried about national enforcement. The state could handle the internet's worst. After hanging up, Chu Zhi prepared to call the supervising leader to implement the plan. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhuzi knocked to remind him it was almost time. Okay, I'll wash up, Chu Zhi said, saving his work before heading to the sink. Xiao Zhuzi packed the room, organized the computer and luggage, then went downstairs to check out, leaving perfect timing for the airport. They had a shoot in Las Vegas. The day after and the day of the Grammys, they stayed at the Venetian. What had shoot? Sands Group's brand promotion. Yes, the one with the Venetian and Sands Expo. Sands often hires stars. The previous spokesperson was Akinda, before that Beckham. They paid $6 million per year for Nevada-only promotion, not exclusive, just Venetian ads. Why Nevada only? Simple. Tourists come for casinos. Sands aims to capture visitors from Caesars, Bellagio, MGM, all casinos. Caesars, especially, was the prime filming location for 70s to 80s movies. The shoot was at the Venetian. Huang Yinghua, Su Xiang, Xiao Zhuzi, all had free stays. Chu Zhi switched hotels. In Vegas, he saw something amusing. Horman lost $2 million at MGM. Apparently, he regretted donating $1 million, tried to win it back at the tables, and instead lost over $2 million. Then he donated $2 million to charity. No reason. I figured losing $2 million at the table helps no one, but donating can help many. So I donated, the review paper reported. Chu Zhi thought that wasn't Horman's exact words. No fuck or bullshit in the quote. Mr. Chu Zhi, can we interview you? Were the Las Vegas news. Upon arriving at McCarran Airport, he was immediately recognized, despite a cap and mask. Xiao Zhuzi blocked him from stepping forward. The two journalists quickly showed IDs. They were sharp-eyed. Not surprising. They waited at the airport for a star. Xiao Zhuzi checked. Las Vegas News is a Chinese-language newspaper in Nevada, relying on the overseas Chinese online community. I'm pressed for time for check-in, Chu Zhi said. So 3 questions, please. I'll answer 3. The white journalist set up the camera. The Chinese one quickly thought of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chu Zhi. First, We Are the World is hailed as the best gospel song globally. Your thoughts? Xiaohua asked. Music appreciation is subjective. I'm grateful to fans who think it's the best. Beyond that, I'll let time judge the song. Chu Zhi replied evenly. Up close, he was stunning. Nope, not now. Xiaohua forcibly reset her brain, reminding herself to focus on filming. She glanced at Les, who was staring. Elbow nudge. Les refocused. Chu Zhi clearly had immense appeal to foreign men too. Second, George Robdrick of the U.S. National Academy of Recording Arts believes Is It Peace? Will be the most important album of the 21st century. Do you think you can surpass yourself? Xiaohua asked. He didn't care about sales. Except for my first 2 years, I never checked sales. I care about expression. Is It Peace? Is anti-war. The one gazed upon by God celebrates courage to live. Chu Ci 9 songs promotes Chinese culture. Surpassing Is It Peace? Is meaningless. They're not the same core. Shiny, who's showing off? Xiaohua thought. Not caring about sales, just like Jack Ma saying, I don't care about money. Obvious, but irrefutable. Ahem. She coughed to get attention. Les couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chu Zhi, have you had plastic surgery? What the hell? Xiaohua wanted to smooth things over. Third question. Chu Zhi smiled, unfazed. Les quickly shook his head. I just don't get it. If natural, why no flaws at all? Which is more beautiful, man-made or natural? Chu Zhi countered. Humans create incredible buildings, but compared to nature's,
Evolution. Night and day. Les got the hint. Boss, time to board, Chu Zhi urged. Wait a moment, Chu Zhi told the reporters. Third question. Pressure. Xiao Hua panicked, blurting, any message for your fans? Big question. Amateurish journalism. Chu Zhi replied. Above death, every day alive is a flower. I hope little fruits do what they love and enjoy life. After answering all three, he said, Sorry, I have to go. Thank you, Mr. Chu Zhi. Sorry. Xiao Hua thanked and apologized. Thanked for taking time to be interviewed. Apologized for delaying check-in. Number 629. Sneaking a look. Just sneak in and watch. Be a regular audience member, Chu Zhi murmured to himself. Though of course that was only if he could actually get tickets. Tickets for the In Harmony with Chu World Tour went on sale at 2 p.m. Luo Jianwei had planned 21 shows this year, and In Harmony with Chu was the name of his album released at the end of 2026. The album's lead single, All Our Friends, had gotten a small buzz online. Luo Jianwei's concert planning team thought the album name sounded nice, so they used it for the tour. Chu Zhi had already prepared to grab tickets. He could have easily asked Luo Jianwei to give him 2 tickets, given their friendship in the American Heroes group, but Emperor Beast wanted to go incognito. Is it starting soon? Can you wait 5 minutes? I've got a little thing to finish up, Chu Zhi said when he saw a staff member from the show approaching. The deputy director of the Classic Poems in Song 7 crew nodded. No rush. There's still about 20 minutes before recording starts. I just came to see if you had any questions. No, everything's fine, Chu Zhi replied. Then I won't bother you. I'll just check the lights one more time, the deputy director said before leaving. Emperor Beast stared at his phone. 3 minutes passed, and Chu Zhi immediately tapped to pay, only for his phone to freeze at the crucial moment. Something always went wrong at the crucial moment. He was used to it. On the other hand, his phone really did need an upgrade. After closing and reopening the app, selecting again, half a minute later, he thought he might have missed the tickets. But surprisingly, there were still plenty. For the Rongqing stop at Shuangliu Sports Center, 40,000 seats. The VIP section in row 3 was 2,200 renminbi, quite cheap compared to the In Harmony with Chu World Tour prices. Ticket sales flying out in seconds was rare, and normally even selling out tens of thousands of tickets was considered great. Success. Next Wednesday is a day off, so I'll go see it, Chu Zhi said as he got up, heading to the stage early, ready for recording. Classic Poems in Song was a strong program from the national broadcaster. Surviving 7 seasons meant it had real credibility. The format was singing classical Chinese poetry, and Chu Zhi performed The Rolling Yangtze Flows East. He had prepared songs, adapted from the 4 great classical novels for his album long ago, and today he finally used them. Everywhere he went, it was a showstopper, and this program was no exception. The 4 guest judges were full of praise. Middle-tone master Dean Wong said, "The lyrics and composition are both brilliant. I won't comment much on the words." Yang Shengyan was the leading talent of the Ming dynasty, his work rich and elegant, unparalleled in his era. The composition for this poem is simple, yet it perfectly expresses the layers of Linjiangxian. Each emotion resonates. The singing complements the sighs. Before finishing, Dean Wong continued, "It's not just the musical layers, it also captures the essence of the poem. The deep, sorrowful feelings climb with the melody. Starting from a jug of murky wine brings joyful reunion. It transitions from sadness to grandeur. The chest voice carries majestic power. The mournful melody softens into a brilliant B section, balancing with the A section beautifully." Father of the new Chinese style, Professor Kong said, "Lyrics like fireworks cool easily, 1,000 miles away, and blue and white porcelain are all stunning." If Chu Zhi hadn't chosen to be a singer, I think he could have been an excellent poet. After the praise, Professor Kong went on to serious critique. Modern scholars, including Qing dynasty ones, all agreed that Yang Shun and Yang Shengyan had talents akin to the 6 dynasties literati. Li Siming specifically said, "Among the learned men of Ming, Shengyan comes first." The praise is immense. Composing for The Rolling Yangtze Flows East is challenging enough, but Chu Zhi did it brilliantly. Singing classical melodies with Western bel canto technique. This is truly a triple masterpiece of lyrics, composition, and performance.
The national broadcaster's guest selection wasn't ordinary. A middle-tone dean, a doctoral advisor, and literature professors, all top tier in literary knowledge. A cultured compliment was far better than just shouting 666 online. Ho Yubin spoke next. I know Little Chu well. This song isn't just a masterpiece of setting ancient poems to music, it's a model of East-West musical fusion. I've recorded 3 seasons, and the rolling Yangtze flows east is the best, without a doubt. The 4th guest was a famous singer from Taiwan, but their commentary was shallow and unimportant. Thank you for the feedback, Chu Zhi said. He didn't do a full season anymore. His schedule was mostly similar events. After recording, Chu Zhi visited some old acquaintances at the broadcaster, including Li Yong, the current deputy director, Shi, head of production, and Zhao and Wang. About an hour passed in greetings and catching up. Networking required effort. Take Minister Shi, for example. They met during recreating The Long March, where she was the executive producer. Chu Zhi already had some status, but their good rapport came from his later efforts. Minister Shi said, Brother Gio, do you have a signed album? I'll shamelessly ask for one. My niece wants it for her birthday. For a birthday, the standard version won't do. When exactly is her birthday? I'll have a special collector's edition vinyl sent with a signature, Chu Zhi replied. Li Yong said, last time in Modu, you treated. This time in Beijing, I insist on treating. Then I won't insist on paying, Chu Zhi replied. Even though he had dinner in Beijing, Chu Zhi didn't stay overnight. He flew to Xingqing that night, preparing for Hello, Saturday. As the lead of The Matrix, he also got Hollywood-level profit sharing, so he handled the promotion personally. This week's schedule was easy, only domestic promotion. In a few days, he'd fly to Japan and Korea. As the movie release drew closer, director Davis stopped calling. Too much pressure, maybe he collapsed? Chu Zhi thought. Should I call? Nah, better sleep early. Tomorrow, I'm back to being a flying superstar. Early morning, Chu Zhi arrived at Rongqing Shuangliu Airport. It was a day off, so his life assistant didn't come, but for safety, Su and Huang were secretly protecting him. Even during their off days, top security personnel temporarily replaced them. Official arrangements meant no risks. The concert didn't start until 7 p.m., so Chu Zhi first decided to see the pandas. Wearing a cap and scarf, only his eyes showed, and no one recognized him. After a light meal, he arrived at Shuangliu Sports Center around 6 p.m., ready to enter. Number 630. The Matrix premiere. Scalpers were still hanging around the entrance, selling tickets at sky-high prices. No wonder a lot of people thought scalper tickets came from inside sources. Chu Zhi felt the same way. If it weren't for insiders, it would be hard to imagine how anyone could buy over 100 tickets with a 1-person, 2-ticket limit, and the seats were all pretty decent too. Most stars just limit ticket purchases per account to fight scalpers. Very few go as far as Chu Zhi, restricting IPs, IDs, and even requiring a verification code at the gate. It adds cost, sure, and it risks unsold tickets, but right now four gates were open. Chu Zhi scanned the verification QR code and got in line. He noticed a lot of fans holding support signs like AI Jianwei, We Are Fandoms, and Rice Cake Moi, all issued by the fan clubs. There was no way to buy them on site, so Chu Zhi grabbed 2 free glow sticks, blue ones, and he could already imagine a sea of blue in the crowd. He found his seat. The inner floor had plastic stools set up messily, but the crowd's energy turned the disorder into excitement. This year I finally caught the Rice Cake Tour, someone said. I heard Lu Lauda might invite Fan Lauer too. Of course, when does Fan Lauer not join Rice Cake's concerts? One word, can't wait. Hope they perform The Journey and The Clumsiest Love, my 2 favorite songs. Nearby fans chatted in hushed but excited tones, their voices bubbling with anticipation. Chu Zhi felt it too, letting the energy pull his gaze toward the stage. At exactly 7, stage lights flared like a peacock opening its feathers, and Luo Jianwei appeared. Holy shit, Luo Lauda is so handsome. That mature man charm. No wonder even I stepped back a bit, said a guy in his 40s next to him, shouting at the top of his lungs, completely hyped. And he wasn't wrong. Compared to Luo Jianwei's quiet, reserved persona offstage and on variety shows, his stage charisma jumped up at least 7 or 8 levels. His live performance was solid. He didn't do many fast songs or dance numbers. but he moved around the stage, interacting with fans. Having debuted over a decade ago, Luo Jianhui held a catalog of hits. While golden hits now weren't clearly defined, songs from 10-plus years ago were household names, sparking massive sing-alongs at the concert. Chu Zhi couldn't help but join in. With the crowd in chaos, no one noticed him, especially the guy on his left. That guy was a pro, his voice even louder than Chu Zhi's, completely covering him. After 40-plus minutes, Luo Jianhui paused for a breath. My view as a singer must perform live. Studio-only singers, I won't be one of those. Concerts are the best way to show your skills live. Next, I want to welcome another talented singer friend. He spoke loudly to the audience, a bit rough around the edges, but fans were used to it. Their chants echoed. Fan Lao Air. We've waited so long. Finally, Luo Laoda and Fan Lao Air on the same stage. Here they come. Woo! Chu Zhi thought he even heard them say, Fan Air, Fan Air. Fan Lao Air was singer Li Jinfan, a former Chinga competition pop singing champion, handsome, once called the Prince of Love songs, but notorious for his foul mouth. Over time, he went from Prince to You're So Annoying and struggled in his career. A talented, good-looking singer ruined by his own mouth. That's got to be some serious attitude problem. Li Jinfan's family hit financial trouble. The only person who helped was Luo Jianhui. Luo invited him on stage for concerts and shows, and thanks to him, Li could get his mother treated. After life beat him down, Li Jinfan mellowed, started preaching about studying hard, and earned the nickname Fan Lao Air. He was still a second-tier singer with decent income, but helping on Luo Jianhui's concerts never changed. He performed one of Luo Jianhui's signature songs first, then Luo sang one of his, and then they did a duet with a few jokes, lasting 20 minutes. Luo Jianhui remained the star, changing outfits 2 or 3 times despite not dancing. His costume this set made him look like a tree spirit, the exaggerated headpiece catching the eye. Half an hour later, he sang 4 more songs, changed again, catching his breath during the outfit swap. Panting, he heard the in-ear monitor. There's a special guest in the audience. The concert director spoke. Special guest who? Luo Jianhui scanned the crowd. The director didn't need a reply. Chu Zhi, he's sitting in the audience. Invite him on stage? Leader? Luo Jianhui was surprised. He'd shamelessly asked for 2 tickets on the In Harmony with Chu World Tour before, but never expected the leader to actually buy one to see him perform. After changing, he looked like a carp spirit, thanks to a scale-patterned tight t-shirt and red cap. We have a special audience member tonight, Luo Jianhui announced. Who is it? Spotlights scanned the crowd, locking on Chu Zhi in the 3rd row. He wore a plain Mu Zhi hot sweatshirt, but the audience instantly recognized him. That face was globally unique. Cheering erupted. Oh, Jiawai. Little Gio is here too. Double surprise. The guy on Chu Zhi's left nearly lost it. Holy shit, he's sitting right next to a big shot. Musical note. Light as paper, scattered everywhere. Panic as applause fades. She sings Unbearable Wounds, the script on stage, the final act. Musical note. Luo Jianhui immediately performed a segment of The Wounds of War, his favorite. He even thought it should have been included on the album Is It Peace? Instead of Tomorrow Will Be Better, though that song was still great and used in charity events. The crowd went wild. As a representative piece from Besieged on All Sides, it topped music charts everywhere. The audience is calling so loudly. Should we have the leader sing a couple of songs? Luo Jianhui invited. Since the host gave the invite, Chu Zhi got up and walked on stage. Luo Jianhui quickly handed him a mic. I came just as an audience member, didn't expect to get drafted, Chu Zhi said. I'm not prepared. Since you're here, you've got to sing, Luo Jianhui said. No prep? Then just pick a song. Without backing music, Chu Zhi started singing along with Luo Jianhui's melody. Musical note. The wheat fields fall toward the tanks. Dandelions scatter in the air. They fly in despair. She sings and thinks only. This is the wounds of war. Musical note. Musical note. Evil night lights the candles. Heaven breaks to stop the war. Musical note. His skill was obvious. Even a cappella it sounded mixed and polished. Every time he performed, he improved. Luo Jianhui thought back. This was the 4th time seeing him live. Star Journey, Koguchi Yoshihiro's Hokkaido concert, the tour, and now. Each time, stronger. The chorus came, The whole crowd singing. Musical note. What shape is hope in the children's eyes? Will they wake up to bread for breakfast and hot soup? Musical note. The voices were louder than any earlier sing-along. After the song, Luo Jianhui laughed. See? They act like you're fans. They don't even need a mic to sing along. But I'm a fan of Luo Lauda too, Chu Zhi said with a smile. The remark made sense. If you weren't a fan, why secretly buy tickets? Then Chu Zhi a-cappellaed another song, She and She and She, proving two things. First, he's the center of attention anywhere. Second, fans are inevitably two-timing little devils. After returning to his seat, the guy on the left couldn't rest, constantly glancing over. After the concert, Luo Jianhui treated everyone to dinner, and Chu Zhi naturally didn't refuse. A relaxed day ended, with a high-intensity schedule looming. In the midst of busyness, a familiar notification popped up. Chu Zhi saw a batch of personalized coins deposited, low-key donation of 10 million * 60, gaining 60 coins, balance hitting 93. One night's fortune? That's an overnight fortune. His fruit grower and tree planter accounts had donated a total of 600 million renminbi, the next milestone at 1.5 billion. Still far from the goal considering his usual yearly targets. Host can perform a 10 draw. 10 draw has a surprise. The system said. A surprise? Chu Zhi shrugged, thinking the 10 draw probably had a guaranteed special prize. He hadn't even finished his current rewards. Don't rush. I'll celebrate after the Nobel Prize in Literature, then do a draw, he said. By March 30th. Who says the movie premieres April 1st? Must be an April Fool's joke. Wait, really? Tickets available? Everyone expects you to bail. But if you don't, that counts as bailing. This meant The Matrix would premiere April 1st, Fool's Day. Thanks to Warner and the distributors, this S-tier movie immediately caused a global stir. For a blockbuster, having a viral hook matters more than solid quality. The marketing angle was Watch Chu Zhi Save the World. After Never Sinks, the second global hit, the decision to use Chu Zhi as the draw was clear. It worked. Anti-war initiatives, is it peace? Release, record-breaking stage performances, all skyrocketed global attention on Chu Zhi. Add to that his media silence and rare variety show appearances, keeping a mysterious aura. Opening day box office in China, 370 million renminbi. North America, 140 million US. Global, over 350 million US. 3 exclamation points to show the score. First day box office even outpaced Never Sinks. Sci-fi drew more casual viewers than 19th century romance, and Chu Zhi's fame dwarfed the prior lead. The Matrix's quality and effects were top-notch, earning solid praise, understandable even without complex philosophy. If you say real is what you can feel, smell, or taste, then the real is just your brain's electronic reaction. This is your last chance. After this, no turning back. Take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake in your bed. Continue believing what you want. Take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Everything that begins must end. Worldwide, the movie was praised, especially in Hollywood. Maybe it's in their culture, but Americans love a savior story. Keanu Reeves became a global star from this movie. Chu Zhi's parallel world version amplified that effect. One of the best action sci-fi films ever. The production quality rivals The Matrix, surpassing the past decade sci-fi, immersing me in another world, taking you into a brand new universe. Chu Zhi as the protagonist isn't perfect, but he nailed it. Few long lines, giving him a chance to express through posture and expression. This is exactly how I imagined a savior. Watching 3 times revealed philosophical and religious elements, making me appreciate the film and director/writer Davis even more. Fights, religious symbols, myth and culture blended. The Matrix is unique. Davis created a fascinating sci-fi world. Neo, Chu Zhi, is a hacker with intuition the world is wrong. He's Alice, going down the rabbit hole, discovering his world is Wonderland. Bullet time, Chinese martial arts, black coats, all amplify Chu Zhi's cool. I even ordered the movie's sunglasses and coat. The movie is stunning and wild. Gregory, Gwen, and Rupert were excellent. Gwen was underrated. Chu Zhi's appearance alone carries the film. Number 6, 31. The screenwriter is a genius. Global first-week box office almost hit $1.2 billion, and director Davis finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He was even a little cocky about it. IMDb scored 9.0, Rotten Tomatoes gave 98% fresh. For a sci-fi film, that was a dream start no one could imagine. With such good reception, the following box office wouldn't see any sudden drops, and Davis instantly became a hot name in Hollywood. The biggest beneficiaries were the director and the lead actor. For Davis, he became a prized asset in the eyes of movie studios. Disney, Sony, Universal, they were all lining up with extremely generous offers. Sony even wanted him to direct the newest James Bond series. Davis had won numerous film awards before, and actors respected him, but investors and big companies often ignored him. Now the tables had turned. Hollywood was still a business at its core, and he couldn't help but remark on that. Warner Brothers was even more eager, waving cash to get him to film the sequel immediately. If he wanted money, they'd pay. If he wanted people, they'd provide. What about the sequel? Why and just after Neo became the savior? I want to see Neo wreak havoc everywhere. So many things weren't explained. Who's the prophet? What exactly is Neo supposed to do as the savior? Just being in the Matrix can't save humanity. And what about Morpheus' responsibility? My God, so many things weren't clear. I'll give you a number. Next month, the sequel comes out next month. A middle-aged man with thick hair, a big mouth, and tiny eyes, nicknamed Hammerhead Shark, had a terrible reputation in Hollywood leadership circles. I'm planning The Matrix as a trilogy, plus several short animations expanding the world, Davis said. For the two sequels, I hope to invite the original cast back. The original cast, of course, Hammerhead Shark nodded. Matter-of-factly, once a path is proven to be fast, there's no need to open new trails. The difficulty for the second film is Chu Zhi, Davis said. It's hard to convince him to return. Huh. Hammerhead Shark didn't believe it. The Matrix might become the most famous sci-fi series in film history. How could any actor refuse? Even if he doesn't act, he'll still be remembered in the entertainment world, Davis said. In fact, he already has. Hammerhead Shark choked, nearly forgetting Chu Zhi was just dabbling in acting, his real profession being a singer. And Unsinkable and Xi Lang have already cemented his name in film history, Davis sighed. During filming, I tried to persuade him to star in the sequel, but I never got a firm answer. Hammerhead Shark thought about it. Even condensing scenes, filming a Hollywood blockbuster takes 5 to 6 months. Actors don't make that much money compared to what Chu Zhi earns as a singer. If Hammerhead Shark were choosing, he wouldn't want to film either. If Hammerhead Shark began, but Davis interrupted. Chu Zhi's box office draw is at least $400 million worldwide, Davis said. To be polite, he added, and audiences would have a hard time accepting a new actor for Neo. The company will negotiate, and then offer Chu Zhi a price he can't refuse, Hammerhead Shark said. Warner Brothers was one of Hollywood's Big Five, making over $35 billion annually. Davis hoped they weren't bluffing, since Chu Zhi was the ideal Neo in his eyes. With all this attention, the lead actor naturally faced countless invitations too. But Chu Zhi had declined every Western show and returned home. The road shows for the film were done this week, and other activities would just waste his energy. He'd rather record albums to earn money quietly. Because The Matrix was so popular, even Chu Zhi's appearance on classic Chant 7 was overshadowed. He was essentially competing with himself for attention. Media students knew overexposure often backfires, but in the entertainment world, if you don't occupy the publicity space, someone else will. Even if it backfires, you can't skip the chance to claim your share. It kind of reminded Chu Zhi of how some phone apps keep escalating features for no reason. Should we change the venue for this year's Orange Festival? Chu Zhi thought. The festival was in its 6th year, with one cancellation before due to injury. The Mountain City Convention Center works fine, and it holds a lot of memories, he decided, letting go of the idea of moving it. Chu Zhi had a lot on his plate, plus recording 2 Mandarin albums. A few days later, The Matrix was still dominating theaters, and Hollywood studios started making offers. Are these people crazy? Disney wants me to play a pirate captain in Pirates of the Caribbean. Universal invited me for Fast and Furious. Sony wants me to be the next 007. What the hell? An Asian MI6 agent, Chu Zhi said, staring at the stack of invitations, his head spinning. Capitalists can do anything, Neo Jiangxue said. As for the Asian Bond, Sony's writers even came up with a solution. James Bond carries out a dangerous mission wearing a human mask. She added, to convince me, they improvised lines. James Bond. Is this mask too flashy? Question flashiest is safest. James Bond. Looks good. I might use the charm. Question if necessary. It's designed by AI analyzing the world's most handsome faces. No human could look this perfect. James Bond. Agreed. Foreign screenwriters really are genius, Chu Zhi said, recalling a childhood TVB drama where the male lead quit mid-series. The script justified it with a resurrection plot, letting the actor swap seamlessly. Talent often comes out of necessity, he added. They've seen Brother Joe's box office pull, Neo Jiangxue said. Capitalists will do anything to make money. She secretly hoped that if the Human Mask Bond films became a series, Western kids would associate the ultimate spy James Bond with an Asian face. Maybe later, Chu Zhi replied. He wasn't interested in acting, not even for The Matrix 2. Both 007 and Matrix sequels involved too much action for too little return. Let's pick a release date for In Harmony. Chu Zhi suddenly shifted topics. Why not ride the movie's momentum? The songs performed during the world tour would be compiled into an album, simply titled In Harmony. Sounds good. I'll have the team draft a plan, Neo Jiangxue said after thinking. Brother Gio, do you want yesterday's box office report? She asked before leaving. Report? No need. He shook his head. He cared far more about Unsinkable than The Matrix, since the latter's investment was smaller. Toho Cinema, Shinjuku branch, was completely booked today. The neon called movies, Aiga, meaning foreign films. Toho had 11 theaters, the largest seating over 400. The cinema was rented by Oshima Suzuka, eldest son of the Oshima family, for his wedding. It was his wedding with Sasaki Kira, both members of Chu Zhi's strongest supporters club, where they met. Never expected the department head and our fan club's flower to be together. I think it suits them. Oshima Suzuka's very spirited. Hosting the reception at a cinema is so creative. First time I've seen this. Strange, why isn't Wasaka here? Wasaka pursued Sasaki for a while, but she chose Suzuka. Total proactive type. Guests murmured among themselves. They picked the cinema because Suzuka credited Chu Zhi for giving him the strength to live happily. Plus, he met his fiancée through the fan club. The timing of the wedding during the Matrix release allowed them to book the theater, support the movie's box office, and make it unique. Mrs. Oshima attended, but Suzuka's father, Oshima Jiro, didn't show, citing work. Suzuka didn't mind, he'd handle it. Suzuka, arranging the photo of Rong-san like this, is it okay? Sasaki Kira hesitated. No problem, it'll be fine, he said, placing Chu Zhi's photo in the spot of his father, thankfully choosing a color photo. The Matrix's global run lasted 2 months, some places even 3, squeezing every potential viewer. By July, it ended, with final box office. North America, 721 million. China, 522 million. Japan, 201 million. UK, 117 million. South Korea, 114 million. Brazil, 86.54 million. Germany, 82.31 million. All amounts in dollars. Global total, 2.501 billion. Third highest in history. Less than Never Sink's 2.592 billion by under 100 million. If you've seen both films' detailed data, you'd know The Matrix underperformed because North America and China, the 2 biggest markets, earned less. Sci-fi still couldn't get female fans to watch 3 or 4 times, but the result was impressive. It was like a massive ship braving waves worldwide, with Chu Zhi creating a storm of his own. Number 632. A few things about the celebration banquet. Hollywood Frontline News. The second and third highest grossing films in world history? Both him. L'Officiel. Over the past 2 months, Fifth Avenue in New York has been filled with men in black coats and sunglasses. He single-handedly shifted global aesthetic trends, even if only temporarily. The New Yorker. Davis proved he could strike a balance between commerce and art. The Matrix's $2.501 billion box office cemented Davis as a director more widely recognized by the public.
It also highlighted his talent for discovering actors' potential. According to Warner's PR head Sam Warner, credit also goes to Mr. Davis's persistence. He personally traveled to Hawaiian multiple times to secure the actors. Seattle Times, a flashy film that only scratches the surface of deep philosophical ideas. If it had a different lead actor, I wouldn't have lasted through it. Its success confirms that a well-cast hero matters. I hope the sequel will give me a different experience. The film earned the third highest box office in cinematic history. Almost all reports were positive, with only a few scattered criticisms. No matter how the movie was reviewed, Chu Zhi received widespread praise. It wasn't that Chu Zhi acted exceptionally well. The main character was simple, without complex emotional arcs. Most of the time, looking cool was enough. Still, the performance was polished. After all, he had been nominated for Best Actor at Europe's 3 major film festivals. Like spring ducks sensing the warming river first, the real market buzz is known first in Yangqing, or more precisely, the city's clothing wholesale market. Warner underestimated the star power of Chu Zhi, not producing any related merchandise. But as L'Officiel noted, men in black coats were everywhere, and Europe's huge demand? Yangqing's clothing wholesalers happily picked up that pie. Last batch, there's not much demand from Europe and America anymore. Too bad we still don't have enough clothing. This time Danyang made the big profit. The movie's sunglasses sold out worldwide. After watching the movie, you feel like putting on a black coat and sunglasses would make you look as cool as the Matrix, but most people don't have the legs, or they're a bit chubby. It just doesn't look good. Who cares if it looks good? If the customer feels good wearing it, that's enough. Finally got a hot item. Hope that Star makes a few more films so our small factory can earn some real money. Yangqing workers' expectations were simple and innocent. A blockbuster movie alone couldn't trigger a fashion trend. Even Unsinkable didn't start one, which made sense since it featured 19th century costumes. Star charisma was the deciding factor. Those expectations were dashed. Chu Zhi didn't take another Hollywood role. Warner execs, Hammerhead Shark, and Davis came to China twice to negotiate a sequel, but they left disappointed both times. Aigwa's team analyzed the situation perfectly. Chu Zhi was essential to the film's success, but optional for the sequel, so they demanded a sky-high price. It wasn't just about salary, but investment stakes. With the current market, a sequel with the original cast would make money for sure. Asking for a bigger stake would be like taking Warner's share. In July, Hammerhead Shark visited Aigwa 3 times, each ending in failure. Few days later, a Warner exec accidentally leaked that The Matrix 2 might recast the male lead, which coincidentally was reported by media online, sparking heated discussion. Trying to pressure us to reduce our investment share? Chu Zhi saw the news. He believed the recast wasn't fake. If Aigwa insisted, Warner might actually do it. But they didn't realize Chu Zhi truly didn't want to film more action movies. Without enough profit, it was goodbye. Annual App Awards again didn't pick us. Exhausting. Be real. Good Notes 7, Mac Family Tree 15, VIX. Apple's doing this on purpose. Chu Zhi muttered, looking at the App Store awards. Orange Home's international version had enough users and reviews to win, yet 3 years in a row it was ignored. Chu Zhi knew why. The Chinese phone he endorsed was competing with Apple worldwide, so Apple's stance was hostile. A little petty. Chu Zhi shrugged. Awards aside, the real focus was the yearly Summer Wish event, where one fan's comment gets granted each year. This surprise was reserved both domestically and internationally. In 2027, 2 wishes were granted. The domestic fan was a little fruit from Hunan with a simple wish. I really want a collector's edition signed album of Little Fruits Are Sweet. The international Little Fruit came from Hamburg, Germany, with a slightly romantic wish to visit the Dazu rock carvings with Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi's promotions were effective. The MV drove foreign tourists to places like Dazu rock carvings, the Three Gorges, and Fairy Mountain. Both wishes were easy to fulfill. Chu Zhi not only gave the Hunan Little Fruit a collector's edition album, but a unique custom version. Granting the German Little Fruit's wish took just 2 days. Chu Zhi knew fans were the foundation of a star. No amount of fame could change that. While busy, Aigwa released 2 albums. Chu Zhi's 8th Chinese album in harmony, including his previous 2 albums, and Miao Chen's EP.
The latter sold 110,000 copies, a solid result. Chu Zhi's and Harmony sold over 6 million in a single month domestically, and roughly 8 million across Japan, Korea, and other Asian countries. Since it wasn't promoted in Europe or America, the 1 million copies there were minimal. Even with his previous mega sales topping 60 million, selling 15 million physical copies globally for In Harmony didn't warrant a company celebration. Standards were high now. I'll have the company throw a celebration for you. Once it hits 100,000 copies, it should break into the top 20 Chinese albums, Agent Lau Kaitu said happily to Miao Chun. Boss didn't even celebrate selling over 10 million copies. Why celebrate my 100,000? Miao Chun immediately refused, quietly thinking his promotion effort couldn't compare to his boss. Silly kid, why compare yourself to the boss? No singer in the global entertainment industry competes with him in album sales. It's a different level, you get me? Lau Kaitu said. In the domestic market, no EP has sold over 100,000 copies in 4 or 5 years. Don't you think that deserves a celebration? Miao Chen's expression was complicated. Lau Kaitu added, if you set your boss as the target, you'll never get a celebration in your life. In the end, Miao Chen agreed. He saw the reception for his boss's album In Harmony online. Even without Igwa promoting, it was widely praised. Walking in the Rain comment section. 6 months until college entrance exams. I can't fall behind again. Brother Joe woke me up back in middle school, and now again. I'll keep moving forward, even in the rain. This is a turning point in my life. Dancing Van Gogh comment section. At first, I didn't like it. Listened twice, and it's interesting. Then I got hooked. Weird and gorgeous. Dear Van Gogh, so lonely. Back to Lesa comment section. Few songs make me feel like I'm seeing the grasslands, or feeling the holiness of the Potala Palace. This one does both. Revolution comment section. Listening to this while watching a horror movie made me want to drag the ghost out and beat it up. Damn it. No wonder he's the boss. Miao Chun could only sigh. He knew he had to work even harder. Time pushed on, and by the end of September, it was almost the day the 2027 Nobel Literature Prize would be announced. Number 633. Farewell finale. Mr. Ono. I'm Stag. Stagnelius hadn't even finished saying his name before he was cut off. Do you take me for an idiot? Ono Akio scoffed. Next, are you going to ask me for money? My book Me and Nan won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Me and Nan had been published last year and had won the Sumeda Ryotaro Award. On the surface, Ono Akio's book told the story of himself and the great poet Huainan, but in reality, it was a semi-autobiography written from his perspective as an editor. The depictions of workplace and family pressures resonated deeply with many young people in Japan, especially the line, I wanted to kill myself, not to commit suicide, just to stop existing. I wanted to live alone, and that thought kept me going. It captured the mindset of Japan's low-desire generation perfectly. In short, Me and Nan was Ono Akio using the aura of a famous poet to explore Japan's low-desire society through his own eyes. Winning the Sumeda Ryotaro Award was well-deserved. Even though the award was nicknamed the Little Nobel of Japan, Ono Akio didn't imagine it had any link to the real Nobel Prize. He knew his limits. After all, he was also a 90s kid shaped by a low-desire society. Sir, could you speak a little slower? I can't catch everything, Stagnelius admitted. Not catching his Japanese-accented English? Ono Akio's expression turned serious. Maybe this person really was a foreigner? But the next line made him suddenly realize. Are you Mr. Ono Akio, editor for Mr. Huainan? Huainan, the great poet, had won the Nobel Prize in literature. This was supposed to go to Huainan all along. The Swedish Academy finally had good taste. Ono Akio's mind had 2 reactions in an instant, and he immediately replied, Yes, I'm Huainan's editor. Has he really won the Nobel Prize? The 2027 Nobel Prize in Literature has been awarded to Chinese poet Huainan, Stagnelius said. However, we couldn't reach him, so we're asking Mr. Ono Akio to help contact him. No problem, just give me a moment. I'll email him right away. You have to wait, Ono Akio said, already starting to type. Huainan was his idol, and it was Huainan's encouragement that gave him the courage to write Me and Nan. Now that he knew his idol had won, he was shaking with excitement, his fingers trembling as he typed. He was so thrilled, he almost forgot to confirm the caller's identity. Mr. Ono, please keep this confidential. Don't reveal anything. The winner will be publicly announced in 2 months, Stagnelius reminded. My nickname's White Monk. I'll never leak it, don't worry. Ono Akio promised immediately. White Monk was a faceless yokai in Japanese folklore. With no eyes, nose, or mouth, he naturally couldn't spill secrets. Ono Akio hung up temporarily. The email wouldn't get a reply immediately, but he didn't want the staff waiting. Luckily, Stagnelius sent a photo via text, a picture of his office ID at the Swedish Academy, to verify his identity. In reality, Ono Akio's email reached Chu Zhi an hour later, when he was resting during the shoot for the 4 Great Classics MV. Huainan-san, you've won the Nobel Prize. The secretary at the Swedish Academy just called me. I knew it. If the Academy ever thought of a poetry collection, it had to be you. Chu Zhi couldn't hide his happiness. It wasn't just about the Nobel Prize itself. 7 years had passed since he'd adopted this alias, and now he could finally reveal it. Of course, performing as Emperor Beast for 7 years had its perks. Good food, good sleep, tens of millions of fans, ahem. He wondered how everyone would react when they realized Huainan and Chu Zhi were the same person. Emperor Beast loved seeing his friends' shocked faces. His assistant Xiao Zhuzi noticed his bright smile and thought, boss must be really happy. All right, let's do it. Treat ourselves to a little gift. System bro, let's go for a 10 pull. 93 personality coins instantly dropped to 42, and Chu Zhi's eyes went wide at the 10 blind box prizes. Even the seasoned Emperor Beast quickly regained his composure and began inspecting the prizes. Rare item, 6 Nuke multifunction drinks. Song voucher X3. Album package, Restless. Album package, Black Tangerine. Ethereal Sound. Custom album voucher X1. Poetry collection, William Blake selected works. Album package, The Game. Rare item, non-stick glutinous rice balls. Song voucher X3. Chu Zhi had 2 thoughts. First, the 10 pull didn't yield. The special grand prize. No guaranteed rare, even on 10 pulls. Was this worse than Pig Factory or Goose Factory? Wait, what is this? I feel like I lost out. He paused, then realized he hadn't. The 3 albums plus a custom album alone were worth $500 million yuan. All 3 albums were legendary: Wang Fei, David Tao, and Queen. Should I sign a female artist next? Plenty of songs from women. Might as well keep the profits in-house, Chu Zhi mused. He calculated 1 personality coin at 10 million yuan. The remaining rare items and ethereal sound alone were worth hundreds of millions. The rare item mini-store is seriously techy. 6 Nuke drinks and the non-stick rice balls really do this. Chu Zhi peeked sneakily. The system's imagination went beyond anything he'd expected. He left specifics vague. Sneaky peeks don't expose secrets. Other rewards didn't need detail, except for the poetry collection. William Blake, famous British poet, had a 4-line poem translated by Su Zhima in China. 1 sand, 1 world, 1 flower, 1 heaven. Infinite within your hand. A moment becomes eternity. Hey, system bro, what was that grand prize you promised for the first 10 pull? Chu Zhi refocused. Suddenly, a golden blind box appeared in his mind. He instinctively opened it, and the prize made Emperor Beast smile freeze. Meanwhile, Ono Akio relayed Huainan's reply to the Swedish Academy secretary, careful not to cause misunderstandings. He added a clarification. Huainan-san is devoted to his work and pays little attention to external affairs, but he will definitely attend the award ceremony on October 17th. Of course, all writers have their own worlds. Huainan-san's world must be exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, in this barren poetic age, he wouldn't have created such a lush garden of words, Stagnelius responded. The invitation will be sent to the publisher. Please make sure it reaches him, as the invitation is the only proof for entry. Of course, sir, we'll take care of it. Then I won't disturb Mr. Ono anymore. Beep beep. Hanging up, Stagnelius didn't show any strong reaction. If the author didn't like direct contact, no call was no big deal. Some Nobel laureates historically didn't even attend the ceremony. The Nobel rules simply required the recipient to be alive. Most laureates still attended and gave famous speeches. Ono Akio called some friends, happy as could be. He planned to hit KTV and izakaya after work, but suddenly remembered something. Voting. I almost forgot this year's vote. He smacked his head and opened a simple website. To the unknowing, it might look shady, but it was official. Surprisingly, the less official Japanese sites often had better standards. The homepage let users vote for the character of the year. He cast his vote for Chu and shared it with friends. Chu was far ahead with 40,000 votes. Second and third, Kim and only had 10,000 plus and 8,000 plus, a massive gap. The Japanese Character Assessment Association let netizens vote for a character to summarize the year. Last year's was for peace. Fans now wanted Chu to showcase Chu Zhi's impact on Japanese culture. South Korea had a similar tradition, Character Idioms of the Year, announced by Professor News. In 2026, the idiom was Yishin, referencing Chu Zhi's actions in Sadler territory to stop a war. That night, the stars shone above the city, a rare sight. Chu Zhi, you're treating us tonight. Something good happening? Chu Zhi asked curiously. After the day's schedule in Luzhou, Chu Zhi treated them to a feast. Mandarin fish, Hu-style hotpot, smoked white fish, Wu King tribute goose, shepherd's purse dumplings, and more. What's the good news? Share it so we can all celebrate, Ma Weihan nodded. He even put down his chopsticks while speaking, showing attention, though Chu Zhi's words didn't interrupt her eating. Yes, there's really good news, but I can't say yet. In about 20 days, you'll know, Chu Zhi said, smiling. On September 30th, post-production for the Four Great Classics album was officially finished. Intro, Yun Gong Xuanin, Rolling Yangtze, Chow Chow, A Handful of Rivers in Your Palm, Four Seas, Song of Heroes, Wukong, Beyond the Sky, Outro, Dawn of Heroes. 18 tracks total. The intro set the stage, the outro wrapped it up with reflections. Already explained once, but since it's the finale, might as well repeat. The album was finished, but not released yet. Since Tour just came out, flooding fans with new albums could be burdensome. Domestic CDs still cost 80 to 90 yuan. Almost forgot, the 6th Orange Festival concluded perfectly in September. Even though yearly activities had new events, once hype leveled off, it was hard to trend without spending, as Emperor Beast's influence made entertainment predictable. October arrived. Warner executives Shark Hammerhead and Davis came to China for one last push. It was their final attempt, still hoping Igwa would compromise, but the outcome was predictable. October 17th, Nobel Prize in Literature ceremony. 6 p.m. Swedish time, 1 a.m. China time. The Blue Hall, on the shore of Lake Mälaren in Stockholm, also the City Hall Banquet Hall, was famous for hosting every Nobel Literature Award. Tourists dubbed it the Nobel Hall. Chinese readers might remember an extracurricular piece titled Ordinary People in the Blue Hall, though it was somewhat fragmented. In reality, it was just a typical Victorian-style banquet hall. Many official events and concerts were held there. How many times have I been to Stockholm? 3? 4? Doesn't matter. This time feels completely different, Chu Zhi said, wearing his signature cap. The average 10-degree weather let him wrap nicely in a scarf. Chu Zhi didn't come. Only his 2 bodyguards, Su and Huang, followed at a short distance. The building was ordinary Victorian red brick. It was called the Blue Hall because they'd originally wanted blue bricks, but lacked the funds. Only the name remained. Around the entrance, retractable barriers cordoned off the area. Rows of guards stood meticulously. You needed an invitation to enter. Chu Zhi presented his gray invitation, no ID check, and the guards let him in. Guests were wrapped up to prevent outside reporters from leaking the winner before the official announcement, so Chu Zhi's appearance didn't seem odd. Why were there guards? Because this was Sweden's biggest global event. The king and queen would be there, the crown prince and princess too. Basically, the entire Gustav family would attend, and Carl XVI himself might present the awards. Sir, may I ask who you are? As Chu Zhi walked down the central corridor, the receptionist, Von Mann, stepped forward. Huainan. Chu Zhi introduced himself briefly. Von Mann's eyes lit up. He was a literary fan, and finally seeing the legendary Huainan in person was thrilling. Please follow me, Mr. Huainan. We'll wait in the back room first. He greeted him immediately, though inside he was shocked. The legend was true. Huainan really was young. Listening to the voice, He couldn't have been more than 40, maybe even younger. He felt a little familiar too. Von Man couldn't stare directly but caught glimpses of the eye contours. They seemed strikingly familiar. Could Huainan be some famous celebrity? Von Man tried to imagine. Probably a literary professor from some country, he guessed. The award hall was packed. The Swedish Academy's members sat alongside the royal family, around 20 people, holding flowers in 2 neat rows. A microphone stood center stage, while a classical orchestra was ready on the 2nd floor, violinists, pianists, and other instrumentalists, all set for live performance. Below, press from Xinhua News, Reuters, AP, AFP, Middle East News, and other major agencies filled the seats. Globally renowned writers, literary critics, and presidents of national writers' associations were also there. The president of China's Writers' Association, Mr. Sun, was in the 2nd row. Roberts, who had won the 2026 Nobel Literature Prize, sat in the 1st row, and the critic Lapham, famous for judging literature in the age of barrenness, was there too. Even without paying attention to literature, the 200 to 300 people in the audience represented at least 30% of the world's literary knowledge, legends all around. SVT, Swedish television, was broadcasting live. Academy President Wilson went on stage, gave a long speech about the significance of literature, and finally opened the envelope. Exploring the boundaries of human civilization through diverse languages, demonstrating rare wisdom and perfect artistry, the 2027 Nobel Literature Prize goes to Chinese poet Huainan. Then Carl XVI stepped up to present the certificate, medal, and prize money. The medal was pure gold. The winner slowly walked out from backstage under the gaze of thousands. A familiar face. A handsome face. Chu Zhi, who had once won the Nobel Peace Prize. No one present had ever associated a globally famous singer with a world-renowned poet. Whispers spread. The Nobel Literature Prize ceremony has performances like the Grammys? If there's a performance, Chu Zhi could totally be on that stage. Is Chu Zhi related to Huainan? Is he standing in? What's going on? Everyone's gaze turned to President Wilson, who was equally stunned. In that stunned silence, Chu Zhi stepped onto the stage, facing the microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm Chu Zhi. You might know me better as a singer, but my other identity is less familiar. My pen name is Huainan. Even though he spoke Chinese, there were translators and people who understood it, making it even harder to believe. Wait, what the hell is he saying? Chu Zhi is Huainan? A single question mark wasn't enough to describe the audience's shock. Reporters, writers, critics, Academy members, European nobles, all were astonished. Why hadn't anyone told them? Wilson scanned the reception staff, while Von Man just shrugged helplessly. The winner usually gives interviews and chats with Academy members half an hour before the ceremony, but Huainan requested no interviews. A writer refusing interviews? Not strange. The organizers didn't force anything, so the winner only came out at the announcement. Von Man had known Chu Zhi was Huainan a little earlier, but it was so shocking he kept staring at the face beneath the hat and scarf, confirming it was the Chu Zhi he remembered. After checking evidence, like the China Poetry Network account, emails with editor Ono Akio, and numerous manuscripts, he finally verified it. Poetry that can be sung becomes songs. Poetry that can't, I publish. Winning this award still makes me very happy, Chu Zhi said. Carl XVI was supposed to hand over the certificate, medal, and cash as usual, but he froze. He was 70 and had seen everything, yet this was new to him. The classical orchestra on the 2nd floor hesitated too. They didn't know whether to play. After Von Man confirmed Chu Zhi was indeed Huainan, Wilson accepted the fact. Chu Zhi really played a huge joke on us. After verification, there's no doubt Mr. Chu Zhi is the Chinese poet Huainan, Wilson declared. No doubt. Good. Carl XVI rose and presented the 3-piece award. The applause wasn't a loud cheer, just polite claps, almost like testing the waters. How can Huainan be so young? Critic Lapham whispered. Roberts muttered. So absurd, my daughter and I like the same idol. Mr. Sun stared at Chu Zhi, as if he were a supernatural creature, muttering. Reveal your true form, you monster. Accepting this was impossible. Huainan was too young, and how could he be a celebrity? Most great writers looked down on stars, not out of malice but pride. Chu Zhi stayed calm. Since my main identity is a singer, I'll do something special. I want to perform a song as my Nobel acceptance speech. Can I have a guitar? The staff quickly brought one. Song title, Farewell. Musical note. I fear I won't get a chance to say goodbye, because maybe I'll never see you again. Tomorrow I'll leave, parting from familiar places and tears will fall. I'll remember your face. I'll treasure the thoughts you gave me, and these days will never fade from my heart. I can't promise whether I'll return, but I'll walk forward without looking back. Musical note. The 10-pull special reward allowed him to return to his original world. Chu Zhi remembered a conversation with his system a bit over 2 weeks ago. Congratulations, host. You've earned a chance to return. You mean I can go back to Earth? But I've been here for 7 years. My body must have turned to bones. And my mom, how's she been all this time? She can't take care of herself well. Super grand prize. You'll return to the exact moment you traveled here. So, these 7 years are just an instant. Yes. Nice. System bro, you're amazing. One last question. If I go back, what happens to this body? Will the original resurrect? The original is already dead. This body will die immediately. I'll say goodbye to my fans in public then. Chu Zhi sang without technique. This was his last song for his fans. He missed Earth. He missed his mother terribly, even after 7 years. As his farewell song played, the audience slowly regained some composure. Reporters worldwide, their eyes seemingly turning red with shared emotion, rushed to spread the news to the entire world. If I leave tomorrow, little fruits, what will happen? System bro, save the return opportunity for now. I'll stay here a while to be with them. Okay. Volume 7, Extra. Number 634. Extra 1. After the Nobel Prize in Literature. The first time in a parallel world that a singer won the Nobel Prize in Literature. The first time the laureate's acceptance speech was actually a song. The first time the Swedish Academy had to spend time verifying the author's identity. The 2027 Nobel Prize in Literature was full of firsts. SVT, the Swedish national television, was live-streaming, though not many people were actually watching. Leighton only caught a glimpse while using the bathroom in his hotel in Sweden. The Hilton 5-star hotels have tiny TV screens in the bathrooms. That single glance froze Leighton in place for over 10 seconds. He didn't even realize he'd peed a little before he snapped back to reality. Fuck, what kind of species is this Chinese guy? Leighton muttered. He didn't even trust the SVT News and opened Google Chrome to check the official Nobel Prize website. There wasn't a separate site for the Literature Prize. The main Nobel website, run by the Nobel Committee, had already updated the winner news. 2027 Nobel Prize in Literature. Let poetry bloom in our world. The 2027 Nobel Prize in Literature is awarded to Chu Zhi, a Chinese poet known by the pen name Huainan, for works shaped by diverse languages, exploring the boundaries of human civilization. The official news was split into 3 parts: the date, the Swedish Academy's selection focus for the year, and an evaluation of the winner. The second part clearly echoed Leparme's barren poetry argument. Seeing that, Leighton hurriedly pulled up his pants, didn't even wash his hands, and rushed to share the news with his friend. His friend was Horman. For guys, there's an unspoken rule. You better hold the dick or you'll make a mess. So hand-washing is usually essential. Why was Leighton so frantic? Even he probably didn't realize it, but there was a fan-to-fan thrill of sharing news about their idol accomplishing something huge. Horman wouldn't have been following the news either. He'd been on a global tour since September and was completely slammed. Western stars usually only hit Asia once if their main tour is in Europe or America. A Chinese global tour would do the same, like one major stop in LA. As Leighton expected, Horman had been busy since morning, hadn't even eaten lunch, and had invited 7 friends from his band as guest performers. The Nobel Prize in Literature? Not his concern. He wasn't exactly a literature buff. Leighton arrived at the venue and had this conversation with Horman. Got some shocking news, and even more shocking news. Which do you want first? Hit me with the shocking one. Chinese poet Huainan just won the Nobel Prize in Literature. That's not shocking. It just proves the Swedish Academy finally paid attention to poetry. And besides Huainan, I can't think of anyone else who could win. So what's the even more shocking news? I want to be truly shocked. Huainan's real identity is the singer Chu Zhi, the same Chu Zhi we all know, who once won the Nobel Peace Prize. Fuck, are you joking? Horman's eyes were as wide as his glasses, stunned, didn't even begin to cover it. A singer winning the Nobel Prize in Literature? That alone puts him leagues ahead of everyone else in history, Leighton said. It wasn't just leagues ahead. The Peace Prize was already ridiculous. And now this. The absurdity was off the charts. For the next 50 years, no one would surpass him. Horman thought of that narrow but incredibly broad back. The news didn't need face-to-face sharing. The journalists on site would spread it globally in under 3 minutes. Reuters, world headline hashtag Huainan's true identity revealed. AP, from global pop king to world's greatest poet. TASS, Swedish Academy confirms Huainan's identity as Chu Zhi. AFP, Chu Zhi shines in the Blue Hall. Middle East News Agency, why he's the most unique singer in the world. Zhongtong News, Nobel laureate Chu Zhi's acceptance. Poetry that can be sung is a song. What can't be sung I'll publish through the press. A quick note, the last Zhongtong isn't the usual courier service, it's Hong Kong China News Agency. The Middle East headline was slightly sloppy, probably because the agency's director was Little Fruits, too excited to stay calm. News agencies are usually precise. You have to make it clear who's being reported. The Swedish royal family and Academy President Wilson left the Blue Hall, all still dazed. Mr. Wilson, giving the Nobel Prize to a celebrity won't make the award look bad, right? King Carl XVI asked nervously. Frankly, the prize was a huge tourist draw for Sweden. They couldn't afford any mishaps. We're not awarding a celebrity. The winner just happens to be a celebrity, Wilson replied. The character in Mr. Cogito alone would cement his place in the poetry world, let alone his other works. This year's prize focused on poetry. Over 50 poets worldwide were eligible, but Huainan, Chu Zhi, and Rick Morty led the first 3 voting rounds. In the last 5 rounds, Chu Zhi crushed Rick Morty by a landslide, Wilson said. Rick Morty, the famous Canadian playwright and poet, created the legendary Canada Export miracle in the late 20th century. Back then, the U.S. president wanted to raise tariffs on U and corn. Canadian leaders panicked, but once they learned he was Rick's fan, Rick helped lobby successfully. The tariffs were canceled. Even such a powerful poet still lost to Chu Zhi at the Swedish Academy. Proof of how extraordinary the win was. So again, we're not awarding a celebrity. The winner is a poet who happens to have a side career as a singer, Wilson said confidently. King Carl XVI said, I don't know much about poetry. Can a singer's poems really be that good? Wilson hesitated, searching for the right words. After a few seconds he said, Chu Zhi's poetry collection is the best of the 21st century, bar none. Being first in literature, or in any cultural field, is almost impossible unless you surpass 2 or 3 contemporaries by a huge margin. This statement made the king understand the value immediately. I'm old, and yet this winner appears, Carl XVI said. He even won the Peace Prize. The world really belongs to the young. Hearing that, Crown Princess Victoria felt something stir inside. But no one noticed her reaction. Wilson nodded, thinking about the king's words. Winning both the Nobel in Literature and the Nobel Peace Prize. What a concept. For context, Winston Churchill, hailed by the BBC as Britain's greatest man and supposedly the English language's master, won the Literature Prize and was only nominated for the Peace Prize. Chu Zhi had already surpassed that. And Churchill was a politician. Chu Zhi, just a singer. The gap between the 2 careers is massive. So yes, this shook the world as if the planet had stopped spinning. Holy shit. What? Why? Can't comprehend? Is this real? Questions came in Japanese, Chinese, English, French, German. Everyone seeing the news had little question marks popping up in their heads. To save space, we'll pick a few highlights. American netizens commented, when Chu sang Jesus Loves Me, everyone said his voice was blessed by God to deliver the angel's message. Now I think maybe God didn't bless him, but gave him part of his power. Agreed. Otherwise, how could one human achieve stunning success in both singing and poetry, even becoming a master in both? My God, he's not even 30, only a third into his life. I disagree. Do you know Da Vinci? His main career was as a painter, yet he left countless works and even wrote treatise on painting to explain technique. He excelled in multiple fields. Descartes, Russell, Aristotle, all achieved incredible feats in different areas. Da Vinci is considered the ultimate Western polymath. But notice this, you're already comparing Descartes, Russell, Aristotle, and Da Vinci to a celebrity. Previously, U.S. President Steele had tried to rope in Chu Zhi to help swing votes by sending his chief of staff, but needless to say, it was a total failure. Chu Zhi's reason for refusing was simple. He couldn't interfere in another country's politics, in any form. It wasn't about Emperor Beast's moral high ground. He just knew that if he got involved in the U.S. election, even with a team of bodyguards from Zhongnanhai, 9 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. No way he'd risk his life for that. The matter should have been over long ago, but seeing that Chu Zhi was actually Huainan, a cultural figure as well as an entertainment celebrity, Steele's mind started scheming again. "Deporto, we need to offer Mr. Chu a price he can't refuse," Steele said. Chief of Staff Deporto nodded, fully aware it had to be an offer that was truly irresistible. Fame can be scary, just like pigs fear getting fat. Emperor Beast had to tread carefully. UK netizens discussing. After checking the Nobel website, over its 100-year history, only 5 people have won 2 Nobel Prizes. Chu Zhi is the 6th, and the only one to win both the Nobel Literature Prize and the Nobel Peace Prize. Only 6. I thought there'd be more. Google the first 5. Curie, Pauling, Banting, Frederick, Sharpless. Except for Pauling, the other 4 were insurmountable giants in their fields. Pauling? What about him? Even though I'm a fan of the Frozen band, I have to admit, Chu Zhi is also an insurmountable giant in pop music. Wait a minute. The United Kingdom, formerly called the British Empire, or the empire on which the sun never sets. Fun fact, very few people know that phrase originally referred to Spain. Back on topic, Huainan's smaller persona is more popular in the UK than in the US, while the bigger Chu Zhi persona is less popular there than in America. This is naturally due to different national circumstances, nothing to debate further. In short, the UK just has a stronger poetry culture. Famous British writer Uta Frankel, born into a wealthy Jewish Czech family, was praised in his youth as the only young person to whom the future of British literature can be entrusted. At 28, he started traveling the world, producing poetry, novels, biographies, and plays. His biographies and short stories brought him particular acclaim. How accomplished was he? Even after immigrating to the UK, his former country, the Czech Republic, established the Uta Short Story Award in his honor. That award is one of the world's top 3 short story prizes, and he's still alive. After hearing about Chu Zhi's feats, Frankel was eager to study this miraculous Chinese man. Poet, pop king, peacemaker, angelic voice. Each title alone could fill a book, and altogether, what a life. If possible, I want to write a biographical novel about Chu Zhi, Frankel thought, boarding a plane to China. If he actually starts writing, it'll also be a breakthrough for him, since he's long set a rule. He never writes about living people. Living people can always do something to change others' opinions of them. That's Frankel's belief. He's a longtime rival of famous literary critic Rapham, not a love-hate thing, but a true mortal enemy. They could actually come to blows. Their feud began when Rapham wrote a biography to help a presidential candidate rise to power. Frankel considered that enough to disqualify Rapham from being a biographer. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens had their own discussion. It's understandable. Think about how beautiful Brother Joe's lyrics are, and then think about how he reads every single day without fail. No wonder he won the Nobel Literature Prize. Holy shit, I can't even keep going. Brother Joe's daily schedule used to be insane. Even on his busiest days, he'd carve out time to read. Now I'm wondering, 2 albums a year, plus various events, plus publishing a poetry book each year? Does time flow differently for him? I just can't comprehend it. Holy shit, I just bought Huainan's translation of Searching, 18th Century French Art. Our teacher recommended it. She studied at Lyon National School of Fine Arts, and she says Huainan is a phenomenal translator. Didn't know it was Brother Joe? Actually, from a linguistic standpoint, Brother Joe is an incredible polyglot. Not just a fan talking. All Nations, Volume 1 alone used 8 languages in the lyrics. Here's a ghost story. Brother Joe never went to university. He dropped out to become a trainee, so all his knowledge is self-taught. In China, Chu Zhi's stronghold, hardcore fans tend to take their idol's achievements as their own.
Even little fruits, the most devoted fans, were stunned this time. They truly never expected their idol to have so many surprises. Look at your own Chinese skills, barely enough to pass a paper. Now look at your idol, a Nobel Literature Prize winner, Xiao Yu said to his daughter. Xiao Qing was blown away and asked her father, Dad, do you think this makes sense? I think it makes perfect sense, Xiao Yu said calmly. People were debating who Huainan really is. 3 criteria came up. First, he must have extremely high cultural literacy and knowledge. Otherwise, he couldn't have written Mr. Cogito or the epic poetry in harmony. Second, he must have delicate and versatile thinking. Otherwise, 8 poetry collections from different perspectives wouldn't exist. Third, he must have deep knowledge of foreign languages, because Huainan's poetry collections are special, and he personally wrote many of the foreign language versions. So overall, Chu Zhi fits perfectly, Xiao Yu said. Well said. I have nothing to argue, Xiao Qing admitted. Another striking example, Huainan released in harmony. Xiao Yu paused. Have you read it? Of course, that's the poetry collection Facing the Sea with Spring Flowers. I even shared a passage on my friend's circle, Xiao Qing replied. Stranger, I wish you a bright future. I hope your true love finds you. I hope you find happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea with spring flowers blooming. Yes, only someone gentle can write such lines. Chu Zhi is unbelievably gentle, Xiao Yu said. Do you know what he was doing when publishing this book? Xiao Qing thought, but she wasn't sure, mostly because she didn't know the release date of In Harmony. The release of In Harmony coincided with the August 2025 announcement of his world tour, Xiao Yu said. Harmony, that's basically the global concert tour, right? Finally, the fans in Japan went wild when they learned Chu Zhi and Huainan were the same person. Many danced in the streets, some even shouting and taking off their shirts, like fans at a soccer stadium losing their minds. Chu Zhi's fans include both men and women. When Ojima Matsushika heard the news, he nearly took off his pants to celebrate, but his wife Sasaki Kira stopped him. Don't ask why celebrating involves pants. He was just overwhelmed and his brain short-circuited. Later that night, he went to karaoke, and the night's bill was on him. Some fans were so excited that the owner of Monkey Lang Izakaya, whose wife had passed and whose life had been touched by Chu Zhi's songs, started offering discounts when he learned Chu Zhi had won the top literary award. Other stores followed suit. Soon, hundreds of shops in Osaka, Tokyo, and Yokohama hung banners saying, celebrating Rongsan's Nobel Literature Prize. Most were jumping on the trend, but it definitely boosted Chu Zhi's fame. Outside the izakayas, Japanese chain bookstores reacted fastest. Normally selling books, CDs, AVs, and manga together, they began bundling Chu Zhi's CDs with his poetry books. Under the banner, Poetry and Song, Understanding Chu Zhi Better. Sociologists in Japan called the social change the post-Chu Zhi effect. Because of his immense popularity, he easily influenced mass psychology, creating a huge real-world impact. There's also a pre-Chu Zhi effect from several years ago, when Emperor Beast endorsed lipsticks and cosmetics in Japan, and anything he endorsed would become a hit. Japanese culture, like the West, likes to make grand labels for everything, and then go overboard. Huainan's editor, Ono Akio, nicknamed King Nan in Japan, rubbed his eyes repeatedly when he saw the news, doubting himself. After confirming the source, Ono Akio drank water, then more water, then more, gulping down 2 liters before calming down. My 2 idols are actually the same person, he hiccuped, finally speaking after a long pause. This pretty much sums up global fan reactions. Now, as for the main character, he's living normally, future full of potential. He sleeps under a blanket, eats with chopsticks, and his prospects are limitless. His mood is calm too, because when Emperor Beast appeared on national news for the second time, it wasn't as thrilling as the first. Right now, all he felt was annoyance. The follow-up stuff is such a pain, Chu Zhi sighed. Life wasn't easy. After winning the Nobel Prize in Literature, a huge stack of associations started inviting him. First came the Writers Association, the Poets Association, the Translators Association, and the Publishers Association, all asking him to join. Well, if joining's joining, he thought, he could just agree and hang his name there. The real headache came from the lecture invitations from top literature schools. Tsinghua, Peking University, Zhejiang University, Fudan, all the top Chinese universities sent invitations. A batch of prestigious foreign universities did too. He could just say no to all of them, but part of him wanted to say yes. And saying yes would be a hassle. Caught in that dilemma. No wonder they call it the Nobel curse. Who could handle this? Chu Zhi thought. The Nobel curse meant that once someone won the Nobel in literature, they'd never be able to write a better work again. The curse had a reason. First, the average winner's age was about 58, so their mental energy naturally declined afterward. Second, the flood of fame and fortune after winning would overwhelm anyone, which is exactly what Chu Zhi was feeling now. Here's a little example to give those who haven't crossed over to this earth a tiny jolt from a parallel world. The Chu Zhi, Huainan, complete works, published by Modu Publishing included. The collection of birds. After eternal silence. I'm a willful child. The great enigma. In harmony with Chu. Do not go gently into that good night. Mr. Kajido. How the World Ends. Priced at 350 yuan for the set, or 48 yuan per volume. Don't think that's expensive. If you do, it just means you haven't been to a physical bookstore in a long time. These days, any hardcover book costs 40 or 50 yuan at least, and collector editions rarely go under 60 or 70. The Modu edition of this complete set was nicely printed, with comfortable paper and covers. The timing was perfect. In just 2 weeks, 2.1 million copies were sold. That's insane, considering the current physical book market is sluggish, and selling 20,000 copies already counts as a bestseller. No doubt, Chu Zhi would top this year's writer's income chart. The explosive sales weren't just from fans. Plenty of casual onlookers bought copies too. Think about it. A singer you usually hear in loops suddenly wins the Nobel Prize in Literature. Wouldn't you want to see what they wrote? Because of this, Chu Zhi's poetry collection sold 8 million copies worldwide in just half a month. I sweep or you sweep? All right, thanks. Gu Duofu had grabbed a full set from Sisyphus bookstore. 8 books were a bit heavy, but he ran home like the wind. He'd never read poetry before, but now, to understand Chu Zhi better, he had to. Mommy, no wonder Brother Gio writes lyrics so well. A Nobel-level poet. How could his lyrics be bad? Gu Duofu kept getting more amazed. The complex, layered collections were one thing, but the collection of birds, I'm a willful child, and in harmony with Chu, were just stunning, so romantic. From a poet's perspective, Brother Gio really held back, Gu Duofu thought, planning to write another review, exploring Chu Zhi as a legendary Chinese superstar from a different angle. Abroad, people were thinking the same thing. Come to think of it, it actually makes sense. I've listened to Chu Zhi's albums. His songs feel so split, like if they weren't glued together, they'd fall apart next second. Huainan's poetry collections are like that too. Each volume is like a completely different mind. Huainan's hardcore fan, America's household name, Village Salon member, and 2025 Nobel laureate in literature, Robert Hussein, went from disbelief to thinking it was inevitable. When I read Mr. Kajido, I felt this overwhelming sense of tragedy. I even thought, did Huainan go through something? Roberts checked the timeline. That period coincided with the White House assassination attempt. Almost dying, of course there'd be tragedy. Analyzing simply, do not go gently into that good night, shows the poet's deep longing for deceased loved ones. The great enigma reflects a difficult youth. Cross-referencing the materials with the texts, it matched perfectly. Chu Zhi was still young, so his youth was his teenage years. He lost both parents young, so the person he missed must have been his grandfather. The more depressed someone is, the more they notice the world's beauty. I'm a willful child and the collection of birds. We're born from that, Roberts wrote in the Chicago Post, titled about Huainan. The title alone says little, but the subtitle nails it. Huainan is Chu Zhi. Something none of us expected, but if not him, then who? Time flows like water. You can see it, you can touch it, but you can't hold it. Chu Zhi's Chinese album The Four Classics went on sale on June 11, 2028. Southeast Asia's sales even surpassed the previous album, In Harmony with Chu, hitting nearly 20 million copies worldwide. Most of the sales came from Asia, as Chinese classical culture still deeply influenced the region. Japan and Vietnam reacted with the most enthusiasm. Japanese sinologists said, "This is the perfect album showcasing Chinese classical elements. If I could produce something like this,
It'd be the pride of my academic career. Globally, more and more scholars started paying attention to Chu Zhi, a Nobel-winning poet and pop superstar. There was just so much to study, and the outside world's interest was huge. The brand Chu Zhi started selling through Asia, with offline stores in Beijing, Tokyo, Seoul, Shanghai, Singapore, Ho Chi Minh City, Doha, Jakarta, Kuwait City, and Mumbai. Online, it was mostly Amazon, Tmall, JD, Newegg, Best Buy, and Target. Chu Zhi had supported this clothing brand for 5 or 6 years. Even the design director had changed 3 times. Now it finally stood on its own. He felt a little excited. So not only did he endorse it, he shot 5 ads, over 10 posters, and 2 audio pieces. Chu Zhi poured so much time and energy in. For other brands, anything less than 40 million USD in a single year wouldn't even get close to this kind of treatment. Number 635. Extra 2. The Death of Chu Zhi. Spirits will never leave the world tree. Wild jolted awake, then cautiously looked around. The surroundings felt both familiar and strange, helping him calm down gradually. The tension on his face eased as he realized he was no longer in his original world. Wanwan's already gone out. He stepped out of the living room into the kitchen, placed the ingredients down, and flicked the switch. The smart kitchen system started cooking automatically. Half an hour later, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with chili, and a bowl of vegetable tofu soup were neatly arranged on the table. Technology's even more convenient than magic, Wild thought. Wild was a wind elf from the continent of Kuwait. When the combined forest empire of the Wind, Moon, and Wood clans was attacked by orcs and dwarves, he led the royal guard as a swordsmanship instructor. But a series of dazzling lights that pierced through the cave skies transported him to a strange world. This world had no magic, no battle spirits, not even vitality. The goblins' technology dominated everything. Luckily, a kind local had taken him in. Otherwise, an elf without vitality could barely manage basic archery, martial arts, or elementary nature magic. Forget missiles, a handful of trained strongmen with melee weapons could have easily captured him. In other words, without any identification in this new world, he'd be completely stuck. Wild had lived over 90 years. Elves lived around 500 on average, and had experience with goblins, dwarves, and humans alike. He wasn't some knave rookie. He knew exactly how dangerous it was for an outsider like him. Trusting a strange woman came from his instinctual perception. Everyone in Kuwait knew elves and merfolk could naturally sense malice. Wild could feel Wanwan's goodwill, even if her eyes were filled with ambition. After finishing his meal, Wild decided to read more. No matter the world, acquiring knowledge through books was never wrong. His forest empire had one of the 5 greatest libraries on the continent, the Treehole Library, ordained by the god of culture and technology. The 80-plus square meter apartment had 2 rooms and a living room, but Wild was nearly going stir-crazy. The surroundings made him uncomfortable. Within 10 miles, there were barely any plants, so few that it even made him feel like he was struggling to breathe. He once asked Wanwan, "Even goblins plant plenty of purple grass in caves. If inferior beings like them can't handle an environment like this, how do you endure it?" She didn't answer. Wild washed his face with tap water. The one advantage of this world was that its water quality was far better than that of Kuwait. He began flipping through the history books on a full-wall bookshelf, of course in the vernacular rather than classical writing. Meanwhile, the apartment's owner, Wanwan, wasn't some swooning girl. For her to adopt a strange man, she had her reasons. The key was her profession. She was a manager at Igwa Entertainment in Yang City. Igwa Entertainment was a subsidiary under the patriotic conglomerate, mainly training signed trainees. When Wanwan first laid eyes on Wild, she nearly forgot to breathe. He was just too handsome. Being an Igwa manager, she'd seen plenty of good-looking men. The entertainment industry was full of handsome and beautiful faces, but Wild's appearance immediately reminded her of Chu Zhi in his prime, around 35 years old. If the perfect score for looks was 100, Chu Zhi at his peak would be 120. Wild had 118, with a mixed-race look to his nose bridge and eye sockets. Damn, no wonder elves are always portrayed as gorgeous in dramas. They really are gorgeous. This face is going to blow up. If he doesn't, I swear I'll twist my head and kick it like a ball. That was Wan Wan's first reaction, especially with Wild's elven ears and snow-white skin. If he disguised himself as a woman, he'd be even more stunning than Chu Zhi. The entertainment industry had plenty of beautiful faces, but globally admired handsomeness was rare. Chu Zhi had landed roles in The Matrix and Never Sinking partly because of his face. Wan Wan didn't doubt Wild's identity, and it wasn't just because of his elven ears and looks. After all, traveling from a magical world with deities to the modern world was absurd. What convinced her was that Wild communicated with her using the voice of the soul. In his words, he could communicate with nature, which allowed them to converse smoothly even without a shared language. Modern technology had advanced with realistic movies, simulation pods, and immersive game cabins, but direct mind-to-mind conversation was still beyond reach. Wan Wan, your trainee's been taken by Brother Li. A colleague called Xiaoyang said quietly in the break room after Wan Wan clocked in. Even though it's a company assignment, everyone knows Brother Li's got protection, so he often snatches promising trainees, Xiaoyang explained. No worries. We just do our jobs. Whatever the company decides is fine, Wan Wan said calmly. Huh. Xiaoyang was puzzled. The trainee taken by Brother Li had star potential, so why wasn't she upset? Wan Wan was calm because she held an ace in her hand, someone with the same level of looks as Chu Zhi. After chatting briefly, Wan Wan said, the director's inspecting today, so I'll go check. She entered the cultural classroom where trainees studied academic subjects. Igua Entertainment's founder had a philosophy. Trainees will become stars, and stars have a responsibility to guide fans. Culture, morality, and skill are equally important. The company hired professional teachers, so most trainees looked miserable. Learning was often grueling. A few exceptions existed. 2 years ago, one trainee suddenly caught on to the joy of studying and left just before debuting to pursue graduate school. Back at her desk handling paperwork, Wan Wan's job wasn't majorly stressful since she only had trainees under her, but small tasks piled up nonstop. By noon, she took a brief break, picked up her translucent phone, and saw over 999 unread messages in the work WeChat group, all at everyone. Holy shit, badass. 66,666. I'll crush work like thunder. Stay calm, but holy shit. Wan Wan scrolled. Her phone was a retro touchscreen. Most colleagues had futuristic wearable projection devices, but she hadn't splurged. The transparency was just the material. Is this real? Wan Wan's calm shattered when she saw the announcement from the artist department manager. At everyone, the big boss wrote a song, When You're Old, to support trainees. Trainees with excellent mid-year evaluations can debut using this song. Note: the lyrics are adapted from the boss's famous poetry collection After Long Silence, widely recognized. When You're Old had even been included in high school textbooks. Debuting with the boss's song? That's debuting at the peak. Wan Wan thought, tempted to bring Wild in immediately. Chu Zhi had been in entertainment for over 60 years, producing Igua's 3 major kings, King of Love Songs, Rock King, Live King. The industry had rotated through countless top stars, many with direct or indirect ties to the boss. Too bad we still can't solve Wild's identity. In this era, creating an identity was tough. Wan Wan's plan was to get one, and then do minor surgery to make his pointed ears normal. Even with recent trends of women wearing elf-ear accessories or surgeries to make their ears pointy, true elves had to hide them a bit. Otherwise, she feared losing her ace to research projects. Company decisions wouldn't wait for one manager's hesitation. Weeks later, the mid-year competition proceeded as usual. It was originally an internal contest, but fandom attention grew. With the nation more developed, fans with the leisure to follow idols increased. By 2075, Chinese fandom had grown roughly 70% from 2027. Fans especially followed Igua Entertainment's mid-year assessments, flooding official social media with requests for live streams. Other trainee agencies envied the attention. Igua Media Group was one of 6 major international entertainment companies, with top sales channels worldwide. Its subsidiaries, Igua Entertainment, Igua Records, Igua Films, were top-tier in Asia, and within China, second to none. The group had excellent relations with authorities, cooperating in any matter. 5 years ago, when South Korea stirred trouble and relations soured, the group suspended all operations. There, Despite overseas revenue from South Korea, Japan, the US, and the Middle East being critical. The mid-year exam winner was trainee Wang Xiaogang under senior manager Ko. He graduated from Beijing Dance Academy, joined Igwa Entertainment, chose Doctrine of the Mean as his reading material, and Thai as his selected language. Wang Xiaogang debuted with When You're Old, instantly topping the new song charts. Muchire vouchers are monthly, but what good are they? One complained. The cheapest coat still costs almost 20 grand. Wait, the brand's 40 years old and offering discounts. Maybe I'll bite, she admitted, unable to resist. Muchire had indeed succeeded. Invited to Paris, Milan, and New York Fashion Weeks multiple times, its designs were loved by wealthy East and West customers. It was the only widely recognized luxury brand founded after the 21st century to successfully break into overseas markets. Failed designs hardly sold, but anything Chu Zhi wore in public sold out instantly. A luxury brand's job was convincing both rich and poor of its value. Many second-generation heirs bought Muchire, some paying huge premiums. When they gained power, they influenced global aesthetics, shaping the brand's identity from the start. For example, Santander Group's chairman Pablo, a hardcore Chu Zhi fan, wore Muchire daily and spent lavishly on formal wear. When someone controlling a nation's resources endorsed a brand, the fashion world had to follow. Speaking of Pablo, he also received the Chinese Friendship Medal, the only Spaniard to do so, for donating billions in antiques to China, including a national treasure. Two others, from South Korea and Japan, also received medals for artifact donations. LG Group chairman Gu Hyoyin and Ojima Kira, president of Ojima Shoyu. Kira inherited her position from her husband, who ousted his father with her help, keeping control of the family business. Grimacing and stomping her foot, Wanwan bought a bag once used by Jiawai at a charity gala 5 years ago. No doubt she'd go broke again this month. But it was okay. Eating dirt with an elf was better than doing it alone. That made her feel less guilty, like realizing she was late for class, but then noticing everyone else was late too. After months of effort, Wanwan still couldn't get wild an identity. She wasn't breaking laws and didn't know anyone who could help. Left with no choice, she had to seek outside help. Using every method and connection, she secured a half-hour opportunity to meet the big boss alone between 1:30 and 2 p.m. She was determined to make the most of that half hour. She thought carefully about asking the boss. Firstly, his social and official influence could make it happen. Secondly, it was safe. She trusted Jiawai completely. If even he couldn't be trusted, who could be? Most importantly, her idol, Niu Jiangxue, had risen to Queen of Asian Entertainment by becoming Chu Zhi's manager. Wanwan wanted to emulate that path. Even if Wild couldn't reach Chu Zhi's level, his looks alone were enough to make global superstardom possible. In the face of such huge potential, she couldn't risk someone else taking him. Commander Yvonne, just a quick heads up, Wanwan said in the lounge on the 25th floor of the group building, giving Wild some pointers. She wasn't sure if the elf race was naturally proud, but the Wild in front of her certainly seemed a bit arrogant, so she wanted to set expectations. What? Wild asked. We're asking a favor, so you need to be polite, Wanwan repeated. Wild's full name was Wild Amon Yvonne, with Wild being his given name, Yvonne his surname, and Amon indicating his profession as a swordsman. Adding commander before his name was an honorific. Being a swordsman commander was Wild's pride, and the apprentices calling him Commander Yvonne or Commander Wild always made him happy. Since he couldn't hear any more after crossing over, when Wanwan asked him how to address him, his expression shifted as he said, Commander Yvonne, showing he wasn't ignoring her. He just wanted to hear it twice. Big boss. Chu Zhi is that powerful? Wild couldn't help asking. How powerful? There it was, his pride flaring again. To Wild, wasn't this just like the head of a merchant guild on their continent? How impressive could that be? Back in the day, even when the Empire's biggest guild leaders sought an audience with the Elf Queen, Wild hadn't given them a second glance. After over 6 months in this world, Wild had already learned how to look things up online and had picked up a bit of Chinese. He searched the name of the big boss, Wanwan mentioned, and the information shocked him. Chu Zhi, born September 9, 1998, from Fengdu, a mountain city in China. Chinese male musician, poet, singer, translator, lyricist, composer, philanthropist, and pacifist. Graduated from Shanxing No. 37 High School. Debuted in June 2017 on Child of the Future. Published first album Beautiful and Brilliant in November 2017. Second album My Dream released December 2018, setting a record for Chinese digital albums. February 2020, music album Chu Zhi Ode to the Orange Tree released, pioneering new Chinese style. March 2022, first English album The One Gazed Upon by Gods launched, loved by fans worldwide. Chu Zhi has won 32 Grammys, 51 American Music Awards, 19 U.S. chart-topping singles, and holds Guinness World Records for best-selling album and highest cumulative personal sales. His films Unsinkable and The Matrix rank second and third worldwide in box office history. Outside of entertainment, he's donated over 6.7 billion renminbi and promotes peace with albums like Is It Peace, winning the Nobel Peace Prize. In 2027, he received the Nobel Peace Prize. His poetry under the pen name Huainan has been recognized, including collection of Flying Birds, 2019, I Am a Willful Child, 2020, and The Great Mystery, 2021. Wilde didn't fully understand these awards, but Wan explained them. A mix of Nobel literature plus Nobel Peace plus Pop King roughly equated to their continents. Climbed the Wandering Monument plus become bishop of 3 woodfruit cults plus legends passed through hundreds of races. When Wan added that Chu Zhi had over 500 million followers, including herself, Wilde's mind nearly exploded. His eyeballs might have popped out. The Wandering Monument was the dream of every wandering poet on their continent. A sacred monument left by the god of art and music, with only poems known across the continent recorded there. The 3 woodfruit cults were the continent's most peace-loving sections. Woodfruit was common but bitter. Followers ate just 3 a day while striving to stop wars. Wilde knew every duchy and kingdom distrusted them because if persuasion failed, the cult would send troops to intervene. Their armed forces were stronger than several kingdoms combined, one of only 2 groups on the continent with a blood elf core. The other was Wilde's Forest Kingdom, where blood elves were elite troops willing to sacrifice themselves in battle. Hundreds of races passed down his legend. No one but ancient gods could have done this. Wilde paused. 500 million followers basically made him a deity. He also saw many of Chu Zhi's legendary feats. Unbelievable even to a visitor from a magical world. Is he really a spellcaster who can't use soul magic? Wilde asked. Even the merfolk grand spellcaster can't stop 2 nations at war with singing. What stunned the elves most were Chu Zhi's 3 African peace, Chu Zhi music festivals. The first stopped all fighting in the Sahel. The second quelled a civil war in a small African country with a single handshake between rebels and leaders. And the third, at age 59, got several benevolent kings to sign a non-aggression pact for a year. If Chu Zhi hadn't refused the Nobel Peace Prize later in life, saying, "The world has many heroes for peace, don't focus only on me," he could have won again, becoming the only person with 3 Nobel Prizes. Brother Zhou's peace festivals involve politics, too, not just music, Wan said rationally, never overhyping idols. But still, only Zhou could pull this off. Curiosity got the better of him. Wilde couldn't resist listening to Chu Zhi's songs. Chu Zhi released the Peace Trilogy. Is It Peace? What do we expect? A world of harmony. Wilde picked one. Musical note. Do you know what you're fighting for, when none of it's worth dying for? Do you feel your breath stolen, slowly suffocating? Does the pain outweigh the glory? Are you searching for shelter? Has anyone pierced your heart? You, left in pieces. Fire the cannons, 21 shots. Musical note. He hadn't learned English yet, so he read the Chinese translation, but even without understanding the words, he felt the emotion. In the music, this voice holds immense emotion. Unlike soul magic, it's more like the high priest's sacred spell, holy lament, capable of affecting the mind, Wilde thought. Holy lament only works on undead or demons. Chu's voice is like seeds, making you think of happy or sad memories. Chi was the continent's first revered sound, a holy title below the gods. On this land, divine titles were reserved for power, not names. Even from his address, Wilde could feel how his attitude toward Chu Zhi changed. If only Chi-Chu lived on our continent, we'd have fewer wars, Wild sighed. As they were about to meet someone almost divine, the elf's ears blushed pink, so Wan put a hood over him. When it was time, Wan and Wild entered the big boss's office. Wan had never been there. Unlike the grand, solemn office she imagined, it felt like a mix of a music studio and library corner, a bit messy but spacious. Holy shit, the ageless god. Over 70 and still looks like a handsome guy in his 30s or 40s. Wan was shocked. She thought on-screen makeup helped, but in reality, Chu Zhi still looked young, clearly the same age as her grandfather. Divine presence. Wild could sense it, but also chaos in the man's mind. At first, the Emperor Beast didn't care about Wild. Seeing himself in the mirror daily was enough. When Wild used telepathic communication, Chu Zhi and his system brother were both startled. He declined the block, curious about meeting another traveler. Could this human be an elf? Chu Zhi asked the system brother. Analysis shows the humanoid in front has a 99% chance of not being human. Chu Zhi trusted the assessment. This elf's looks were good enough to be a lead with a bit of effort. Even though Igua Media was one of the top 5 globally, it still relied on him. He knew if he died, the company would survive, but maintaining a top 5 position would be tough. Cultural exports needed such a global powerhouse. Chu Zhi couldn't die. He sought an heir, which was why he trained trainees and wrote over 20 songs a year for his artists for nearly a decade. He had no issue with Wild signing under Igua Media or Wan managing him. To debut as a star, you're exposed to media scrutiny. Buying an identity alone isn't enough. No school photos is a major gap, Chu Zhi said. So we'll make him a Chinese-African mixed heritage, Moroccan nationality, father a Chinese businessman, mother Moroccan, just returned to China. Morocco's unstable now, so media inquiries would be tough. Sound good? Chu Zhi asked. Wan realized her own plans had huge holes, but Wild nodded obediently. I have a small personal wish. Once you're famous, you can apply for Chinese citizenship, Chu Zhi added. Many stars change nationality. I want to set a positive example. High standards, thought Wan. Even in his 70s, Chu Zhi arranged Wild's identity in just a week. Plastic surgery changed his ears to human style. Wild initially resisted, but Wan persuaded him. To keep his elf heritage secret, Wild got the typical heroic backstory. Orphan, living with Chu Zhi's uncle, named Wild in Chinese. He also quickly learned Arabic, Morocco's official language. Within 3 months, he was fluent. Elves learn too fast. I'm a little jealous. When I learned languages, I just opened a blind box and instantly mastered them. Never mind, Chu Zhi muttered. Wild's debut film was Death in Venice, playing the second male lead. 50 years ago, director Joseph invited Chu Zhi repeatedly for the role, but he refused after Shi Lang, not wanting a gay-tinged role. Not sure if everyone still remembers the plot, but I'm guessing most don't. Let me give a quick recap. Back in the 1990s, a German composer went to Venice and met a handsome man from the East. From that moment on, he couldn't forget him. Even when he later caught cholera and was on the brink of death, the only person on his mind was that Eastern man. That movie originally made the supporting actor, Heefees, famous. He was hailed as a beautiful young man as handsome as Chu Zhi. Death in Venice even won the jury prize at the Cannes Film Festival. Of course, Heefees got roasted for the as handsome as Chu Zhi label for half his life. Sure, he was good-looking, but compared to Chu Zhi, the gap was huge. Honestly, he was basically ruined by the film's marketing team. So why did Chu Zhi want to remake this movie from the start? Simple. It didn't require acting skills, and it would make the world notice Wild's beauty instantly. The standard of beauty worldwide is androgynous, meaning it looks stunning from both male and female perspectives. Chu Zhi's face leaned slightly masculine, while Wild's leaned more feminine. So technically Wild was perfect for this role. His pure white elf skin added a delicate, almost fragile charm. Chu Zhi even invited the famous director, Yuan Lian, his sworn younger brother. Yuan Lian had once played young Su Shi in Shi Lang. Originally an actor, he switched to directing at 35 and won Best Director at both the San Sebastian International Film Festival and the Karlovy Vary International Film Festival. His artistic credentials were top-notch. From the cast to the crew, Chu Zhi gathered all the big names, and he even personally composed the soundtrack.
Although the movie's title was Death in Venice, not all of it was shot in Venice. Some scenes were filmed in El Salvador. I don't feel any fun in acting since it's all fake, Wong Wild told his manager. Wan said, with your face, not acting would be a waste of resources. And Wong Wild, didn't you say you want to become someone like Jiwai? I could sing, Wong Wild replied. My voice might not be as beautiful as the mermaid clan's, but I still think it's pretty good. Wan hesitated for a moment, recalling his tone-deaf singing. She sincerely said, let's just stick to acting for now. You didn't need to know exactly where El Salvador was, only that it had once belonged to Mexico. And one fact, the gangs there were even worse than Brazil's. Enough said. Since they were filming there, trouble was bound to come. A group of gangsters appeared, some holding knives, others blunt weapons, and a few with hands in their pockets, obviously carrying guns. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move. What are they here for? Wong Wild asked. Wan barely breathed and thought, why pick this location? Before answering, they're bad guys, here to extort money from us. Thieves. Wong Wild's eyes flashed with cold light. He whispered, Wan, get me a sword. Even if I can't use magic right now, with my physique, a dozen untrained thieves won't stand a chance. Wait. Wan quickly stopped him. The gang had guns. What good would swordsmanship do? The director will handle it. We don't know what's going on. Don't go making things worse, she said. What's making things worse? The elf code says if we can help weaker races, we must, Wong Wild thought, though he didn't say the second half aloud. Do you know the value of a guiding officer? A legion has 10,000 members, but only 5 guiding officers teach single-handed swordsmanship, spear, bow, traps, and two-handed sword. There's a better way. Don't rush, Wan calmed him. Wong Wild seemed to realize Wan couldn't get a single-handed sword, so he started looking for sticks. Meanwhile, the director and producers were panicking. Didn't we pay protection money already? Why are there still gangsters? Yuan Lien asked the external producer. They're not from the same gang, the producer replied. Then contact the ones who got the money, Yuan Lien instinctively said. They won't do anything, came the reply. Damn it. Yuan Lien checked how much this gang wanted. $10,000. Damn, why not just take them down? Yuan Lien was furious. Calling the Salvadoran authorities wouldn't help. They couldn't always protect them. Even if they could solve it with 10,000, what if another gang showed up next? How many tens of thousands would that be? Director, look at their shirts, Assistant Director Wang Ren said. What? Yuan Lien was too annoyed to care. Just look, Wang Ren urged. Yuan Lien followed his gaze. The gang surrounding the crew wore matching black t-shirts printed with loving.god, loving.Chu Zhi. Is this Chu Zhi? Jiwai? Yuan Lien asked in shock. I just looked it up. Jiwai has sung many gospel songs, stopped countless wars, and is considered a holy figure in many places, Wang Ren explained. Especially in chaotic regions like Brazil, the more disorderly, the more believers. So Yuan Lien approached the gang leader, a fierce-looking middle-aged man we'll call Baiju. When Baiju learned this crew belonged to Chu Zhi, he laughed. But Yuan Lien's details were listed on Igwa Media's official site, available in 23 languages. Exactly the same, one of the crew whispered. Did we just mess with Chu Zhi? Another asked. Nope. The priest told me Chu Zhi's a reincarnated deity, came the reply. What now? The gang panicked, but Baiju's cold snort calmed them. The Hammer and Stone gang didn't tell us this place belonged to Mr. Chu Zhi. Don't worry. Mr. Chu Zhi is the most respected person for us besides God. I'll guard the area. If anyone comes, we'll take care of them. Baiju didn't believe in God, but he trusted his subordinates' faith. Chu Zhi's influence in Christianity and his superstar status meant you don't confront him directly. In Brazil and El Salvador, faith and gang life didn't conflict. Think of it as cyberpunk religion. In the end, it all worked out. $10,000 weren't even needed, and they even got free bodyguards. Will Chu Zhi come? His singing is incredible, someone whispered. You know me. Aside from posters of busted beauties, I only collect Chu Zhis, said another. I only know one Chinese person, and it's him. Never thought I'd get to help Chu Zhi one day. Amazing. The crew quietly praised Baiju's arrangement. Problem solved. Yuan Lien directed the props team to reset, and the camera crew returned to position. Keep filming. It's all sorted,
Yuan Lian said, calming everyone who'd been panicking abroad. Everyone marveled at the power of just one name overseas. See? I told you there's always another way, Wan muttered, exhausted. This elf was arrogant and peace-loving in theory, but any slight disturbance made him want to rush in. Clearly a beast's instincts, not an elf's. Chu Zhi truly lives up to his name. One name ended the fight. Wang Wild thought, genuinely impressed. Filming and production took 8 months. Then the movie was sent to the Venice Film Festival. Neither Yuan Lian nor Wang Wild disappointed. Death in Venice won the Silver Lion for Best Director, plus 4 Oscars: Best Editing, Best Makeup and Hairstyling, Best Original Score, and Best Original Song. As a side note, in Earth cinema, fifth-generation directors like Chun, Zhang, and Tian are known for not being strong storytellers. That traces back to Chinese film origins. The fourth generation discarded theatrical props, adding emotion to the camera. Fifth-generation directors relied on visuals to tell symbolic stories, with the story itself serving the imagery. Yuan Lian's remake, while technically seventh generation, leaned toward fifth-generation visual storytelling. With an established base and solid story, his remake of Death in Venice was even better than the original. The Venice jury even admitted he better suited this story. The movie captured Wang Wild's stunning beauty exactly how Chu Zhi wanted. Global box office: $610 million. For an art house remake, that was incredible, even with Chu Zhi's influence. Wild basically hit the peak of his career the moment he debuted, instantly becoming the handsome boy every teen around the world fangirled over. More accurately, it was a single movie that shot Wild to global stardom. He didn't have to struggle in his home country like other actors did. Things got even crazier when the media found out that the role of the second lead was personally chosen by Chu Zhi. The buzz skyrocketed. The world's most beautiful boy, Chu Zhi approves. Chu Zhi's successor emerges, Wild. An actor as delicate as a glass rose. Exclusive interview with Wild. A completely different aesthetic. How director Yuan Lian and Wild crafted this film. Exclusive. Yuan Lian says, "I owe everything to Jiawai." And so on. All the coverage focused on the director and the second lead. Meanwhile, the first lead, who played the German composer Doug, did win some acting awards, like BAFTA and the Italian David Di Donatello. Doug didn't get as much attention, but there were definite perks. Wild didn't like interviews, because his manager, Wan, had to coach him on what he could and couldn't say. Still, he could feel the malice from some reporters in the audience, so even when he wasn't free to speak his mind, he had to be careful. Back at the cruise hotel. This is the power of faith. No wonder gods need believers. Wild felt golden. Particles flickering in his mind. Does that mean I can use magic now? He tested a natural spell, but nothing happened. He realized that the power of faith didn't let him use magic again, but accumulating enough of it seemed to trigger some kind of life-altering transformation. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "Filming's awesome. I need to tell Wan we should shoot 2 more movies." Compared to Chu Zhi, Wild had one huge advantage: his combat skills, especially swordsmanship. Being the single-handed sword instructor for 10,000 elves wasn't just for show. With a little of Chu Zhi's connections, they teamed up with Hollywood's Disney to make an epic action movie. Action movies always had a market, because visual effects were exciting, but nothing matched the thrill of real combat on screen. Just look at Dwayne Johnson. He's dominated the box office for years. Why did it feel like action films were dying? Real action actors were becoming rare, and ones who could act and fight while still having star presence were even rarer. Wild had both star presence and the ability to fight at the highest level. So the Special Ops Investigation Squad series was born. The scripts weren't masterpieces, but they were perfectly solid action films. Plenty of drama, lots of martial arts, every move executed flawlessly. The story followed an elite global squad of special humans protecting the world. The main character had a dual personality. The primary was the foreigner who pulled the sword from the stone. The secondary was a descendant of a Chinese sword immortal. The squad's first enemy? A zombie outbreak. It was a little patchwork, but Chu Zhi thought it was solid for a commercial film and perfectly showcased Wild's skills. The first movie didn't perform as well as expected, making $900 million worldwide. Some audiences in the West didn't get certain plot points, but that was fine. They could adjust. The next year, The sequel, Special Ops Investigation Squad 2, Sword Wind, performed much better. Wild's physical abilities allowed him to pull off jaw-dropping stunts. It made $1.3 billion globally, becoming the highest-grossing action film in that parallel world. Then Wild faced off in an unsanctioned live combat against an American celebrity. Though he was 1.8 meters tall and looked slim, his opponent was 1.89 meters with rock-solid muscles, and everyone assumed Wild would lose. But he won effortlessly, and videos of the fight circulated online showing no stunt doubles were used for the martial arts scenes. Combining movie action with real combat skyrocketed Wild's reputation. Women adored his looks. Men respected his strength. He conquered all demographics and instantly became a global top-tier actor. Everything was going perfectly until May 11th, 2077. That day, the sky fell, the sun shattered. Of course, this was just a metaphor for worldwide shock. The trigger was a news report from Xia Society. According to reporters from Zhongshan Hospital, Fudan University, the globally renowned musician and poet, counselor of the Guowu Institute, senior advisor to the Central Propaganda and Culture Ministry, vice director of the National Cultural Export Center, honorary chairman of the Chinese Federation of Literary and Arts Circles, and honorary president of the Chinese Art Academy, Chu Zhi, passed away at 3:21 a.m. on May 11th in Magic City, aged 78. Further details revealed that Chu Zhi had been working at the company until around 2 a.m., collapsed around 2:30 a.m., and was rushed to the hospital. At 5:31 a.m. Beijing time, he died from sudden cardiac arrest caused by myocarditis, aged 79. He never married. Yangqing Evening News, the cultural and entertainment barometer of the world, Chu Zhi, has passed away. He became a mountain, an inspiration for countless young people. Renren Newspaper, Moment of Silence. Chu Zhi has passed away at 78 years and 8 months. Even if he looked 40, he shouldn't be called Xiaojiu. I don't care, Xiaojiu died too young. I suddenly feel like crying. Jiuwei never married and had no descendants. I saw an interview where a reporter asked why he didn't have a girlfriend. He said, "I don't want to drag anyone down." No way. I just became his fan. Why is this happening? The last comment came from Yuan, a fangirl born after 65, now in middle school. Yuan hadn't been impressed by Jiuwei at first because the poems in middle school were so hard to memorize. But then, at an award ceremony a female singer she liked attended, Chu Zhi appeared as the guest presenter. The singer literally jumped with excitement, like a fangirl seeing her idol. The singer even stopped caring about the award afterward, just wanting to sing with Chu Zhi. That's when Yuan realized how extraordinary this uncle was. His duet with the singer was god tier. Chu Zhi's influence in China was just one snapshot. His death sent shockwaves worldwide. At a UN meeting, countries like Qatar, Japan, and South Korea proposed lowering flags to half-mast in his honor. Chinese internet rumors claimed China had lowered flags 6 times out of 17 worldwide, but anyone paying attention knew it was fake. In reality, UN protocol only calls for half-mast for deceased heads of state, UN chairpersons, or influential global politicians. The Secretary-General can authorize exceptions, usually. For major disasters, Chu Zhi wasn't a political figure, so the UN refused the proposal. But out of respect for his anti-war advocacy and global contributions, the Security Council observed a moment of silence before their meeting. So yes, the Secretary-General's decision and the 193-member silence were factual, unlike the Chinese internet rumors. Japan lowered their flags under the emperor, and most officials observed the moment of silence. The death of Chusan is a loss for all humanity. It represents the disappearance of the best of humanity, the emperor said. Why such a reaction in Japan? Simple. For decades, society had been stifling, and Chu Zhi had inspired young people since the 2020s. Fans saw him as a light in the darkness. Basically, those born in the 90s were saved by Chu Zhi. When they became teachers, professors, doctors, lawyers, and leaders, they passed on his influence to the next generations. For example, a cultural minister in Japan during the Reiwa era, herself a ragdoll fan, had previously criticized the idol industry as an escape from reality. Yet she had Chu Zhi posters all over her house, hundreds of special edition albums on her shelves. She didn't see the irony, saying earnestly, Chu Zhi represents the era. He's beyond the definition of a star. If the public follows someone like him, I fully support it, because he tells his fans to live life to the fullest. Overall, the environment meant even non-fans couldn't escape. His influence. Chu Zhi's peak looks and fighting ability shaped a generation from their childhood. By the time the 00 and 010 generations grew up, Chu Zhi's presence had cemented itself globally, from South Korea to Indonesia, Russia, France, and beyond. Even in Japan, whether or not you were a fan, you still learned his songs in school. Poems like The Only Flower in the World, and Even Though We Have Nothing were part of the curriculum. You couldn't escape his impact. The New York Times ran the headline, "The era of a great man ends," and his name was Chu Zhi. The Sun in the UK. 70 years after losing Queen Victoria, today we lose Chu Zhi. Russia's Novosti. Front page and secondary headlines both devoted to him. Front page. 100 cannons fired into the sky. We forever remember Mr. Zhi, who left us countless treasures. Secondary. Mr. Zhi's life was truly great. France's Le Monde. Penned by Biso of the Sad School of Southern Studies. Headlined, Mr. Chu Zhi finally completed his greatest art. Himself. The Southern School studied Chu Zhi in the context of Huainan scholarship. Their sadist faction analyzed his poems and songs, arguing he secretly wished for death but couldn't abandon the world. The spiritual school had the opposite view. They believed he fought to survive and passed that resilience to everyone. There were 7 or 8 other factions studying him. This wasn't just a Chinese topic, it was global. After he semi-retired, refusing interviews except for releasing works, his followers and researchers grew even more. It was predictable that Chu Zhi's death would spur a surge in Southern School scholars worldwide. Nearly every mainstream newspaper in the world ran his death as front-page news. 17 countries lowered flags to half-mast, and over 50 major websites went black and white in mourning, including Google, Facebook, Twitter, Weibo, and Baidu. Number 636. Extra 3. The New Era. Chu Zhi's death plunged the world into grief, and it lasted for a whole week. Life usually pushes people forward, so it's rare for anything to hold everyone's attention for so long. People even had to muster courage just to get out of bed in the mornings. The funeral procession was incredibly grand. Some attendees held positions so high that their names weren't even publicly mentioned. At the very front, carrying Chu Zhi's portrait, was his sworn younger brother, Yuan Lian. 80-year-olds Gu Peng and Lin Xia, along with the relatively younger He Haibin and Wild, supported the casket. Behind them were hundreds of entertainment industry stars who had shown up voluntarily. If Koguchi Yoshihiro hadn't died 3 years ago, he would have been climbing over too. In fact, many of the friends who used to call him Xiaojiao had already passed away. Chu Zhi himself had even supported friends like Wang Ani, Zhang Ning, and Wang Yuan during their own farewells. The death of Su Shangbai last year had left him heartbroken. No matter what, Su Shangbai was his second friend in the parallel world, after his system brother. In a way, living too long wasn't always a blessing. Please don't push. Line up in an orderly manner. Everyone, please don't crowd. The barricades are being knocked over. Fengdu City was completely paralyzed, crushed under the millions of fans and readers who'd come from all over the world to pay their respects. According to rough estimates, at least 1 million foreigners showed up that day, not counting the little fruits from China. The numbers were staggering, but anyone who actually saw it wouldn't think they were exaggerated. Fengdu has an old town and a new town, separated by about 10 kilometers. Right now, every road for those 10 kilometers was packed with people. Driving anywhere in Fengdu was impossible. Traffic cops tried to maintain order, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. For example, a Little Fruits fan from Tibet traveled over 2,000 kilometers just to see his idol one last time. Brother Jiao, why did he have to go? Lao Feng had been pushed so far back, he couldn't even see the procession, but he still tiptoed, trying to catch another glimpse. Lao Feng wasn't that old. He was 52, married, with a happy family. His full name was Zhang Fengfu. His name comes from the Chu Ci. The phoenix rests in the cage, while chickens and ducks fly about. The Fu refers to a birdcage. Fengfu symbolizes a phoenix trapped in a cage.
Zhang has the meaning of opening, unfolding. So Zhang Fengfu carries a positive meaning, though it hardly sounded like a typical male name. Adding to that, his parents, born at the tail end of the 2010s generation, didn't share the old preference for sons. They liked girls, so they always forced their tastes on him, buying him girls' accessories and little dresses. This led to constant bullying at school, not physical, just social. Whenever kids discussed something, Lao Feng would join in, and everyone would leave him out. Being excluded mentally made him insecure, and in college, he became even more withdrawn. There was even a period when he didn't dare go outside. When he told his parents, they laughed and said, "You were cute as a kid. What's wrong with wearing girls' clothes?" He was desperate, completely hopeless. He even thought about suicide, not because life was unbearable, but to punish his parents and prove them wrong. Yet he didn't do it. Eventually, his story took a predictable turn. He was saved by Brother Gio. The twist was that he wasn't drawn in by Chu Zhi's songs or stories. He just thought the star was incredibly handsome. It was around the 2040s, when Chu Zhi was in his early 30s, at the peak of his looks. Warner Group's People magazine once tried to rank the world's top 100 most exquisite faces, but only named 98. The first place was Chu Zhi, and both second and third places were left blank. The editor explained that their judging panel of world-renowned photographers and fashion brand art directors unanimously agreed. If Chu Zhi deserved first, second, and third shouldn't exist. It was the only time People magazine left second and third empty. Lao Feng wanted to live just to see Chu Zhi a little longer. His sexual orientation was normal. He simply felt that such beauty deserved a few extra glances. Later, Lao Feng realized that dying to punish his parents was pointless. Dying for others without living for yourself was too big a loss. With this mindset, he slowly started to move forward in life. "He's so beautiful, he must have suffered a lot in the entertainment industry," Lao Feng said, glancing at the tear-streaked faces of others his age. They probably had their own stories with Chu Zhi. From their eyes, he saw familiar gazes. "Brother Gio, you may not know me, but you really, really helped me," someone whispered. "I hope in your next life, you can be someone who lives for your own happiness." After the funeral, Lao Feng stayed in Fengdu for 2 more days. Not to enjoy the city or experience his idol's life, but simply because he couldn't get tickets home. Flights and trains, including high-speed rail, were all sold out. Nearby cities like Rongqing, Shancheng, and Zhucheng were fully booked. The whole southwest region's flights were delayed. Everyone knew the more travelers there were, the more likely delays would happen, factoring in air routes and weather changes. Even Emperor Beast himself probably never imagined his funeral would cause half of China's travel system to go haywire. In the bigger picture, flight delays were minor. In the next month, news came from China, the US, Japan, and South Korea about elderly people in their 70s and 80s committing suicide. Luckily, the numbers were small, but it showed that Emperor Beast's decision to live longer was correct. Had he won the Nobel Prize in his 20s and left immediately, who knows how many would have died. Chu Zhi had put immense effort into nurturing his little fruits, and he didn't want this to happen. He lived 50 extra years to protect them. Okay, that sounds fancy, but many people can't even survive that long. As Lu Sun said, human joys and sorrows aren't shared. Chu Zhi's death made fans heartbroken, but some people were ecstatic, though ecstatic still felt too tame. From 2027 to 2077, over 50 years, Chu Zhi topped the Forbes Celebrity Power list and the Fortune Celebrity Income list 91 times combined. Wild only topped 8 times. Chu Zhi was like a cloud looming over global singers, from Punjabi to Arab, Bengali to German, Anglo-Saxon. They all felt the shadow above them. Looking up for too long gave neck pain. In Chinese football circles, there's a saying, Messi and Ronaldo are leaders, many try to match them. Zidane is the peak, standing alone watching. Pele is a crow, flying above surveying all. Maradona is God, teasing from the clouds. Ronaldo is an alien, with the planet under his feet. Written by a Ronaldo fan, it illustrates multiple tiers, and the parallel works for the music industry. Every few years, a new superstar emerges, while old hot stars fade. The peaks don't vanish. Akinda became the pop king, towering over all. Horman was closest to God, but without a doubt,
Chu Zhi was the god of music. The cloud that had loomed for decades finally dispersed. Clooney, when I was 5, my dad bought me a phone with Chu Zhi's digital album for the sake of dreams. Ever since, I fell in love with music, and I've wanted to share my life with Chu Zhi, if I could. Miura Kintai. Hearing the terrible news, I can hardly believe it. Rong San was like the North Star, always guiding the lost. Now, I feel completely off balance. Area pound. I guess God wanted to listen to pop music. Sap. Humanity has lost the most artistically talented person. His contributions in both poetry and music were beyond extraordinary. A few days passed. Chu Zhi's will was made public. Since Emperor Beast never married and had no relatives nearby, there was no one to inherit his estate. Luckily, the will was very clear. Counting his assets, the bank held hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. Sounds like a lot, but considering Chu Zhi had been in the entertainment industry for nearly 60 years, it averaged less than $200 million per year. Clearly, that's impossible. His money-making ability far exceeded $200 million. After all, everyone knew that since the American version of Masked Singer, Emperor Beast had never had fewer than 35 endorsements, so that $100 million already reflected considerable spending. Oh, I forgot to mention, Chu Zhi donated 100 million yuan annually to Chinese charities and $3 million a year to the UN Refugee Agency. He never stopped while alive. Emperor Beast was absolutely a man standing on the moral high ground in a parallel world. Most of his wealth came from shares rather than cash. 80% of the Wood Flame brand, 65% of Igwa Media Group, 15% of Dubai Sugar, and 90% of Orang Home. Dubai Sugar was currently valued at over 40 billion Hong Kong dollars, slightly less than Want Want, but Want Want also produced snacks. Dubai Sugar was the highest valued domestic sugar company and sold best in Southeast Asia. Wood Flame, Igwa Media Group, and Orang Home weren't publicly listed, but the Wall Street Journal estimated their values at $1.1 billion, $30.1 billion, and $640 million respectively. Wood Flame was comparable to the Italian luxury brand Furla.Spa, while Igwa Media's value was based on Warner Music, though much lower. Its worth mainly came from global distribution channels, Asian influence, and revenue from Chu Zhi's song copyrights. Orang Home was a fan community app with tens of millions of active users worldwide. Its value was compared to Zhihu, but its potential was smaller, even with high fan activity, since the app never prioritized profit. Excluding Orang Home, the other three companies' annual dividends were substantial. Fixed assets were relatively minor. 2 buildings and a floor in Modu, plus the Igwa building in Modu. The 25-story building along the Pujiang River was particularly valuable. And of course, his massive copyrights. He released 14 Chinese albums, 22 foreign albums, 6 EPs, and 41 singles, all for himself. Additionally, he wrote over 150 songs for other artists, which brought some extra money. His poetry collections and translation works earned much less than music. According to the will, cash was used to establish foundations for charity, with annual dividends allocated to promote Chinese culture. 2 semi-official organizations were set up under his guidance in coordination with the authorities. Copyright income would fund the Chu Zhi Award and the Huainan Poetry Prize. The former honored outstanding musicians globally, the latter celebrated exceptional poetry collections. Both required foundation management to sustain their funding, similar to how the Nobel Prize functions, small annual prizes that grow steadily under good operation. Income from fixed assets would support Orang Home, app operations, and events like the Orange Festival. Chu Zhi had told the Little Fruits that as long as he was alive, their traces would remain. He'd always kept this in mind. Memory was one of his few strengths. He wanted the Little Fruits to exist even after his death. Even without the main character, the Orange Festival could continue. Fans' nostalgic gatherings were fun enough, especially with free meals, lodging, and souvenirs. Don't underestimate the value of fixed assets each year. Supporting Orang Home required money. A quick calculation. The Igwa building had 320,000 square meters of usable space, with rental prices around 18 yuan per square meter per day. Careful math by graduate-level standards showed the building could generate over 5 million yuan daily, totaling more than 1.8 billion per year. Some floors were used by Igwa Media, but they still paid rent. Separating company accounts avoided chaos, something Emperor Beast would never allow. Honestly, I thought once Jiuwei passed away, the website would collapse. Turns out he planned everything long ago. The company vibe is good, and the benefits are great. I really don't want to leave, it's perfect right now. Our app's engagement is amazing. If we ran ads, we'd make money easily, right? Any change would be better than now, since we're not profitable. You don't get it. Orang Home doesn't even feature Jiuwei's with Flame brand. Think he left that out. Celebrities like Jiuwei are truly one of a kind. Unfortunately, there'll never be another. Employees whispered quietly, morale was low. Any company related to Chu Zhi was like this. Luckily, Igwa Group wasn't publicly listed, so stock fluctuations didn't add pressure. Everyone felt uneasy because their guiding pillar was gone. Chu Zhi, you were the last to see Jiuwei. Did he leave any words? Li Dan asked. Li Dan, in his 50s, was CEO of Igwa Records. He grew up listening to Jiuwei and became a professional singer himself. Unfortunately, his bands failed repeatedly. Joining Igwa Group allowed him to be closer to his idol. Over 20 years of hard work brought him to a top executive position. Even as a high-level executive, Li Dan respected Chu Zhi, Jiuwei's personal assistant. There was a connection. Chu Zhi's mother, Chu Zhi, retired over 20 years ago and passed the role to her daughter. Jiuwei. Chu Zhi's tears fell uncontrollably, her voice choked. Li Dan felt sad too, unsure what to say to comfort her. Publicly, it was reported Chu Zhi died of sudden cardiac arrest. In truth, he was taken to the hospital and resuscitated briefly. Anyone familiar with medicine knew about the golden 4 minutes for cardiac arrest. Beyond that, survival, without serious complications, was nearly impossible. Chu Zhi had passed that threshold. After a minute or two, her sobs eased, and Chu Zhi spoke. Jiuwei woke up, knew his time was near, and comforted me, telling me not to cry. He said, I hope everyone remembers me as still handsome, not old and ugly. In my heart, Jiuwei will always be young. Tears streamed. Again, she added. His final words were, don't be sad. I can finally go home. I can finally go home. Li Dan exhaled, the sadness heavy in his chest. Thank you, Li Dan said, leaving the group. He came specifically to see Chu Zhi about this. From a godlike perspective, Emperor Beast had some minor regrets. So many character coins he hadn't used in blind boxes. The living had to move forward. People began organizing his works. Chu Zhi's posthumous works were extensive, reflecting a lifetime of travel and creation. They were mainly divided into 3 types. Film, The Scent of a Woman, his first movie in over 40 years. Most of the shooting was done, but a few reshoots remained. Universal Pictures and Igwa Group were working to fill gaps through editing. Poetry, I've Gained Too Much, his 27th poetry collection. As a diligent worker, he also had over 20 translation works. Even the triennial Aurora Outstanding Literature Translation Award nominated him in the nonfiction category, almost winning the top prize. Chu Zhi knew his translation skills were at best international level, and his poetry achievements were tied to fame rather than reaching global elite standards. Album, All Nations, Volume 4, 15 songs recorded in 10 languages: Chinese, English, Spanish, Arabic, French, German, Japanese, Korean, Russian, Portuguese. Only MV post-production, cover art, and fonts remained. The Scent of a Woman was scheduled for Christmas 2077. As for the poetry collection and album, release timing caused debate among Igwa's executives. Some wanted to heed fan demands online for All Nations, Volume 4. Others worried about the appearance of exploiting Chu Zhi's death. After several meetings, Liang's faction, supported by Niu Jiangxue, won. They finalized the cover and MV, scheduling All Nations, Volume 4 for release on June 20th. With just 2 weeks left, fans couldn't wait. They flooded the company's official accounts with comments. Now, a brief note on the state of physical albums 50 years later. Chu Zhi's early career was the black iron era of physical albums. Now it was the plastic waste era. Truly pathetic. Compared to the 2020s, the industry had shrunk by 3/5. South Korea fared worse, shrinking by 9/10. Buying a physical album now was purely for collecting. CD, vinyl, or USB versions made no difference. IFPI, International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, and RIAA, Recording Industry Association of America, lowered gold, platinum, and diamond certifications, introducing digital standards. RIAA, digital album sales of $500,000 equals gold, $5 million equals platinum, $40 million equals diamond. IFPI, digital album sales of $200,000 equals gold, $1 million equals platinum, $5 million equals diamond. Digital album pricing varied wildly, from a few bucks to $20 to $30, so sales revenue was the main metric, not quantity. 3 years ago, Chu Zhi released his album Sting, which sold just over 8 million copies worldwide. Compared to the second best-selling album of that year at 14,000 copies, it clearly wasn't in the same league. Even Emperor Beast couldn't stop the relentless march of time. Physical albums were in decline, no matter how legendary the artist. But you couldn't call Chu Zhi outdated. The digital version of Sting raked in $440 million globally, topping the historical charts. Even with Chinese platforms offering free streams, the earnings were comparable to physical album sales like Is It Peace, which sold over 60 million copies worldwide. Digital costs were low, but the profits were still huge. 2 weeks flew by, and when Chu Zhi's posthumous work All Nations, Volume 4 dropped, the frenzy nearly caught Igwa Media Group off guard. Buy one for my dad, I'll get one too. Jiu-Is my dad's idol, and he was part of my youth, one fan posted. I grew up listening to Jiu-Y, and I've never bought a physical album before, but I want one to collect, another said. The All Nations series is loved worldwide. Some countries even use his songs in music textbooks. I saw a 10-year-old girl performing Das Best, the most beautiful encounter, on YouTube just the other day. If you love music, you'll love Chu Zhi's songs. His style changes so much. My whole family loves his heavy metal rock, even my dad and grandpa. I want to buy 5 albums. I've been searching everywhere for a record store. Thankfully, Amazon still delivers. The first print of 1 million copies sold out instantly. At the same time, pre-orders across global retailers and Igwa's official site totaled over 47,203,429 copies. Read that number carefully, 47,203,429. No extra digits added. Igwa, the platforms, and the Record Association all knew Jiu-Y's posthumous album would perform spectacularly, but even they hadn't imagined numbers like this. All 3 checked the pre-order data independently and confirmed it was correct. And that wasn't even the full story. So many orders overloaded the systems, leaving thousands of fans unable to complete purchases on release day. The next day, over 20 million more copies were ordered. All Nations, Volume 4 instantly shattered the physical sales record set decades ago by Is It Peace. People in the entertainment industry and outside it were stunned. Who'd have thought the waste plastic era could still see such sales? They'd seriously underestimated Chu Zhi's decades-long place in people's hearts. Frankly, even in chaotic Africa last year, folks there might not know who the American president was, but they definitely recognized Chu Zhi. Here's a story from 2057. A YouTube adventure vlogger went to war-torn Congo. He filmed shocking scenes. Boy Scouts under 10, houses pocked with shell marks. And when the rebels performed, they played no more. Trouble in the background, classic reggae from Chu Zhi's albums. Bullets flew alongside the music from Dark. Gun barrels, claiming lives in rhythm with the beat. It's normal for Africans to like reggae, but here's the catch. No more. Trouble is anti-war music. Using it as a soundtrack for violence created a striking, gruesome contrast. At the time, Western and European internet forums buzzed with discussions. Not to dwell on Congo's chaos, but this shows even rebels subconsciously chose Chu Zhi's music. His influence was that massive. Latin America and Africa were the largest markets for pirated copies of his albums, though a fair number of legitimate copies sold too. But the ratio? Not even 99:1. No one can stay at the top of the world music scene for 30 years unless it's Chu Zhi, said the president of the Latin American Artists Association. It wasn't just physical sales, digital versions didn't lag either. All Nations, Volume 4's digital version was priced globally at $4, covering over a dozen songs, 2 photos, a short behind-the-scenes video, and a unique digital code. Chinese platforms still offered free streaming, and clips and photos quickly spread online, yet many Chinese little fruits bought it anyway, for the digital code or just to support their idol. By the 20th and 21st, total digital sales had surpassed $50 million. Both physical and digital numbers were insane. The entertainment industry's taxes were high, but Chu Zhi made sure his company paid them properly. "Pay your taxes, no flashy tricks," he'd said. No wonder, over 20 years ago, when Igwa Media considered relocating to the mountain city, local officials repeatedly persuaded them to stay. The annual Outstanding Contribution Award for taxes over 1 billion yuan, Igwa Media earned it multiple times. Despite booming sales, Igwa didn't even push extra promotion. With Chu Zhi's posthumous work as a built-in draw, no amount of advertising, even in the billions, could match the hype. By July 20th, All Nations, Volume 4 had sold 104 million physical copies. The parallel world had close to 9.4 billion people. The UN's estimate of over 10 billion in the 2080s seemed mild. Quick math, roughly 1 in 10 people bought the album. Digital sales hit $610 million. There's no doubt, many fans bought multiple copies, both digital and physical. A single album breaking 100 million? Outrageously absurd. IFPI Chairman Rebirth commented on the insane numbers. The last era was called Chu Zhi, the one before that was Chu Zhi, and even earlier, it was still Chu Zhi. His departure took 3 eras' memories and the last shred of dignity from physical albums. Rebirth had a good eye. After All Nations, Volume 4, no album in the parallel world ever exceeded 50,000 physical sales again. Chu Zhi truly carried away the last of the industry's pride. Thus, in the Guinness World Records, Chu Zhi earned yet another title, Best-Selling Album. And if you wanted to list them all, Chu Zhi's records are endless. Most fan support, largest concert, attendance, and so on. We'll spare 1,000 words here. "Excuse me, is Shui Tianping Cemetery this way?" asked an elderly foreign man in halting Chinese. The man looked frail, his face lined with deep wrinkles that could trap a swarm of flies. He wobbled as he walked, and even a slight breeze might knock him over. Despite being Caucasian, pedestrians could easily tell he was over 80. The local, big eyes, immediately pointed. "Cemeteries just up ahead." Shui Tianping Cemetery was ordinary, but after Chu Zhi was buried there over 2 months ago, people from all over kept coming to pay respects. "Thanks," the foreigner said, stepping carefully in the indicated direction, supported by a younger companion. Big Eyes, a true Fengdu native, had seen many foreigners over the past 2 months, but someone this old was rare. Flying over age 80 required tons of medical paperwork. "He's definitely here to mourn Jiu Wai." Chu Wai was really popular with foreigners, Big Eyes said, glancing around. The past 2 months had made Fengdu much more commercially active. So many visitors needed food, lodging, and transport. "I also heard Fengdu is planning a 7th airport." Jiu Wai's death basically revived this struggling city. Who would have expected that? Big Eyes sighed. Chu Zhi had requested to be buried here near his grandfather. The original owner's grandfather rested here, and this was Chu Zhi's closest relative. Emperor Beast hadn't forgotten. Looking over the cemetery, Big Eyes saw countless graves. Unlike stereotypes, most people visiting were calm, not weeping. Some graves were piled with flowers, cigarettes, and alcohol. Fans knew their idol loved smoke and drink. Every day, thousands still came from all over the world. Future anniversaries would see fans traveling thousands of miles just to pay tribute. The government even considered this when approving the new airport. Fengdu's local tax revenue couldn't normally justify it. "Grandfather, it's here," Bailey said, easily spotting it. The photo on the gravestone showed a man barely 10 years younger than his grandfather, but he looked like he belonged 2 generations earlier. Bailey noted that in the black and white photo, the man was far more handsome than his father. No wonder people joked Chu Zhi was a vampire, Bailey mused, but his thought was cut off by a stream of curses. "Fuck, I told you to drink less and smoke less, and you wouldn't listen, shit. You idiot, still working 10-hour days at this age. Don't you know how to rest or take vacations?" Hearing familiar words, Bailey knew immediately who it was. Horman, now 90 years old. Horman was basically an immortal old man. His friends, like Leighton and the others, had already gone to heaven, and all the stars his age were gone too. He never expected that younger Chinese people would pass him by. "Don't be too sad, Grandpa. Take care of yourself," Bailey said, trying to comfort him. "Fuck, who's sad? I'm not sad at all," Horman said, but the excitement got the better of him, and he started coughing nonstop. Well, that backfired. Bailey just stood there, too nervous to say anything. "You're so amazing. Why didn't you live to 80? So many Western singers probably wished you'd die sooner. Even if you were incredible, being in the same era with you would just make them invisible. And now they really got what they wanted. You still look so young, though." Horman muttered on and on in a small voice for a good half hour. He only left with Bailey's help because a line had formed of people waiting to pay their respects and lay flowers. The next day, he left Fengdu and flew back to Los Angeles. A week later, Horman passed away at his villa. Nobody knew if it was just old age, the toll of the 20-plus hour flights between China and America, or if Chu Zhi's death had left him emotionally drained. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi's poetry collection I've Gained Too Much was only written in Chinese, published by Moto Publishing. The French, German, Russian, Japanese, English, and other editions came later because renowned translators from around the world voluntarily signed up to translate it. Translating the works of a great poet like Huainan wasn't about fame or profit. It was purely respect. Think about it. Someone you grew up reading in school suddenly gives you the chance to translate their work. How would you feel? After 2 or 3 months, all 31 language editions of I've Gained Too Much were finished and released at the same time. In the age of smartphones, physical music albums had disappeared, but nobody expected physical books to see a resurgence instead. Of course, this didn't mean more people were reading. It just meant more people were buying. In the first week, the 31 language editions sold over 8 million copies globally. With over 20 poetry collections, Chu Zhi achieved the record for the poet with the most cumulative poetry sales. Everywhere there's ignorance / the gods neither exist in the mortal world / nor rise from the atoms of darkness to shout, "I am, I exist." Abandon love, abandon God / may I no longer burn with desire, nor be crushed by the eternal way of things / may I end well, living like a statue. At a poetry recital in Berlin, an Austrian poet read from Chu Zhi's newest collection. When the reading ended, the Austrian poet said, "Mr. Chu Zhi's collection seems like it's thanking the world, but the content is so torn, especially the poem I read." It was clear the Austrian poet was part of the sad school of Southern studies, interpreting Chu Zhi's inner world as filled with doubt and chaos. His questioning of the gods expressed the confusion of his later years. Once I've Gained Too Much was published, scholars in the sad school immediately analyzed it and even started preparing a book. Chu Zhi must have suffered greatly in his later years. He became a light for so many, yet no one was ever his light, said Baiso. To be honest, Baiso was a little excited. Because of Chu Zhi's posthumous work, the sad school would dominate over other schools. Clearly, Baiso studied Chu Zhi without being a fan. That made sense. Admiration is the farthest distance from understanding. All great artists have dedicated scholarly schools, like Van Gogh, Conan Doyle, Hugo, and so on. There are more scholars of Shakespeare than anyone else. The number of Chu Zhi researchers far surpasses other poets and writers in this parallel world. The reason is simple. Chu Zhi was too legendary and famous. In plain terms, he was worth studying. Studying him brought fame, and fame meant money. Of course, rivalries between scholarly schools didn't affect ordinary people. "Grandpa, I got it. I bought Mr. Chu Zhi's final poetry collection, I've Gained Too Much." "Good, put it aside." Sun Yaoxiang, now an assistant professor, hesitated. He wanted to say more, knowing his grandfather, a fan of Chu Zhi and once Huainan's editor, had lost 2 idols at once. Most people couldn't survive that shock. But his grandfather, praised by the Asahi Shimbun as a faithful chronicler of Japan's people, was always learned and serious. Yaoxiang was close to his grandmother, but dared not speak loudly in front of his grandfather. "Yaoxiang, anything else?" his grandfather asked. "And no, nothing," Yaoxiang replied,
quickly closing the Japanese-style room door. Silence fell in the room, so still it felt like even breathing had stopped. Time passed in the sales of the poetry collection, and before long, it was the end of 77. The Fragrance of Women released for the Christmas season, and Chu Zhi's portrayal of the old bastard reminded the world of the allure of older men. Even though he was technically past uncle age when he played Emperor Beast, his looks nailed it. The old bastard, Tango in the movie showed pure charisma, earning him the title of world's hottest uncle from teenage girls. Chu Zhi's composition, A Step Away, became a tango classic almost instantly, and the scene went down in parallel world cinema history as the most iconic dance moment. The film raked in $810 million globally, the second highest Chinese box office in 77. First place went to Wild's Special Ops Investigation 3, Must Arrive, which grossed $1.3 billion worldwide. As an investor, Igwa Media made a fortune. I can understand why Mr. Chu Zhi rarely acted and focused on music. He really didn't have much talent for acting. Even his peak role in Xi Lang was just average, said film critic Jack. Jack was a fan of Chu Zhi, so he understood and agreed with his idol's clear career choices. Jack often saw people in the Matrix comment sections claiming Chu Zhi's absence from film was a loss for cinema. Those comments made him laugh. I didn't want to watch it. But he hesitated because he didn't want to tarnish his idol's sacred image. To his harsh eye, Chu Zhi's acting in The Matrix wasn't up to standard. What changed Jack's mind was a tweet from another film critic. Go see it now. This movie can completely change how you see Chu Zhi. Even though the deceased was a legend, even though Chu Zhi deserved respect, Jack felt you shouldn't post content that misleads fans. Without popcorn in hand, Jack headed to the theater. In this era, most films were full 5D experiences, or even more immersive viewing pods. The Fragrance of Women was set in 20th century America, so there was no need to pay extra for the pod. He just entered the theater. The opening scene was ordinary. Middle schooler Charlie accidentally witnessed a classmate's prank, and the school forced him to reveal the prank's mastermind, or face expulsion. Charlie was caught in a dilemma, and just then he got a weekend part-time job. The way they planted the save the cat moment is brilliant, Jack muttered. He doesn't want to betray his friends. He hides their prank. This saving the cat moment isn't purely good, but it successfully builds his character. Charlie's naive, loyal, smart, and poor all at once. It took over 10 minutes before the main male lead, the rogue lawyer, played by Chu Zhi, appeared. Those eyes. Jack's jaw dropped. You could instantly tell he was blind, just like that. The details were impeccable, like pouring and drinking wine. He instinctively used his fingers to gauge depth. When did Chu Zhi get this good at acting? Jack couldn't believe it. The 2.5-hour movie never felt long. At least, Jack never felt the urge to leave for the restroom. Chu Zhi has two god-tier performances here. First, portraying a blind man, and second, the later scenes where he's fallen and wants to die. According to the story, the rogue lawyer had once been brilliant, even taking down a high-ranking official. But in old age, he became blind, struggled with pride, and had poor family relationships. He became a complete wreck. It was better to be dead than alive, and the sense of loneliness hit hard for Jack. This is Oscar-level acting. Jack wasn't wrong. The following year, in 78, Chu Zhi won Best Actor at the Oscars for The Fragrance of Women. The chair of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences said, "We never imagined Chu Zhi's acting would be this good. His portrayal of a blind man is so convincing that real blind people would see appear." Through subtle tactile and olfactory actions, he not only created a believable blind character, but instantly conveyed self-doubt and pride. Much of the film's box office and critical success comes from Chu Zhi's brilliant performance. The subtext was clear. The Academy was fair, not just awarding him because it was his final work. Chu Zhi became a double winner of both the Oscar and Golden Globe. It was a pity Chu Zhi had been cremated and couldn't accept the award in person. Executives from Igwa Media accepted it on his behalf. You could bet that if Chu Zhi had been on medical leave as a real blind person, he wouldn't have pulled it off. The film succeeded in both box office and critical acclaim, and the crew shared stories and interviews. Makeup artist Thompson recalled, "It was amazing. Chu Zhi was in his 70s, playing a lawyer who's supposed to be in his 50s. Yet they had to make him look older because he still looked too young."
Director Old Arthur said. I expected Chu Zhi to be intimidating. Excuse my word, but in my mind, he was the closest person to a god. Yet he turned out to be humble and kind. The young actor playing Charlie said, Chu Zhi's self-discipline is a model for me. No matter how tough filming got, he still found time to read and study. I once saw his notebook filled with notes. And with that, Chu Zhi's posthumous work had been fully handled. Chu Zhi then talked about his successor. Over 4 to 5 years, Wilde starred in 7 or 8 films, each grossing over 500 million globally. He became the dream of countless girls, his social media following surpassing 100 million. But a flaw showed. The elf had terrible acting. More precisely, he thought acting was fake, so he didn't bother. Manager Wanwan gave Wilde 2 options. Either take a break to study with a good acting teacher or rely on his looks, which still guaranteed box office success. Which option has more followers? Wilde asked. That stumped Wanwan. Wilde's face was worth a fortune. Plus, the public already liked him because he didn't use doubles and was excellent in action scenes, unlike those slow-motion young actors. Relying on looks will get more fans, Wanwan quickly decided, knowing how elves think. But some people like skill, like Tuan Hufeng, the swordsmanship instructor, one of the best in the elf empire. He's got followers. Wilde's smile widened, pride shining in his eyes, but he still added humbly, single-handed swordsmanship, one of the best. Acting is like swordsmanship. Fans love skillful actors. In single-handed swordsmanship, are there fake moves? Wanwan pressed on. Fake moves. Wilde was momentarily confused. Moves that look like an attack to the left, but actually strike right, a kind of feint, Wanwan explained. That's not a fake move. We have deceptive stances too. Wilde got excited. He gestured as if holding an invisible sword, continuing. Blade down, my chest and center seem exposed. When the opponent attacks, I flick the tip and counter instantly. Exactly. That's also a kind of deception. Wanwan pounded her fist in her palm. In acting, the biggest enemy is not syncing with your role. You have to defeat it with skill. On the continent of Artem, the 7 best swordsmen are called sword saints. Here, the best actors are called best actor. Best actor will be loved by more people. Wanwan continued persuasively. Jiawai is a best actor. Don't you want to try? Best actor and sword saint are basically the same. The pinnacle in their field, she coaxed. The pinnacle. Wilde's heart stirred. If the instructor's title was Tuan and God's title was Chi, then sword saints were called Hong. Wilde felt proud. If best actor was like a sword saint, becoming one meant he was practically a Hong Hufeng. So, after 7 years of debut, Wilde announced he'd temporarily audit classes at Central Academy of Drama to hone his acting for about 3 years. Usually, a star disappearing for 3 years means fading fame, but Wanwan wasn't worried. As she'd said before, Wilde's looks and skill never went out of style, and with Igwa Media backing him, what was there to fear? Wilde's temporary absence cut Igwa Media's revenue a bit, but it wasn't a big problem. Their business was extensive, making films, producing variety shows with Mango TV and Aichi, training elite trainees, releasing albums, acting as distributors, and more. Especially when it came to trainees, the Igwa Group's trainees were just way better than the other young idols. Every generation has its stars, each dominating their era for hundreds of years. Chu Zhi lived to 78 and had a 59-year career. You could say he'd shaped the music scene for a century, and his influence wouldn't fade for a long time. Talking about Jiawai. Look at these 3 words in the English-Chinese dictionary. Igwa trainee Zhang Yu muttered quietly while studying English. What 3 words? Even when whispered, another trainee, Xiao Shuai, nearby heard him. Zhang Yu quickly flipped through the pages marked with a bookmark and pointed out the 3 words. Chu Zhi, person's name. Noun star ADJ shining. Smart, like Chu Zhi. Chinese rose, medical moonrose. Person's name. Chinese rose / Chu Zhi. Hasun an entry from Hans Han, Hansan, and Huainan, Oanan, in outstanding Chinese poet. Jiawai is really something. Even Moonrose ends up being used as a personal name in most of Europe and America, Xiao Shuai said. Jiawai just died 4 or 5 years ago, and already I see all these anti-intellectual comments, saying his global influence is blown out of proportion. Are these people serious? Zhang Yu was stunned. I'm speechless. The dead are remembered, sure, but they're also open to criticism or even exploitation. Chu Zhi represents Chinese pride. I'm not trying to ride the fame wave, someone said. I named my fast food chain Chu Zhi Fast Food because I wanted to be a proud domestic brand. Kick McDonald's aside, serve the dishes right. I mean, think of it like mapo tofu, song soft fish soup, dompa pork. The names come from the founders, not some fame grabbing. I respect Jiawai just like I respect Li Bai. That was the defense by Mr. Li, owner of the Chu Zhi fast food chain. Whether or not he studied broadcasting, he spoke clearly and formally, and the video made a small stir online. Aigua Media sued Yangqing Wuping Tianyi Food Company, the parent company of Chu Zhi Fast Food. That actually makes sense. If it weren't for your trademark and Jiawai's silhouette, I almost believed you. Does Chu Zhi really represent Chinese pride? Isn't it more like handsome in Chinese? I, Chunqing Chu Zhi, have something to say. What if the owner meant it in English? Oh right, in English it can mean smart, I know in Japanese, Chu Zhi has the meaning of talent god. Originally it was Sugawara no Michizane, god of learning and calligraphy, but Chu Zhi took over in usage. Studying in Dubai, the pronunciation of Chu Zhi can symbolize kindness and peace in Arabic. Wow, is that rich brother studying in Dubai? Hungry, look at me. What? Studying in Dubai doesn't make you rich brother. I studied in Africa. Does that make me poor brother? The thread went off topic quickly, but among hundreds of comments, people noticed something striking. Dictionaries like Merriam-Webster, Dageson, Litre French Dictionary, Oxford, Langenscheidt German Dictionary, and other authoritative sources worldwide all have entries for Chu Zhi. In some countries, the word didn't exist initially, but was added in later editions. After all, except for Latin, all living languages evolve over time, adding words and redefining meanings. Time passed. 20 years after Chu Zhi's death, Aigua Media wasn't fading. It just shifted its focus slightly from music to film. Wild lived up to Chu Zhi's trust. He wasn't skilled at like Emperor Beast emotionally, and sometimes said the wrong thing under reporters' prodding. But his looks were incredible, and physically he was strong too. Combining this with the global reach of the Aigua group, even Wild's occasional slip-ups gave fans a pure dumb beauty vibe, full of clear-eyed innocence and reckless naivety. Within 5 or 6 years of debut, he became one of the most bankable actors worldwide. After 3 years of study, his acting was no longer a weak point. With Special Operations Investigation Team and Sword King, supported by Aigua's global power, Wild became the new pillar of the group. Unlike most elves who love peace, Wild was reckless. Once, while filming in America, he confronted someone wielding a gun for free purchases. He charged with his sword. If the other guy hadn't been scared stiff and fumbled his gun, he'd have lost an eye. Wanwan worried, thinking of how Chu Zhi always had professional bodyguards. She tried finding the same company, but realized these guards were legendary Zongnanhai protectors. She gave up. There was no application process. They were officially appointed. Being a star is basically being a national treasure. Only Jiawai achieved that, Wanwan said, feeling Chu Zhi's enduring impact again. Reluctantly, she settled for hiring a domestic security company. Back on track, Wild was reckless but trustworthy. Like most elves, he didn't care about money, so even with Sony, Warner, Disney waving cash, he never considered leaving Aigua Media. He hadn't even started his own studio. 30 years after Chu Zhi's death. I finally got a ticket. Ha ha ha, I'm so excited. Xiao Maozi cheered. Got a ticket for what? Their roommate asked, guessing. A museum visit? Even with iris-scanning phones, visiting museums or universities still required online reservations. To Jiawai's former residence, Xiao Maozi answered. What? The roommate, a tall girl at 1.81 meters, jumped so high her head almost touched the ceiling. Their dorm had 4 people, all bunked. Are you talking about the starry karaoke room? The tall roommate asked. Yes, finally got a spot, next Friday, Xiao Maozi said excitedly. That pulled the other 2 roommates' attention too. Starry karaoke was a must-see. Even if you weren't part of Little Fruits, visiting and taking photos was amazing. Only 500 people can visit the starry karaoke room each day. It's almost impossible to book. They don't open more slots, one said. I tried over 10 times, never got a slot. Those who did must have used hacks. How'd you get it? If you know a way, Grab some for us too. 3 questions at once. To look good in public, Xiao Maozi suffered in private. She spent several nights pulling all-nighters just to secure this reservation. Haha, here's a secret. I have a Star Club account. My grandma passed it to my mom, then my mom to me, she said, changing the topic since she couldn't buy another ticket. It worked. Everyone's attention shifted to the Star Club account. Is it worth tens of thousands now? Pretty much, especially after Sina reclaimed many accounts. I saw tons of complaints online. Envy. Saying Sina reclaimed accounts was exaggerated. It wouldn't benefit their business. Only account circulation and trading helped Weibo's market value. Back to Chu Zhi's former home, where dreams began. The karaoke room held over 30 million IDs. Now it was a tourist spot, but being inside a villa district, only hundreds could visit daily. In 2131, entering the 22nd century, over 50 years after Chu Zhi's death, August 21st, a major event in the film world. Thanks to technology, the first real film released. Real film? Actors lay in performance pods, acting subconsciously. The benefit was natural acting, no awkward expressions, no deadpan faces. The downside? Subconscious can't be fully controlled. Even with a script template, completing a whole film perfectly was tough. For example, without the elf layer, Wilde's subconscious would be super reckless. A real film asking him to play a patient, calculating role? Impossible. Real had 2 meanings: acting realism and subconscious realism. Its release faced full opposition from the traditional film industry. If you can't control it, isn't it cheating? Isn't acting lost? Supporters responded. Subconscious can be trained. Templates exist. Want bravery? Immerse actors in war templates. It still counts as acting practice, with a max and min performance limit. Opponents argued harder. Subconscious change equals personality change. But traditional method shows deep immersion can also alter character, so the argument was weakened. Despite debates, the first real film began, adapting Yunming. Why Yunming? First, low-risk trial. Investment came from the Huaxia Culture Promotion Center, famous in Asia, built using Chu Zhi's legacy to promote Chinese culture. Yunming by Liao Dachong featured Chu Zhi cameoing as Niu Wang. The film went viral worldwide, winning global Best Art Direction awards. Second, for cultural export, it had to be Yunming. Story was adjusted slightly to fit the template. In short, Chu Zhi's new era had arrived. Oh, goodbye.